This young man had only ever wished to live a peaceful life like any ordinary person. But ordinary life was never as beautiful as a dream. He had been born as the descendant of the most terrifying Tianmo in history. Even one sneeze from him was enough to make others tremble, not daring to breathe too loudly. In fact, even when he merely went to burn trash, it made people think he had just cremated someone. He could only cry out helplessly, "These noisy lunatics are at it again. Save me, I do not want to be the cult leader." That morning, shocking news suddenly arrived. His father Tianmo had truly passed away. Before his death, he had even handed the position of demon cult leader to him. Du Yuqiang could only cry out helplessly. Man proposes, heaven disposes indeed. The cause of his death was rather underwhelming as well, merely the internal injuries left from the great battle years ago. Amid the silent night, cold sword strikes tore across the air, knocking down the enemies before him one after another. That was the power of Xinjing Bai Wuke. He rushed forward like a madman and roared in excitement, "So you have finally shown yourself, Tianmo." Before him, the demon cult leader stood alone on the mountaintop, yet still radiated an overwhelming presence. Bai Wuke was secretly astonished. He was indeed the demonic man who had overturned an entire era, the living legend of the demonic path. A face as cold as ice, eyes glowing crimson and brimming with murderous intent. Asura Tianmo, the man worshipped by countless cult followers who were willing to sacrifice their lives for him. A man who regarded the whole world as nothing more than weeds beneath his feet. Yet Bai Wuke did not flinch. He pointed his sword straight at the opponent and asked coldly, "Do you have any last words?" The answer to that challenge was the cult leader's arrogant laughter, echoing throughout the mountains and forests. Seeing that presence, Bai Wuke grew even more pleased, believing this man was worthy to become the sacrifice for his own heroic epic. Ending it with a single move would be far too dull. "I will play with you for a while before finishing you off." He roared with murderous intent, "Your arrogance ends here. Come at me, Tianmo." Yet in complete contrast to the ferocious appearance spoken of in rumors, though he had those intimidating crimson eyes, the cult leader unexpectedly uttered a plea, "Please spare my life." He looked like a fierce tiger on the outside, but had the temperament of Hello Kitty. Those words left Bai Wuke frozen, his face utterly blank. He could not believe that a peerless expert, the renowned demonic cult leader Asura Tianmo, could cast aside all dignity and beg so pitifully. He reassured himself that the opponent was not sincere enough. But right after that, the cult leader's voice rang out again, "Please spare me just this once." It turned out that this was a sound transmission technique used to deceive the world. Asura Tianmo hurriedly promised, "I will live as though I am already dead, retreating into seclusion in some remote mountain wilderness. I will absolutely never appear in the martial world again. Please regard this as my cowardice." Bai Wuke immediately roared in fury, "That is impossible." He felt wronged, because his plan to become a great hero had been ruined, for defeating a coward was nothing to be proud of. Even as the other man kept pleading through sound transmission, "Brother Bai, on account of our relationship, let us speak only through sound transmission," the surrounding cult followers began to grow confused. They likely had only one thought left in their heads: what are these two doing that looks so shameful? Unable to accept this truth, Bai Wuke charged forward with towering killing intent. "If your dignity shatters so easily, then die." Asura Tianmo cried out in panic, "Bai, brother Bai, please reconsider." Bai Wuke's rage reached its peak and he roared, "If you're like this, then what did I even train in martial arts for?" Before the lightning-like attack, Asura Tianmo could only gasp in pain, cough. "Does everything end here?" A thunderous explosion rang out. Victory and defeat were decided in an instant, but the result was completely unexpected. The one who had been brimming with confidence in victory, Bai Wuke, was the one who fell and died after exactly one move. Back in the present, after his father's death, Du Yuqiang blankly pushed open the door and stepped into the room. His heart heavy with the future ahead, he sighed and muttered to himself, "In the end, I still cannot escape the fate of becoming the demon cult leader." But the very moment he stepped into the darkness, his instincts immediately warned him that something was very wrong. Du Yuqiang froze for a few seconds, then looked sharply toward the corner and asked calmly, "My sixth sense tells me there is a stranger in the room. Who are you? Come out at once." A tall black shadow loomed behind him, lowering his head and answering mysteriously, "Forgive this disrespectful one." Before Du Yuqiang could ask again, the stranger moved like a ghost, closing in within the blink of an eye and striking his major acupoints with force. Du Yuqiang was stunned and had no time to react when had his acupoints been sealed. Giving him no chance to resist, that man hoisted him onto his shoulder and said calmly, "Then excuse me." Immediately afterward, he shot out of the room at astonishing speed. Completely restrained, Du Yuqiang gritted his teeth in frustration as he realized all his acupoints had been locked, leaving him unable to circulate energy and resist. He thought to himself, "If I do nothing now, I am really dead, no joke. I have to call for help quickly, or I am finished." Just then, the figures of the red-haired evil spirits and the soul-chasing Yeksha appeared ahead. He rejoiced inwardly. There they are, they can handle this guy. He forced himself to call for help. "Hey, over here, hurry." But hope was instantly extinguished when those subordinates roared with murderous intent, "Stop right there, kill Du Yuqiang." Shouts demanding the new cult leader's life rang out everywhere, and the leader even offered a large reward to anyone who succeeded. Surrounded by betrayal, the stranger carrying Du Yuqiang suddenly drew his sword and said calmly, "Let us go, cult leader." A single, mighty swing of his sword seemed to tear through the very air before him. The fierce sword energy surged, turning the entire battlefield into a scene of devastation. Watching the elite troops wiped out in an instant, Du Yuqiang was stunned, unable to understand how they fell so easily. The assassin shouted, then leapt from above aiming straight at the stranger. The one carrying Du Yuqiang immediately turned, swinging his sword to block the attack. The flash of reflex, he made his opponent cough blood, panic-stricken before they could comprehend what had happened. Amidst the shattered battlefield, that shadow moved like lightning, leaving behind assassins collapsing in pain. On the moonlit mountain peak, Yinshan, captain of the Red Hair Evil Spirit, roared in anger at allowing Du Yuqiang to escape. Furious at his subordinate's helplessness, he suddenly paused when a hand was raised accompanied by a calm voice. "Stop." The newcomer was Xiaomian, still wearing his familiar mysterious smile. Though Yinshan was still upset, fearing the escaped prey would bring disaster, the elder forced everyone to halt. Faced with the uncomfortable situation, Buping Yiying, captain of the Yaksha Soul Chaser, impatiently urged everyone to pursue. But Xiaomian said Du Yuqiang could be killed anytime, and acting now would bring catastrophe to the demon sect since the Atula Timo card was already in place. That card was Feng Tian, the loyal guard with overwhelming strength and blazing eyes, protecting the new sect leader from encirclement. Xiaomian coldly ordered the others to handle the scene and summoned the elders to prepare for a grand event. He proudly declared that the succession ceremony for the 16th sect leader had officially begun. Meanwhile, in the thick darkness blanketing the forest, Feng Tian still carried Du Yuqiang on his shoulders, dashing through the treetops at a terrifying speed to leave the main hall. Carried all day, Du Yuqiang was exhausted to the point of wanting to lose his temper on the spot. Unable to hold back, Du Yuqiang shouted that an entire day had passed and asked who this person was to treat him this way. The stranger continued forward silently, replying coldly that they were nearing Shiha. Having said that, he stopped and decisively acted, saying he would unblock Du Yuqiang's meridians. Feeling the energy flow return, Du Yuqiang exhaled in relief as he finally regained control of his body. Immediately after, the mysterious figure knelt in a salute, respectfully requesting an audience with the sect leader. He introduced himself as Feng Tian, created solely to serve the sect leader, seeing his unwavering, resolute expression. Du Yuqiang guessed this was a trusted subordinate secretly trained by his father, then stared at Feng Tian and asked the question that tormented him most. Was Xiaomian behind the rebellion? Feng Tian's short but weighty confirmation echoed in the silent space. "So it is," Du Yuqiang murmured, memories of Xiaomian suddenly surfacing in his mind. He had once been a close companion, tending to him and always showing utmost loyalty, contrary to the pain one would feel when betrayed. Du Yuqiang's face changed. He smiled cunningly, secretly thrilled that Xiaomian sought to seize the sect leader's position. For him, it was a perfect opportunity to shed troublesome responsibilities and live leisurely days. But when he looked at the loyal guard standing tall beside him, Du Yuqiang understood he first needed to find a way to discreetly get rid of this person for the escape plan to succeed. He pointed at Feng Tian and snapped that he had been loyal to the wrong person. The current demon sect leader was Xiaomian, and he should leave. Feng Tian resolutely replied that his sect leader belonged only to Atula Tianmo and the deputy, requesting Du Yuqiang to retract the order. Seeing the stubborn guard, Du Yuqiang tried to appear authoritative despite sweating profusely, shouting that he dared to disobey and command back. At that moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly spread around. Feng Tian unexpectedly struck the cliff beside Du Yuqiang's head like a thunderous punch. The violent explosion rang out, frightening him as he grabbed his head and yelled loudly. Amid the rubble, Feng Tian bowed his head, declaring this petty one would punish himself. Witnessing the tremendous destructive force and the bone-chilling aftershocks, Du Yuqiang trembled and yelled for him to stop immediately. Despite the cliff continuing to crack under his fists, Feng Tian stubbornly said he would self-punish until forgiven by the sect leader. Terrified, Du Yuqiang lowered his tone. He shuddered at the monster his father had trained, then told him to descend the mountain together to find a resting place. When asked about silver, Feng Tian's response lacking any money left, Du Yuqiang disheartened, angrily scolding that they would have to sleep outdoors tonight. Yet Feng Tian calmly said he had prepared both a resting place and delicious food. Du Yuqiang barely had time to rejoice before freezing at the sight of a large group lying in wait at the foot of the mountain. It was not a courteous reception, but a band of fierce mountain bandits led by the one-eyed leader of Lulin, coldly threatening them to not expect survival. Recognizing the elite masters of Lulin before him, Du Yuqiang worried that even one reckless action could trigger major trouble. Therefore, he intended to tell Feng Tian to behave politely and apologize to them. But before he could speak, Feng Tian's murderous aura flared red, glaring at the leader to shut up. Seeing the aggressive guard provoked the mountain bandits, Du Yuqiang desperately shouted for Feng Tian, thinking these two were like cats and dogs, yet surely inseparable. Seeing the reckless guard, Du Yuqiang hurriedly yelled at him to apologize to them immediately and follow his lead. But the belated apology only enraged the bandit leader further, who roared at whom they thought they were mocking and ordered an attack. Instantly, countless arrows and hidden weapons cut through the air toward the two. Facing imminent danger, Feng Tian remained unnervingly calm. He let out a low growl to be silent, then swung his sword, creating a sharp air current like a droplet. A stream of blazing red sword energy tore across the ground. Truly, one does not shed tears before seeing the coffin. The terrifying power made the leader turn pale and shout, "Sword energy, this one is not ordinary, retreat quickly." But it was already too late. Feng Tian lunged forward and gripped his head tightly, his voice cold, still stubborn. The scene left everyone stunned. Du Yuqiang panicked and shouted to stop him. "Do not, absolutely do not kill him." Feng Tian replied calmly that he would not kill him, yet still subdued him until the mountain bandit fainted, leaving Du Yuqiang speechless. "What are you saying?" Du Yuqiang looked at the motionless leader and shivered, thinking he had truly gotten involved with a madman, inviting disaster upon himself. Afterwards, the two were brought to Hanbaishu Fortress, a massive tower rising amidst the mountains and forests. Upon stepping into the fortress hall, Feng Tian looked around and criticized, "This place is so dilapidated, no different from a horse stable." Yuqiang immediately reminded him, "Feng Tian, do not speak so disrespectfully." The guard bowed his head in apology. Suddenly, a cold female voice echoed from deep within the hall, "You are truly bold." Yuqiang forced a smile to ease the situation. Sorry. It is late at night. Please forgive a rude intruder." But the moment he clearly saw the girl sitting ahead, he froze. In front of such ethereal beauty, he could not help but silently admire that she was truly a peerless beauty in the mortal world. Seeing a delicate woman appear in the middle of the bandit lair, Du Yuqiang became suspicious, thinking the girl might very well be held hostage. With a chivalrous nature, Du Yuqiang immediately ordered the guard Feng Tian to quickly rescue the young lady. At that moment, the young girl stepped lightly under the moonlight, a mysterious smile on her lips. "Tonight the moon is beautiful. And who are you two?" But that gentle look vanished instantly. She suddenly changed her tone, shouting fiercely, "Who are you bastards?" Truly a poetic figure with a mouth not gentle at all. The smile on her lips vanished, replaced by a sharp, hatred-filled gaze. She angrily shouted, "Who are you bastards?" Before Du Yuqiang could understand what was happening, Feng Tian drew his sword, murderous intent flaring. He roared disrespectfully and charged like a whirlwind, shouting loudly, "Shut up," before such a fierce attack. The girl immediately launched sharp spinning discs to counterattack. The spinning blades sliced through the air toward Feng Tian at a terrifying speed. His eyes blazed, all his focus on the battle before him. The guard remained calm, swinging his sword and effortlessly deflecting all incoming attacks. Sparks flew as the two forces clashed violently. All created a tense confrontation right in the fortress hall. Feng Tian tightened his grip on the sword hilt, spinning to form a powerful sword stance. The sword energy enveloped the space, astonishing anyone witnessing such a strange technique. The girl could only widen her eyes in horror and exclaimed, "Heaven and earth, what kind of monster is that?" A loud explosion rang out, and she was blown back by the powerful force. Her body flew across and collapsed to the floor in pain. When the dust cleared, she lay amidst the ruins, gritting her teeth in frustration. "Damn it." Immediately after, a hand as hard as steel clamped her head from behind. Feng Tian stood tall, coldly saying, "This is the end." Restrained, the girl showed no fear and even laughed provocatively. "Ha ha ha, do you really think so?" The situation instantly turned when a group of bandits appeared, pressing knives to Du Yuqiang's neck to threaten, "Release the master, or this kid will be in danger." Seeing his master in peril, Feng Tian shouted in panic, "Master." She sneered triumphantly, "Now you understand the situation, damn it. Or do you want to see this kid get hurt?" Seeing the bandits gloating, Du Yuqiang gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it, what is so funny about these flies and mosquitoes?" Without letting them react, he suddenly unleashed his ultimate skill, Soul Shadow Palm. Silver streams of light tore through the air. The strike shot straight at the encircling enemies, leaving them only stunned. They groaned in pain and fell to the ground one by one. The battle ended in a flash as Du Yuqiang moved like a phantom, taking down every obstacle in an instant. He coldly surveyed the chaotic scene before him and silently criticized, "Truly useless." Witnessing the young sect leader's incredible power, Feng Tian shouted excitedly, "Truly the master, Soul Shadow Palm is formidable." Such praise only earned Du Yuqiang's anger. He turned sharply, scolding, "I told you to apologize, why did you not listen?" Feng Tian explained in shock that he was only trying to follow the sect leader's orders. To apologize, the odd guard plunged his head into the ground to punish himself, cracking the stone floor, leaving Du Yuqiang helplessly shouting, "Stop." Watching the ridiculous scene, the girl burst out laughing, "You two are more troublesome than the bandits. I have never met anyone like this." Du Yuqiang and Feng Tian could only stand still, bewildered, watching her laugh until she nearly toppled over. "What is so funny? What exactly is so amusing here?" In the silent night, a scream echoed throughout the mountain camp atop the high peak, yet completely opposite to the noise outside. Du Yuqiang was enjoying a rare moment of peace in the hot spring. He released all fatigue, quietly gazing at the moon through the window, thinking, the martial world is truly unpredictable. While putting his clothes back on, Du Yuqiang shivered, remembering the harsh curses from the female camp leader earlier. He felt as if she had cursed him for life. After a night full of incidents, all he wished for was a peaceful sleep. He was quite surprised when the fierce female camp leader voluntarily offered him the room. Though only part of a small mountain camp, the room was still fully equipped, elegantly arranged, leaving him extremely satisfied. His gaze froze on the breathtaking landscape painting hanging right on the wall. A gentle scent of aromatic candles drifted through the room, soothing his mind, while the soft bed seemed to be inviting him to lie down. Du Yuqiang excitedly rushed off the bed, joyfully declaring that this was true happiness. Just as he lay down, his suddenly touched something strange moving beneath the blanket. Curious, he flipped the mattress up, then went rigid when he saw the female camp chief tied up tightly, eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth in utterly wretched state. Horrified by the sight, Du Yuqiang panicked and shouted loudly for Feng Tian. In an instant, that guard appeared like a ghost and respectfully said that his master had called him. Du Yuqiang pointed at the pitiful girl convulsing on the bed and cursed him furiously, demanding to know how he dared treat the camp chief like this. Faced with the accusation, Feng Tian remained as cold as ice, lowered his head, and calmly said there was no need to make a fuss. If his master wanted her, he would present her at once. Du Yuqiang immediately snapped in irritation, then ordered Feng Tian to stop and quickly unblock the camp chief's acupoints. After being released, the girl gently rubbed her neck and breathed a sigh of relief that her acupoints had finally been unsealed. Only then did Du Yuqiang speak up to apologize, introduce himself, and ask the camp chief's name. The proud girl replied that she was Sun Rolan, then looked at him with suspicion and asked whether he came from a noble family. Du Yuqiang snorted coldly to himself, thinking she was still silently cursing him, then warily stretched his legs, intending to rest, wanting only to sleep. Sun Rolan calmly nodded in agreement, but immediately afterward began taking off her clothes and said they should not waste time. Seeing that bold action, Du Yuqiang blushed and cried out in panic that they were only going to sleep, telling her not to shake him so badly he could not sleep. Seeing his flustered look, Sun Rolan sized him up from head to toe, then insulted him, saying he looked handsome but could not possibly be a eunuch. Yuqiang's anger instantly erupted. He ground his teeth, his heart full of grievance. Meanwhile, Sun Rolan secretly felt pleased, thinking her prey had dropped his guard, and prepared to strike him down. But just as she was about to unleash a vicious move, Du Yuqiang seized her hand like lightning and roared angrily, demanding who dared call him a castrated man. Showing no mercy, he immediately struck. Du Yuqiang released a powerful burst of force, sending the girl flying out of the room as he shouted for her to get out, saying it was not yet clear who was better than whom. The thunderous crash rang across a corner of the sky, making Feng Tian outside burst into laughter and praise him, saying he was truly his master. Deep in the quiet night beside the roaring waterfall, Du Yuqiang sat in a daze, tiredly telling himself that all because of one strange woman, he had completely lost his sleep. He sighed in frustration as he realized a bitter truth, that this martial world was full of people who were not normal. The most terrifying was still Feng Tian, someone who seemed able to easily neutralize anyone's attacks. Sitting alone beside the empty stream, beneath the silent shroud of night, Du Yuqiang quietly looked down at the water, where a fish was leisurely swimming past. He suddenly shot out a sharp blade, as if tearing apart the space before his eyes. But his mind drifted far away, and he understood that with his current strength, stepping into the perilous martial world would only bring him to a miserable end. The image of the fish pierced by the blade was like an omen of his own danger-stained future. The obsession with Feng Tian, the man who could take his life at any moment, always weighed heavily on him, making him feel small within the whirlpool of the demonic cult schemes. Not only Feng Tian, even the demonic cult now wanted to hunt him down, causing Du Yuqiang to look up at the night sky with resentment and ask why his father had only taught him Yin Soul Palm. He clenched his fists, his crimson eyes glowing with barely restrained indignation. When he saw his own reflection on the shimmering water, at that exact moment, a mysterious black shadow suddenly swept quickly past behind the trees. A strange sound rang out, making Du Yuqiang turn back in alarm, but that mysterious person had already disappeared. That man suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving only a few leaves rustling softly in the wind. Sensing killing intent all around him, he wondered in shock what had happened, because that person had disappeared too abruptly, and his instincts warned him that something was wrong. He felt something approaching, so he drew his short blade and took a guarded stance against the invisible threat in the dark night. "Master, the night has grown cold. Let us go inside." Feng Tian's voice suddenly sounded behind him, making Du Yuqiang start and turn back. Realizing it was only his close guard, he breathed a sigh of relief and wondered whether he had been too tense. Du Yuqiang waved a hand, signaling for him to sit beside him. Feng Tian kept his solemn expression and said he preferred standing, making Du Yuqiang inwardly feel sick of his pretentiousness. Du Yuqiang firmly said he had something to ask, then told him to sit down. Once Feng Tian had sat still, he began voicing his doubts about the way his father had taught him. He recalled those fierce battles and did not understand why, among countless martial arts, he had only been allowed to learn Yin Soul Palm. He quietly wondered why his father had made him the demonic cult leader, when that arrangement was so contradictory and hard to understand. Feng Tian reassured him that Yin Sol Palm was not weak at all, and that his inner power was also very profound, but Du Yuqiang immediately retorted that this was not enough to command the demonic cult. He demanded an explanation in a low, forceful voice, asking why his father had limited his martial path. Feng Tian looked straight into his master's eyes, then slowly spoke words filled with weight. It is because you must become the strongest. That answer only made Du Yuqiang feel it was even more absurd. He shouted in fury, asking whether Feng Tian thought that with his current strength, he could roam unhindered across the world, then forced him to answer at once. Feng Tian said mysteriously that what he needed was not within the demonic cult, that the time to reveal it had not yet come, then urged him to rest so they could set off tomorrow morning for the Green Forest headquarters. Du Yuqiang froze and asked him to repeat what he had just said, and why he had to go there. Feng Tian answered coldly that it was to unite the world, and indeed, his voice was icy, without the slightest warmth. This bizarre answer made Du Yuqiang feel as if he would explode, screaming in helplessness before the impossible goal he had been forced to shoulder. He angrily circulated his energy and threw out a fierce punch. His force blazed, releasing the fury surging inside him. Covering his face and screaming inwardly, he raged because he did not want to become the cult leader, much less unite the world. Yet no one had asked his opinion before pushing him onto this dangerous path. Yet Feng Tian, his eyes shining with extremity, still declared firmly, "Master, I will lead you onto the path of supremacy. Follow me." Du Yuqiang could only cry for help in despair inside his heart as that guard dragged him away without mercy. The clatter of hooves echoed briskly along the narrow road, heralding a forced journey Du Yuqiang had never wanted. Sitting in the carriage headed for the Lulin sect headquarters, he sighed in utter frustration at his fate. Across from him was Sun Ruolin, looking extremely wretched, her face smudged and bruised. She glared at Du Yuqiang with hatred and asked, "Young master over there, why must a noble lady like me sit with people like you?" Looking at Sun Ruolin, Du Yuqiang thought to himself that she, too, was a victim of that guard Feng Tian. Seeing him stay silent, Sun Ruolin edged closer and continued, "Young master, shall we talk? Even if you do not want to answer, still." She exploded, clenching her fists and shouting, "You bandits, after taking all the assets of the mountain stronghold, now you want to capture me too." Sun Ruolin claimed she was of noble status, and unless he was the leader of the demonic cult, he should not dream of catching her interest, even mocking that no one would spare a glance at a mere young cult leader either. Du Yuqiang trembled with anger. He ordered in his mind that she had better shut up, unable to endure any more noise, then kicked open the carriage door and shouted, "Feng Tian." That guard appeared by the window with an icy face. "What do you wish, master?" Du Yuqiang pointed at Sun Ruolin and ordered, "I cannot stand this anymore. Leave this woman behind at once." Hearing that, Sun Ruolin was not afraid. Instead, she kicked straight at him and challenged, "Do you think I will behave obediently?" She turned and cursed Feng Tian, "Have you gone mad? Even your master?" Before she could finish, Feng Tian touched Sun Ruolin on the head as fast as lightning. In an instant, she froze with a blank expression. Immediately after, Sun Ruolin collapsed onto the carriage floor, her eyes rolled back, unconscious. Feng Tian looked inside and reported, "It is quiet now, master. She had only mumbled a little, so I put her to sleep." Witnessing that man's raw action, Du Yuqiang sprang up and shouted, "The problem is not whether it is quiet. Are you trying to force me?" Seeing Feng Tian about to use the old trick to apologize, Du Yuqiang asked, "Are you going to punish yourself again?" He ignored that guard kneeling and repeatedly kowtowing in apology. He thought to himself that this time he would let it pass and would not stop him. But when Feng Tian suddenly stopped and declared that he would guide him in place of his master, Du Yuqiang felt a chill run down his spine. He shouted in protest, "Nonsense. With this level of strength, how could I roam unhindered?" Du Yuqiang moved close to that guard in frustration, wondering whether it was because of what happened yesterday or something else that this man's head had gone wrong. Feng Tian still calmly spurred the horse onward, saying coldly, "Then let us go." Inside the carriage, Du Yuqiang broke out in a cold sweat, inwardly cursing that damned guard. What kind of guard is this? I should probably call him grandfather instead. He looked at Sun Ruolin, who was sobbing because her neck was crooked, and could only urge Feng Tian to fix her neck before leaving. 2 days later, the group arrived at Huai Pavilion, after a long and exhausting journey. Du Yuqiang sat down at the table gloomily, secretly feeling fortunate that Sun Ruolin's neck had returned to normal. To avoid drawing attention, he told that guard to act discreetly. Looking at Sun Ruolin's strange and comical disguise, Du Yuqiang reluctantly nodded in praise. At that moment, the waiter carried over a sumptuous feast with many steaming dishes, delighting Du Yuqiang. However, seeing the forced smile and sweat on the waiter's face, he felt a flicker of suspicion. And Du Yuqiang told himself he was probably being too sensitive and decided to pick up his chopsticks to begin the meal. Just as he was about to enjoy it, Feng Tian suddenly grabbed the waiter's hand, terrifying him. With a sharp, cold gaze, that man asked in an almost threatening voice, "How long have you worked here?" Waiter stammered, "I have worked here for 3 years, but..." Feng Tian's fiery gaze bored into him. "What, 3 years, yet you are so weak? Why are you so nervous?" Under the threat, the waiter trembled and swallowed. Seeing this, Du Yuqiang intervened. "Feng Tian, you have gone too far. The waiter has done nothing wrong." Having been rescued, the waiter hurriedly bowed his head in thanks, explaining that he had misspoken, because the young lady was beautiful. The flattery made Sun Ruolin laugh with delight, and she smugly praised the waiter for having a good eye. Du Yuqiang ordered Feng Tian to stop picking fights so the group could eat comfortably. Finally able to enjoy a meal after the long journey, he excitedly picked up his chopsticks. But the atmosphere suddenly darkened when Sun Ruolin's expression changed, and she muttered, "I have been looked down on." Although Du Yuxiang had not yet understood what was going on, she flew into a rage, slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "Why are there 7 buns beside him, while I only have 6? Sun Ruolin's unreasonable fury sent buns flying everywhere onto the heads of Du Yuqiang and Feng Tian. The space sank into a terrifying silence. Du Yuqiang called that guard's name in a low voice, and the two silently stood up and left in weary disgust. Meanwhile, the Lady Mountain Lord was still screaming wildly, demanding the shop be shut down, and that everyone be taught an unforgettable lesson, throwing the restaurant into chaos. Just as he was about to step out the door, the shopkeeper rushed over, grabbed Du Yuqiang by the shoulder, and shouted for payment. The anger that had been pent up for so long finally exploded at that very moment. Du Yuqiang turned back and roared in fury, "That is not right. Enough already. You really like stirring up trouble, don't you?" In the still night, a brutal purge was underway. The leader of the demonic cult assassination squad knelt and kowtowed, coughing blood before the oppressive Black Shadow. The Black Shadow mocked coldly, "Is colluding with the waiter all you know how to do?" He trembled and begged through the pain, "I am sorry. Who could have known she would turn on us? Please give me one more chance." With that fiery temper, sooner or later it would drag a whole drama in its wake. The one standing before him was Tian Guang. Though already past 70, he still had the appearance of a child, with blazing golden eyes and icy sharp claws. Looking at that bizarre face, the assassination leader could not help shuddering. "Martial uncle, I still cannot get used to your face." Rumor had it that because Tian Guang had eaten human flesh since childhood, he had been cursed, forever trapped in the form of a monstrous child. Knowing that failure this time would make it hard to keep his life, Bu Ping lowered his head and vowed, "This time I will definitely succeed." Tian Guang looked at him with an icy gaze and issued his final ultimatum. "This is your last chance. Return successful." Immediately after, the leader charged straight into the deep forest, silently calculating a new plan in his mind. First, the Dark Spirit team had to lure Feng Tian as far away as possible. He immediately summoned more reinforcements, then gave orders to Yin Yang. "You two follow me and deal with that young cult master." 3 black shadows like wraiths tore through the night, swiftly sweeping over the rooftops of the small town to close in on their target. At the same time, in Huayu Pavilion, Du Yuqiang was still sitting in deep thought by the window. He had no idea that danger was silently drawing very close. From the dark corner opposite, a masked archer quietly revealed himself. He slowly drew his bow, the arrow aimed straight at Du Yuqiang. His eyes filled with killing intent, he gritted his teeth, determined to succeed. Looking at the ordinary loving couple happily together below, Du Yuqiang's heart suddenly sank. He could not help feeling a pang of sorrow, secretly wishing he could also have such a peaceful life. The reality before him was far too cruel, especially when Sun Roland spoke from behind, urging him on. "You brat, when are you finally going to sleep?" Yuqiang felt wronged by Feng Tian's disastrous arrangement. That man had forced him to share a room with this troublesome woman. Sun Roland kept nagging without end, saying that sleeping late would ruin her skin, and that he had to take responsibility. Du Yuqiang replied wearily, "Good heavens, why do you keep droning on and on? I get it already, please shut up, and sit there sleeping for me." The moment he finished speaking and was about to turn away, a sharp arrow suddenly tore through the air and shot straight into the room. It plunged into the floor at terrifying speed, exactly where Sun Roland had just been standing. The smoke, dust, and sounds of shattering left Sun Roland frozen in shock. As for Du Yuqiang, he only had time to turn around in astonishment. It did not stop there. A rain of arrows poured down from the night sky, as if trying to flatten the entire room. In that critical instant, Du Yuqiang rushed forward to shield Sun Roland, pulling them both down to the floor to avoid the deadly attack. Sun Roland turned pale with fright and shouted tremblingly, "Heavens, I nearly lost my life. Du Yuqiang, what on earth is going on? What did you do to make them hunt you down so ferociously?" Just then, Feng Tian appeared like a guardian deity and asked anxiously, "Master, are you all right?" Though arrows were embedded all over behind him, the guard calmly listened to the command, "I am fine, hurry and stop them." Yet instead of rushing out to meet the enemy, Feng Tian suddenly grabbed Du Yuqiang and shot outside. Du Yuqiang shouted in panic, "I told you to stop the enemy, so why are you taking me along?" Feng Tian replied that he could not leave his master in a dangerous place. Behind them came Sun Roland's desperate scream, "You people are abandoning such a beautiful girl. Then what about this princess?" Feng Tian swung his sword, creating icy sharp slashes that struck the enemies one after another, leaving them able only to groan in pain. His eyes blazed with killing intent, his entire mind focused on every movement of his opponents. A crimson surge of sword energy tore across the night. That destructive power swept away every obstacle ahead. The enemy screamed in horror when they realized they were utterly helpless before the guards' overwhelming power. A violent explosion erupted, and the sword energy leveled the entire mountain forest, sending earth and stone flying in a dense haze. The assassins fled in panic, shouting reminders to one another as they ran. Feng Tian is coming, stall for time. Do not let him get close to the young cult master. They were desperately staking everything on reinforcements from Black Heart Hand. Meanwhile, Feng Tian was still carrying Du Yuqiang over his shoulder, rushing at terrifying speed through the smoke and dust. Feng Tian's fury erupted to its limit. He roared, "You have quite the nerve daring to ambush us." A fatal sword strike flashed past, leaving the assassin no time to react, only enough to stare in shock before collapsing. At Huayu Pavilion, the steward asked his subordinate in alarm to confirm. "You said he left with Feng Tian." Sun Roland calmly confirmed, "That is right." This enraged the steward, and he immediately shouted at her for her disrespectful attitude. In the villain faction's lair, news of successive failures made the atmosphere taut as a bowstring. Tian Guang coldly repeated his warning. "I already said it. This is your last chance. You must return successful." Subordinates trembled as they accepted the order, then quickly vanished into the gloomy night. Amid the heavy darkness, a man with a full beard spoke coldly. "Running away is useless." He snorted coldly, called Yin Yang, then circulated his power, and sent out the command. Powerful streams of light tore through space, striking the two accomplices directly and knocking them down. Looking at them, he roared with murderous intent. But immediately afterward, a terrifying scene unfolded as he suddenly tightened his grip around his own neck. Witnessing the entire horrific scene, Sun Roland gasped in shock. She trembled as she stepped forward, lightly touching the corpses, and wondered in horror, could it really be over already? Seeing those once fierce now reduced to lifeless shells, she fumed. How ridiculous. They dare treat human lives so carelessly. At that moment, Feng Tian descended from the window, carrying the injured Du Yuqiang on his face. Du Yuqiang staggered, blaming the guard. "Feng Tian, were you planning to bathe me in blood?" Looking at the three bodies strewn around, he asked in shock, "Who were they?" Feng Tian explained in a deep voice, "That man is Black Heart Hand. The other two were Yin Yang." Sun Roland quickly asked what had happened, and Du Yuqiang replied warily, "I did nothing." "You said he was Black Heart Hand," he muttered over his failure, "killed those two, then ended his own life." Ended his own life, so that's why someone survived. Before she could ask more, he had died, having endured to his limit, furious at being trapped. She shouted at Feng Tian, "How dare you leave me in this danger?" She continuously threatened revenge, while the guard calmly observed the drops of liquid falling. Black smoke rose thickly from the burning corpses. Witnessing this, Sun Roland was not afraid but laughed with delight. "Haha, how fast he burns them." Yuqiang stood nearby, secretly marveling at Feng Tian's cruelty. Truly a heart of iron, nothing can subdue him. Amid the air filled with the stench of death, Feng Tian coldly reminded, "We should leave." Though tired, Du Yuqiang agreed, and Sun Roland cheerfully responded yes. The three silently departed, leaving the devastated scene behind. Along the forest path, the carriage moved alone, the rustling leaves echoing. Inside, Du Yuqiang pondered the sudden changes in life, realizing the martial world was always full of surprises, like getting used to failure. The quiet did not last as Sun Roland began complaining about the stench after 4 days of continuous travel. "I've run for 4 days, and I stink." Feng Tian. She also asked to stop to squeeze some oil from her head. Du Yuqiang looked at her strange appearance and sighed, thinking, the guard is already odd. Now this woman is even more extreme. Even though, in truth, he also felt uncomfortable after days without bathing. Unable to stand it, Du Yuqiang ordered Feng Tian find a nearby stream. But the guard replied, "Master, a bit of hardship is needed to refine." Anger flared, he snapped, "You've been out there for days. Turn the carriage around at once. I am exhausted. Do you intend to deny rest?" As master and guard argued, a strange voice called from outside, "State your identity." Du Yuqiang was startled and alert. He cautiously opened the door and asked, "What is it, Feng Tian?" In front was a middle-aged man clasping his hands in salute. "Ah, sorry for the rudeness." He introduced himself, "I am Fei Yang, managing a small martial arts school in the West, escorting a young lady. While traveling, the wheel broke, so we request help." Seeing Feng Tian draw his sword, Du Yuqiang quickly intervened. "Don't harm the innocent, help them fix the carriage." He glanced at Fei Xiong, judging his martial skill as only average. Receiving the order, Feng Tian coldly replied and moved forward. The guard needed no tools, lifting the heavy carriage with one hand. Fei Xiong and the young lady could only gape in astonishment. The horse whinnied in alarm at his terrifying strength. Feng Tian coldly declared, "If you care for the horse, leave it at the cliff to retrieve." Du Yuqiang gritted his teeth, cursing the guard's rudeness. Fei Xiong quickly suggested sending the young lady with the group. Du Yuqiang swiftly regained courtesy, inviting the hero onto the carriage. Young lady Zhou Zuobin bowed slightly, introduced herself, and thanked them for the timely help. Zhou Zuobin had just stepped into the carriage when she screamed in horror, seeing Sun Ruolan sitting in the shadows with a terrifying appearance. In panic, Zhou Zuobin nearly fell, but Du Yuqiang caught her in time, quickly reassuring, "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person," leaving her only able to stammer thanks. Sitting across in the cramped carriage, Sun Roland began teasing, "Looks not bad, have you ever made anyone cry yet?" Faced with Sun Roland's dominance, Zhou Zueben only dared short, timid answers. Seeing her showing a noble air, Sun Roland continued mocking, but received only weak denials from the young girl, causing her to snort and turn away. Du Yuqiang thought with Sun Roland's scary expression, it would be strange not to be afraid. The atmosphere in the carriage grew suffocating. He glanced at Zhou Zueben, sensing the pervasive tension. Suddenly a voice rang in his head, "Young sect leader." Du Yuxiang was horrified, eyes blazing red as he realized his identity had been exposed. He was shocked, wondering whether the beautiful woman before him was a demonic cult assassin sent to kill him. Zhou Zueben's serious gaze, "I have something to say, promise not to speak." Du Yuqiang held his breath, sweat streaming as he sensed the gravity of her request. Suddenly, an explosion shattered the tense air. Feng Tian dashed like a whirlwind, shouting, "Too dangerous, master." Before Zhou Zueben could comprehend, the guard grabbed her head from behind. The poor girl could only gape in horror at the overwhelming strength. Feng Tian held Zhou Zueben's head firmly, coldly announcing she was dead. Witnessing the subordinate's ruthless act, Du Yuqiang was astonished. "Did you act on your own?" Behind, Sun Roland trembled watching the horrific scene, while Feng Tian remained indifferent, lowering his head to explain. "Yes, master. Faster is to use only acupoint sealing thread. Same for Fei Xiong." Unexpectedly, the oversight caused them to leave too early. Sun Roland panicked, shouting, "Hey, who are you? Why does everyone die when they meet you?" Her noise annoyed Feng Tian. He immediately spun and delivered a decisive strike to Sun Roland's nape. She only managed to scream before collapsing unconscious on the carriage floor. Du Yuqiang sighed, looking at two corpses and one unconscious person, thinking they should have been subdued before causing chaos. Feng Tian lowered his head apologetically. "Sorry, master." Du Yuqiang pondered for a while and then asked, "Fine, but how did you know about that Fei Xiong?" The guard calmly replied, "I used the sound transmitting technique to ask him two questions. Are you with the demonic cult? And who is the one pulling the strings behind?" The moment he heard that question, Fei Xiong's face immediately changed. He swallowed in utter fear. Feng Tian continued, "And the moment I intended to act, he ended it neatly himself." Du Yuqiang froze, realizing the terrifying truth. He had used Fei Xiong as bait to probe him. Even though Feng Tian was somewhat brutal and peculiar, Du Yuqiang had to admit this guard was extremely sharp. Feng Tian stepped forward, clasped his hands in salute, and firmly stated that it was impossible for them to secretly follow him without being detected. He was certain Fei Xiong had been confined by the 10,000-mile blood incense. Feng Tian explained in a deep voice why the group had been continuously tailed. This was a special incense only detectable by those who cultivated the divine pursuit art. It spreads for thousands of miles and disappears immediately. After attaching to the target, the victim would have no idea they were being watched. Realizing the situation, Du Yuqiang anxiously asked if there was a way to destroy the 10,000-mile blood incense. Feng Tian affirmed it could be destroyed using Du Yuqiang's yang energy, but the master would feel some pain. Hearing this, Du Yuqiang clicked his tongue and ordered, "Just a little, do it." Following instructions, he sat properly to begin the purification process. When Feng Tian placed his hand on his head, a terrifying surge of energy erupted, making Du Yuqiang's eyes widen in horror. The excruciating pain beyond imagination made him scream pitifully. The carriage continued rolling through the night, and inside, Du Yuqiang was exhausted, sweat streaming down his face. He panted, trying to reassure himself that he only had to endure a little longer. But the nightmare wasn't over. Feng Tian once again placed his steel hand on his head to continue channeling energy. Du Yuqiang panicked, shouting in despair, "Hey, just a little longer, is that your little then?" Feng Tian remained serious, replying directly, "Yes, master, just a moment." Realizing that a moment lasted a full 15 minutes, Du Yuqiang angrily faced the harsh reality. Clearly he was enjoying it. Meanwhile, at the edge of a forest, the bodies of Fei Xiong and Zhu Sueben were thrown onto a rock with a threatening message, "Meet again and I will kill." Seeing the miserable scene, the pursuer gritted his teeth in anger upon realizing he was still alive, losing the trail of prey because of the 10,000-mile blood incense, and being tricked by Du Yuqiang's group. Orders from Xiaomian left them irate. He should have killed Du Yuqiang to prevent future trouble, yet he wanted to protect the young sect leader. Yan Guang gritted his teeth, kicked causing the cliff to shatter, and roared, "Since when did the demon sect become so merciful?" It was merciful to preserve, but nowhere did he see such mercy as a moral principle. Though frustrated, the order had been given, he had to obey, coldly summoning the blood ticket to command his subordinates. Execute. He began channeling energy, poisonous vapor spreading from the 10,000-mile blood incense across the space. He decided to use this incense to chase the young sect leader and issued orders to his subordinates. Go to Shiha to report and gather reinforcements. After the task, returned to the headquarters. Seeing his subordinate hesitate, Yan Guang's commanding gaze made him fearful, coldly declaring, "No need for many words. If the chance arises, I will go with you to the underworld." The current objective was to force Feng Tian to act, transmitting the sect leader's intention to Du Yuqiang, while the carriage silently passed through the green forest. Sitting in the carriage, Du Yuqiang leaned back exhausted, his face showing fatigue after consecutive incidents. He recalled Zhu Zueban's death and blamed Feng Tian. Because of him, she could not speak her last words, his mind troubled by unrevealed secrets. Du Yuqiang's silence excited Sun Rulan sitting opposite, teasing, "Oh, young master, just attacked and still trembling. Aha." Seeing him not react, Sun Rulan mocked further, "Truly adorable. Go ahead and speak, poor young master." The long-suppressed anger erupted. Du Yuqiang slammed his hand on the chair, shouting angrily, "Sun Rulan, does your head not know worry?" Seeing her lie back casually, he gritted his teeth in resentment, wondering if she saw this as a joke. "Hey, you've gone too far, I'm not joking." Du Yuqiang frowned, warning as he saw Sun Rulan lose control. She snapped, "Why should I worry? Or do you want me to cry and beg for forgiveness?" Seeing her agitated, Du Yuqiang realized she was trying to appear strong to hide worry. He sighed and transmitted an apology. "Sun Rulan, I overstepped, sorry." Sun Rulan was surprised to see the new sect leader apologize. "Why apologize to me?" Du Yuqiang calmly explained, "Because she was his friend." He was not one to casually apologize. Sun Rulan accepted, but remained curious about his serious thoughts. Du Yuqiang recounted his friend's story from a large clan but betrayed by an uncle. He had luckily escaped thanks to subordinates, but his uncle's men did not want to kill him. He pondered, it should have been eradicated, but it felt like they wanted to convey something. Sun Rulan considered and concluded, perhaps they wanted to say if the friend stayed hidden, he would not be pursued. Her words left Du Yuqiang stunned, wondering if it was true. His eyes blazed red, coldly realizing the absurdity. He could not believe elite demon sect members could miss a target so easily. He recalled meeting Zhu Zueban and understood the message she wanted to send. The demon sect did not wish to kill the young sect leader. A calculating smile appeared on his face. Yuqiang confirmed this fact in his mind, unwilling to hesitate. Feng Tian then pushed open the carriage door, respectfully suggesting, "Master, let's rest it a bit and then continue." Yuqiang nodded, secretly calculating that with a clear knowledge of the demon sect's territory, everything would be easier. He apologized to his loyal guard, as the ultimate goal was to regain the freedom he had always longed for. Du Yuqiang made up his mind to leave this place as soon as possible. The group had just stopped at a bustling tavern. The waiter swiftly laid out a lavish feast on the table, every dish piping hot. Seeing the soft white buns and fragrant dishes, Sun Rulan cried out in delight, saying it was rare for Feng Tian to be so generous and order so many delicacies. Unlike Sun Rulan, Du Yuqiang remained wary, secretly watching to see whether Feng Tian had called in more people to keep guard over him. His gaze stopped behind the bamboo curtain, where a table of warriors was making a racket. Then he asked the waiter coldly about their background. The waiter quickly replied that they were members of Huyun Gang, a famous sect with many formidable martial experts. Seeing the guest take notice, he smiled and reassured him that they usually did not start trouble first, so he could enjoy his meal in peace. Du Yuqiang gave a slight nod, but a bold plan had already formed in his heart. The stronger their martial arts, the greater his chance of escape. Glancing at the composed Feng Tian beside him, he planned to turn Huyun Gang into a shield, use Du Yuqiang's soul to seriously injure that man, then flee amid the chaos. Once the thought formed, Du Yuqiang suddenly sprang to his feet, pointed straight at the warriors, and shouted loudly, his voice full of provocation, "What, you dare say Huyun Gang is nothing but a pack of useless trash? How arrogant." That fabricated accusation enraged the Huyun Gang warriors, and they all drew their swords, surrounding his table with murderous intent soaring to the heavens. Du Yuqiang secretly thought that Du Yuqiang's soul was strong enough to shatter stone, but against Feng Tian, that man would probably only be injured and recover soon. Looking at the subordinate who still calmly lifted a bun to his mouth, Du Yuqiang gritted his teeth and steeled himself. "Sorry, Feng Tian, do not blame me." Right at the moment when the other side was most exposed, Du Yuqiang unleashed a thunderous strike that tore through the air, slamming straight into Feng Tian, shaking the tavern and sending bowls and plates flying everywhere. Du Yuqiang's eyes widened in horror, sweat pouring out as he saw that his vicious blow had almost no effect. Not far away, Sun Rulan also froze, a half-eaten bun still in her mouth from sheer shock. The ultimate skill Du Yuqiang's soul could originally shatter stone, yet now it was no different from a scratch, not even tearing Feng Tian's clothes. Yuqiang trembled and wondered inwardly. It could not break through. Feng Tian immediately turned back, his blazing red eyes filled with murderous intent that sent a chill down his spine, then called in a deep voice, "Master." Under that terrifying pressure, Du Yuqiang thought in horror about what this man's body was made of, then stammered, I was wrong." Feng Tian respectfully bowed his head and asked, "Did you call me master?" Only then did Du Yuqiang realize that the man had mistaken the strike for a signal. Du Yuqiang immediately adapted with quick wit, regained his fierce expression, and shouted, "Yes, Feng Tian, I am very angry." He pointed at the Huyun Gang warriors and shouted, "Look at them, they dare draw swords before me. They must be taught a lesson." The humiliated Huyang members instantly flew into a rage. "You brat still wet behind the ears, are you talking to us?" Meanwhile, Feng Tian interpreted on his own, thinking that his master had used Du Yuqiang's soul to summon him, so he must have been enraged to the extreme. Seeing that the guard truly believed it, Du Yuqiang continued ordering him to capture them alive, and to spare none who still dared act insolent. Feng Tian clenched his fists and answered coldly as commanded. Like a fierce beast breaking free from its cage, Feng Tian charged into the crowd and roared, "You bastards, must you be beaten before you learn obedience?" He threw punches like thunderbolts, leaving the warriors only enough time to cry out in pain before collapsing one after another. One unlucky man was stomped hard into the floor by him, the ground cracking amid a miserable scream. Truly, those who were bold would still have to suffer. The Hu Yun Gang warrior cried out in terror upon seeing his companion defeated right before his eyes. Realizing this rare opportunity, Du Yuqiang quietly hid behind the door and secretly rejoiced. He made up his mind now was the time run. A loud explosion shook the tavern, thick dust and smoke obscuring the view, allowing him to quickly escape outside. Du Yuqiang shot across the rooftops, silently thanking those unlucky Hu Yun Gang warriors. "I will remember your kindness." Though his inner force was almost depleted, he still poured everything into using lightness skill to put distance between himself and Feng Tian, and he was overjoyed the moment he saw the city gate ahead. He cried out joyfully that he had finally reached the city gate, then smiled smugly as he thought he was about to gain freedom. But before his joy could fully bloom, a familiar voice sounded right beside his ear. "Yes, master, this truly is excellent lightness skill training." Du Yuqiang froze, his face turning deathly pale when he saw that Feng Tian had somehow caught up without him noticing. Before he could react, a hand as hard as steel seized his shoulder from behind, leaving him only able to cry out in despair. Sweat streamed down his forehead as Du Yuqiang trembled and asked how he was so fast, then tried to shout scoldingly to hide his fluster. "You would not dare disobey my order and fail to capture them alive." Feng Tian remained cold-faced, answered only briefly, "Let us go, master, they have already..." Perhaps he spoke too slowly, so Feng Tian had accidentally dealt with that troublesome crowd a little too harshly. Looking back toward the tavern, all the Hu Yin Gang warriors were kneeling flat on the ground, shouting in unison, "Long live Tian, please punish us." Feng Tian calmly reported that they were begging for his forgiveness, while Du Yuqiang completely collapsed. He felt wrong that his escape plan had fallen apart, once believing Hu Yun Gang could buy him time, only to receive nothing but cries of "Long live Tian." Just then, there was still one stubborn warrior left. He intended to strike while Du Yuqiang was distracted, unwilling to kneel before some nameless brat. But Du Yuqiang immediately grabbed his head, murderous intent erupting as he roared in fury, "I absolutely cannot forgive you." He slammed that man's head hard into the ground, creating a violent tremor. Seeing this, Feng Tian did not stop him and even laughed with delight. "Haha, as expected of master." As for Du Yuqiang, he was so aggrieved that tears welled in his eyes, and he roared in despair, "I will finish them all." His choked cry echoed through the tavern in the depths of night, ending a disastrously failed escape. The next morning, the dawn sunlight was bright, birds chirped on the branches, creating a false sense of peace. In stark contrast to his chaotic mood, Du Yuqiang sat silently in the room, watching falling leaves with a heavy, helpless heart. He recalled every time Feng Tian had carried him around like an object, along with the helplessness when both the demon sect elites and his ultimate Du Yuqiang's soul skill could do nothing to that terrifying guard. The feeling of being protected to the point of house arrest made him shudder and wonder, could he truly not escape Feng Tian? Just then, Sun Roland gently pushed the door open and stepped in, calling softly, "Young master." Seeing his gloomy expression, she asked directly, "You want to kill Feng Tian, don't you?" "It may look like I am joking, but I know everything, so I am asking directly to save time." Du Yuqiang sighed and explained that he had not aimed at his vital point at all, but the terrifying thing was that he could not even leave a scratch. "In any case, my sword cannot pierce his body." Sun Roland curled her lip and mocked him, "Or maybe your sword is just too trashy." To prove it, Du Yuqiang silently drew a knife. He held the sharp dagger and drove it decisively into the wooden floor. The blade sank deep, proving that the problem lay in the other party's iron-hard body. Sun Roland cried out in shock, "Oh, Feng Tian, does that man have an imperishable Vajra body?" Thinking of facing someone like that, she could not help shuddering. Yuqiang glanced at her with a cold, sharp gaze. "What are you trying to say?" Unexpectedly, Sun Roland revealed a sinister smile, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "Young master, do you want to escape that man? I can help." Under Du Yuqiang's suspicious gaze, she calmly took out a gleaming golden pill and said with a smile, "I have an interesting little toy. Do you want to try it?" Looking at that mysterious thing, Du Yuqiang grew even more wary. "It looks far too suspicious. What exactly is it?" Sun Roland smiled craftily. "Rooster Jolt is a special medicine that can make the stomach cramp so badly it feels as if the intestines are twisting. Once it is taken, after 1/4 of an hour, the person will be unable to hold back and must immediately go relieve themselves. But I will be the one who takes it." She began laying out the escape plan, then said sternly, "Listen carefully, brat. If I take this, tell Feng Tian that I plan to use the chance to escape while going to the bathroom, so he has to follow and keep watch." Sun Roland figured that when Feng Tian was lured into the forest to watch her, Du Yuqiang would seize the chance to run in the opposite direction. "After that, I will go as far as I can to stall for time while you take the chance to escape. When Feng Tian comes back to look for you, I will escape too." "That plan sounds pretty intense, but will it really work, miss?" She insisted it would at least buy half an hour, "and for you, brat, I have no choice but to sacrifice myself. Faced with that unexpected sacrifice, Du Yuqiang said with emotion, since you are so determined, I am truly grateful and ashamed toward Miss Sun. But Sun Ruolan only sneered, spare me, I just want to teach that Feng Tian a lesson he will never forget. Seeing that she had made up her mind, Du Yuqiang smiled and nodded, I agree to this plan. Thank you, Miss Sun. Sun Ruolan glanced at him with a sly look, you do know how to behave. Remember to treat me to a drink after this. Without the slightest hesitation, Sun Ruolan put the pill into her mouth and swallowed it. Immediately afterward, a sky-shaking scream burst out from inside the moving carriage. Sun Ruolan clutched her stomach and writhed, her face twisted from the pain as she shouted, Feng Tian, my stomach hurts so badly. Stop the carriage and let me go relieve myself. Feng Tian's gaze changed faintly cold to a terrifying degree. He immediately tightened the reins, making the carriage wheels screech sharply against the ground. Du Yuqiang cried out excitedly, good, now I will give Feng Tian the order. He and Sun Ruolan waited nervously for the plan to succeed. Yet contrary to their expectations, Feng Tian still drove the carriage in grim silence, his expression dark and threatening. He said in a cold voice, do you think I would fall for your trap? Those words stunned both people inside the carriage, leaving them afraid of the guard's excessive alertness. Seeing the situation turn critical, Du Yuqiang shouted in despair, it is true, stop the carriage, Feng Tian. Beside him, Sun Ruolan went pale as the pain from the medicine began tormenting her violently. Despite their urging, the guard continued driving calmly and replied, Master, do not let her deceive you. His anger exploded, and Du Yuqiang roared in fury, I am telling the truth. I order you, stop the carriage right now. He rushed forward and slammed his fist hard against the carriage wall, shouting without pause, you bastard, stop. I told you to stop. The sound of galloping hooves continued to pound, showing no sign of stopping no matter how hard the new cult master tried. Du Yuqiang was drenched in sweat as he turned to look at Sun Ruolan writhing behind him. By now, she had reached the limit of her endurance. Her face twisted, her eyes bulging with grievance and pain. Good heavens, why is this sister suffering like this? Sun Ruolan gritted her teeth and used all her strength to let out a heart-rending scream, you damned bastard. A blinding radiance suddenly erupted from Sun Ruolan's body. Along with it came an earth-shaking explosion that echoed everywhere, and the terrifying force from that special blast sent everything flying. The entire roof of the carriage was blown away, making Feng Tian turn back in horror. Master. The guard rushed in panic toward the carriage, sinking in a thick cloud of smoke and dust. Amid the devastated scene and that indescribable smell, Du Yuqiang's cries echoed across the mountains and forests. He could only squeeze his eyes shut and clasp his hands in prayer, utterly helpless as the escape plan turned into a disaster. Feng Tian hurried through the forest, lowering his head to admit his fault. I am sorry, Master. The moment he landed, the guard admitted in shock that he had never expected Sun Ruolan to actually do such a horrifying thing right inside the carriage. Du Yuqiang stood with his back turned, his voice trembling with grievance. You defied my order, so you must be punished. He turned back with a face twisted in disgust, gritted his teeth, and asked the guard, the turbulent supreme path you always speak of, is it making me endure another person's indescribable smell like this? Feng Tian immediately accepted the punishment himself. He kept kowtowing to the ground with astonishing force, cracking the earth, then roared, I am sorry, Master, I was wrong. Sound resounded through the mountains and forests, leaving Du Yuqiang only able to throw his head back and howl at the sky in despair. Ah, damn it. After every failed attempt to escape and that unexpected accident, in the end, he still had to return to that haunting carriage. Stepping into the carriage, Du Yuqiang saw Sun Ruolan sitting in a daze, her face deathly pale, her eyes empty from shame and exhaustion. She murmured in despair that she only wanted to die right away, because she no longer had any face to see anyone. Yet after only a moment, Sun Ruolan suddenly changed expression, revealed a crazed smile, and declared that they would do it again. Good heavens, has the pain and embarrassment driven her mad? Du Yuqiang was stunned beyond belief and shouted, asking why she had to sacrifice herself this much for him. What answered him was Sun Ruolan's utterly ferocious expression, as she roared that the Sun family had never known how to give up, then writhed again from stomach pain. Seeing Sun Ruolan so determined to the point of extremity, Du Yuqiang told himself he absolutely could not let that sacrifice be in vain. The instant Feng Tian had just pulled open the carriage door, he immediately pointed and ordered Feng Tian to hurry and take Sun Ruolan away to deal with the urgent matter. That guard grabbed the girl who was crying and screaming as fast as lightning, then shot away. But in Feng Tian's heart, killing intent was already surging wildly. He looked at the troublesome girl in his hand, his eyes blazing red, secretly thinking he had to deal with her. Seeing Feng Tian radiating killing intent because he meant to strike Sun Ruolan, Du Yuqiang hurriedly stopped him, saying she was only ill and urging him to hurry. Yet that guard remained gloomy, gripping his sword and holding it close in threat. Sun Ruolan was so frightened she choked on her words, while Du Yuqiang realized this was a rare chance to separate that troublesome subordinate from him. Du Yuqiang roared with authority, asking Feng Tian whether he wanted to defy orders, and why he kept trying to send people off at the slightest chance. Before his master's anger, Feng Tian finally lowered his sword and bowed his head to admit his fault. "Forgive me, I will act according to master's command." Seeing that the guard had agreed to listen, Du Yuqiang immediately sent him off tactfully, saying the smell was terrifying. "Take her far away and watch her carefully." Feng Tian suspected nothing and immediately carried Sun Ruolin away like the wind, leaving behind only a brief reply. Once the guard's figure had completely vanished, Du Yuqiang quietly got off the carriage, preparing to carry out his final escape plan. Not daring to delay even a single second, Du Yuqiang used all his strength and rushed into the dense forest. In his heart, he silently felt grateful for the unforgettable sacrifice of the female stronghold chief. "Sun Ruolin, I will definitely remember this favor." He quickly understood that if he kept using lightness skill so openly, sooner or later that monster of a guard would catch up. He gritted his teeth and recalculated. If he continued using lightness skill, Feng Tian would surely catch him, so there was only another way. He stopped before a thick clump of bushes and told himself, this place could be used. Du Yuqiang hurriedly restrained his breathing. He found a way to bury his tracks completely in the grass, trying to erase every trace that remained. Before long, Feng Tian had chased right to that spot, his eyes sweeping around in doubt, because the trail had suddenly vanished there. Lying flat against the ground, sweat streaming down his forehead, Du Yuqiang held his breath and watched Feng Tian standing right beside him, while he blankly wondered where his master had gone. Hidden within the bushes, Du Yuqiang forced himself to hold his breath, staring hard as he watched every movement of the guard only inches away. Feng Tian pondered and reasoned that master could not have fled from the position of cult leader. He must have been kidnapped while practicing lightness skill. Rage flared up, and he roared with killing intent that he would not spare them, then shot away like lightning to search for the imaginary kidnappers. Seeing the guard's figure disappear, Du Yuqiang finally dared to let out a breath of relief because he was gone. To make sure he was safe, he decided to sit still where he was and calmly began counting each beat. Time slipped by in silence until the sky was gradually dyed with the brilliant hues of sunset. Only when he had counted to 19,999, then 20,000, did Du Yuqiang to stand and stretch. He confidently believed that waiting so long had been enough to shake off that monster of a guard, and he broke into a satisfied smile, because he had finally escaped. But his joy did not last long. His smile vanished when he saw Feng Tian standing behind him with his arms crossed, his face cold as money. Having such a quick-witted subordinate truly made one want to cry. Du Yuqiang's face turned pale and sweat poured out as he understood he had failed miserably again. In his confusion, he could only stammer without forming a sentence while Feng Tian calmly asked whether master was practicing the art of concealment. As if grabbing a lifeline, Du Yuqiang hurriedly went along with it to conceal his intention to flee, even awkwardly praising him for being very good at tracking. Seeing that the guard seemed to truly believe it and urged him to continue on the road, Du Yuqiang could only trudge after him. He gave a bitter, helpless smile and told himself the road ahead was still very long. Yet Feng Tian suddenly stopped and called master in a low voice, making Du Yuqiang freeze as a chill ran down his spine. He slowly turned his head, only to see Feng Tian's face dark and terrifying, his eyes rolled upward with extreme intensity. In a voice full of self-reproach yet firm enough to make one's hair stand, that guard looked straight at him and coldly said master had to punish himself. Feng Tian's ice-cold declaration left Du Yuqiang stunned on the spot. Cold sweat ran down his forehead. Heavens above, those words sounded like thunder striking beside his ear, no joke at all. The dark face full of pressure, that guard repeated Atula Tianmo's final wish, that his son had to walk the path to becoming supreme. Feng Tian gritted out that every action contrary to that path was a grave mistake, and this was already the third time Du Yuqiang had tried to flee. Knowing that all his schemes had long since been seen through, Du Yuqiang panicked but still forced himself to shout to hide his fluster, saying he was being falsely accused. Feng Tian did not waver at all, continuing to lecture that a supreme being must not lose dignity and must always hold his head high as he advanced. Though Du Yuqiang angrily shouted that he himself was the master, that guard still decisively ordered him to kowtow and accept punishment. In utter grievance, Du Yuqiang could only grit his teeth and lower his head. He knocked his forehead against the ground, then defended himself in a laughable way by saying he had also been planning to do that, as if he had already admitted defeat to that subordinate. Feng Tian still did not stop there, and even began a humiliating training session, forcing the new cult leader to kneel on the ground and repeat the slogans. He spread his legs and ordered him to begin, telling him to repeat that he was the demonic cult leader. Du Yuqiang muttered along softly, and was immediately shouted at to speak louder. Forced into a dead end, Du Yuqiang shouted in despair that he was the demonic cult leader. Feng Tian still was not satisfied and continued pressing the second line, that he was unrivaled under heaven and feared nothing. Du Yuqiang's helpless shout echoed through the mountains and forests, that he was unrivaled under heaven and feared nothing. Under the terrifying pressure of that stubborn guard, he could only grit his teeth and endure until night fell. Inside the horse carriage, everything began rolling quietly beneath the moonlight again. Du Yuqiang sat there in a daze, his face haggard from exhaustion, inwardly muttering with resentment that he had suffered so much because of Feng Tian. Turned his eyes out the window, his heart heavy with thoughts of the stormy future ahead. Moreover, Sun Roland lay flat in the carriage, her face pale, silently cursing. A detestable Feng Tian even applied pressure points to prevent her from moving. She painfully recalled the miserable scene in the forest, when she was tormented by the wicked pill and could not resist. Seeing her pitiful state, Du Yuqiang sighed sympathetically. "Miss, it seems you have suffered quite a lot." At that moment, the carriage suddenly stopped. Outside, Feng Tian reported that a broken carriage blocked the road ahead. Looking at the shattered wheel in the middle of the road, Du Yuqiang groaned in annoyance. Again, repeating the same trick, these demons truly have no creativity. Realizing it was another clumsy act, he coldly ordered, "Just do it like last time, Feng Tian." A man stepped forward, hands clasped respectfully. "I am Yun Cheng, in charge of escorting. Forgive me, may I ask for your assistance?" Feng Tian did not respond, silently lifting the carriage with terrifying strength, leaving the man stunned. Yun Cheng stammered, "I only need the young lady to go along." Du Yuqiang glanced at the young girl beside the elder, then nodded. "Then get on the carriage." The girl bowed slightly. "Thank you." Inside the carriage, Du Yuqiang sat opposite the new guest, while Sun Roland remained motionless on the floor. The girl tucked her hair back and gently introduced herself. "I am Yu Yu, pleased to meet you." Seeing her ethereal appearance, Du Yuqiang secretly mocked. Such clumsy acting. He propped his chin and stared at Yu Yu, warning coldly, "Sit still and leave quietly. Do not sacrifice yourself in vain." But contrary to her initial timid demeanor, her eyes suddenly changed. Yu Yu became resolute, staring sharply at him and asked back, "Do you think I fear death?" Du Yuqiang curled his lips in a derisive smile. "Foolish. Do you know why Feng Tian allowed you to go along?" He then explained that the escort was only intentionally giving the enemy a glimmer of hope, luring them to reveal themselves, then extinguishing all coldly. Yet Yu Yu remained unshaken, lowering her gaze and replied firmly, "I do not care." Du Yuqiang sighed. "You really are. If this is Xiaomian's will, I would have guessed it already." The lightning had not yet withdrawn. Yu Yu suddenly raised her head, moved close to him, and said shockingly, "As long as I can confess my love, I am willing to die." The sudden confession froze Du Yuqiang, sweat pouring as he imagined Elder Xiaomian shooting hearts. He shouted in panic, "No way, love nonsense." He suspiciously asked if she had been ordered by that old man, causing Yu Yu to flare up immediately. She jumped up, yelling directly at him, "How dare you say my love is nonsense, you?" Du Yuqiang stepped back in shock, unable to believe his eyes, exclaiming, "Who exactly are you?" That question made Yu Yu even angrier. She roared, "How dare you belittle my love?" Without hesitation, she swung her hand and slapped hard. Du Yuqiang was stunned, his face showing utter shock at the sudden madness of the woman. Yu Yu smiled strangely, coldly telling him to relax, while outside the situation began to spiral into chaos. The horses outside neighed in panic. The madness of the demon was exhausting, truly wearing people out. Immediately, Feng Tian charged like a whirlwind, shouting, "Master, what happened?" Seeing the master staggering on the floor, he flew into a rage. He grabbed Yun Chang by the neck and squeezed hard, leaving him only to groan in pain. Witnessing the murderous aura of his subordinate, Du Yuqiang hurriedly intervened. "It's just a misunderstanding, do not kill her." He tried to reassure that everything was fine to calm the enraged escort. "All right, nothing happened." Yuqiang's unexpected protective act left Yu Yu stunned. She murmured in shock, "He spared my life." But Feng Tian was not done. He roared threateningly, "How dare you touch me?" His eyes blazed with murderous intent, coldly declaring, "Death penalty." The chill made Yu Yu tremble in fear. Unwilling to be subdued, she gritted her teeth and yelled, "You dared," then unleashed a white force that tore through the wind. The strike sent Yun Chang flying, making him groan before collapsing. Yu Yu frantically charged, aiming to knock the opponent down. "Bastard, die." But Feng Tian remained terrifyingly calm. He observed every lightning-fast movement and countered decisively. "You think he is easy to defeat? You are still knave." Yu Yu realized her mistake as her body hovered in midair. As she touched the ground, he kicked the carriage base hard, throwing her off balance. That single opening was enough for Feng Tian to end the fight. Stomped with thunderous force, carrying a heavy power that struck Yu Yu, cracking the ground with a loud explosion. Yu Yu was pressed to the floor, only able to groan helplessly. Feng Tian appeared like a ghost behind her, his firm hand locking her with terrifying intent. Seeing the escort about to act, Du Yuqiang shouted in panic, "Stop, Feng Tian." The sword was at the terrified girl's face. Du Yuqiang hurriedly intervened. "Do not kill her, it is only a misunderstanding." "Why block me now?" To calm his subordinate's madness, he awkwardly explained, "I was just teasing her a little." "Withdraw the sword." Feng Tian's eyes flashed with extremity. He silently stared at the master for a long while, as if considering something. Finally, the escort quietly sheathed his sword and bowed. He lowered his head respectfully. "At your command, master." When the situation calmed, Du Yuqiang exhaled in relief, signaling everyone to quickly leave the troublesome place. Feng Tian silently turned to follow orders, but after a few steps, he suddenly paused. With a cold, emotionless face, he turned to ask again. Du Yuqiang looked on in confusion, not understanding what the escort was still concerned with. But before he could react, Feng Tian spun back, swiftly seizing Yu Yu's head again with terrifying force. Witnessing such a brutally decisive act, Du Yuqiang screamed in despair, Feng Tian, no. It's over, too late to save her. Why will no one listen? The anguished cry of the new sect leader echoed in the silent mountains. Yu sobbed in despair, her neck twisted painfully, witnessing her pitiful state. Sun Roland only casually laughed, useless. That Feng Tian is skilled at breaking necks. Tearful, Yu looked at them resentfully and choked out. Who exactly are you people? Sun Roland kept a mocking expression. I do not know either, but I know how to heal you. Then she took out 2 pills. Here, take this. The effect will be immediate. Realizing Sun Roland intended to use the pill that once caused chaos, Du Yuqiang panicked and grabbed her, growling. You want to destroy the carriage again. Once was enough to haunt me. Seeing him firmly stop her, Sun Roland could only click her tongue in regret, while Yu still trembled from overwhelming fear. Yu clutched her itching neck and cried loudly without stopping, my neck hurts so much. Noisy crying enraged Feng Tian, and he roared with killing intent, shut up, cry again and I will deal with you. Why is this person so hot-tempered? How could just a little whining make someone fall silent at once? The guard's ferocity frightened Yu into silence, though tears still fell. Sun Roland immediately softened her voice to comfort her. As long as you listen to me, I will cure you. I have gone through this many times. You are truly pitiful, Yu. Feeling sympathy from someone who shared the same plight, Yu choked out softly, big sister. Sun Roland seized the chance to ask where Yu was going. Hearing her mention Mount Ma, she immediately cried out, what a coincidence. We are going there too. Watching this lightning-quick sisterly bond, Du Yuqiang was speechless. Women truly are hard to understand. Yu leaned against Sun Roland's shoulder in gratitude and said coquettishly, luckily I have big sister. In 24 years, I've never encountered anything so frightening. But while burying her head in her new sister's embrace, she suddenly froze, feeling that something was strange, then called out softly, Sister Wang, let us sit a little farther apart. I am only 21 years old. Sun Roland shouted in irritation as she looked at Yu, causing the young girl's tearful eyes to widen from the insult. The meaningless noise enraged Feng Tian. He roared, I told you to be quiet. It seems I must kill you. Then he asked his master for permission. For someone who loved quiet, to encounter these 2 noisy girls was truly no different from pouring oil onto the fire. Sitting beside them, Du Yuqiang could only fold his arms and sigh in exasperation. It really has become complete chaos. In the end, the group stopped before a majestic mountain range, with misty clouds spread everywhere. Feng Tian reported that the carriage could go no farther from here, and the group had to continue on foot. Looking at the towering peak, Du Yuqiang asked, so this is Mount Ma? Yu was still enduring her twisted neck and resignedly closed her eyes, saying, then I will entrust my neck to you. Seeing the mysterious girl about to leave the group, Sun Roland asked about her true purpose and reproached her for wanting to leave without saying a word. But the only answer she received was a cold sentence, I do not want to say. Sun Roland grew angry again, scolding the other party for liking secrets. They had only been close for a few minutes, yet now they had already turned to arguing. To end the headache-inducing quarrel, Du Yuqiang wearily rubbed his temples and ordered Feng Tian to hurry and treat Miss Wang. Feng Tian stepped forward and placed his steel-hard hands on Yu's head, preparing to set her neck back in place. In her heart, Yu secretly rejoiced, thinking she was about to escape the grip of this terrifying guard. Just as he was about to circulate his power, a group of enemies suddenly rushed out from the deep forest to attack. Amid the thick dust and smoke, a bizarre man appeared, pressed a sword to someone's neck, and jeered, what are you all doing on this mountain? Faced with such cheap provocation, Feng Tian's expression instantly darkened and killing intent spread outward, leaving Yu frozen in fear. Seeing the thugs brandishing their weapons, Sun Roland fearfully hid behind Du Yuqiang and cried inwardly, Mother, this is too scary. The strange man's subordinates also began discussing Sun Roland with contempt when they saw her. There is a truly strange-looking woman, and it seems there is one more person. Sun Roland trembled as she clung to Du Yuqiang's shoulder and asked, young master, who are they? Realizing that the aura of this group was unusual, Du Yuqiang guessed they were not from the Green Forest, then said coldly, Feng Tian, I allow you to handle them. Receiving the order, Feng Tian immediately bowed his head and replied, as commanded. Seeing the guard's excessive respect, the strangers mocked him as commanded. What, does everyone now like pretending to be the demonic cult leader? The taunt struck a sore spot, making Du Yuqiang grind his teeth, clench his fists, then snap, Feng Tian, what are you waiting for? Just as Feng Tian was about to act, Du Yuqiang suddenly sensed a surge of force rushing from behind. Seeing a white-robed figure dart over, he hurriedly called out, Feng Tian, stop. A powerful step stamped down on the ground, heralding the arrival of a new faction. Great, it seems something big is about to happen again. The leader of the righteous faction roared, Long Wang Gang, your target is the Green Forest. Do not harm the innocent. The Black Dragon Gang clicked their tongues in annoyance at the interference. Our target is the Green Forest, but right now there is still some business to handle. Yuqiang quietly observed and recognized the identity of those who had just arrived. Long Wang Gang was one of the 5 strongest major sects. He looked at the white-robed group, inwardly judging that they were rather formidable, while also failing to understand why a major clash would occur right here. Why are they picking a fight with us? Immediately afterward, a fierce melee began. Battle erupted between the Black Dragon Gang and the white-robed disciples. Sword light tore through the wind and shouts thundered through the entire forest. They fight as if attending a festival. Who knows what is so exciting that they have to shout so fiercely? Weapons collided in showers of sparks, and dust blanketed the forest. The white-robed disciples coordinated smoothly, attacking the Black Dragon Gang again and again. Amid the chaos, Feng Tian still calmly shielded Du Yuqiang and suggested watching the spectacle. He realized the Green Forest seemed to be in trouble. Du Yuqiang thought to himself that without this incident, Mount Amei would not have become so chaotic, while Sun Rulan excitedly cheered them on. Seeing Feng Tian standing beside her, she edged closer and asked when it would be her turn to make a move. She was immediately scolded by the guard for daring to interrupt while he was speaking with his master. Truly, nothing she did could satisfy him. Feng Tian's ferocity frightened Sun Rulan almost to tears, and she could only mumble an apology before turning away dejectedly, her face full of grievance. Seeing her muttering curses, Feng Tian asked in a low voice with a cold, sharp gaze, making Sun Rulan hastily deny everything. Even though she swore all sorts of oaths, the guard still insisted he had definitely heard her cursing him in her heart. Du Yuqiang wearily told them both to be quiet so he could focus on watching the spectacle, but Sun Rulan still felt wronged, believing she had been scolded unfairly. Feng Tian suddenly closed in with a threatening expression, bringing up her previous humiliating incidents. He even dragged out the incident where she had once lost control on the spot to prove that she had never been normal from the start. Enough, stop arguing, my head hurts just listening. Sun Rulan was utterly ashamed when old matters were mentioned in front of the men. Seeing the situation grow tense, Du Yuqiang hurriedly stopped Feng Tian and told Sun Rulan to quickly admit fault so the matter could end. Driven into a corner, she cried as she admitted she had misspoken, then asked the guard whether he was satisfied now. Seeing the other accept blame, Feng Tian smiled proudly at his master, leaving Sun Rulan behind. She squatted, shouting and cheering the skirmish with excitement. Du Yuqiang watched the scene, only able to sigh at the chaos of his companions. Meanwhile, Sun Rulan accidentally picked up a strange object. The item that fell to the ground turned out to be a small wooden whistle. While cheering on the fighters, she raised the whistle to her lips and blew a long, sharp note. The piercing sound of the whistle carried far across the mountains and forests. It immediately caught the attention of a mysterious figure hiding in nearby bushes. The whistle sounded like a command signal, prompting the mysterious figure to dash away instantly. He quickly reported that the area around the Lulin headquarters had been cleared. News reached the gang leader Long Wang standing amidst the chaotic scene, bloodied sword in hand. With a scarred face and cold gaze, he ordered his subordinates to gather all forces immediately. Their ultimate target was clear: advance straight to the Lulin headquarters. Sun Rulan continued energetically blowing the whistle, shouting encouragement, just watching yet provoking fiercely. Yet if real danger came, she would probably be the first to run, leaving the opposing fighters bewildered. Soon, the Harlong gang subordinates began whispering, thinking the whistle signaled the end of the battle, and to regroup. Seeing the situation change, Du Yuqiang turned pale with worry. Could there be more of Long Bang's men? He understood the disadvantageous situation, needing to leave before being surrounded, especially while companions were still distracted by the spectacle. No time to hesitate, he roared, Feng Tian, enough, quickly tend to Miss Wang, delay will bring big trouble. The guard immediately obeyed. Yu Yu was relieved, thinking she would escape her twisted neck, inwardly blaming these people and hoping never to meet them again. She smiled slightly, thanking Feng Tian for the unexpected help. But Feng Tian coldly replied that no thanks were needed. Immediately after, he unexpectedly struck Yu Yu's waist decisively, making her scream in pain. Seeing this, Du Yuqiang was shocked, shouting, Feng Tian, what are you doing? Why make Miss crawl like this? Yu Yu could only cry, crawling on the ground, overwhelmed by the force. Feng Tian placed his hand on his chest, explaining that she had insulted the master's subordinate, which was tantamount to insulting the sect leader. Du Yuqiang was furious, shouting at his recklessness. Why do you act on your own? He scolded Feng Tian for only talking without obeying orders, while the guard calmly reminded him that watching any longer would make it dark. The group must head up the mountain immediately. Du Yuqiang reluctantly stepped forward, sarcastically noting since when did Feng Tian listen to him. Feng Tian bowed to show gratitude to his master, while Sun Rulan still waved goodbye to the chaotic fighters behind. The Harlong gang fighters looked at each other in bewilderment, silently guessing the identity of the strangers. From afar atop the mountain, the Lulin headquarters loomed through the mist. Du Yuqiang squinted at the massive tower, exhaling lightly, thinking finally near the Lulin headquarters. Seeing Feng Tian suddenly pause to survey the surroundings, Du Yuqiang anxiously asked if something was wrong. The guard remained highly focused, scanning each bush and reporting he was checking enemy numbers. In an instant, Feng Tian had identified all those hiding in the shadows. He affirmed in a deep voice there seemed to be about 500. Though often scolded, his capability was truly frightening. Knowing the disparity in strength, Du Yuqiang clicked his tongue in regret. It seemed he could not enter the Lulin headquarters. Feng Tian remained cold, confident he could wipe out the Harlong gang, but worried that engaging would endanger the master. Prevented by his subordinate, Du Yuqiang reluctantly accepted. Then I will wait here. He scanned the forest intending to find a suitable hiding spot. Before he could compose himself, Feng Tian dug fiercely into the ground with his steel-like hands. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, causing Du Yuqiang to shout in alarm, Feng Tian, why are you digging a pit? The guard beamed with pride, saying last time seeing the master hide underground was effective, so he wanted to reuse the tactic. Du Yuqiang turned pale, growling, in other words, you intend to bury me alive here, right? Just then, Sun Ruolin stepped up from behind, noticing his dazed expression, mocking, young master, why are you standing still, planning to worship heaven? Feng Tian coldly ordered not to block the way, move quickly, ignoring Sun Ruolin's weak protests. The guard paid no attention, face dark and threatening, while Du Yuqiang realized the insane plan and shouted. Feng Tian swiftly grabbed Sun Ruolin, ignoring her screams, coldly telling her to be silent and pushing her into the pit, rigidly carrying out his task without regard. A loud explosion resounded, dirt and rocks immediately flying everywhere. Du Yuqiang stood petrified, watching the terrifying force wreak destruction all around. Sweat streamed down his forehead as Du Yuqiang stared in shock at the devastated scene. Feng Tian emerged like a phantom, calmly reporting, Master, everything is ready. Before he could react, Du Yuqiang was kicked decisively from behind straight into the pit. Falling deep, he only managed to reach out desperately, shouting in frustration, Feng Tian, you damn bastard. At that moment, another loud explosion echoed across the majestic mountains. On a high cliff, Guangsha, a Lulin scout, looked around in panic, wondering what the sound was. Companions rushed to ask the situation, worried if the Harlong gang was waiting for reinforcements from the Seven Ghosts No Mountain for a full attack. Tian Ying, another Lulin scout, also anxiously guessed the enemy would act when reinforcements arrived, then squinted at the valley, exclaiming that it seemed they had already arrived. Looking at that man approaching, the two trembled and wondered whether he was one of the Seven Ghosts of Wushan. Even from far away, they could still feel the terrifying pressure from the old man with long black hair, a gloomy face, and chilling eyes. One soldier asked in a trembling voice who he was, while the appearance of the man with black hair streaked with silver made the atmosphere even tenser. Gang leader Long Wang looked at the other party with contempt, mocking that there was no need to listen to a man about to die, then ordered his subordinates to deal with him quickly. The disciples of the Long Wang gang shouted in unison that they obeyed, swinging their swords and charging forward like desperate men. Before that fierce encirclement, the stranger merely sighed in boredom, as if this matter wasted far too much time. In the blink of an eye, he swept forward like a ghost, leaving the old gang leader stunned as he watched his elites be defeated far too quickly. Gritting his teeth over the unexpected losses, the old gang leader roared furiously and cursed the man before him as a bastard. The stranger remained terrifyingly calm, moving like lightning to restrain an enemy before unleashing sharp sword energy that tore across space. Seeing his subordinates fall one after another, the old gang leader cursed him in resentment for using despicable tricks, even though his own side was clearly at a disadvantage. That man's overwhelming power and astonishing speed rendered all resistance meaningless, leaving only defeated enemies groaning behind him. The panicked cries of his subordinates calling for their gang leader rang out when they saw their master decide to act himself. Gang leader Long Wang swung his great saber madly, unleashing a slash as heavy as a mountain with a surge of white force. Before that ferocious attack, the strange man with blazing golden eyes merely tilted his body slightly and dodged. Immediately afterward, he counterattacked at once, releasing a terrifying stream of force. That force sent the old gang leader flying into the deep forest, snapping trees and shaking an entire stretch of mountain. The remnants of the Long Wang gang froze in silence, unable to believe that their famed gang leader had been defeated so easily. In panic, one leader roared, ordering the entire force to charge together and take revenge. Facing dozens of blades pointed at him, the strange man still coldly tightened his grip on his sword hilt, his sharp eyes filled with focus. Crimson and mighty streak of sword energy suddenly erupted. It ripped through the ground, sweeping away every obstacle in its path within a vortex of destruction and creating a horrifying shockwave. The two Green Forest scouts were stunned, unable to believe that the mighty Long Wang gang had been wiped out with a single strike. Before their eyes, Feng Tian stood towering amid the ruined battlefield, his overwhelming aura making the space seem to tremble. After witnessing that power, the trembling scouts confirmed that he could not be one of the Seven Ghosts of Wushan, so who exactly was he? Realizing the situation was grave, they hurriedly fled, thinking only that they had to immediately report the news back to Green Forest. At the same time, behind a tree trunk, a mysterious woman was also silently watching the entire affair. She believed she could also defeat Long Wang, but before that man's power, she began to waver and silently calculate. Looking at the crimson killing aura like ghostly fire surrounding Feng Tian, she realized in shock that this was indeed Tian Mo's arrangement. One who unified the martial world. Do I have enough strength to perish together with him? That woman could only laugh helplessly before a level of strength far beyond all her calculations. At the same time, at the Green Forest headquarters on Mount Ma, the atmosphere atmosphere also became unusually lively. The scouts had just returned and hurriedly reported that the Black Dragon gang would likely be destroyed soon. Hearing the news, the heavily bearded leader of Green Forest laughed loudly, took it as joyous news, and ordered them to welcome their benefactor with great ceremony. After wiping out the entire Black Dragon gang force, Feng Tian quietly returned with a respectful bearing. He lowered his head and reported that he had dealt with the Black Dragon gang, while also apologizing for being unable to prepare a comfortable hiding place for his master. Looking at that calm attitude, Du Yuqiang was so furious his vision blurred. He roared in anger, asking Feng Tian how he still dared say that after just burying him alive. Though his master was furious, the guard still calmly said he would prepare bathwater, making Du Yuqiang grit his teeth and warn him not to do it again. Witnessing the guard's arrogant attitude, Sun Ruolin could not hold back either, pointing straight at Feng Tian's face and scolding him as a true bastard. She really was the kind of girl who would immediately join in scolding someone the moment she found a chance. But before her scolding had even ended, Feng Tian acted swiftly and neatly, making her immediately faint and fall to the ground. The guard coldly announced that someone was approaching. Immediately afterward, two men dressed in wolf pelts appeared and respectfully introduced themselves as Green Forest Scouts, Guangsha and Tianying. The moment they saw Sun Ruolin lying motionless, the two scouts panicked and thought she was a corpse. But then Guangsha looked at Du Yuqiang excitedly and asked whether he was the benefactor who had destroyed the Black Dragon gang. Hearing the words destroyed, Du Yuqiang was still dazed and had not yet understood what was going on. Feng Tian suddenly released a terrifying killing aura, glared at the two scouts, then asked his master not to stop him, because he wanted to deal with them. Du Yuqiang asked the reason in shock, only to receive the extreme answer that a supreme being must always be perfect. Absolutely no one could be allowed to see his current mud-covered appearance. Du Yuqiang angrily scolded Feng Tian, saying he was the one who had made him end up like this, and besides he had already told him not to harm people at will. If the Black Dragon gang was that vicious, then it seemed Feng Tian had only acted out of necessity. That remark scared the two Green Forest Scouts standing nearby until their faces turned pale. In their hearts, they screamed that how could he believe that man, when he had clearly knocked down anyone who blocked his way. Before they could steady themselves, Feng Tian abruptly called to the two of them in a voice that sent chills down their spines. Before they could understand what was happening, both trembled and hurriedly answered, "Yes, yes, sir." With a dark and threatening expression, the guard ordered coldly, "Lead us to the Green Forest headquarters." The two scouts obeyed in panic, silently lamenting that they had truly run into major trouble this time. Finally, the group arrived at the Green Forest headquarters, a massive tower rising high amid the clouds. Standing atop the long flight of stairs, an old man with a thick beard and a dignified bearing stepped out cheerfully to welcome them, asking whether this was the benefactor who had destroyed Long Wang Bang, then boldly promised to grant any request. Yet before such enthusiasm, Feng Tian was still carrying Sun Ruolin on his shoulder, merely lifting his head to look straight at the old man before saying coldly, "Kneel." The old gang leader froze, gritted his teeth in anger, and asked whether he had heard wrong. Before he could even understand what the other party wanted, Feng Tian had already roared like thunder, shaking the air, shouting at the old man to kneel at once and asking whether he knew who stood behind him. Lin Wang instantly flew into a fury, shouting that daring to be so insolent in Lulin meant the other party had grown tired of living. Just as the atmosphere grew tense enough to suffocate, Feng Tian suddenly let go. He dropped Sun Ruolin onto the floor, and she only had time to let out a pained cry. She grimaced from the pain, as if she were being treated no differently from a sack, aching all over whenever there was the slightest opening. He clearly saw the face of the girl who had just fallen. Lin Wang's expression changed in shock, and he stammered as he recognized someone familiar. Sun Ruolin slowly raised her head, broke into a radiant smile, and greeted him calmly, "Long time no see, father." That unexpected truth made the two scouts cry out in alarm, "That is Miss Sun Ruolin." As for Du Yuqiang, he froze in astonishment, never expecting Sun Ruolin to be Lin Wang's daughter. Though he knew his daughter was in the enemy's hands, the old gang leader still ground his teeth, clenched his fists, and stubbornly roared, "You, even if you take my beloved daughter hostage, I still will. I will not kneel, I am Lin Wang." What pride, his daughter's life was in another man's hands. Yet he still raised his head so proudly. He was probably only a little less outrageously cool than Brother Shan Shixi. Yu's sudden appearance, along with that intimate call of honored uncle, instantly turned the situation around. Before Feng Tian's terrifying, oppressive aura, the arrogant Lin Wang suddenly shouted, "I kneel." That cry rang throughout the Green Forest headquarters beneath the silent night. The renowned gang leader finally had to lower himself, collapsing to his knees at the feet of a stranger. The old man ground his teeth in agony, feeling humiliated that his glorious life was now being trampled without the slightest mercy. He bitterly realized that the mighty Green Forest gang had been forced into a dead end by two brats, to the point that he could not even raise his head. His blazing gaze turned toward Du Yuqiang, who stood casually inside the shrine with a weary look. In his heart, the old man silently screamed at this outrageousness. He could not believe the Green Forest gang had been subdued so easily. In his deadlock, he turned to press his daughter, Sun Rulan. Who exactly are they? Sun Rulan let out a tired sigh, then spoke of the madman she had been forced to travel with. She warned him about the big man Feng Tian. He was someone who knew absolutely nothing of propriety, and his mind was not normal at all. Sun Rulan said it with certainty. She affirmed that if they did not obey him, the Green Forest Gang's end would surely be as miserable as the Longwang Gang's. As for Du Yuqiang, she said that he was extremely strange, always hiding great secrets behind an exterior that sometimes feigned innocence. Sun Rulan bitterly said that she had been humiliated by him twice, making Lin Wang's eyes in horror, humiliated. Realizing that her father had misunderstood, Sun Rulan hurriedly shifted to asking about the relationship between him and Yu Yu. Lin Wang suddenly became flustered, mentioned his late wife, then unexpectedly signaled for his daughter to keep quiet. He awkwardly confessed that after so many years, this was the first time he wanted to love again. Meanwhile, Du Yuqiang only sighed in silence. He had just escaped the demon cult, only to fall into trouble in the Green Forest Gang again. One side had the heart to explain everything, while the listener was indifferent and had no wish to know more. Just then, Feng Tian stepped closer and respectfully invited him to sit on the majestic tiger skin-covered gang leader's chair. Du Yuqiang looked at that chair, hesitantly wondering, why do I have to sit there? Feng Tian misunderstood, thinking his master was looking down on the chair for being too ordinary. Immediately, that guard roared, "Yes, master," then unleashed a thunderous punch, smashing the grand armchair into pieces before everyone's eyes. Here we go again, always putting on an act to impress people like this. Seeing his subordinate wreck things like a madman, Du Yuqiang cried out in alarm. "What do you mean, yes?" Right after that, Lin Wang roared in fury, "What do you think you are doing to my grand armchair?" Rage erupted violently in the old gang leader's heart. "I will absolutely not spare you," the old man shouted, then swung his great saber and charged forward in a furious attack. The Green Forest disciples also surged forward together at their master's command, determined to preserve their honor. Yu Yu only had time to cry out in surprise when she saw the clash erupt so suddenly. Yet Feng Tian remained terrifyingly cold. He merely raised his hand slightly, using fingers as hard as steel to clamp down on the sharp blade, leaving Lin Wang stunned. The old gang leader realized in panic that his blade could not wound the opponent in the slightest. It could not pierce him. Facing the overwhelming killing intent in Feng Tian's cold, sharp eyes, Lin Wang trembled uncontrollably. Subscribe to the channel to receive the latest updates. Guard asked back in a low voice, "About what? If you called me out, then you should speak clearly." The old gang leader turned pale with fear and hurriedly covered his embarrassment with a forced smile. "I wanted to replace the chair for you." Feng Tian glanced at the trembling subordinates around him, then asked coldly, "Are you all the same?" Seeing them all nod frantically in terror, he finally agreed coldly, "Fine." However, the guard still issued a chilling threat. "If the chair you bring does not satisfy me, you will end up like it." Why is he so fierce? Can he not soften up even a little? To demonstrate his power, he crushed a piece of wood right in his hand. That action made the disciples panic and scatter in all directions, shouting in unison, "Yes, yes, we obey." Watching the scene that was both funny and miserable, Sun Rulan smugly turned to her father and said, "Father, you see it now. They simply do not understand what propriety is." At this point, Lin Wang could only endure in silence, sweat streaming down his face before the overwhelming gap in strength. Soon after, a new grand armchair in brilliant red and gold was brought over to replace the broken one. Feng Tian respectfully said, "Please sit, master." But before Du Yuqiang's hesitation, the guard revealed that terrifying aura again. His killing intent pressed down heavily. Then he pressed him, "Are you not satisfied with this chair?" That cold gaze frightened Lin Wang and his subordinates until their faces turned ashen. The old gang leader trembled and thought to himself, "Could it be that I must die here today?" Seeing that his master remained silent, Feng Tian clenched his fist dangerously. "It seems you do not like it." He roared an order, "Sit down." Lin Wang was so frightened that he burst into tears, his face twisting in terror. How strange, he was so heroic just now, yet now he was already sobbing. In the end, Du Yuqiang had no choice but to sit on the seat of power under everyone's stunned gazes. Below, Lin Wang angrily scolded the subordinate Deng Rong. "What are you trying to say, stammering like that for so long?" Du Yuqiang sat imposingly on the grand armchair, his aura overwhelming. Feng Tian immediately bowed his head in obedience. "Yes, master." He turned to the Green Forest members and loudly conveyed the new cult leader's orders. "Listen carefully. Master has given his command." He coldly listed each demand. "First, bury all the corpses of the Longwang Gang. The Longwang Gang never came here." Next, he demanded that the Green Forest Gang continue as usual, but they had to monitor one another closely and absolutely not let anyone escape. Finally, Feng Tian ordered them to bring the best chef here immediately. "You lot had better be smart and satisfy him, or this time will be rough. If anyone dares to flee, deal with them all." Feng Tian's cold threat made Lin Wang tremble. The old man looked toward Du Yuqiang in terror. Seeing him sitting with mystic authority on the chair, the old man thought to himself, "This brat is no less ruthless than Feng Tian." Yet as soon as Du Yuqiang stood up and called Feng Tian, he unexpectedly flew into a rage. He smashed the piece of wood, then roared, Even his master was treated like this. That hateful guard, why did he suddenly set up a horizontal stake? No one had even touched his head. Seeing the young cult leader turn around and vent his anger on his subordinate right after giving an order, Lin Wang froze in utter shock. The old man watched Du Yuqiang's back and shuddered inwardly, thinking that man truly was not normal. In truth, Du Yuqiang was so aggrieved that purple-black killing intent seemed to rise from him. He screamed in his heart, "I have not even said anything yet, you bastard." Suddenly, a shrill whistle rang out, tearing through the air and making both of them jump in fright. What was that sound? From above, a group of assassins suddenly descended like black shadows. Phantoms rushed in, accompanied by a ringing shout, "The Black Dragon Gang is here, Green Forest Gang, surrender before this dense encirclement." A Green Forest scout repeated shakily, "Surrender," but he suddenly froze when he noticed something strange. Why are there only this many from the Black Dragon Gang? Before the other side could react, Lin Wang had already led his disciples forward amid a thunderous roar. "Kill. This is getting more and more interesting. Let us guess which side will win." Miserable screams echoed throughout the mountain forest. Crimson seemed to cover the entire quiet night. Elsewhere, inside a warm room, a group of young people were leisurely enjoying delicacies. The one holding a cup of wine clicked his tongue in regret, because they had not dealt with the scar-faced man. "I am more curious about those 5 people instead. They are not ordinary at all, especially Murong Yun Tian of the Murong family." Peng Anlu from Hebei also laughed in delight, mocking Du Yuqiang's group as including a creature crawling on all fours and a beauty who spoke as if she were bragging. Zhuge Xiaoming of the Zhuge family quietly ate, then commented with contempt, "Add 1 country bumpkin and 1 young man with an extraordinary bearing. They saw death themselves, by now they must have lost their lives." Nangong Wan of the Nangong family pondered in silence, wondering about the real reason behind the battle when the seniors regarded it merely as training for the younger generation. But that peaceful atmosphere was quickly shattered. It all began with the savage roar of a Green Forest bandit who appeared in the kitchen. Nangong Wan was stunned to see someone from the Green Forest gang appear here, because according to the information he had received, Mount Amai should still have been under the Long Gang's strict siege. The bandit openly took control of the cooks, then arrogantly declared, "I am borrowing them for a while. Anyone with objections can come find me on Mount Amai." Realizing something was wrong, Nangong Wan immediately became alert. He and his companions decided to follow them to find out what was happening. Looking down from the rooftop, they were shocked to see that most of the cooks in the area had been secretly taken away by the Green Forest gang. Even being a cook was not peaceful. Should have shaved my head and become a monk instead. In a secret hall on Mount Amai, Yanqiao, one of the 10 great experts of the Green Forest gang, was helplessly troubled by how difficult Du Yuqiang was to please. The old man lamented that even though he had brought out every delicacy from mountain and sea to tempt him, he still had not touched his chopsticks. Du Yuqiang still firmly refused to eat, leaving the old man helpless because he could not guess what this new cult leader truly wanted. Beef tripe was hard to chew, but his heart was even harder to read. Meanwhile, the great stronghold master Gongsun Chang also confirmed that the burial and removal of all traces of the Black Dragon gang had been completed as required. In the secret meeting among the Green Forest leaders, Gongsun Chang affirmed in a solemn voice. The old man confirmed the existence of 2 strangers. Those 2 were a threat to their survival, capable of pushing the gang into its darkest period. The old man ordered his subordinates to eliminate them at all costs, while fearing that the fake negotiation over the Green Forest gang's future would drag on and make Du Yuqiang suspicious. Just then, Deputy Stronghold Master Miao Shan suddenly spoke up, saying there was something that needed to be clarified. The Deputy Stronghold Master's question was aimed straight at Du Yuqiang, who was now the center of all their worries. He pondered and concluded that their plan had to change depending on Du Yuqiang's martial arts. The higher his martial arts, the more effort the Green Forest gang would have to spend. Hearing this, Sun Rulan covered her mouth and laughed smugly. She affirmed that after observing him along the journey, that Brat's martial arts were actually nothing to worry about. Though the Deputy Stronghold Master was still doubtful, Sun Rulan calmly said that this was the conclusion drawn from what she had seen with her own eyes. She seems to know him so well, perhaps a little too well. Seeing the atmosphere gradually become tense because of the argument, Lin Wang slammed his hand down on the table and shouted loudly, "Now is the time to join forces, stop arguing." Yan Qiao immediately proposed the first method, kidnapping Du Yuqiang, but another elder instantly objected, because that monster guard Feng Tian was always right beside him, making it nearly impossible to approach. Lin Wang anxiously urged everyone to think of a second plan, and the answer forced the old man to endure and listen. The proposed method was to plant explosives, intending to send both of them to the afterlife, yet fear of Feng Tian's strength still weighed heavily on Lin Wang's heart. The old man wondered anxiously, but what if that country bumpkin still does not die? A desperate answer rang out, "Then we die together." You are lucky to even get an answer after asking that. If it were me, you would probably get scolded. Unable to accept such a reckless method, Yan Qiao roared in opposition and suggested using a strange formation to imprison them. The harsh reality immediately made Lin Wang furious. The old man grabbed Yan Qiao's head and shouted loudly, Is there anyone in the Green Forest gang who can use strange formations? Just as they fell into despair, thinking the gang was nearing destruction, Sun Roland's sinister laughter suddenly rang out, ho ho ho, why did we not think of that? Lin Wang froze, then hurriedly asked what brilliant plan his daughter had just thought of. Sun Roland revealed a cold, crafty smile, then slowly said, Poison Father. Oh my, she is pointing it out directly now. Realizing that this is the true killing blow, Lin Wang laughed smugly when she said they would use the strongest poison. Fiery red poison would be placed in the meal to take down those two. Meanwhile, Du Yuqiang was still leisurely enjoying the delicious food, unaware that danger was already waiting. Brilliant morning sunlight fell over the Green Forest headquarters, bringing peaceful birdsong with it. Du Yuqiang sat leisurely drinking tea, enjoying a rare moment of quiet after so many stormy days. He smiled faintly and thought to himself, this really is a wonderful morning. The lodging is comfortable, the food is delicious. I almost want to stay here forever. But that peaceful calm vanished at once when a sudden knock sounded at the door, shattering the entire atmosphere. Du Yuqiang had just told them to come in when Sun Roland entered with a respectful air, followed by the guard Feng Tian. Seeing Sun Roland cup her hands in salute, and even ask with a smile whether the young master had slept well, Du Yuqiang immediately froze. Du Yuqiang was so shocked that he spat out the mouthful of tea he had just drunk. He turned to question his subordinate in panic, Feng Tian, how many times did you beat her to make her like this? Feng Tian kept his cold expression and replied calmly that he had done nothing. Perhaps she had understood that resisting her master was useless. Wait a second, this is exactly when you should be most on guard, brother. Du Yuqiang glanced at the guard and inwardly cursed that man for being far too good at making things up. Du Yuqiang turned and questioned Sun Roland again. Unexpectedly, she lowered her head and affirmed that Feng Tian had never laid a hand on her. Sun Roland knelt down, earnestly begging him to believe in her loyalty and promising to serve him for life. Du Yuqiang praised her aloud, but he still remained suspicious. Sun Roland gently closed her eyes and said solemnly that she had come here presumptuously to offer him a piece of advice. Under Du Yuqiang's tense and probing gaze, Sun Roland began to reel a plot that left him shaken. She said respectfully that if the young master wished to control Green Forest, he first had to eliminate the deputy stronghold chief, Miao Shan. According to her, Miao Shan was the truly cunning one and the real brain behind Green Forest, while her father Lin Wang was merely a useless man. Hearing her calmly insult her own father, Du Yuqiang was stunned and shouted that Lin Wang was her father. But Sun Roland still replied coldly that to accomplish a great cause, personal feelings had to be cast aside, so she hoped he would consider that advice carefully. Du Yuqiang watched her figure leave and could not help shuddering at that coldness, daring to insult her own father and betray Green Forest, truly terrifying. The more I read, the more I shuddered. She really was too horrifying inside. Sun Roland quietly left the room with Feng Tian, leaving behind a message that she would return once she thought of a better plan. As soon as the words ended, Feng Tian suggested in a cold voice that it would be best to deal with Miao Shan as soon as possible. Hearing his subordinate demand another life, Du Yuqiang slammed the table and angrily scolded him, "Is killing all you ever think about? Imprison him, do not kill him." But Feng Tian did not immediately obey. A terrifying crimson killing intent erupted, and he glared as he roared that he no longer wanted to obey orders. And that is it. Looks like he has reached the limit of what he can endure. Now he is definitely about to explode. The guard's sudden outburst scared Du Yuqiang out of his wits. He trembled and retreated, stammering as he asked what was wrong with him. Du Yuqiang recalled yesterday in horror, when Feng Tian had once tried to use a chair against him in front of Green Forest, and now he had been forbidden from killing Miao Shan. Cold sweat poured out, and he thought in despair that perhaps he would lose his life right here. But Feng Tian's attitude suddenly changed completely. He smiled brightly and said with excitement that he deeply admired his master's authority and the plan to make use of Miao Shan. Witnessing his subordinate's bizarre self-interpretation, Du Yuqiang could only stare blankly, unable to say a word. To save his life, he could only force a smile, raise his thumb, and agree that this was right. One had to beat people often to make others afraid. Feng Tian cried out excitedly that his master was absolutely right. Although Du Yuqiang had temporarily escaped danger, his unease had not faded. Looking at his own crimson eyes in the mirror, Qiang shuddered and thought he had survived. But why did it feel as if he was being influenced by Feng Tian? Feng Tian asked to withdraw so he could go persuade Miao Shan. He decisively shut the door and left, leaving Du Yuqiang alone in the empty room. At the same time, in another corner of the main altar, Deputy Stronghold Chief Miao Shan was restless with worry. The old man broke out in cold sweat, telling himself that even though he had prepared himself mentally, he still could not avoid fear before what was about to happen. Everything began with Lin Wang's plan from the night before. The old man assigned Miao Shan the task of winning the country bumpkin's trust so he would have a chance to poison him. Though extremely unwilling, Miao Shan still had to grit his teeth and accept, telling himself he would try to find a way out of that situation. Back then, Sun Roland had even smiled sinisterly and reassured him that she would stand shoulder to shoulder with him and stop Fang Tian, so he could safely leave the matter to her. But reality was far harsher. Fang Tian suddenly appeared behind Miao Shan and coldly declared that he would use the old man to serve his master. Before Miao Shan could explain himself, Fang Tian's iron-hard hand had already clamped around his throat and lifted him into the air. Following his own insane understanding, Fang Tian roared that the old man had dared to say he could not serve his master, then violently smashed Miao Shan to the ground. Before that overwhelming strength, Fang Tian coldly asserted that he would see it through to the end, believing that Miao Shan was indeed a stubborn deputy stronghold chief. Seeing that violent scene, Sun Roland covered her mouth in terror. Fang Tian said he had tried to persuade him, but in the end still had to use force. Miao Shan's cries of pain echoed throughout the Green Forest main altar, but the old man's pleas for help received no response. A heavy blow came crashing down, making the ground around them shake violently. In the secret chamber, Lin Wang held his head, his face filled with anguish and remorse. The old man felt deeply guilty that the plan to sacrifice Miao Shan had unfolded far more cruelly than he had imagined, because he had not thought it through carefully. Only belated tears remained now. Lin Wang anxiously asked about the situation. The subordinate reported that Miao Shan would be unable to move for a long time because Feng Tian had beaten him into severe injury. Though gravely wounded, Miao Shan was fortunately still alive. Lin Wang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking his daughter had persuaded them to spare the old man's life. But Sun Roland asked her father blankly what he was talking about, because she had only told them to kill Miao Shan. That calm answer left Lin Wang and his subordinate stunned into silence. Good heavens, her appearance was innocent, yet her nature was frightening beyond measure. Sun Roland revealed a sinister smile, then said that after spending time beside Feng Tian, she had realized one thing. She believed their tendency was to strike whenever something displeased them, and Green Forest should also catch up to that cruelty. Lin Wang wearily brushed aside his daughter's absurd words, then returned to the main targeting Du Yuqiang. The old man asked about his eating habits and was told that the new cult leader was still enjoying his meals heartily, without the slightest suspicion or change in attitude. A vicious gleam flashed in Lin Wang's eyes when he learned that Feng Tian would also dine with his master tonight. The old man smugly calculated that this was a rare opportunity to poison both of them at once and handle everything neatly. When asked whether the other party was on guard, the subordinate looked at the stack of empty bowls and plates and was certain that he suspected nothing at all. Lin Wang murmured smugly that this was truly good news, because everything was still going exactly according to plan. The old man impatiently asked his subordinate whether the crimson fire poison had been prepared. The subordinate coldly took out a vial of red medicine, then respectfully confirmed that everything was ready. The old sect leader's eyes flashed with malice. He curled his lips into a sinister smile and gave the order, "Very good, begin." Whether that final feast for those two would truly be their last, it sounded far too easy. In the silent night, Du Yuqiang stood in deep thought, gazing into the distance. He softly called Feng Tian, then asked in suspicion, "You did not kill Miao Shan, did you?" Feng Tian calmly replied, "Of course not. I persuaded him with words." Though he still doubted whether he should trust him, Du Yuqiang had no choice but to set it aside. He seriously asked about Feng Tian's true purpose. "I want to ask you something. You must have a reason for taking Green Forest, otherwise you would not be planning to make me Lin Wang. Tell me the reason clearly." In his heart he understood that becoming Lin Wang was almost impossible. Feng Tian calmly explained that he had seized Mount Ma simply because Green Forest was located there. As for the Black Dragon Gang, it was merely an obstacle in the way, so it was erased. He continued, revealing a shocking truth. The arrangement Asura Tianmo had painstakingly prepared was right here on Mount Ma. Hearing mention of his father's mysterious last wish, Du Yuqiang widened his eyes in shock. He suddenly realized that every strange thing Feng Tian had done all this time had a reason. From Sun Roland's identity as Lin Wang's daughter to the upheavals that had just occurred, everything seemed to be part of his father's grand plan. He clenched his fists, his mind tangled with countless questions. What had father left for me? What exactly was that arrangement? But when Du Yuqiang continued pressing him, Feng Tian lowered his head mysteriously and replied, "I cannot tell you that." The new cult master's anger instantly erupted. He roared in fury, "You dare deceive me." Despite his master's anger, Feng Tian remained respectful yet firm. "Please forgive me, master. Then I shall take my leave to reorganize Du Yuqiang's banner in Green Forest." He quietly turned away, leaving Du Yuqiang still shouting behind him. "Before you go, tell me about father's arrangement. The feeling that the whole world knows while I alone remain in the dark truly hurts." Next morning, radiant dawn light spread over Green Forest's headquarters atop the majestic Mame. Below the hall, the bandit disciples gathered and whispered among themselves. Every face clearly showed confusion at the sudden shift in power. Hurried footsteps echoed outside the corridor. Feng Tian stood towering before the door, his eyes filled with vigilance. Seeing Lin Wang personally carrying a tray of food over, he asked coldly, "Why have you brought the food here yourselves?" The old sect leader with the thick beard did not hurry to answer. His face was solemn as he raised the plate of food in his hands. It was a beautifully arranged dish of 5 spiced 6 intestines, thin slices of meat laid out neatly and evenly. Lin Wang looked at the plate of meat, smiled meaningfully, and said, "This 5 spiced 6 intestines looks truly appetizing." In the sealed room, the chef knelt trembling and reported, "I poured all my heart into this dish." The old sect leader replied in a chillingly satisfied voice, "So delicious it can end everything at any moment. It sounds both sinister and fake. Human hearts are truly frightening." He laughed loudly in delight, then ordered the chef to withdraw, even promising to let him go tomorrow. As soon as the chef left, Lin Wang turned to his trusted subordinate and called, "Perfect, Yan Qiao." The subordinate immediately answered, "Yes." Then he quietly drew a small vial from his robes. With a treacherous expression, Yan Qiao decisively poured the dark red liquid inside the vial into the dipping sauce bowl at the center of the plate. Lin Wang watched every movement closely, then asked in a low voice, "You checked the poison thoroughly, did you not?" Yan Qiao gave a cruel smile and answered with certainty, "I tested it on 3 wild boars." The contempt was so blatant it made one choke with rage just hearing it. He said that a single drop of poison in a bucket of water was enough to make the boars collapse before they could even cry out. Seeing such terrifying effectiveness, Lin Wang smiled coldly in satisfaction. "Very good, you have worked hard. This humiliation must end today." Lin Wang humbly carried the plate of food, ready to cast aside his dignity as sect leader to put on a flattering act. "Though I am Lin Wang, I am now only master's subordinate. To show my loyalty, I personally brought this dish here." Seeing the food was about to get cold, Du Yuqiang wanted to eat at once. Looking at that submissive manner, he curled his lips and smiled. "Even a lowly man like you knows how to show loyalty. How could I stand aside? I will taste it myself." "What is this? Who asked him to be this overly eager?" Those words made Lin Wang's face turn pale, fearing the plan had been exposed. Watching from behind, Sun Ruolin silently urged her father not to miss the chance. "No, father, this is the opportunity. Du Yuqiang is no expert. As long as Feng Tian is dealt with first, he will be easy to handle." Under the watching eyes of the Green Forest people, Du Yuqiang calmly picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth to savor. Lin Wang held his breath and waited, his eyes bulging with tension. Madness showed clearly when he saw the prey swallow the poisoned bite whole. In his heart he roared in delight. "How does it taste? Is the flavor of poison good, you lowly bumpkin?" Yet contrary to the expected instant ending, Du Yuqiang suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily. Before Lin Wang could understand what was happening, he heard him remark calmly, "There is no poison. With food this delicious, laughing is perfectly normal." The old sect leader wondered in shock whether the other party had reached the realm of immunity to all poisons, where no poison in the world could affect him. He trembled as he realized that if this were true, the plan for him and his daughter to bring down both monsters had completely collapsed. In panic, Lin Wang hurriedly turned to ask his daughter, "Hey, Sun Ruolin, is Du Yuqiang also immune to all poisons?" He hoped for a denial to cling to, but the only answer was a terrifying silence. He stubbornly asked again, his face drenched in sweat, "He is also immune to all poisons, is he not?" At this moment, Sun Ruolin could only stand frozen, her face clearly showing shock at the new cult master's unfathomable strength. Surprised yet, "Darling, what else were you expecting from him?" Sweat poured off Lin Wang like rain, and in his heart he screamed in terror, "Damn it." He imagined in horror the entire green forest sinking into disaster and being wiped out if Du Yuqiang truly died because of this dish. Realizing that a great calamity was about to descend, Sun Ruolin anxiously sent a sound transmission urging him, "Father, quickly drop the tray of food and spill everything." Obeying his daughter, Lin Wang pretended to slip and cried out, "Oh, my hand slipped." He intended to fling the tray away and destroy the evidence. But Feng Tian, with astonishing speed, reached out like lightning and caught the plate of meat cleanly in midair. Calmly mocked, "Oh my, you must be careful. Since this dish is so special, let me bring it inside myself." Lin Wang frantically tried to snatch it back. "Ah, there is no need. I want to personally show my loyalty." After saying that, he suddenly burst into tears. He sobbed so hard that even Feng Tian was stunned and asked, "Are you crying? No one has done anything, no one has even touched you, yet you are suddenly crying so earnestly." In truth, the guardian had already seen through the old man's heart. He gritted his teeth and thought in fury, "That's right, this bastard intends to harm Master." Ignoring the suspicion, Lin Wang still sniffled and acted, "I want to offer it to Master with my own hands." Sob sob. Seeing this scene, Du Yuqiang laughed and praised him, "Haha, your loyalty is truly precious." But Feng Tian's killing intent had already erupted. He leaned close to the old sect leader's face and growled softly, "Let go, you bastard, before I make a move against you." Lin Wang trembled and collapsed to his knees on the floor, realizing in despair that he had no way out, just as his life hung by a thread. Sun Ruolin suddenly stepped forward from behind and uttered 2 words that left him stunned, "Antidote." That's right, the antidote. They had to bring the antidote immediately. Sun Ruolin realized in panic that the plan had gone off course and could cause a sect-destroying catastrophe. But immediately after that, a bold thought suddenly flashed through her mind. They had to throw away all the antidotes. Sun Ruolin Rulin decided to make a daring move to turn the situation around. They would pretend to be victims of the poisoning. She calculated that if she only poisoned the water and destroyed all the antidotes, Lulin could easily blame an unknown person. She gritted her teeth and resolved that sacrificing a few lives was still better than letting Lulin be destroyed. Sun Rulin hurriedly urged her father, "I will buy time, father, quickly go to the well." As Lin Wang left, she immediately returned to the banquet hall with a fresh expression to distract attention. Feng Tian calmly continued his meal, reassuring the master to be at ease. Sun Rulin acted attentively, repeatedly offering more food, while softly saying, "Master, this dish is delicious. Please eat more." Sun Rulin held her chopsticks, her eyes filled with fury as she stared at the subordinate, silently cursing Yan Qiao to quickly eat the 5-spice green pill and perish. She believed that as long as she made the subordinate take the blame, Du Yuqiang would be saved, and Lu Lin would escape danger. At that moment, the poison took effect. Yan Qiao suddenly clutched his neck, his face contorted in pain, throat stiff and unable to speak. Sun Rulin gritted her teeth watching the subordinate gasp for air, her cold gaze fixed on him. Meanwhile, Feng Tian leisurely continued his meal, muttering a single irritated sound. To complete the act, Sun Rulin suddenly changed her attitude. She clasped her hands, smiling brightly and eagerly asked the master to let her try the 5-spice green pill. Her rapid change of expression shocked Du Yuqiang and Feng Tian, their eyes full of suspicion and confusion. Seeing Sun Rulin lingering around, Feng Tian coldly waved his hand, telling her to leave once she was done. She shamelessly begged for a peace, even invoking their long-standing companionship to soften him. Immediately refused, Sun Rulin turned hostile and yelled, causing Feng Tian to become furious and ready to punish her at once. Du Yuqiang hurriedly stopped the bodyguard, scolding him for causing trouble during the meal. Hearing the master speak, Feng Tian bowed his head in apology. Du Yuqiang, seeing Sun Rulin's pitiable state, promised to serve her a separate plate later. Sun Rulin happily thanked him, yet inwardly felt pleased as her begging had erased any suspicion that Lu Lin had poisoned the food. Du Yuqiang began to wonder how delicious the dish was to make Sun Rulin crave it so much. Du Yuqiang calmly picked up a piece of meat and ate it. Behind, Lin Wang and Sun Rulin held their breath, watching. The old sect leader silently rejoiced that the last prey had swallowed the poisoned piece. As he chewed, Du Yuqiang nodded in approval, praising the dish's exquisite flavor. Just then, Lin Wang suddenly rushed into the hall with a panicked expression. He hurriedly inquired about the situation, causing Feng Tian to become angry that the master's meal was interrupted. The bodyguard, about to threaten to deal with the intruder, suddenly widened his eyes, noticing the terrifying change in the new sect master. Du Yuqiang suddenly collapsed, continuously coughing up blood. His face turned pale, the poison acting violently right in the main hall. Feng Tian screamed in horror, calling for the master in despair. Du Yuqiang's body gradually weakened, his breath growing faint. Feng Tian immediately rushed to support the master, his face ashen with extreme worry. Seeing Du Yuqiang fade, blood still at the corner of his mouth, Feng Tian held his cooling body tightly, choking back tears, saying he could not let him go. He resolved to save him at any cost, promising himself he would find the antidote and bear any punishment afterward. Immediately after, he took out a mysterious blue elixir. He carefully placed the sparkling pill into Du Yuqiang's mouth. It was the soul essence pill, a divine medicine only the supreme sect of the demonic cult could use. Lin Wang trembled as he reported urgently that someone had poisoned the water source. Over 30 of his subordinates were also affected. Hearing this, Feng Tian became furious, a terrifying murderous aura erupting. He growled that within 2 hours the famous doctor must arrive, or Lu Lin would pay the price. Under suffocating pressure and threat of annihilating the sect, Lin Wang panicked, shouting to obey orders. In the quiet night, Nam Kungyuan slowly appeared. She suggested that the next day the group should go to Lu Lin's main headquarters. Mudong Yuntian standing beside her also nodded thoughtfully, considering the sudden disappearance of the Black Dragon sect quite strange. Dian Lok pondered the opponent's inexplicable actions, unsure why Lu Lin had taken all the chefs. The young leaders calmly added that upon arrival, they would understand the situation more clearly. Everyone understood yet reminded each other that this trip was not for combat. Their agreement was immediate. For long, Lu Lin had been renowned as one of the strongest forces in the martial world, strong enough that even the Black Dragon sect had to ally with the 7 ghosts of Wushan to hope to cope. Yuntian silently thought that just grasping the current situation would suffice, and he truly looked forward to the upcoming encounter. Suddenly, shouts tore through the night. The famous doctor, quickly capture the famous doctor. Looking down from above, the group was astonished at the chaos. Some suspected it was Lu Lin's leader, but Nam Kungyuan immediately signaled for silence. Below, Lin Wang clutched his head, shouting in despair that all would die. They must quickly find a way. They could not die so easily. Seeing his father lose composure, Sun Rulin angrily yelled, "Father, you act like a puppet. Maintain Lin Wang's dignity." The unexpected truth left Nam Kungyuan's group completely stunned. They were shocked to realize that the fierce girl was Lin Wang's daughter. Lin Wang was now tearing at his hair in despair, leaving the young masters observing from afar in disbelief that this was the strongest king in Lu Lin's history. At that moment, a subordinate hurriedly led a group and reported that all the famous doctors had been brought here. Lin Wang's eyes flashed coldly. He decisively growled that good, now select those who truly have ability. Yet the so-called famous doctors immediately revealed their true selves out of fear. One trembled, confessing he was merely a quack who had copied medical skills. Another widened his eyes, admitting he had a perverse habit of harming patients. Some even abandoned all shame, shouting they were not famous doctors but rogues, then sought a way to flee. Chaos left Sun Rulan frozen, watching people push and flee. At the point of life and death, honor could be discarded to survive. Lin Wang's anger erupted. He swung his gleaming great blade, coldly ordering the last person to be taken behind the mountain and select the most capable. Witnessing the sect leader's madness, Nam Kung Yuan atop felt even more puzzled as first the chefs, then the doctors, were mysteriously taken away. Seeing Lin Wang still safe and sound, he pondered then who was actually injured. The quiet room, Du Yukang lay motionless on the bed, his face pale, eyes tightly shut. The famous doctors surrounded him, but each of them trembled, none daring to act. The new sect leader's condition was extremely critical, his breath weak like a candle about to be extinguished by wind. Seeing the doctors hesitate, Feng Tian shouted in anger, "What are you still standing there for?" He rushed forward, grabbed a famous doctor, forcing them to save the patient before his wrath swept everything away. A hand as hard as iron suddenly grabbed a doctor by the collar, leaving him shocked, not understanding how he ended up like this. Behind him, Lin Wang bared a fierce expression and growled, "It's me." Trembling, the doctor stepped closer to the bed, stammering, "I will check his pulse first." Standing close by, Feng Tian's cold tone threatened him into losing control. "If you can't cure him, you won't see spring." The doctor carefully drew a drop of blood with a needle, thinking he must identify the poison accurately. He began a long explanation that there were thousands of poisons in the world, with countless variants when mixed. But Feng Tian immediately interrupted, his tone full of impatience. "I don't have time to hear your lecture." Panicked, the doctor hurriedly assured that he could still do it. He claimed he could recognize any poison by tasting it, then brought the needle tip to his tongue. Immediately after, he coughed up blood and collapsed to the floor. Feng Tian looked at this in disgust, thinking, "What an ugly old man. Damn, are we out of poison testers?" He dragged the next person over, mocking, "Is he really worthy to be called a famous doctor?" The room's atmosphere grew tenser as the remaining doctors were helpless before the new sect leader's bloodstained needles. An old doctor with white hair carefully observed and concluded, "This is not ordinary animal or plant poison." When Feng Tian pressed for what kind of poison it was, the old man trembled and confessed it was likely a mixture of many poisons. He sighed, reporting that Du Yuqiang had temporarily passed the critical stage, but the real problem lay ahead. Feng Tian's face changed, he pressed. "And then what?" The old doctor's trembling voice concluded. "Without an antidote, the young master will die within 3 days." Lying motionless on the bed, his face pale, Du Yuqiang vaguely heard the death sentence for himself. In delirium, he bitterly thought, "I haven't even lived a peaceful life yet. Not only can I not be at peace, I may not even see the sun in 4 days. How pitiful, who told me to be too optimistic when near Ao." Hearing the bad news, Feng Tian gripped the sword hilt tightly, muttering in a cold voice, "Will he really die in 3 days?" Without hesitation, he turned to the old sect master waiting for orders. "Lin Wang, kill all these famous doctors." Lin Wang immediately responded. As ordered, a giant kite was raised high, terrifying the doctors into screaming miserably. Facing the kite's blade cold as death, the doctor knelt on the floor, hands clasped in panic, begging, "Please spare my life." But Feng Tian only looked at him coldly, then asked, "Why should I?" Lin Wang growled decisively, "Kill," then swung the kite down with the weight of 1,000 pounds. In the life and death moment, the doctor shouted in despair, "I know a divine healer. Luckily I said it in time. A moment later and I'd be dead." The sharp kite blade paused just above his head, turning the doctor pale with fear. Feng Tian frowned slightly, asking in a deep voice, "Divine healer?" As if catching a lifeline, the doctor stammered, "Ah yes. That person could cure every disease in the world." Trembling, he revealed the identity of the sole savior. It was Hua Xian. Feng Tian frowned in doubt. "Divine healer," the doctor knelt, confirming in a trembling voice that this person could cure all diseases. Hearing this, Lin Wang immediately roared, "Nonsense, Hua Xian has died." The old man glared, confirming the divine healer had been missing for 20 years. But the doctor still swore he had seen him personally, even risking his family's lives as guarantee. Feng Tian pondered, could there really be someone who cures all illnesses? The doctor bowed, praising Hua Xian's medicine as far superior to imperial doctors, then urgently begged Feng Tian to keep it secret. Feng Tian coldly brushed it off. "I don't even know who you are," then silently listened to the most important information. Divine healer Hua Xian was currently in Shuilian Valley, at the foot of Longqi Mountain. Seeing it was not too far, Feng Tian immediately ordered Lin Wang to prepare the carry. Hearing the word carry, the sect master and subordinates froze, thinking the bodyguard intended to eliminate them all. Feng Tian then growled, "Shut up." Everyone immediately fell silent. He explained the baby carrier was to carry the master to find the divine healer, not to deal with overthinking people. Meanwhile, Du Yuqiang lay gasping on the bed, vaguely sensing danger and silently praying, "Don't go fast, Feng Tian, slow down." Seeing the master's condition grow more critical, Feng Tian panicked and shouted, "The master is in grave danger, hurry." Lin Wang hurriedly obeyed, quickly preparing everything. Du Yuqiang in pain only wished to scream inwardly, "I meant just go slowly." Yet Feng Tian completely misunderstood the master's intention. He angrily turned to shout at Lin Wang, "You bastard, the master told you to hurry." So this is understanding the intention, always doing the opposite. Du Yuqiang bitterly watched the crazy bodyguard. While Feng Tian was ready to depart, Feng Tian reassured the master that he would use lightness skill slowly, absolutely not affecting the wound. He carefully wrapped a white silk ribbon around Du Yuqiang, securing him on his back. But the tight grip made Du Yuqiang struggle to breathe, eyes wide, silently cursing in pain. "Oh my god, I'm about to suffocate. This guy is truly unbearable." Seeing this from outside the door, Lin Wang and his son could only stand frozen in fear. Sun Rulan anxiously asked if Du Yuqiang was still alive, but Feng Tian. He completely ignored her and said coldly to the master, "Let us set out." Immediately after, the bodyguard leaped like thunder, striking down, smashing through the roof of the sleeping chamber before shooting into the sky like an arrow loosed from the string. Lin Wang stared blankly at the wreckage, stammering that the man had said to go slowly. Sun Rulan asked her father in panic what madness Feng Tian was up to, and received the answer that he was. He was going all out to find Wei Qian and keep Du Yuqiang alive. Knowing the divine physician was still alive, Sun Rulan cried out in shock. She understood that if Du Yuqiang died on the way, Lu Lin would surely face extermination, so she hurriedly urged her father, "We have to chase after them too." They had to act as loyal as possible. Lin Wang was startled when he realized how grave the situation was. He gritted his teeth and ordered every leader to be summoned, so they could set out at once. This father was surprisingly obedient to his daughter. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain, the great clan's procession was still silently entering the disputed territory. The young masters of the righteous path were bewildered, unable to find any trace of the Black Dragon gang or Lu Lin on the mountain, while the entire group was still full of doubt. A streak of green light suddenly tore through the night, flashing past at a speed that made one shudder. The martial geniuses only had time to widen their eyes in horror, as they sensed a terrifying pressure sweep past them. They trembled and wondered what it was, for that speed far surpassed human limits. One person muttered in a daze, "It must be a ghost carrying something on its back." In the dark night, Black Shadow shot past at an astonishing speed, leaving the young masters of the righteous path stunned. They realized that among them were Lin Wang and his daughter, both frantically chasing in the direction where the green streak had disappeared. Nangongwan thoughtfully concluded that something major must have happened at Lu Lin's headquarters, forcing them to choose between continuing up the mountain or following that sect leader. Just as the group was still hesitating, a small figure suddenly appeared behind them, making everyone jolt alertly. They wondered whether the 7 black-robed figures who had just swept past were the 7 ghosts of Mount Wu. No, the strange thing was that those people seemed to pay absolutely no attention to their presence. The young master's gazes immediately gathered on the stranger who had just appeared. It was only a child, disheveled hair and a gloomy face. What formidable character had appeared this time? It sounded quite interesting too. As someone from a prestigious clan, Nangongwan intended to remind the child that walking alone on the mountain at night was very dangerous. That kindness only received a powerful roar silence. Heavens, a child with such imposing force could really make one feel embarrassed. The child erupted with crimson killing intent, fierce eyes coldly demanding that they reveal the identities of the 7 black-robed figures who had just passed. The overwhelming aura released from that small body made even the martial geniuses shudder in fear. The person clicked his tongue, called the youths before him useless, then bluntly, he turned and left as if nothing had happened. The young master stood frozen, completely unable to understand what exactly was happening on Mount Ma now. Realizing that everything was gradually slipping out of control, he decided to set all doubts aside and follow the trail of that strange child. Meanwhile, in another corner of the forest, the 7 ghosts of Mount Wu were also acting urgently. The third ghost, soul-chasing Su, irritably asked his eldest brother how long they had to keep Lu Lin surrounded when Long Wang had already vanished without a trace. The second ghost, heaven-piercing Shu, immediately spoke up to reassure his third brother, telling him to keep quiet and continue observing. They could not believe that a force as powerful as the Black Dragon gang had been mysteriously wiped out like this. Great Ghost Impermanence Ghost suddenly laughed with arrogance. He asserted that if Long Wang gang had truly been defeated, corpses would have piled up like mountains. He believed that with Long Wang's ability, he was absolutely not someone who would submit easily, yet with their ally disappearing for no clear reason. He clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with killing intent. Impermanence Ghost roared in resentment, swearing that if Long Wang had truly died, he would definitely make all of Lu Lin pay a heavy price. Feng Tian raced through the ancient forest like a violent whirlwind. He left everything behind to devote himself to finding help. But Du Yuqiang, strapped tightly to his back, showed no gratitude at all and only groaned softly in pain. He was about to meet his ancestors, yet was still being tortured like this. It was both funny and pitiful. His face was deathly pale, sweat pouring out nonstop. Qiang lamented inwardly in despair. Finding the divine physician Huashan is a good thing, but at this rate I will die from suffocation. Realizing that his silence was being gravely misunderstood, Du Yuqiang resolved to make himself perfectly clear this time. He forced out each word, "There is no need to go fast, Feng Tian." But the crazed bodyguard only heard it as an urge to hurry. Even though Du Yuqiang pleaded that he could not breathe and told him to slow down, Feng Tian smiled fanatically. He calmly asked the master in return, "If you cannot breathe, should I slow down even more?" As he rushed through the treetops, Feng Tian shouted reproachfully, "Master, how can you say such irresponsible things?" He believed that because the body had grown weak. The new sect master's spirit had also grown soft. Then he glared and ordered, "Promise me that you will never say such weak words again." These two really were insanely entertaining, a pair crossing 1,000 hardships in the southern Xia. While Du Yuqiang inwardly screamed in grievance, "No, I am about to suffocate to death. You bastard," Feng Tian made a horrifying decision. "If you are too tired, I will speed up the search." He stomped down to gather force, launching himself over towering peaks beneath the star-filled night sky. In the windy midair, the young sect master, face pale from exhaustion, could only grit his teeth and swear inwardly, "Feng Tian, I will definitely deal with you." Lin Wang led his disciples through forests and across waterfalls, striving not to lose the trail. He panted heavily but remained determined, secretly glad that he knew the nearby shortcuts well. Otherwise, they would have been left behind long ago, being carried by her father to speed up. Sun Rulan curiously asked about his mysterious movements before departure. Lin Wang said he had gone to gather the leaders, but the sly girl teased him, asking whether he had just stopped by to see Yu Yu. Having his sore spot hit, the old sect leader blushed and roared in anger, "Hey, that is my wife's child." See, mention the one in his heart and he gets worked up at once. Sun Roland smiled faintly, then shifted the serious matter of the divine physician they were about to meet. She was worried because she had heard that Wat Xian was extremely stubborn, preferring death over submission. Wang snapped irritably, "The person who told you that was me." Looking at the dense night ahead, Sun Roland worried that Du Yuqiang might not make it, and refusing to save him because of Hua Xian would surely be punished by Feng Tian. Lin Wang's expression grew serious. He was certain Hua Xian would not die, for he would stop that from happening at any cost. He understood the harsh truth that if Du Yuqiang was not saved, the entire forest would be leveled by that frenzied bodyguard. Seeing his father so resolute, Sun Ruolin smiled and said she trusted him. The bond between father and daughter was strong. Let's see how long it lasts. Immediately after, Lin Wang roared an order to the whole team, "Accelerate, quickly pursue them." The echoes of acknowledgement rang through the mountains. The group surged forward with all their strength in the darkness. Under the blazing sun on Jiangshan Longqi Peak, Feng Tian strode through the dense forests. But Du Yuqiang's condition had deteriorated severely at this point. He lay limp on the bodyguard's back, pale, drenched in sweat, his breath broken from pain. At that moment, they encountered an old man crouched gathering herbs by an ancient tree. Feng Tian immediately approached, his voice cold as he asked where Shuilian Valley was. The old man looked confused, stammering hesitantly, saying he did not know anyone named Shuilian Valley. Seeing the misunderstanding, Feng Tian gritted his teeth, saying it was the name of a valley, then glared as he asked about Weqian's whereabouts. The old man pretended to be clueless again, insisting he had never heard of any immortal with such a strange name. Feng Tian saw this rustic fool was useless, ignorant of everything he asked. He turned away in frustration, braced himself, then dashed forward impatiently. Better to find it himself than ask these clueless people. Herb gatherer sighed in relief, thinking he had escaped. Then a strong gust of wind swept through, bringing shadows that enveloped him. He looked up in horror, seeing another group landing before him, led by Lin Wang carrying Sun Rulan. The clan leader exuded an overwhelming aura, roaring decisively, "Speak, where is Shuilian Valley?" The herb gatherer stubbornly replied that there was no one with the surname Shui on Jiangshan. Lin Wang roared, emphasizing that was the name of the valley where Waqian was hiding. Seeing the old man's bewildered look, Sun Rulan clicked her tongue, thinking he was too senile, making Lin Wang lose patience and immediately ordered the group to leave. The herb gatherer sighed at his unlucky day, intending to gather more herbs, then froze as a dark murderous aura filled the space. Before him now was 7 ghosts, no mountain, appearing with a heavy and terrifying presence. Facing the cold gaze of the leader of the unusual ghosts, the old man used the same trick, lamenting that Jiangshan had no Shuilian Valley, and he did not know Waqian, begging for mercy for his herbs. Hearing that name, the leader slightly smirked, a malicious smile spreading. He coldly asked the men in leather who had just passed by which direction they went. Just as the old man trembled and pointed forward, the entire band of demons immediately charged, disappearing into the deep forest in the blink of an eye. Feeling his life continuously threatened, the herb gatherer hastily packed up, planning to flee down the mountain. But misfortune had not released him, as another youth lunged forward at an astonishing speed. The old man froze, exhausted from pretending, then proactively asked if he was also looking for Shuilian Valley. The youth paused briefly, turning to the old man with a suspicious look. Namgong Yuan and the young masters approached. He bowed politely and asked, "Sir, excuse me, do you know?" Before he could finish, the old man erupted, shouting, "I said I do not know Shuilian Valley, nor do I know Wuxian." The shout thundered, stunning Namgong Yuan, who could only cry out in fright, "What did I do wrong?" Nonetheless, he immediately memorized the two important names he just heard, Shuilian Valley and Huoxian Divine Physician. Knowing he had a clue, Namgong Yuan quickly thanked the old man, then led the group swiftly into the forest. Watching the youth's figures, the herb gatherer clicked his tongue, doomed. Resolute, he threw the basket of herbs to the ground. The knave expression vanished. He stood tall like a master, contemplative before the sudden emergence of the forest sect and aristocrats. He wondered who the seven in black and that child were, but what worried him most was still Feng Tian. His mind felt like it would explode from so many events happening in succession. He stomped hard, then dashed off at incredible speed. Gliding past the treetops, he thought, so it's time to leave Xiangshan. Xiangshan was indeed a breathtaking place, with majestic pine ridges and waterfalls cascading down magnificently. Then amidst that magnificent scenery, Du Yuqiang was living a real nightmare, carried by Feng Tian at a terrifying speed. He silently cursed in frustration. Has this man gone mad? Running nonstop since morning, my head is about to explode. Ignoring the master's pain, Feng Tian gritted his teeth and gave his all, roaring firmly, "Master, endure, I will not let you die." Jostled on the bodyguard's back, Du Yuqiang could only scream in silent despair, "I'm going to die because of you, you bastard." As he soared past high cliffs under the sunset, Feng Tian thought if more people joined forces, good news would surely come soon. Just landing, Du Yuqiang was shocked and asked again. More people. He was stunned seeing Lin Wang and his father along with the bandits gathered in full ahead. Without any ceremony, Feng Tian glared at the forest sect, shouting, "Have you found Shuilian Valley yet?" Sun Roland was now supporting her exhausted father. She timidly reported they had not found it. Feng Tian raged at the useless lot, making Lin Wang only bow in helpless apology. "Stop running around." After saying that, he immediately stomped hard on the ground and used the momentum to shoot forward as fast as lightning. Third ghost soul chasing Xu of the seven ghosts of Wuxian roared, killing intent surging violently. He threatened to deal with anyone who still dared to run around in disorder. Just then a hand landed on his shoulder to calm him. "Stay calm, third brother." The one who appeared was the great ghost, Impermanence Ghost. The old man said they had not come to issue a challenge, but the other side's answer would determine whether the seven ghosts of Wuxian could leave safely. Impermanence Ghost looked straight at Lin Wang and questioned him about the unusual disappearance of the Long Wang gang on Mount Emei. The old man suspected that the Green Forest gang had secretly made peace with their enemy. Unlike his usual cautious manner, Lin Wang answered coldly. The old man said they had already been buried, while recalling the scene of his subordinates covering the remnants of the Long Wang gang with soil. In his heart, Lin Wang was deeply uneasy because Feng Tian was becoming extremely sensitive due to Du Yuqiang's condition. Now even the slightest touch on Wu Ying would make him lose his mind at once. Lin Wang understood that if they angered Feng Tian, the Green Forest gang would face a great disaster. While the old man was still at a dead end, a haughty woman beside him suddenly spoke in a mocking voice, saying that they were all dead. She laughed defiantly and asked whether the seven ghosts of Wuxian were truly so ignorant that they'd not know the Long Wang gang had been wiped out long ago. The insult aimed at his friend Long Wang enraged Impermanence Ghost, and the old man roared that insulting him was the same as insulting himself. But that woman still smiled calmly in provocation, mocking the old man as truly ridiculous and stating that she had never regarded him as a friend. Unable to endure any longer, third ghost soul chasing Xu roared in fury. He cursed the other side as a bastard, then swung his weapon and charged forward like a madman. Yet before the battle could erupt, Feng Tian's thunderous shout tore through the air. Silence. The terrifying inner force in that roar created a violent shockwave, blasting everyone away in horror. Every time Feng Tian appeared, it was as if heaven and earth shook. Lin Wang and that woman could not avoid being affected either. Both of them were forced back by the wave of force, while third ghost only had time to cry out in pain about what kind of damned inner force that was. Sun Roland curled her lips in a sinister smile, lamented how unfortunate it was for Hai Dongting, then calmly said he had fled but was still caught by Feng Tian. Lin Wang shuddered as he realized his daughter was deliberately igniting a bloody battle between Feng Tian and the seven ghosts of Wuxian. Faced with that provocation, Impermanence Ghost frowned in suspicion and asked through gritted teeth whether that matter was true. When the atmosphere grew tense to the extreme, Feng Tian unexpectedly fell into thought because he realized he had missed an important detail. He muttered about that old man, then immediately grew suspicious of the old herb gatherer he had met earlier. Feng Tian realized that an ordinary old man could not have remained that calm before his overwhelming aura. This was far too unreasonable. Not wanting to waste any more time, he quickly made a decision. Feng Tian coldly told the 7 ghosts of Wushan to get lost quickly, and even declared that he would return to deal with them later, leaving everyone stunned. Seeing Feng Tian turn his back, Sun Roland immediately shouted arrogantly, asking what they were still looking at and telling them to hurry up and scram. Her insolence made Impermanent's ghost grind his teeth in resentment, but the old man could do nothing more. Right after that, Feng Tian stomped hard on the ground, carrying Du Yuqiang on his back as he shot away like lightning. He crossed the sheer cliffs, heading straight toward the enormous white waterfall in the middle of the vast mountain forest. Feng Tian halted beside the waterfall, remembering that the last place he had seen the old herb gatherer was this area. Observing the valley and the surrounding ravines, he thought to himself that the name Water Curtain Valley truly suited this place. Despite the water pouring down over his head, Feng Tian still carried his master straight into the cave behind the waterfall. He loved his master this much, yet got scolded all day long. Du Yuqiang had passed out from the poison, while Feng Tian quietly walked deeper into the dark and treacherous tunnel. Looking down from above into the bottomless valley, Feng Tian thought to himself that it was surrounded by cliffs. No wonder they could not find it. At the bottom of the valley, an old man stood silently amid the tense scene. In front of him, 2 men knelt flat on the ground, begging miserably and pleading for him to save their dying loved ones. Another person begged tearfully, Huaxian, my daughter is only sick, she is not a martial artist. Seeing the white-haired old man standing still with a resolute expression, Feng Tian immediately took notice. He confirmed that this person seemed to be Huaxian. Feng Tian decisively descended to the ground, and right after that, Lin Wang and his subordinates also managed to catch up. Seeing the group of strangers carrying such heavy killing intent, Huaxian immediately showed displeasure. Huaxian clicked his tongue and snapped at them to move aside, because he had sworn to heaven and earth that he would not treat martial artists. Witnessing that firmness, Lin Wang silently sighed that he truly was unyielding, unable to be subdued even by one of the 4 great heavenly kings. But Feng Tian did not care about the other side's reputation or oath, and he coldly said, so what if he is one of the 4 great heavenly kings? He declared that he would cut off the legs first, because as long as the hands remained, it was enough to treat illness. Lin Wang was horrified and blurted out at once. Feng Tian walked up before the divine physician and coldly ordered Huaxian to treat his master, saying that if he refused, he would lose 1 leg each time. Looking into the guard's emotionless eyes filled with killing intent, Huaxian realized in shock that this was absolutely no empty threat. The old man trembled and told himself in horror that he had met all kinds of people in his life. Some were hot-tempered, some begged, some flattered him. But this man had no emotion at all and would truly act. Feng Tian drew his sword and slowly counted 3. Though cold sweat streamed down his body, Huaxian still ground his teeth and held to his oath. That guard did not waver at all, only continued counting coldly. The sword hilt released a suffocating pressure that enveloped the space. When the final count rang out, Feng Tian still repeated the cruel ultimatum. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his aura making it hard to breathe, and said coldly that each refusal would cost 1 leg. He began counting down from 3. Though he was so afraid that sweat poured from him, Huaxian still clenched his teeth and said he could not break his oath. Feng Tian coldly counted to 2, then when the sound of 1 had just ended, he swung his sword, about to strike. It was only counting, yet the pressure felt like the end of the world. Realizing that the divine physician's life was hanging by a thread, Lin Wang rushed forward in panic, because he absolutely could not let Huaxian lose his life here. The old man swung his blade, blocking Feng Tian's deadly strike in the blink of an eye. A fiery clash erupted instantly, the force surging violently. From both sides, streams of light tore across the space, shaking the ground below. Arriving to save him, Tam Ming moved with precision as if his combat instincts were already triggered. The duel became extremely fierce as Feng Tian continuously unleashed powerful sword strikes. This forced Lin Wang to exert all his strength to defend. Sect Master roared, channeling all his inner power into a strong palm strike, trying to push back the opponent's overwhelming momentum. A thunderous explosion rang out. Blinding light immediately enveloped the surroundings. The entire forest shook as the 2 forces collided, the terrifying power leveling everything around, sending rocks flying and trees snapping. Witnessing the catastrophic scene, Sun Roland and the disciples stood frozen in fear. They were stunned to realize this strength had surpassed human limits. This was absolutely not a mortal fight. Amid the rubble, Feng Tian remained calm, carrying the master on his back, quietly asking, "Master, are you alright?" Du Yuqiang could only manage a pained groan. Lin Wang called out urgently, "Sect Master of Yumen, Master Quan Shan." But all he received in reply was a harsh voice, "This has nothing to do with you." The sect master roared in worry, "If Feng Tian runs rampant, Huaxian's legs won't hold. To save his daughter, the divine healer must survive." It turned out both the gay men sect master, famed for his immortality and demonic ways, and Master Quan Shan, with martial arts on par with the 7 great families, had already been defeated by Feng Tian. The bodyguard remained cold as ever, bowing to apologize to Du Yuqiang and promising to deal with the old man after treatment. Huaxian gritted his teeth in resentment, realizing everyone wanted to force him to break his old vow. Lin Wang continued urging, hoping he would abandon stubbornness and save the young sect leader at all costs. Hua Xian clenched his fists, saying in a deep voice that no one could understand the suffering in his heart. He recalled 25 years ago, when a severely injured middle-aged man came seeking help. Believing him good, he treated him with all his effort. Back then, he only hoped the man would live and do something useful, never expecting his kindness to turn into pain. But the truth afterward was far crueler than he had imagined. The man he saved later caused countless disasters. He made no distinction between civilians and people of the underworld. Villages were burned, hundreds of lives lost due to a wrong choice, plunging Hua Xian into regret and anguish. From that moment, he swore to heaven and earth never to interfere in worldly grudges, preferring death to treating martial artists. Yu Xiang thought he absolutely could not let this divine healer leave in vain. Seeing everyone's urgency, Hua Xian sighed and said he would handle everything neatly. Just as Lin Wang rejoiced, thinking he had agreed, Hua Xian suddenly roared that he would end his own life to keep his vow. He focused his energy into a punch, decisively striking his own head before everyone's shocked eyes. Hua Xian intended to end himself to preserve his vow, but his arm suddenly froze midair. He was astonished to realize someone had used threads to seal his acupoints from afar, paralyzing his body. Not even a finger could move. Feng Tian slowly lowered his hand, declaring coldly that without the master's order, he was not to die. Seeing his sudden change, Du Yuqiang frowned at the bodyguard, inwardly mocking. Since when did you ask permission before killing? Feng Tian walked leisurely toward the kneeling fathers, calmly saying clearing all obstacles is enough. Seeing him approach the innocent, Du Yuqiang gritted his teeth in anger, silently cursing him for planning to spare Hua Xian while ignoring the pitiful fathers. Just then, a sound suddenly came from above. Assassins rushed in to ambush, angrily scolding him for daring to disregard them, the atmosphere tense, ready to explode. Facing the surprise attack, Feng Tian showed no change in expression. He moved like lightning, grabbing the enemy's head and delivering a violent downward strike. A loud explosion echoed as his terrifying force crushed all resistance. Faced with overwhelming strength, the Lulin members screamed in panic as one of the 7 ghosts of Wushan fell right before their eyes. They trembled, unable to believe their eyes. Could he really easily defeat the 7 ghosts of Wushan? The remaining 7 ghosts lay scattered on the ground, painfully calling out to their elder in despair. Feng Tian stood tall in the battlefield, his cold shadow covering the defeated. Coldly repeated, "I told you to stay alive." Realizing the bodyguard was about to act against everyone, Du Yuqiang hurriedly called Feng Tian, who immediately turned respectfully at the sound. Du Yuqiang ordered sternly, forbidding him to kill anyone here, including Master Quan Shan and the Gai Men sect master. Just as he prepared to strike decisively, he was called back, resuming obedient posture before the master. Even gasping on his back, Du Yuqiang forced him to promise, and before this firm order, Feng Tian had to bow and comply. Feng Tian exhaled gently, looking at his hands, wondering, is it enough to just not kill? Soon after, cries of pain echoed through the mountains as he began acting ruthlessly. He broke the bones of the enemies but spared their lives exactly according to Du Yuqiang's wish. Witnessing this, the survivors trembled, wondering what kind of bizarre martial arts Feng Tian was using to be so powerful. The bodyguard walked leisurely toward the divine healer. As he approached, he smiled as if genuinely admiring the other's determination. Suddenly, he lunged, grabbing Hua Xian by the collar, glaring and growling. "Heal him." Everyone was shocked at this unbelievable strength. Sun Roland also cried out in panic, urging the old man not to provoke this monster anymore. He had to treat him quickly to preserve his life. But Hua Xian remained stubborn. Old Ruanjiang said he had lived long enough and had no lingering attachments. Even if his legs were cut off or his liver was dug out, he would not break his oath. Feng Tian's fury seemed to have reached its final limit. His gaze darkened, cold and full of menace. His hand, hard as steel, began tightening around the sword hilt. Lin Wang realized in terror that true killing intent had erupted. He shouted in despair, certain that Feng Tian would immediately strike and end the divine physician. Hua Xian quietly closed his eyes, preparing to receive the death descending upon him, but things did not go as he thought. Instead of swinging a cold, sharp slash, Feng Tian called the old man's name in a deep voice. To everyone's astonishment, the arrogant guardian who never regarded anyone as worthy actually bowed his head and begged, "Hua Xian, I beg you." The reversal was so fast the whole battlefield could not keep up. Feng Tian, the cold and prideful guardian, had now humbled himself before the divine physician. He spoke in a low voice, every word earnest, "Divine physician, I sincerely beg you." Witnessing that scene, Lin Wang was completely stunned. He could not believe that someone as terrifying as Feng Tian would bow his head and plead. The guardian's almost extreme sincerity made Sun Ruolin burst into tears. She sobbed and asked her father why he had become like this. Lin Wang could only stand frozen before his daughter's sudden emotion. But Hua Xian stipped a hardened expression and coldly replied that there was nothing to be happy about. "The youth behind you is more important than your own life. And I also have something I revere." The divine physician firmly kept his oath, ready to face death. "I cannot treat him, just kill me." Before such unshakable stubbornness, Feng Tian quietly stepped forward and grabbed his collar. His gaze darkened threateningly, then he murmured softly, "Master, please understand me. Master instructed me not to kill you, so I will not take your life." Instead of killing him, Feng Tian chose an even crueler method. He wanted to see how long the old man could endure his interrogation. Lin Wang shouted in panic and rushed over to stop him, because he understood that Feng Tian's pride would make this anything but gentle. He pleaded urgently, "Please give me 1 hour, I guarantee I will obtain the antidote for you." Though the methods of the Green Forest clan were nothing compared to the demon cult, Feng Tian still spat in contempt. What a ridiculous comparison. Lin Wang immediately tried to persuade him with what little confidence he had left. "I only mean that I am certain I can do it." Feng Tian coldly issued an ultimatum. "I will give you 1 hour. If you fail, the entire Green Forest clan will follow him." Lin Wang gritted his teeth and replied, "Fine." He accepted placing the entire gang on this life and death gamble. Soon after, in a small thatched house in Surium village, the atmosphere became gloomy and heavy. Hua Xian was brought inside, his face twisted with resentment and pain before the cruel reality. This round was truly one where winning meant survival, while losing meant losing everything. Watching her father prepare to act, Sun Roland could not help wondering whether Green Forest torture was simply beating someone up. Divine Physician Hua Xian remained extremely stubborn despite being restrained, challenging them that even if they beat him to death, he would never hand over the antidote. A subordinate offered a plan, suggesting they use red-hot iron to subdue the stubborn old man. Sun Roland began growing anxious. She reminded her father to hurry, because only 1 hour remained. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and threw an extremely powerful punch, shattering the wooden wall behind the Divine Physician as a warning. It was only the opening intimidation, yet her strength looked as if she wanted to demolish the entire house. Lin Wang was shocked by his daughter's action. He curled his lips into a sinister smile, told the Divine Physician to wait a moment, then suddenly struck Wei-Xian's acupoint. Standing beside him, Sun Roland still did not understand. Even torture was useless, so what good would it do to seal his sleeping acupoint and make him sleep? But Lin Wang unexpectedly took out a purple spirit pill and declared that this was precisely the antidote to the crimson poison. Sun Roland and the subordinates were shocked to the extreme. She remembered very clearly that her father had personally thrown it away that day. The old sect leader chuckled softly, admitting that he had intended to throw it away, but in the end kept it for emergencies. A plot twist as neat as pulling something from a sleeve. Sun Roland revealed a crafty smile, mocking that perhaps the Divine Physician had been in too much of a hurry and had forgotten to bring the antidote. Even so, the situation was now extremely dangerous. If Feng Tian learned the truth, all of Green Forest would certainly face disaster, so she resolved to erase every trace. A subordinate trembled when Sun Roland looked at him with eyes full of killing intent. The old advisor judged that it would be far too unreasonable for the Divine Physician to suddenly agree to hand over the antidote, so they needed a stand-in to scream loudly, to pretend he was being fiercely interrogated in Hua Xian's place. The entire group's eyes immediately fell on the unlucky subordinate, frightening him until his face went pale. Lin Wang slowly moved closer. He coldly told him to scream as desperately as possible, then began to act. Miserable screams echoed through the room as he repeatedly took blows from Lin Wang. The pitiful subordinate lay motionless, foaming at the mouth, looking utterly wretched. Lin Wang breathed a sigh of relief, feeling rather satisfied after the fake torture that looked real. Sun Roland smiled brightly and told her father not to worry, because from outside it would not seem too obvious, as if she had prepared this scheme long ago. She quietly held the newly prepared antidote bottle in her hand. Inside the wooden house, Divine Physician Hua Xian sat blankly like a man who had lost his soul. Lin Wang held the medicine bottle and laughed loudly in satisfaction. "Haha, worthy of a divine physician indeed. So this medicine is called fire red medicine." He continued, mocking that the Divine Physician must have understood how precious life was after being tormented, so he had agreed to refine the medicine. Knowing Feng Tian was listening outside, he secretly calculated that if his inner strength was as powerful as rumored, he would definitely hear it clearly. To close the play, he feigned respect, pressed the Divine Physician's acupoint to ease his pain, then leisurely walked outside. Feng Tian was still waiting there and asked coldly, "Is it real?" The acting was so deep that even outsiders would believe it completely. Lin Wang smugly affirmed that the fierce interrogation had made the Divine Physician change his mind. Witnessing the sect leader's cunning, the subordinates whispered among themselves, never expecting that even Green Forest bandits could scheme so deeply. Lin Wang roared proudly, "Did you really think these Green Forest bandits were only fools who knew how to use their fists?" The subordinates hurriedly nodded again and again in agreement. Without wasting any more time, Feng Tian was still carrying Du Yuqiang on his back. He immediately ordered, "Hurry and hand over the antidote." A small white bottle was quickly handed to the guardian, looking as if he had just changed careers from bandit to scene director. After obtaining the antidote, Feng Tian roared with almost fanatical loyalty, "Prosperity for 10,000 years, long live 10,000 times." He dropped to his knees and offered up the medicine bottle with both hands. Master, may you obtain eternal strength. Du Yuqiang drowsily took the medicine bottle, then decisively drank it all. Immediately, he sat cross-legged, still unable to control his body actively. The energy began to spread the medicinal force powerfully throughout his body. Du Yuqiang clearly felt the pressure constricted in his blood gradually dissipating. He thought to himself that without the internal energy of the spirit pill and Feng Tian's protection, he would have died long ago. Feng Tian told Lin Wang and his father to stand aside so he could directly channel energy to help the master recover faster. The deep blue internal energy flared brightly, enveloping both of them in the depths of the forest. But immediately after, Du Yuqiang paused and coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The blood had just recovered when the system forced out the poison. Feng Tian exhaled in relief when he saw the blockage in the master's blood cleared. He asked worriedly, "How do you feel now, master?" Du Yuqiang nodded slightly. Though his complexion was still weak, he said firmly, "I'm fine, no problem." But immediately after, his stomach growled violently from being starved for 3 days. Seeing the situation stabilized, Feng Tian immediately ordered the group to prepare to return to the mountain camp. He respectfully offered to carry the master, but Du Yuqiang firmly refused, wanting to walk himself. As soon as the danger passed, his stomach demanded justice. After only a few steps, Du Yuqiang staggered, almost falling, forcing Feng Tian to quickly catch him. The bodyguard said with concern, "You are still slightly overexerted at the moment." Yuqiang gritted his teeth in frustration that nothing ever went his way and finally let Feng Tian lift him. "Fine, let's go." The two immediately surged forward through the night. They raced through dense forests and deep caverns at astonishing speed. Under the pale moonlight, Du Yuqiang clung tightly to the bodyguard's shoulders, feeling the wind whistle through his hands as they leapt from high cliffs. Admiring the majestic scenery, Du Yuqiang silently enjoyed the sensation of his recovering body and felt relieved. Everything around suddenly appeared beautiful. He felt pleased, thinking that safety was now secured. Life would likely no longer be threatened for a long time, and all he needed at this moment was rest. But reality was far harsher than he had imagined. As soon as he returned to the room in the mountain camp, Du Yuqiang suddenly collapsed to the floor. Weakly, he called Feng Tian in despair, blood spilling at the corner of his mouth. A cold message appeared, "Everything is not over yet." In the solemn space of Lu Lin's headquarters, Du Yuqiang tried to enjoy some peace at the feast full of delicacies. He remembered warm family meals where laughter was the most precious. But reality made him groan, having to sit at the table with people from the green forest circles. The same meal yet worlds apart, on one side warmth and family, on this side like a bandit den. Lin Wang suddenly roared. That shout signaled that the chaotic feast had officially begun. Bandit subordinates immediately lunged to eat as if starved for days. They grabbed food like a pack of hungry beasts. After gnawing at the meat, they looked at each other cautiously. They all shouted, "No poison," then clasped hands and respectfully cheered, "Long live His Majesty." Watching that ridiculous scene, Du Yuqiang could only clench his fists, silently wishing these nuisances would disappear from view quickly. Just eating, yet performed as if inspecting the bandit food safety protocols. 7 days had passed since Du Yuqiang was detoxified and recovered here, but his life remained uneasy. At the dining table, Lin Wang casually recounted ruthless exploits. He told of cold-blooded enemy elimination, making Du Yuqiang shudder so much he could barely swallow. As tension filled the air, the sect leader suddenly spoke solemnly. "A subordinate has something to report." Feng Tian asked coldly, "What is it?" He immediately recounted that his men had discovered a wolf while patrolling. He continued describing how the wolf dug up the Long Wang Guild burial site, revealed after the heavy rain 3 days prior. Hearing about corpses and wild beasts at the meal, Du Yuqiang broke into a cold sweat, nausea surging fiercely. Sun Rulan casually suggested, "Just deal with those wolves, isn't that better?" Feng Tian even calmly added a chilling remark, "Turning them into food wouldn't be bad either." Du Yuqiang truly could not endure these unpleasant topics any longer. He slammed his hand on the table, forcing everyone to immediately change the subject. An ordinary meal yet as horrific as a peak-time horror film. Seeing Du Yuqiang seemed uninterested in the lavish feast, Feng Tian anxiously asked whether the food did not suit his taste. Du Yuqiang quietly replied that he had eaten too much in the morning, so now he only wanted something light. At the same time, he was grateful for Huashan's life-saving efforts. He told Feng Tian he wanted to meet Huashan soon to express thanks personally. That remark made Lin Wang pale in alarm. He hastily tried to save face, saying that treating the sect leader was Huashan's greatest honor, but inwardly he was extremely worried. Everything would be exposed if the two met. He gritted his teeth and told Sun Rulan to keep silent. Hearing about the meeting made everyone sweat. In the confusion, Lin Wang muttered that Huashan was actually a villain, then suddenly slapped a subordinate hard. Seeing that odd action, Feng Tian calmly remarked that perhaps the old man had eaten something bad to lose control. He suggested giving him a lesson to sober up, then coldly stood with Du Yuqiang watching. Du Yuqiang calmly drank tea, silently hoping Huashan remained safe, while from the distant wooden house, a sudden pain scream echoed through the night. Inside the dark room, Huashan was tightly bound, his body exhausted after many days of torture. The Lu Lin leaders gritted their teeth and shouted, demanding he stop resisting and quickly hand over the antidote to save the situation. Despite being tormented all week, Huashan remained steadfast, declaring he would rather die than break his oath to heal. The old man still resented that even those he had saved turned their backs on him, silently cursing whoever pushed him into this misery. Pushed to this point, yet still refusing to reveal his hand. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out as the door was kicked open. A disheveled teenager radiating overwhelming aura stepped in slowly. He swept his cold gaze around the room and asked sharply who truly was Wazin. The sudden appearance of this deep-skilled figure terrified the leaders, who thought to themselves that this must be a martial arts master. Huashan quietly acknowledged his identity. The teenager smirked upon recognizing the familiar herbalist, then immediately demanded the status of the young master, making everyone want to quit on the spot. He had already been saved. The announcement echoed in the dark room, while Huashan was still tightly bound to a chair. Blue-haired teenager glanced coldly, then asked briefly, "What is the illness?" A Lulin subordinate trembled and replied, "They call it fire-red poison. It is an extremely rare poison. Only the Tang family of Sichuan, the Poison Clan, and Huarong Valley can concoct it." The blue-haired teenager fell silent, realizing those targeting the young master were not ordinary. Certainly a high-ranking figure in the demon sect was involved, he sighed, yet had to clear them out. Were they also leaving troubles behind, making the surrounding subordinates pale, fearing he would wipe out all the poison workshops? The blue-haired teenager looked at Huashan and coldly praised, "Well done, old man, the young master must not die," despite the divine healer stubbornly shouting, "I said I will not heal him." He only smirked mysteriously and quietly left. Meanwhile, in another corner, Lin Wang laughed heartily. For the first time, the divine healer had to break his vow to save someone. But the brief peace was immediately shattered when subordinates reported in panic that more people were arriving. Outside the mountain camp, a large group appeared. Led by Du Zhushang and Tian Xiangshan with arrogance, Tian Jiangxian covered his mouth, laughing flirtatiously. Whether the divine healer arrives first or later makes no difference. Huashan looked at over 20 intruders with worry, thinking if they came here, the illness must be serious and they would torment him more than the two Lulin before. Just as he was about to rest, new visitors arrived. The work never ends. Huashan said in a deep voice, "Whether I heal them or not is no longer important. That one was destined to die." He recalled the tragedy 25 years ago, seeing someone try to escape fate, but ultimately meet a disastrous end in a sea of fire. He looked at the two Lulin subordinates and asked one last time, "Are you sure your child's illness is not due to martial arts conflict?" After receiving a guarantee sworn by honor, Huashan coldly declared, "Fine, I will heal them, but this time the price will be very high," deciding with an aura as if announcing a shocking fee. Huashan's eyes gleamed with ruthlessness, staring at the opponent and saying the price of treatment is the life of the young master who arrived 7 days ago. The words shocked the two Lulin subordinates who hurriedly pleaded, "Divine healer, we understand you wish to prevent the tragedy of 25 years ago from repeating, but why save the children by harming someone who has no grudge against you?" Seeing they could not sway the divine healer, they resigned themselves to devising a plan to pool money to hire assassins. With Watson's approval, they confidently affirmed the assassins' skills were extremely reliable. They acted so discreetly that hardly anyone noticed the ambush. They often appeared and vanished like demons in the night, the mysterious assassins silently surrounding the building from high branches. They were the ones the underworld called Ghost Valley. "Alright, do you really trust the abilities of those assassins?" a skeptical voice called out. The opponent immediately replied with complete confidence, "Of course. They are assassins who strike silently, no one can detect them." The mysterious shadows began gliding through the still night like ghosts. With their supernatural method of operation, their target was the towering headquarters ahead. As if this team had stealth mode on, they were notorious assassins from Wuling Valley. Meanwhile, the two Lulin subordinates still patrolled casually, discussing taking a break. "Hey Zhangxian, it will be busy at the headquarters, shall we rest a bit?" But the other hurriedly stopped him. If discovered, the camp leader will not forgive. They had no idea danger was pressing from behind with a cold prompt. "Move quickly before he gets angry," patrolling like a stroll, unsuspecting disaster. In a moment, a decisive strike caused the bandit to collapse immediately. The assassins quickly cleaned all traces at the scene. Then they proceeded, the 7 tigers and 10 tigers disguised as Lulin, to infiltrate according to plan. They quietly changed clothes, preparing to penetrate the enemy's stronghold to carry out the secret mission. Ordered to report the situation and retreat immediately if encountering obstacles, the two assassins responded in unison before disappearing into the shadows of the massive building. In the quiet room, Du Yuqiang was regulating his internal energy and calming his mind, feeling the previous fierce battles seemed meaningless. He jumped up, eyes full of determination. I must abandon the fate of the demon sect leader. But immediately after, Du Yuqiang burst into tears, realizing the harsh reality that now it was almost impossible. Thinking of 2 failed escape attempts, he bitterly realized that even if, no matter how hard he tried, he was like a small dog under the shadow of a lurking tiger, as futile as a puppy trying to escape a tiger's den. Yet he thought, what if that little dog were stronger than the tiger? If he mastered unparalleled martial arts, even a fierce tiger would no longer be frightening. Only by escaping his father's arrangement could he truly gain freedom. But just as he was concentrating to break through, Feng Tian's roar suddenly shattered the silence. Ha ha ha, the auspicious hour has arrived. Happy birthday, master, interrupted his meditation, as if a loudspeaker was blasting. The sudden appearance and thunderous yell made Du Yuqiang stare in horror, his internal energy immediately in chaos. He coughed up blood and pain, clutching his chest amid the dangerous internal energy turmoil, gritting his teeth in bitterness. No, if my internal energy scatters, I will suffer a catastrophic internal backlash. Feng Tian, that scoundrel, daring to make a scene at this hour. Even with the master gasping, the bodyguards still screamed madly across the land. The Supreme One's birthday blessing was no different from a fatal blow. Du Yuqiang collapsed, gasping in grievance, thinking that he had nearly died because of his own subordinate Feng Tian. Feng Tian still did not understand how serious the situation was, and even loudly congratulated his master on turning 19 before finally looking in panic at Du Yuqiang, who was convulsing. He hurriedly rushed over to reassure him, asking whether his master had suffered key deviation. He immediately said not to worry, he would handle this matter at once. Feng Tian placed a hand on Du Yuqiang's back and sent a surge of deep blue inner ki into him to stabilize his chaotic meridians. After helping his master pass through the danger, he calmly lectured him again, saying that if he had arrived even a little later, his master would have met with a great disaster. Du Yuqiang listened until he nearly choked with anger, inwardly thinking that he had to hear the man who had almost harmed him teach him how to regulate inner force and observe his surroundings. At last, Feng Tian stood up and respectfully invited him, congratulating his master on his birthday. The celebration banquet outside was already prepared. Let us go. Du Yuqiang walked in silence, his heart bitter, because this bizarre banquet itself had nearly cost him his life. He wanted to see whether it was worth it. As soon as he stepped into the great hall, he saw Lin Wang and hundreds of disciples kneeling flat on the ground. All of them cupped their hands respectfully and shouted 1,000 years, 10,000 years, congratulating the Supreme One on his birthday, their voices echoing throughout the mountains and forests. Before a spectacle far grander than he had expected, Du Yuqiang could only let out a sound of surprise, staring blankly as everyone hailed him. Feng Tian came up behind him and softly wished his master eternal youth and longevity. Du Yuqiang fell into thought, but believed that something even more worth celebrating was happening right before his eyes. His face immediately darkened, and he declared in a cold voice that even on this joyful day, someone had tried to assassinate him. Hearing that someone dared to do such a thing, Feng Tian flew into a violent rage and roared that he wanted to deal with that person at once. Du Yuqiang said that while he was regulating his inner force, he heard a birthday blessing, but to his ears it sounded like a curse telling him to die. Those words caused the inner force in his body to fall into severe disorder, to the point that he could barely breathe. He declared that he had nearly lost his life on his very birthday, and if Feng Tian had not saved him in time, the consequences would have been hard to predict. Yuqiang revealed a dangerous smile and asked in return whether he now knew who had tried to assassinate him. Feng Tian was struck speechless, cold sweat streaming down as he realized that his overly loyal shout had nearly killed his master. Du Yuqiang gritted his teeth and slammed his hand down on the chair, shattering it, then roared in fury. Is this all you prepared for my birthday? He glared at his trembling subordinate and declared that today's matter would end here, then ordered Feng Tian to come see him tomorrow to settle the account. The assassins from Phantom Valley hidden in the crowd could not help being stunned by the arrogance of their assassination target. He secretly judged that Du Yuqiang was truly a genius, making all of Green Forest kneel in submission, while still coldly uttering words of contempt. Seeing Lin Wang quietly approach Feng Tian, the assassins guessed that the old man wanted to comfort his subordinate in front of everyone. They believed that after being publicly humiliated like this, no matter how loyal Feng Tian was, he would find it hard to endure. Lin Wang placed a hand on Feng Tian's shoulder, his voice filled with emotion. The old man said softly that he must be suffering greatly. The assassins watched the scene and were secretly moved, thinking this was a moment of brotherhood between people in the same plight. Contrary to their expectations, Feng Tian suddenly erupted with pitch-black killing intent, his expression terrifyingly cold. With a single thunderous blow, he sent Lin Wang flying, making the old man slam painfully into a stone pillar. Witnessing that sudden and ruthless act, the assassins froze, their mouths hanging open in terror. Feng Tian was now drowning in a mess of chaotic emotions, telling himself inwardly, "Today, I should have been severely punished, but Master spared my life." To him, that was more moving than anyone else's suffering. He roared at the other party to get lost, then delivered another cold kick that shoved Lin Wang far away. Seeing that scene, the assassins from Phantom Valley discussed in horror that Green Forest definitely would not let this pass, then started looking for a way to withdraw. Yet they suddenly froze when they noticed the Green Forest disciples around them. All of them avoided their eyes, pretending not to have seen anything in order to preserve their lives. Lin Wang trudged away in humiliation too hard to put in words. The assassins felt the strange atmosphere, but believed that Green Forest no longer had the mind to pay attention, so they decided this was the time to act. Beneath the dim moonlight, one assassin quietly approached the daily water well. He took out green poison grass, a poison that would take effect after 6 double hours, then believed that as long as he dropped it into the well and withdrew, the plan would be perfect. But just as he was about to act, Feng Tian's figure loomed up behind him, asking in a cold voice whether the esteemed guests had come here to drink water. The sudden appearance of that guard threw the assassins into panic, sweat pouring out. One of them hurriedly covered it up, saying that they had only come to drink water. Feng Tian still wore a gloomy and threatening expression, raising a hand in a meaningful invitation. Then please drink first. The assassins immediately realized that their plan had been exposed. They wanted to withdraw in panic, but because they had been forced into a difficult position, they could only pretend to drink the water to deceive him. They forced smiles and praised the water here for being truly delicious, even trying to echo one another that it was indeed excellent. But only a few seconds later, the poison unexpectedly took effect, causing the whole group to collapse one after another. Signs of poisoning became obvious, leaving them in agony and without the strength to resist. They realized in horror that the well water had already been poisoned beforehand, and the thing taking their lives was none other than crimson fire poison. It was a colorless, odorless poison that could take the life of anyone poisoned by it almost instantly. The assassins writhed in pain before dying at Feng Tian's feet. Witnessing that scene, he lightly rubbed his chin and murmured that it was truly extraordinary. He calmly stepped over the corpses, exasperated, because he could not understand why he kept running into people seeking death today. Looking at the corpses of the 10 tigers and their companions scattered everywhere, a mysterious black shadow stepped out from the night, eyes brimming with hatred. He tightened his grip on his sword hilt, blue veins standing out across his face. He swore that he would never let their deaths become meaningless. Carrying killing intent that towered to the skies, he resolved that no matter the cost he had to take Du Yuqiang's life to avenge the fallen brothers, his gaze like that of someone ready to stake everything. Seeing his trusted subordinate fall meaninglessly before his eyes, the assassin leader of Ghost Valley could no longer keep his composure. He gritted his teeth in hatred, his eyes filled with killing intent as he stared at Feng Tian's back. He could endure the other man's arrogance and bizarre actions, but seeing his brothers, his fellow disciples die one after another left him choking with rage. That bastard folded his arms and watched them die. I will never forgive him. Fury erupted violently, and he roared with certainty, I will take that brat's life, and that man's as well. In the blink of an eye, his black shadow shot away, vanishing into the deep night among the forests of Mount Emei. Half an hour later, the assassin silently approached the sleeping hall, hiding on a high branch to observe the target carefully before striking. With Ghost Valley's secret art, he believed he could use the black cloud shadow art. A flash of deep purple ocular technique appeared, allowing him to see through every blind spot. Seeing no ambush, he smugly thought victory was already in his grasp. Feng Tian's figure still stood like a mountain outside Du Yuqiang's room, guarding without moving half a step. The assassin thought contemptuously that the bodyguard could not stand there all night. As soon as he left, he would strike the new cult leader. Yet 1 hour passed, then 2 and Feng Tian remained motionless like a stone statue in the silent night. The assassin began to grow restless, secretly admitting the other man was not ordinary, yet still arrogantly trusted his own endurance. He had once endured 2 days in a foul place, so he was confident this time would be no exception. Just as the opportunity seemed to have arrived, he moved slightly, preparing to launch his attack, when an icy voice suddenly sounded right beside his ear. What are you doing? The assassin was so horrified that his heart nearly stopped. He spun around and was stunned to realize Feng Tian had somehow been standing behind him. With a dark face full of pressure, the bodyguard said coldly, I have been waiting for you for a long time. In panic, the assassin drew his short blade in a flash, desperately attacked, and roared, now I will send you on your way. He used all his strength to swing a fatal strike, but the blade only tore through empty air. His eyes widened in horror when he realized he had just struck an illusion. It was only an afterimage. Feng Tian quietly appeared behind him like a ghost, heralding an end that would be difficult to escape. Turning around only to see the boss standing behind him, this match was beyond saving. Feng Tian mocked that the man before him was nothing like an assassin from the main altar, already discovered yet still not daring to end himself. He sneered that the other man was too slow, then reached out like lightning and grabbed the assassin's head. His cold voice rang out, asking which sex stood behind this man. The assassin groaned in pain but still tried to keep silent, making Feng Tian squeeze harder and roar, who hired you? Fearing he would have no chance to speak if this continued, he hurriedly confessed Ghost Valley. Hearing the name Ghost Valley from the enemy's mouth, Feng Tian was not satisfied and even scolded him as useless, spilling everything after only a little pressure. He roared, "Are you still worthy of being a Ghost Valley assassin?" Then he decisively twisted the assassin's neck askew, leaving the other man bewildered, unable to understand why he still suffered so miserably after confessing. The assassin felt wronged for telling the truth yet still being tortured, while Feng Tian coldly told him to go back and deliver a message to Ghost Valley. He declared that today was the gracious birthday of his master, so he would not take anyone's life. But he also warned that if they dared come near this place again, he would deal with them all. Feng Tian vanished into the night, leaving behind a mocking remark about the useless man's luck, making the assassin collapse to the ground in despair. He burst into tears because he could not avenge his comrades, and at the same time, he cursed inwardly that the bodyguard had left without even fixing his neck. "Give me back my neck first, you bastard." Next morning at the main altar, Du Yuqiang woke up in a mood, filled with anticipation toward the mysterious arrangement his father had left behind. He thought to himself that he truly wanted to know what it was. Just then, Feng Tian entered and asked if his master had slept well. Du Yuqiang was satisfied that he had arrived exactly on time. Feng Tian bowed his head and sincerely apologized for being careless and putting his master in danger yesterday. Du Yuqiang lightly waved his hand. "It is over. Sit down." After sitting down, the bodyguard continued to report another important matter. "Master, there is one more thing." The 3 assassins sent by Huaxian Divine Physician had infiltrated the Green Forest. He said that because yesterday was the new cult leader's birthday, he had spared one of them, while the other 2 insisted on drinking from the well despite his warning. Since they did not understand the signal, he could only ignore them. Du Yuqiang frowned, realizing he had left them to meet disaster, causing Huaxian grief. Du Yuqiang pondered, feeling somewhat guilty that Huaxian had worked hard to make medicine to save him, then praised Feng Tian for doing well by sparing one assassin. After that, he decisively shifted to the main matter, now to the important issue. "Tell me about that arrangement." Feng Tian immediately obeyed, then took out a mysterious red scroll tube. The story swerved from drama to the main quest, as swift and neat as changing channels on VTV. Feng Tian opened map before his master, sincerely apologized for hiding it all this time, then spoke of Asura Tianmo's last wish. This arrangement could only be revealed when he turned 19. When Du Yuqiang asked if it was martial arts, Feng Tian confirmed it. Du Yuqiang's eyes shone with ambition, believing this was surely a peerless martial art that would help him gain freedom soon. Feng Tian pointed at the map, carefully explaining that this was his master's current location, and if they headed northeast from here, they would reach the place of the arrangement Zhouyu Peak. He said that if they descended the cliff at Zhouyu Peak, they would find a secret cave halfway up the mountain. Although the cave entrance had been hidden by an extremely intricate Kimen formation, Feng Tian's eyes shone brightly, ready to break the seal with astonishing power. Just hearing the description made this mission sound as hard as meeting a boss. Feng Tian confirmed he had found a way to break the formation and enter to inspect it. When Du Yuqiang asked what martial art it was, he apologized for not daring to peek. He only revealed that there was a giant spider corpse inside the cave. Hearing this, Du Yuqiang secretly marveled that a giant spider was truly mysterious, believed it was a peerless martial art, then ordered them to set out immediately after breakfast. Feng Tian immediately cupped his hands and obeyed his master's command. Breakfast took place in the presence of Lin Wang and his daughter. Before leaving, Du Yuqiang politely said farewell. Roland and Lin Wang could not hide their joy at finally escaping danger. Yet Feng Tian suddenly said something that froze the air. "The Green Forest gang has outlived its usefulness. I will eliminate them." Seeing the terrified looks on the father and daughter, Du Yuqiang snapped. The Green Forest gang already shouted "Long live." Thanks to his intervention, the 2 were finally given a grand farewell by the Green Forest gang, though their hearts pounded fiercely because they had thought they were about to be wiped out. Behind them, Lin Wang shouted an order for his subordinates to scatter salt, use up every bit of salt in storage. Witnessing this scene, Du Yuqiang was left speechless, wondering what kind of farewell this truly was. It did not feel like a goodbye at all. Half an hour later, they were already on the summit of Zhouyu, where the scenery was majestic. Standing before the sheer cliff, Feng Tian respectfully asked whether his master was ready. He answered decisively, "Of course I am ready." Only one more step remained before he touched the secret his father had left behind. Du Yuqiang made up his mind. This was the final step to reclaim his freedom. Feng Tian nodded, his eyes burning with determination. Du Yuqiang said coldly, "Let us go, a few life or death parkour jumps." Without the slightest hesitation, the 2 rushed down the deep cliff. Dense mist surrounded them. Feng Tian drew his sword as fast as lightning and drove it hard into the rock to slow their fall. The blade scraped against the stone face, sending sparks flying as the sound of shattering rock thundered through the valley. Feng Tian's terrifying strength helped them land in a fantastical space on the cliffside. Looking at the shimmering scene before him, Du Yuqiang wondered whether this was an illusion created by a strange formation. He quietly observed the hazy peaks around them and murmured, "How strange." The scene looked like wine suspended in midair. They passed through the treacherous tunnel. Du Yuqiang breathed a sigh of relief as he stood before the imposing stone gate. Finally, they had arrived. Tension felt like a final exam, leaving him both nervous and determined. Feng Tian lightly raised his hand in signal, asking everyone to wait a moment, and he carefully explained that he would conceal the cave entrance, so no one could detect it from outside. After saying that, the guard swiftly cast a secret art, creating a screen that sealed the cave entrance and ensured absolute secrecy for the journey. After witnessing the new cult master's peerless art, he carefully obscured all traces and hid the entrance as if guarding the ultimate secret. Feng Tian clasped his hand solemnly, believing that from now on the new cult master would hold the entire martial world in his grasp. Du Yuqiang smiled, his crimson eyes revealing delight, as he stepped through the mysterious stone gate. Exactly, this was only the beginning. His heart surged with excitement as he believed this was the first step toward the free life he had always yearned for. He stood atop the high mountain, looking down into the bottomless abyss. Tianguang froze, unable to understand what was happening. He widened his eyes in shock, and a bizarre thought flashed through his mind. Embracing each other and jumping into the abyss. Could they have developed feelings for each other? He imagined Du Yuqiang weak in Feng Tian's arms, the two betraying the demonic cult and choosing to leap into the abyss for love. But he immediately shook his head, telling himself there had to be many suspicious points hidden behind this action. Tianguang pondered and analyzed it. At first he thought those people wanted to gather the Green Forest forces to oppose the demonic cult, but in truth, both of them had already taken their own path. He touched the ground, sensing the lingering purple aura of the 10,000-mile blood fragrance. Yet strangely, there was still no news or reinforcement from the demonic cult. He silently calculated that to deal with Feng Tian, the demonic cult would at least have to 5 demon gods to have any hope. A thought flashed through his mind, making his expression change. Wait, did they jump into the abyss to shake me off? Without the slightest hesitation, he shot away in fury. Damn it, he could not let them escape. Meanwhile, inside the dark tunnel, Feng Tian still trudged ahead to lead the way, announcing that Master was almost there. Yuqiang narrowed his eyes warily at the enormous stone wall carved with the bizarre image of a blazing red spider. He asked for confirmation about what lay behind the wall, and after receiving the guard's nod, Yuqiang nervously watched every movement. Feng Tian placed his hand on the blazing red gem at the center of the spider. A dry, heavy sound of stone shifting rang out as the secret door slowly opened, revealing a dazzling white light from within. Opening the door felt just as tense as breaking the final lock in an in-game stage. As he stepped inside, Du Yuqiang could not help being stunned. Before the cave's grandeur, he looked up at the ceiling and muttered in shock, the giant spider, the haunting crimson patterns overhead. Then a voice echoed out, welcoming him. He narrowed his eyes, wondering about the old man's voice. The boss aura was already reeking before the intro had even ended. Though he had yet to see anyone, Du Yuqiang still kept proper etiquette, bowed in salute, and clearly said, Du Yuqiang requests an audience, seeing that the owner was far too serious. Feng Tian quickly explained that this was merely a voice left behind from the past, and there was no need to reply. Du Yuqiang gave a slight nod, and the voice continued to echo, introducing itself as Zhu Yu, an expert who scorned evil demons and followed the orthodox path. Hearing the insult toward demonic path, Feng Tian flew into a rage and roared in frustration, then forced his mouth shut. Watching his subordinate argue with an illusory voice, Du Yuqiang broke into a sweat and thought to himself, you told me there was no need to reply. Du Yuqiang grew suspicious and asked the guard, Feng Tian, Orthodox Martial Arts, was this arranged by my father? Feng Tian affirmed the important point. Voice was the power of martial arts. Master did not need to mind it, and the old man continued promoting it. Zhu Yu profound art was the strongest in the world, and this old man mastered it after 50 years. Hearing that, Du Yuqiang nearly fell over and shouted, 50 years? Am I supposed to finish practicing when I turn 70? Is this a scam? The old man then revealed that he had found a way to master it in 10 days, mocking that no one would be foolish enough to train for 50 years like he had back then. Feeling mocked, Du Yuqiang gritted his teeth and snapped, talk properly, 50 years turns into 10 days. The developer is messing with me. Feng Tian hurriedly stopped his master, reminding him this was only a soulless voice from the past and not worth minding. Du Yuqiang resentfully withdrew his anger and quietly observed. Mysterious voice explained that cultivating the Zhu Yu profound art required the inner core elixir of the 10,000-year Zhu Yu. Following the instructions, Du Yuqiang looked down at the ancient stone slab, where drops of essence melted from beside the giant spider and gathered into a milky white liquid. The old man revealed another miraculous effect. Once drunk, the body would reach the realm of immunity to 10,000 poisons and resist every kind of toxin. The voice urged the fated one to quickly drink all the inner core elixir before practicing the art. Full-level poison resistance, immunity build, worthy of 5 stars. Feng Tian congratulated his master for reaching the realm of immunity to 10,000 poisons. Du Yuqiang nodded in in thanks, raised his hand, and drained the precious essence in one gulp. Zhu Yu's voice rang out, reminding him that the medicine needed half an hour to take effect. The old man also lightly reminded him that because it took only 10 days to master, the body would have to endure a little pain, and Du Yuqiang was left bewildered. A terrifying pain crashed over him, making him scream miserably. A little pain felt like a torture combo covering the entire map, leaving no time to breathe. In utter agony, Du Yuqiang screamed for help. "Save me, Feng Tian." Guard rushed over in panic, but the old man's voice rang out sternly. It demanded that he absolutely must not use inner force to resist the pain, otherwise the inner core would shatter and all effort would be wasted. So Feng Tian could only use his iron hands to hold his master's body steady through the torment. Du Yuqiang's heartrending screams echoed throughout the cave, and if this scene had an HP bar, it would have dropped by only 1%. Du Yuqiang wondered why the old man's so-called little pain was so horrific. He drifted in torment, and when Feng Tian asked after him, Du Yuqiang snapped wearily, "Do I look like I am fine?" Immediately afterward, he was stunned to see snow-white spiritual energy pouring from his hands. Du Yuqiang's entire body radiated a mighty glow, signaling a transformation in strength, and Zhu Yu's voice rang out in praise, instructing him to look at the wall so the inner force could circulate on its own. According to the old man's words, after a long sleep, the Zhu Yu profound art would be officially mastered. Standing before this chance to change his fate, Du Yuqiang's eyes blazed with hope, and he silently planted the seed in his heart because freedom was already within reach. So the saying "sitting still and eating from a golden bowl" was actually real. As this peerless martial art began circulating automatically, it sank deep into Du Yuqiang's mind. First came the general method of using the Zhu Yu profound art. Next was the complex lightness skill, allowing him to move swiftly across walls and floors with agility. Moreover, he wielded Chirubao Long Hand, a powerful weapon combining soul-disrupting sonic force. This sound technique was enough to strike fear into any opponent. The instruction continued with Zhu Yu Changling, enhancing hearing, vision, danger perception, and concealing aura perfectly. Finally, Zhu Yu Juju Sinchang, a skill-boosting attack strength. Du Yuqiang opened his eyes, feeling the surge of new power and confident that with this martial skill, he could defeat Feng Tian. At that moment, the bodyguard stepped forward, respectfully congratulating his master on the achievement after long hard training. Full K-skill combo. Just watching it showed terrifying damage. Du Yuqiang asked in surprise, how could it be only one day? But Feng Tian immediately explained that today marked the 10th day since he began training. This figure astonished Du Yuqiang. Not only was he not hungry, he was full of energy, truly miraculous martial skill. Looking at the frail subordinate, he asked with concern, "What have you eaten all this time?" Feng Tian smiled, answering that since his master was busy with great matters, he did not care for food. Merely witnessing his master's achievements felt like consuming a 1,000-year ginseng. Yuqiang nodded, quietly moved as he realized Feng Tian had not left his side for 10 days. Surviving without food, truly a testament to loyalty. He thought if Feng Tian had not forced him to become sect leader, perhaps they could have understood each other deeply. Test his new strength. Du Yuqiang looked at the bodyguard and proposed, "If you wish to see my results, please act as my opponent." Before starting, he coldly declared he needed to handle something and decisively drew his sword. He launched a basic strike, but with enough force to shatter the giant statue in the cave into pieces, then silently observed the wreckage. "Do not raise your hand during training." The command allowed Qiang to issue a cold order to the bodyguard. He decisively declared, "Then begin," his eyes burning red with aura surging at incredible speed. Feng Tian was briefly astonished at his master's progress yet said, "I see, but..." Du Yuqiang swiftly closed in, focusing completely. Shang observed each of the opponent's movements carefully. As soon as combat began, he immediately entered full engagement. Without waiting for an opening, Du Yuqiang struck directly at Fian. He fully employed the energy of Zhu Yu Suangong. Using Zhu Yu Ju Xinchang, he generated the Jingtian Dong Dai explosion of internal force. Seeing the bodyguard hurled away, Du Yuqiang was pleased, feeling the destructive power worthy of Zhu Yu's pride. Critical hit caused damage numbers to flare red like in FIFA. Yet before the dust settled, Feng Tian unexpectedly appeared behind him. He spoke with admiration. "I truly respect you." The steel hand suddenly grasped Du Yuqiang's shoulder. The overwhelming internal force from the bodyguard tore his clothing to shreds. A tremor of internal power threw Du Yuqiang far, leaving him stunned. Observing the giant spider statue split in two, Feng Tian casually remarked, "Good surprise attack. Now withdraw your sword." He slowly placed his hand on the hilt, coldly declaring, "Then, master." He swung the blazing sword, tearing through space. Pressure from the sword forced Du Yuqiang to sweat profusely. He resisted while Feng Tian stared and remarked, seeming very angry. The battle was not yet decided. Du Yuqiang immediately employed Zhu Yu Xuangong. He performed the complex mobility technique, moving with an untraceable speed. He closed in an instant, roaring decisively, "It's over, Feng Tian." His hands transformed into Zhu Yu Bao Long Hand, striking a critical blow to lock the bodyguard. Jing Tian Dong Dai explosion echoed as the strike crushed the ground, dust dispersing. Feng Tian lay motionless among the debris and Du Yuqiang exhaled in relief. his soul calm but eyes alight with excitement, finally defeated Feng Tian. In his mind flashed the word victory as if just clearing a box. He began dreaming of a free life ahead, sell the Ming Pearl for money and flee far away, preferably to Hainan, the southernmost of central China. He walked silently, clutching the gem and envisioning a simple future: find a job, marry a normal woman, build a family. The bloody cult leader ended here. Perfect plan. He proudly left the defeated behind. Rest, Feng Tian. Immediately, a deep voice rang out beside him, freezing him. Let's go, master. Du Yuqiang turned in surprise. His face pale. Feng Tian, despite injuries, stood with absolute loyalty. No need to struggle. I can endure. I will follow you anywhere. Du Yuqiang's face contorted in frustration, gritting his teeth. Feng Tian, that bastard, you pretended to lose to motivate me. Like back in Lulin. The feeling of being deceived made him scream in despair. Truly a fraud. Without hesitation, he used the mobility technique to dash away from the monstrous bodyguard, climbing the sheer cliff while shouting. Strongest martial skill. Arranged by father. Unable to defeat Feng Tian. How is it the strongest? Below the abyss, Feng Tian persisted, shouting, Master, wait for me. Du Yuqiang exerted all his strength, using the new movement technique to dart among the hanging cliffs. Seeing the distance between him and the bodyguard widen, he was secretly relieved. Feng Tian can't catch up. At this speed I can escape, almost like activating a high-level escape skill. Yet the hope he had just kindled was extinguished by a call. A voice echoed from behind. Master, master is safe. Feng Tian's powerful shout resounded across the valley, causing Sun Ruolin far away to tremble in fear, mumbling, I used all my strength, yet Feng Tian's shout is still not enough. Misfortune seemed to follow. Sun Ruolin felt cursed and considered seeking a fortune teller to remove it. Fortunately, the subordinate reported a few fortune tellers ascending the mountain, giving her some relief. The truth was far crueler, as the two old men pretending to be fortune tellers turned out to be someone else entirely. It turned out that Gong Ling and Long Zi were high-ranking assassins from Ghost Valley. They had come here to carry out the mission to assassinate Du Yuqiang that Yi Hao had failed, and they were confident that this new cult leader would definitely not escape this time. Sun Ruolin did not care about the future of the Green Forest, and only told her subordinates to ask their father about it. With a mysterious smile, she led the way for them. The two disguised assassins entered the room. Come on, if you do not want to die, step inside first. The moment they stepped in, the two assassins froze in astonishment. Before them were the people of the Green Forest, Gu Zhu, Tian Xiang, and the geniuses from the 5 great righteous families. Longzi was drenched in sweat, staring around in terror, wondering what kind of bizarre gathering this was. Sun Ruolin cheerfully pushed the two assassins into the room, not forgetting to threaten them. Come on in. Refusing a fortune reading will cost you your life. Try it and see. The moment they entered, Gong Ling and Long Zi widened their eyes in horror. Sweat streamed down as they saw a bizarre gathering assembled before them. Not only were the people of the Green Forest here, Gu Zhu, Tian Xiang, and representatives of the 5 great righteous families were present as well. They were stunned, wondering what kind of insane situation this was. Sun Ruolin still invited them calmly. Sit wherever you like. Seeing the old fortune teller tense up, she even patted his head and mockingly reassured him that the Green Forest would not kill him for fear of bad luck. Her intimate gesture left the two assassins completely frozen, while the one beside him forced himself to sit still, reminding himself not to cause trouble right now. Sun Ruolin continued showing concern, grabbing the old man by the head and demanding that he relax his body. Deep down, the two assassins gritted their teeth in hatred, vowing to take revenge soon for the money, but reminding themselves to be careful so their identities would not be exposed. This situation forced to act even harder than actors. The person who needed his fortune told was Miao Shan, the strategist of the Green Forest. When asked what aspect he wanted read, they guessed whether the old strategist wanted to ask about the future of the Green Forest or the timing of unifying the miscellaneous factions. However, Miao Shan's question left them completely stunned. Can I find my beloved this year? Question nearly made both of them forget their assassination mission, and they could only fall silent, their confusion plain before such an absurd request. Sun Ruolin moved to the table of the righteous faction members, smiling as she greeted them for still surviving after the battle with the Black Dragon Gang. Raising her cup, she said, We can take everything slowly first, let us drink together. At the mention of wine cups, the young masters of the righteous faction shouted in unison, celebrating the prosperity of the Green Forest. One young hero in the group felt humiliated, lowering his face, as someone of the orthodox path who had to sit at the same table with this Green Forest rabble. His gloomy expression did not escape Sun Ruolin, and she immediately teased him. What is with that expression? Could it be that you have fallen for me and followed me all the way to the Green Forest? The question made the young hero blush and stammer in protest, making Sun Ruolin even more pleased. She pointed at him and mocked him. Look at you, if you like me, just say it. What is there to be shy about? Right now it is not allowed, but if you dare say you like me later, you are dead. The words, blunt as a blade, made the young hero want to dig a hole and hide. Another member of the righteous faction group, Yun Tian, broke the awkward mood and politely asked Sun Rulan about the whereabouts of the Crane Dragon gang, and whether they had reached a truce since they had not appeared recently. Sun Rulan took a sip of wine and answered calmly, "They are all dead, stop looking." Her voice was as light as if she were telling a story. Although Yun Tian looked shocked, she still affirmed with absolute certainty that it was true. Yun Tian grew suspicious and shifted to asking about the 4 people who had accompanied the young lady earlier, and their true identities. Sun Rulan's gaze turned cold as she revealed that 2 of them were still in the Green Forest, while that scholar brat and that bumpkin had left long ago. She admitted that even she did not know their true identities. Yun Tian was doubtful, and Sun Rulan snapped, "If I say so, then just believe it." Immediately she slammed her hand hard on the table, turning her questioning gaze toward whether the old man had brought 5 immortal Wai to the Green Forest. Being called out by name, Yan Qiao denied it completely with an innocent expression. Sun Rulan did not let him off, moving closer and mocking Luo's hypocrisy. She declared that Guanshan himself had revealed the whole truth. The old man pretended to be a victim, and she revealed that Feng Tian had kidnapped the divine doctor, forcing the group to chase him all the way to the Green Forest. Sun Rulan gave a sinister smile, using psychological tricks to force the other party to confess Feng Tian and 5 immortal Yuan's whereabouts. Yan Qiao realized this was soul-bewitching hypnosis, an evil art that threw the opponent's mind into chaos. The old man thought to himself that it was difficult to guard against, and he was probably frozen for a few seconds. Yet Sun Rulan suddenly flew into a rage, slammed her hand on the table, and shouted, "How dare you mention Feng Tian in front of me?" The outburst left Yan Qiao stunned, wondering whether he had resisted the soul-bewitching art. Sun Rulan snapped, "Stop making trouble, back off at once." She pointed at him in warning, "If you dare mention Feng Tian in front of me, you are dead." Sun Rulan's ferocity left everyone sweating, secretly wondering who Feng Tian was to make her sensitive. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the cry of Feng Tian rang out, tearing through the air. Immediately after, an earth-shaking collision erupted, dust and smoke billowing as the wall breaker charged in. 2 unfamiliar men with savage expressions appeared amid the rubble and roared, "Green Forest, stand aside. Today we must fight him to the death." Frantically demanded that Feng Tian show himself at once. Faced with such arrogance, Lin Wang flew into a rage and shouted, "Feng Tian has already left, why are you still yelling?" When accused of lying, the old gang leader snapped, "I have no reason to spout nonsense." At the same time he drove them off with veiled words, saying that even his friend, gang leader Long Wang, had already left. The leader gritted his teeth, "Do you think I am a fool? We saw enough at Mount Wudai." Calling the heartbreaking scene in the forest, when he had stood watching his comrades perform the farewell rites, that man murmured, "I originally intended to spare his life. Who knew he would die? Forgive me for having to bury him here." With eyes blazing with hatred, that man swore to take revenge. That after he finished his revenge, he would bury the opponent properly, then suddenly roar in a voice full of rage. Looking down into the pit, the subordinate trembled and stammered, "Master is down there." Seeing him falter, the leader snapped irritably, "What are you causing a ruckus for? Shouting as if you saw a ghost." But indeed he had encountered something horrifying and could not remain calm. The truth before his eyes left the elder stunned. In the pit lay the corpse of Long Wang, the sect leader whom everyone thought Feng Tian had erased completely. News of the Hark Long sect being annihilated quickly spread into the hall, shocking all the righteous young masters. So Hark Long sect had already been destroyed long ago. They whispered about the name Feng Tian, the one whose mere mention struck fear into everyone. Not only did he wipe out a sect, he also brazenly abducted the 5 immortals of Wei. Everyone shuddered and wondered, could he really be that strong? At that moment, someone noticed Liu Jiang had silently left the martial alliance. Suddenly, Sun Rulan pointed at the door and shouted loudly, "Master Feng Tian, they are here." A disastrous joke caused the one dreaming of revenge to roar in excitement. "Indeed it is Feng Tian, you are hiding here." He dashed forward like a moth to the flame, making Sun Rulan scream in panic, oh my god." But immediately after, his appearance became extremely unusual. Lin Wang hurriedly restrained his daughter and explained, "Do not underestimate it, that is brutal key technique." He said this was an extreme martial art. When practiced to the peak, flesh would spray like a hidden weapon. Once unleashed, it cannot be stopped midway. A violent explosion sounded, and the reckless one immediately lost his life on the spot. Sun Rulan stared in shock at the wreckage. She did not expect that Feng Tian's joke of being here would lead to such a disastrous outcome. A massive blast shook an entire corner of the Martial Alliance headquarters, smoke and dust rising thickly in the daylight. From a high branch in the distance, a mysterious figure coldly observed the scene, then spoke with contempt. "I came to the Martial Alliance to find the sect leader, only to find this place full of fools." He clicked his tongue and wondered where the young sect leader was, then quickly departed. Meanwhile, in Zhouyu's secret cave, traces of battle and the remains of giant spiders still lay untouched. 2 figures dressed in pure white suddenly appeared at the cave entrance. The young disciple looked inside in astonishment and asked her, "This is?" The elder with silver hair and white beard silently observed the cliff and assessed that someone had been here. The atmosphere was tense as if a boss room had just been cleared. The elder narrowed his eyes seriously, confirming that the stranger had dared to touch something that should never have been disturbed. Jin was shocked to witness the devastation in the cave master. This matter. Looking at the remaining traces of destruction, he solemnly drew a conclusion. It seemed someone had been here. Everything was ruined like this. It was clear someone had just swept through. Manhwa, the leader of the Seven Heavens sect, frowned as he surveyed the scene. He gritted his teeth in rage. How dare he touch what should never have been touched? How dare he steal the treasures of the Heavenly Master? He was furious that it had taken him 3 long years to locate this place, only for someone else to snatch it away. He blamed himself for being too complacent, thinking no one would discover this secret. Memories of the battle atop the mountain long ago surged back, reminding him of his vow not to let similar events recur. At that time, he had been sure the Heavenly Master would make Tianmo, the sect leader, kneel in surrender. No matter how strong Tianmo was, his opponent Mujin was a true celestial. It felt as if everything in this world existed only to serve that celestial. His aura was at maximum, standing still enough to chill the spine, yet reality harshly struck a blow to his faith. After witnessing the Heavenly Master fail before Tianmo back then, Manhwa was so shocked he could not speak. He had always wondered why the Heavenly Master lost, why he had not unleashed his strongest technique from the start. The only answer to that failure was the Heavenly Master's excessive pride, holding the ultimate skill until the end but losing before using it. Manhwa solemnly instructed his disciple. If the Heavenly Master had used the strongest technique from the start, the outcome would have been different. Trust in yourself, but do not be arrogant. Jin cupped his hands respectfully. Disciple will remember. He looked at the spot where the treasure had once been, now empty. He realized they had even taken the precious pearls. With the strength to infiltrate and dismantle the formation here, he confirmed the perpetrator must belong to a prestigious sect. Manhwa pondered, only Black Void Thief and Evil Dust have the ability to breach the barrier and steal the treasure. When Gin suspected the Green Forest clan, he immediately rejected it, believing those bandits lacked the skill to handle a transformation this precise. Looking at the shattered spider corpse on the ground, he confirmed he must quickly rectify the situation. Anger surged. He immediately urged his disciple to pursue the thieves. Jin respectfully accepted the order. Obedient, they then quietly left the secret cave. Meanwhile, at the Green Forest clan's mountain camp, Lin Wang was still leisurely enjoying the atmosphere he considered extremely peaceful. However, the subordinate beside him showed clear skepticism at that optimism. He thought avoiding heavy losses was already a fairly bright start, but Lin Wang immediately mentioned the estate ruins that still needed repairs. Upon hearing the words ruins, the subordinate immediately trembled, recalling the tribe's calamity 20 years ago. Horrific memories surged as if a skill had been triggered repeatedly. The meeting room fell into suffocating silence, making Sun Roland shudder as well. She realized that the subordinate was in extreme fear, as if the horrific memories of years past were replaying before him. Lin Wang solemnly revealed that fear stemmed from the appearance of the Heavenly Master Mujin. Sun Roland was shocked upon hearing the name of the one who had cornered the demon sect years ago. The sect leader recalled that it was at this mountain camp that the Heavenly Master began building his reputation by charging alone into the Green Forest clan's headquarters. At first, the Martial Alliance disciples still held the upper hand due to their greater numbers. Yet the appearance of the lone figure on the cliff signaled a horrifying incident about to unfold. At the moment when only a few breaths remained, the Heavenly Master was struck by a poisoned arrow and fell down the deep cliff. Thinking the arrogant brat had died, no one expected he would survive and return, causing devastating losses to the Green Forest clan. A comeback too extreme, the perfect example of the principle that a strong villain never truly dies. Looking back at the cold demeanor of the Celestial Lord from years ago, Sun Roland shuddered as she noticed the terrifying coincidence. Wait, Du Yuqiang had also been poisoned and saved? She screamed in panic, unable to believe the hypothesis that had just flashed through her mind. Could he really be the reborn Celestial Lord? Although advisor Miaoshan, drenched in sweat, tried to reassure that at present, it was still too early to draw conclusions. But those words only made Sun Roland angrier. He lunged forward to grab the old man's collar, gritting her teeth as she shouted that it was nothing but useless words. Seeing his daughter lose her composure, Lin Wang immediately shouted for her to release her grip. The old man pondered silently, then realized that there remained a huge difference between Du Yuqiang and the Celestial Lord. He recalled the painful past when the Green Forest clan had been almost completely destroyed by King Lin. The elite extermination squad led personally by the Celestial Lord had engulfed the place in flames. It was not until the Celestial Lord died that the Green Forest clan had the chance to rebuild everything from the ashes. Through relentless effort, Lin Wang had reconstructed the sect stronger than before, but now he understood that Du Yuqiang did not even need the extermination squad, for beside him was a terrifying monster like Feng Tian. One who accompanied a final boss did not need a team to cause fear. He slammed his fist on the table, shouting in choking rage at the cruel joke of fate. First it was Mujin, now it was Du Yuqiang. Why did everyone choose our Green Forest clan as the starting point? In his fury, he grabbed a subordinate's face and poured all blame on him. Anger flared, Sun Rulan rushed forward and delivered a strong slap to Yan Qiao's face, then shouted loudly. Immediately after, Miao Shan slammed his hand on the table in frustration, and it was Lin Wang's turn to roar in anger. Gong Chu, how dare you! Drama surged, and everyone switched to battle mode. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a subordinate suddenly burst through the door, startling Sun Rulan. This guy really gave one a shock. He hurriedly reported, then presented a scroll with the words, "The Master of the Demon has placed a bounty on the Green Forest clan." The bad news exploded instantly. King Lin Extermination Squad Juksong Dongyi Yangshi had been wiped out. The entire meeting room fell silent at the news that the army had completely vanished. Lin Wang held his head in pain, feeling as if the horrific past was clinging to him again. Moreover, Miao Shan pondered, perhaps this was not caused by Du Yuqiang and Feng Tian. If someone had recently truly harbored enmity against us, he was certain that person was Divine Healer. Miao Shan feared that the Divine Healer would eventually discover their lies. Lin Wang sighed with regret, thinking he should not have used poison. Looking at the silent room, he understood there was no other way to turn the situation around. He turned to his daughter and asked, "What do you plan to do now?" Sun Rulan decisively replied, "To avoid the rain one must take cover. We are going to find Du Yuqiang." She explained that both sides had formed an alliance and sworn oaths, so there were now many reasons to seek him out. Meanwhile, Lin Wang clenched his fists until veins protruded, thinking bitterly, "I thought I had escaped completely, yet now I have to beg them." His mood plunged, like just logging off a game, only to be pulled back into ranked play. He roared, "Damned it," and smashed the table in front of him. Grand Tutor trudged out in anger. Yan Qiao asked in confusion, "Miss, where is the clan leader going?" Sun Rulan told him to stand up, then explained the meaning behind her father's anger. What he meant was, "Damn it, and there is nothing more we can do, let's go. Let's go find Du Yuqiang." The scene shifted to the gate of Mubo village, also called Wuyan. A man with long black hair, appearing like a wandering scholar, appeared, quietly scanning the surroundings. It was Du Yuqiang. He looked at the signboard and silently judged, "Mubo village, where villagers bear no guilt." He smiled with satisfaction, a good start. The peaceful atmosphere made him feel as if he had entered the edge of a new player village. Du Yuqiang stepped through the village gate in high spirits. He looked at the 2 coins in his hand and thought, just parted from Feng Tian and money already falls into my lap. Always lucky. Even while holding the priceless night pearl, he felt it was not yet time to sell it. For a whole month he had been avoiding Feng Tian's pursuit. Du Yuqiang had to hunt forest beasts himself, then roast meat by the fire to survive the day. Entering a spacious tavern, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, a proper meal. Past the door, a waiter cheerfully approached to welcome him. Greeting the guest, Du Yuqiang handed over the 2 coins and asked, "What can this buy?" The waiter replied that the money was just enough to buy 3 meat-filled buns and a small bowl of noodles. He immediately decided, "Then give me a small bowl of noodles." Since it was peak hours, the tavern was full. Du Yuqiang happily agreed to share a table with others as the waiter suggested. No problem. Sitting down, he thought, "I want to hear daily stories. This is perfect." While enjoying the noodles, Du Yuqiang listened intently to the conversations of the people at his table. One man asserted, "Really? How could an ordinary person jump over a 10-foot wall? That's called cheating. Clearly cheating." The other immediately refuted, saying his friend had never met the muscular wandering healer who came here last time. The two began to argue, like an online debate. Each believed they were right. He spoke of a muscular wandering healer who performed astonishing feats. According to the tale, the man once drew a seemingly heavy sword, then suddenly stabbed wildly at people under the stunned gaze of the crowd. Strangely, the sword shattered after striking his chest and several parts of his body, yet he remained unharmed. Truly like an immortal skill activating armor, unreal. Hearing that, Du Yuqiang thought, could it be the diamond indestructible? Surely that was a master on par with Feng Tian. The man grew excited telling the story, but the main part was yet to come. The bearded man continued, about a 9-year-old child imitating the wandering healer, stabbing himself with a sword. The terrifying story was almost unbelievable, but the result made the wandering healer flee in panic, because the sword also shattered from the forceful strike, yet the child remained unharmed. Du Yuqiang ate the noodles while thinking, now I understand why this place is called Wu Fan Village. This is a village completely ignorant of martial arts. Seeing that he seemed attentive, the man rambled on about someone running along the cliff as if it were flat ground, almost making Du Yuqiang choke on his noodles. Seeing the young man coughing violently, the man hurriedly patted his shoulder to reassure him, telling him to eat calmly. The old man sitting across also started a conversation, asking if he was a visitor from elsewhere. Du Yuqiang nodded slightly. The old man excitedly said he had arrived at the perfect time because tomorrow Long Yun Manor would hold a grand feast celebrating a senior elder's birthday. He laughed with satisfaction, saying that during the 3-day celebration, no one would go hungry. He planned to fast from morning to enjoy it fully. Seeing the simplicity of the villagers, Du Yuqiang silently admired how Wufan village truly peaceful, simple and full of hope. He formed the idea of selling the Emperor's Night Pearl. He wanted to use it to help the good people here, then asked for directions to Long Yun Manor. Meanwhile at Changzhou, Night cloaked the manor of the Nine Dragons sect master in solemnity, just as he was in deep sleep. A cold voice suddenly rang out, urging him to wake up immediately. Being called meant he had to rise at once, yet being woken in the middle of the night like a reset machine made him furious and blush. He woke in anger, as it had been a long time since anyone dared to barge in and speak insolently to him. The stranger carrying a huge broadsword advanced, exuding a suffocating aura, and coldly asked if he wanted to die. A dry sound rang out as the sharp sword pierced the sect master's body, making him scream in pain. The assassin looked down at his struggling prey and coldly said he had no right to ask, only to stay silent while he interrogated. In intense pain, the Nine Dragon sect master guessed that in Tinsu only the Guangchang sect master or the leader of the New Moon Gang would dare target him. He suspected most of all the New Moon Gang leader, who had recently clashed repeatedly, and might have hired assassins against him. To save his life, he hastily tried to negotiate, asking how much the New Moon Gang leader wanted, offering to pay double, even triple. But that lucrative offer only darkened the stranger's expression further. He gritted his teeth and asked if he still dared to counter-question. He pressed a steel finger against his face, coldly repeating the question. The cry of pain immediately echoed through the room. At that moment, a tired female voice softly asked what the master was saying. It was Shan Yan, the sect master's close attendant. The stranger glanced at her, his eyes revealing clear disdain. Without any mercy, he struck decisively, making her only manage a cry of pain before falling. He growled in annoyance at the noise. Witnessing his woman in danger, the Nine Dragon sector cried out Shan Yan's name in agony. He desperately called her name, seeing her as the meaning of his life. The stranger sneered, mocking him for being weak over a woman. He coldly ordered the woman to turn back, then roughly grabbed her face to assert dominance. The Nine Dragon sect master could only stare wide-eyed, filled with shock and fear. The stranger pointed at him, saying that if he had risen immediately the first time he was called, none of this would have happened. Nine Dragon sect master angrily shouted that he was only asleep. He trembled, kneeling and bowing in a pitiful apology, begging the other command anything. Feng Tian glanced toward the door, coldly saying it would be better for all three to hear. Then he called them in. The Nine Dragons sect master froze as two other leaders suddenly appeared, making the apology scene look like a tragicomedy. He realized they were the New Moon Gang leader and the Guangcheng sect master. The two also wore faces full of horror. Feng Tian coldly ordered everyone to sit down. Under the suffocating pressure from the monstrous bodyguard, the three notorious leaders could only obediently kneel in a straight line. Feng Tian began to reveal his true purpose. He had called them only to find one person. One of them boldly asked if they needed to take that person's life. That question immediately touched Feng Tian's taboo. He radiated a terrifying killing aura and growled, asking if he dared. A slip of the tongue panicked the man, begging for mercy. Feng Tian showed no leniency, delivering a fierce kick that sent him flying. He roared that merely touching the master's feet was an honor. If they spoke nonsense again, he would eliminate them all and find another. The three leaders could only bow their heads and respond in unison, trembling in fear. Feng Tian coldly told them to consider themselves lucky, then revealed that the person they sought was his master. The leaders murmured, not understanding who the master of this monster was to leave behind such a strong subordinate. Feng Tian silently threw a glowing object onto the floor. The room immediately fell silent. It was a precious night pearl, the one Du Yuqiang carried when he fled. He ordered them to gather all information about the gem and report back to him immediately. Feng Tian exuded a dark pressure, coldly issuing a final ultimatum within 3 days. If after 3 days there was still no result, they need not exist anymore. The threat made the killing intent even more suffocating. The deadline was only 3 days. If they couldn't find the gem's master, all three would die, making them kneel trembling, afraid to breathe. Meanwhile, in a remote village, the night pearl Du Yuqiang caused the Longyun Manor manager to turn pale. He clasped his hands trembling, stammering, asking who would dare sell a night pearl so openly, and if he truly intended to sell it. Seeing the manager panic, Du Yuqiang still smiled calmly, silently guessing the pearl's value would greatly benefit the village. The manager, drenched in sweat, admitted he had never seen such a treasure and didn't dare set a price himself. When he suggested selling cheap, the manager immediately refused. He firmly insisted that unfair transactions should not occur in the village, so he wanted to invite an appraisal expert from Zhengzhou. That fairness touched Du Yuqiang, who did not expect a village manager to be so kind. However, he hesitated, saying the expert would take at least 5 days to arrive, then sincerely invited him to stay at the Longyun Manor guesthouse. He said he would handle the matter. Seeing the spacious villa, Du Yuqiang felt warm inside, realizing that leaving the martial world revealed the gentleness of life. Du Yuqiang quietly departed, and before leaving reminded them to keep secret that he had brought the night pearl. The manager nodded, promising no one would know. But as soon as Du Yuqiang disappeared, his true face gradually emerged. In a lavish secret chamber, the greedy man laughed heartily when he saw a young boy bring in the night pearl, treating it as a rare opportunity. The manager eagerly reported even more shocking news: 2 more night pearls had been confirmed. The manager secretly asked the servants to carefully inspect Du Yuqiang's clothes while he bathed to look for more clues. The result exceeded expectations. He found the night pearl and the 2 sharp daggers he carried. Judging from his actions and bearing, he concluded this boy came from nobility, making his plan even easier. He turned to the man beside him and asked if he was confident. Gu Wen, the cold blue-haired assassin, replied, "Please rest assured, leave this mission to me." That man went to mix things up yet was judged as though he were cutting down a future noble. Gu Wen had long been famed as a cold-blooded assassin, one of the most terrifying masters of assassination in this region. The old manor lord promised that if he completed the mission quietly, they would enjoy the precious rose wine together. Gu Wen curled his lips in a confident smile, believing there was no need to use his full strength against a boy like Du Yuqiang. He tightened his grip on the curved blade, determined to deal with the target quickly and return safely, going to assassinate someone as if claiming a daily mission reward. Meanwhile, Du Yuqiang had stayed in the village for 2 days, completely immersed in a rare peace. Looking out at the still night from the veranda, he wished that if he had the chance to reach Hainan Island, he would build a similar village, with comfortable beds and meals. He longed to blend into the cheerful, bustling sounds of crowded banquets. Sitting cross-legged, he focused on circulating his energy to temper himself, keeping his strength ready for unexpected situations. Du Yuqiang realized that to truly enjoy simplicity he needed absolute strength. He had nearly perfected the ultimate technique, Earthlord Coiling Dragon Hand, a technique that released true ki like a spider web, binding and controlling the opponent completely. Looking at his hands radiating a powerful purple aura, he wondered whether this technique could be applied beyond grappling arts. A bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. He decided to try applying it to the Silver Soul dagger, throwing the dagger into a wall 2 meters away to see what would happen. Retrieving Kai from this distance through ordinary methods was extremely difficult. If he used Earthlord Coiling Dragon Hand, then things would be completely different. He circulated his energy. The spiderweb-like key immediately pulled the dagger back into his palm with perfect precision. Du Yuqiang smiled smugly at the result of his training. Good, this will do. While testing the move, he was startled by a knock at the door and blamed himself for being too focused on martial arts to notice someone approaching. He restrained his aura and said coldly, "Come in." A maid gently pushed the door open and entered, politely asking whether the young master had slept well. He recognized her as the one who had cared for him over the past 2 days. After a moment, Du Yuqiang asked what the matter was, and she lowered her head, saying the manor lord had specially sent her to serve him while he rested. Hearing this, he immediately misunderstood in his mind. Du Yuqiang's gaze turned icy as he asked suspiciously, "Because I am an honored guest, are you planning to serve me in bed?" He looked at the girl and stated that she did not need to do that merely because she was a maid. Although the girl awkwardly explained that it was the manor lord's instruction, Du Yuqiang sternly ordered that even if she was only a maid, she did not need to sacrifice herself to please him for 1 night. However, the maid explained, "He instructed me to bring this incense to help you sleep well." The tension was like an action film, only for it to suddenly turn out to be nothing more than sleep aid incense. Du Yuqiang was embarrassed and stammered, "Ah, it is incense aid sleep." The maid placed the candle on the table, wished him a good night, then withdrew. As soon as the door closed, Du Yuqiang covered his face in embarrassment and cursed himself for being stupid enough to misunderstand oversleeping. He told himself that next time, he definitely would not let such a misunderstanding happen again. He lit the candle, trying to push away the awkwardness and regain his focus. Sitting cross-legged in the quiet room, he felt the fragrance was very effective at calming the mind. He planned to thank the manor lord the next morning, then continue cultivating, realizing that Earthlord Coiling Dragon Hand was not yet optimized and required more focus. As he imagined releasing threads from his palm to coil around the soul, footsteps sounded and the door opened, making him think inwardly. The door opened. Was it the maid from earlier? Why was she coming this way? But the one who entered was a masked man, startling him. He explained, "The manor lord specially appointed me to come here." He said, "Unhappily, I already received the candle. You do not look like someone who was sent here." He suspected the maid had been replaced by someone else. He hurriedly explained, "The manor lord specifically appointed me to come." Du Yuqiang was fed up with the hassle. The servant bowed and apologized, asking if he needed anything like high-level drama with staff being swapped non-stop. He said coldly, "I am fine, you may leave, but why cover your face?" He explained that he was sensitive to fragrances, so he wore a mask, then let him continue resting. Du Yuqiang clicked his tongue at the excessive care in this place. He was about to return to Earthlord Coiling Dragon Hand, but the sound of the door rang out once again. He grew furious. Again, even a restroom would not have people visiting this often. He turned back and snapped, "I already said I do not need anything." Now he was the masked one gripping a dagger, disturbed during training like spam messages. Despite his powerful martial arts, he asked, "Who are you, Wuxian sect or the cult?" The assassin remained silent for a while, then curled his lips. "Endure it, one who is about to die still talks too much." Though sweating, he realized he could not sense the opponent's ki, tightened his grip on the curved blade, and assessed inwardly, this man is definitely no ordinary person. Du Yuqiang broke into a sweat, horrified to realize he could not sense even the slightest trace of ki from the opponent. He was shocked and told himself that this assassin's realm had reached an excellent level of concealing ki. It was truly unexpected to encounter such an expert in a remote place like this. Du Yuqiang felt stifled with frustration, having to face death before he could even enjoy an ordinary life. Yan Jiangxia tightened his resolve, he absolutely could not die in this place. Before he could even catch his breath, life had thrown a boss straight into his face. In an instant, a surge of white force tore through space and shot straight toward Du Yuqiang. He quickly tilted his body and dodged by a hair, but his heart shook when the other party still stood motionless like a statue. He could hardly believe that man could unleash such a ferocious attack without moving or revealing the slightest opening. Standing still yet still able to strike, how was this any different from turning on automatic cheat mode? The battle grew increasingly tense as the assassins swung out one razor-sharp sword strike after another. That forced Du Yuqiang to use all his strength to move and dodge. He narrowed his eyes in suspicion, unable to understand what the opponent was planning behind those attacks that seemed full of openings. A thought flashed through his mind and left him stunned. Could this bastard be looking down on him so much that he had not even bothered to truly act? Meanwhile, in the secret hall of Longyan Manor, the mastermind smugly believed Du Yuqiang had surely fallen into a helpless state. The subordinate beside him immediately echoed, affirming that Brother Gu Wen's cultivation was unfathomably deep, even he could not keep up. A woman curiously asked whether he had ever seen that power with his own eyes. He immediately replied with worshipful admiration, then recounted what happened after the mission was completed. Gu Wen immediately returned to cultivate, and with just one fingertip, he easily pierced through a thick wooden board. In the guest hall, the assassin stood towering amid streams of sword energy, his face grave as he confronted Du Yuqiang. Gu Wen broke out in a cold sweat, his face twisting, because he could not believe what was happening before his eyes. He was shaken when he heard the target had been poisoned yet remained perfectly unharmed, so he personally came to check. He grabbed the subordinate by the throat and roared in fury. How could there be anyone in this world who could withstand poison? The truth before his eyes was far more terrifying. Gu Wen realized Du Yuqiang had just vanished, and at some unknown moment had appeared directly behind him. He trembled and cried out in terror, "When did you get here?" Seeing the opponent freely glide through the air, he roared in despair, "Impossible." He thought he had come to hunt someone down, only to be completely overwhelmed by the other party. He reassured himself that an ordinary person definitely could not fly like that. While Gu Wen was still struggling to deal with Du Yuqiang's ghostly speed in the secret chamber, the old manor lord was still smiling sinisterly, smugly declaring that Gu Wen was a monster. The old man excitedly boasted about the assassin's talent, as though speaking of an unmatched master. He said that man could hit a target 3 zhang away, even with both eyes covered. Certain that victory was already in his grasp, the old man ordered his subordinates, "Now let us bring the safflower wine to Longyan Manor." The old manor lord sipped his wine, his heart elated because he believed that once Gu Wen was entrusted with the task, everything was already settled. Yet the reality in the guest hall was completely different. Everything was the exact opposite, because Du Yuqiang was the one still standing. He stood towering over the assassin's body. Blood stained his face, and he smiled faintly in satisfaction. "I did it." Looking at the enemy collapsed beneath his feet, he said coldly, "Do you know? With injuries this severe, it would be hard to survive." Du Yuqiang looked down and pressed him. "Can you talk now? Who are you?" The assassin only managed to cough dryly, then forced out the last of his strength. He struggled to gasp that his ultimate skill could pierce through an entire plank. Wooden plank. The skill introduction sounded very impressive, but the moment the fight began, he was forced into early retirement. Those ridiculous last words left Du Yuqiang stunned, and he asked again, "Pierce through it truly?" Looking at the shattered wooden board, he only felt that boast was far too ordinary. Du Yuqiang shouted in irritation. Why brag about piercing through that wooden board? He mocked that in the martial world, anyone could do such a trivial thing. The assassin's eyes bulged as he died in shock, only understanding at the very end that he had run into a true monster. That moment, a thought flashed through Du Yuqiang's mind and changed his expression. Could this man have wanted to steal the Night Pearl? He sprang up in panic and rushed off. "Wait, I left the Night Pearl with the Manor Lord." Crossing the rooftops in the night, he shouted loudly, "The Manor Lord is in danger." Beneath Longyan Manor, a grand banquet was in full swing with hundreds of guests. The old manor lord was thoroughly enjoying the festive atmosphere, laughing loudly as he urged everyone, "Ha ha, come raise your cups and celebrate together." But behind that dazzling splendor lay a vicious scheme. He secretly rejoiced, before long all the night pearls will belong to me. Just then Du Yuqiang kicked the door open and charged in, shaking the entire banquet hall. The feast had been elegant, only for him to drop a grand drama straight into it. Seeing someone enter, the old manor lord had not yet seen clearly before he hurriedly asked, "You have arrived, Gu Wen. Have you dealt with the brat holding the night pearl?" But the smile on the old man's lips instantly died when he realized the person standing before him was Du Yuqiang, blood still staining his face. The old man stammered in terror, "The brat holding the night pearl." Surrounding subordinates and guests were all stunned, while Du Yuqiang strode forward imposing and grim, frightening the old manor lord so badly that the old man's face turned deathly pale, not a trace of blood left, and he could only tremble as he blurted out, "What?" The reversal came too fast. The moment the connection returned, the boss was already standing right in front of him. Without letting the old man say more, Du Yuqiang struck him with a fierce slap that sent him sprawling, then roared, "Fine village, my ass." For his overwhelming strength, everyone in the manor panicked and dropped to their knees, begging for their lives. Du Yuqiang said coldly, "This is the first time I have taken lives. Had you spoken sooner, I would not have struck so heavily." He felt ashamed that a martial artist like himself had to deal with ordinary people, but he also realized just how sinister this place was. "I am a dignified martial artist, yet today I have attacked ordinary people. Truly a disgrace. Letting ordinary people freely roam around with blades and swords. This place is even more dangerous than the martial world." He shouted loudly, questioning the trembling crowd, "How many lives have you harmed under the name of Wufan Village? If you still have a conscience, confess the truth at once." An old man kneeling on the ground hurriedly explained that young master had misunderstood. The people here were honest by nature, and every crime was caused by the manor lord's excessive oppression. But Du Yuqiang was not so easily fooled. He pointed at the banquet and mocked, oppressed, yet still happily eating and drinking like this. Even misunderstanding you would be difficult. The old man lowered his head in pain and confessed that in Wufan Village, the manor lord was king and also the law. The annual festival was in fact only for him to flaunt his power. Everything was built upon the sweat and toil of the villagers, though in the past, some had once stood up to resist. The moment the word king appeared, it was clear the tyrant role had leveled up. The old man choked up as he spoke of the brave people who had once dared to rise against him, but all of them had disappeared long ago without leaving a trace, causing a terrifying shadow to envelop the entire village. Du Yuqiang coldly ordered everyone unrelated the manor lord to leave at once. Before his imposing aura, the villagers trembled and withdrew, leaving only the old manor lord kneeling flat on the floor. Du Yuqiang glared and declared with iron resolve, "Today I will make you pay for the crimes you have committed." The atmosphere was so tense that a single word was enough to shake everything. Watching his subordinates abandon him one after another, the old manor lord gritted his teeth in frustration. "You bastards, how dare you leave me behind?" Facing the blazing fury burning from Du Yuqiang's head, the old man hurriedly dropped to his knees and bowed his head in pleading, stammering that the treasure had been taken away by his rebellious son. He tried to gloss it over, saying that words alone had not been enough to intimidate them, so he had let his son carry it away, which only made Du Yuqiang even more furious. Though he had sat there waiting impatiently, he was clearly anxious, and asked when the appraisal would be finished. The old manor lord trembled and promised, very soon, but Du Yuqiang's patience had run dry. He growled when exactly that moment a massive pillar of light tore through the roof, and a corpse crashed straight into the hall, shocking everyone. The old manor lord was horrified to realize the victim was his own son. "Why is my son here?" Before he could even deal with the deadline, drama happened on its own at just the right time. A haughty laugh rang out from the roof, "Ha ha ha ha." Hearing that familiar voice, Du Yuqiang was stunned and wondered if this voice could be the one who charged down from above with imposing momentum, cried out in excitement, "Master, how moving." It was Feng Tian seeing the wreckage. He cried out, "You have taken control of the entire village," appearing as if the final boss had already cleared the map. Du Yuqiang froze, sweat streaming down his face, twisted with terror, only managing to utter the name he had fled from for the past month, Feng Tian. Feng Tian suddenly appeared, clenching his bound fist tightly. He cried out in excitement, "Have you taken control of the entire village?" Du Yuqiang froze in place, his face twisting in terror as he saw the ghost he had been hiding from all month appear right before his eyes. Feng Tian calmly stepped into the hall, smiling brightly as if they had never parted. "Master, are you well?" Du Yuqiang shouted in shock. "How did you get here?" Feng Tian's suspicion rose in his mind. "Did you find the fake pearl?" Feng Tian immediately answered with a confident expression. He said proudly, "Master, I have countless pearls. I took all the inner cores and 10,000-year pearls and brought them back for you, 182 in total." Do you consider that many? He smiled with arrogant contempt, declaring that these jewels were a vast resource for the great cause of unifying the world, and now Du Yuqiang had officially become a wealthy kun, while the old manor lord wailed beside his son's corpse. What is going on here, my son? Where did his hair go? Why is only his body left like this? Receiving the billionaire combo before he could even react, Du Yuqiang held his head, his mind in chaos, knowing without even looking, I am rich, but my mind is a mess. Seeing his master gloomy, Feng Tian misunderstood in an extreme direction and roared, yes, I am rich, but my mood is in turmoil. I will go punish that person to ease your anger, Du Yuqiang thought helplessly. The one giving me the biggest headache is this subordinate. He realized running away would solve nothing and made up his mind, I cannot keep fleeing forever, I need to end this. Du Yuqiang admitted that although he had always considered his father's plan useless, he still could not do anything else. He had to escape this bloody, tearful waistband loop with a subordinate like this. The markup was already set before any fight even began. He bitterly questioned the point of returning to the sect. Yuz was a place that worshipped only strength. His father's plan had failed. But Feng Tian looked straight into his eyes and said, you have misunderstood. He declared that he would now reveal everything to the new sect leader. His face serious, Feng Tian disclosed a shocking truth. The 1,000 Lotus Branch restriction was only one of 7 restrictions. Du Yuqiang widened his eyes in astonishment, sweat running down as he realized the journey was still far too long. There were other restrictions too. Just one restriction had already claimed countless lives. Du Yuqiang thought as he gazed into the distance, his heart heavy. He did not want anyone else to die. Too many people had already been sacrificed in vain on this path. He quietly walked down the long corridor, feeling exhausted by the whirlpool of power. Suddenly, Du Yuqiang looked straight at the guard and declared firmly, the one worthy of this sect is not me, but you, Feng Tian. He admitted that he no longer had the will to walk the supreme path his father had wanted, and wished to pass the responsibility to his close subordinate. Feng Tian remained cold, clenching his fist as he calmly replied, I will pretend I heard nothing from the sect leader. Du Yuqiang's anger erupted, and he roared, my mind is made up, you are the next sect leader. Leave me alone if you want to kill someone, then kill me. Du Yuqiang said coldly before turning and walking away, leaving the guard in darkness. His ruthless renunciation shattered Feng Tian. Sweat ran down his face as he trembled and whispered in despair, do you no longer need me, sect leader? Unable to accept being abandoned by his master, Feng Tian's eyes flashed with madness. He drew the giant greatsword. A wave of sharp killing aura enveloped the space, and he roared, if that is master's wish, I will end my life here. Seeing his subordinate impulsively attempt suicide, Du Yuqiang shouted in horror, Feng Tian, you... Whoa, stop. Du Yuqiang rushed forward in panic, but Feng Tian's sharp sword had already come straight down. The incident was so sudden that the old manor lord and the nearby kneeling subordinates also stared in terror. Dry explosion rang out as the sword force struck hard, creating a beam of light that tore through the night. Du Yuqiang froze, sweat streaming down as he witnessed the scene. Feng Tian was still standing, his face hardened with intense focus. The greatsword pressed heavily against his body and let out an angry sound, a suicide scene as tense as testing legendary gear. Crack rang out, and the once sturdy greatsword shattered into hundreds of pieces, leaving everyone stunned. Du Yuqiang was speechless, looking at the pile of scrap metal and thinking, he cannot even commit suicide. What is this body? Realizing he could not threaten the monstrous guard with death, Du Yuqiang sighed warily, I lose. Stop now, the game is slightly bugged. Hearing his master withdraw his intent, Feng Tian immediately withdrew his killing aura, lowered his head in salute, and calmly said, thank you, I almost died. Du Yuqiang looked at that insane loyalty and could only click his tongue. He looked at the Green Forest bandits kneeling on the floor and coldly ordered, punishment comes later, for now, get inside. Subordinates answered yes in a panicked chorus, then hurriedly fled inside, watching Du Yuqiang and Feng Tian leave in silence. Those who remained still doubted their identities. A woman and the man in yellow looked at each other with sinister expressions and said, they are cunning. We were almost fooled. The man in yellow nodded in agreement, insisting he had never believed in the 182 pearls from the start, mocking Du Yuqiang as a fraud. Just then, the old chief steward stepped forward anxiously troubled. Kang Hai, there is one thing that troubles me. Was the young master not supposed to arrive 2 days later? The man in yellow curled his lips in a sneer, scolding the chief steward for being too naive to see through the other party's trick. He picked up the broken sword fragment from the floor, then began giving his assessment. The way the sword pierced this man was exactly like the trick used by that fraudulent quack before. He recalled how that quack had once used a fake sword to stab himself and fool the world, then became certain that Feng Tian's sword was also nothing but a fake. He gritted his teeth and declared that as long as he proved the sword was fake, dealing with those swindlers would be effortless. He swore to repay today's humiliation many times over, thinking he had seen through others, only to write his own tragedy. Woman beside him picked up the sword fragment, surprised that it was heavy and seemed real. She sneered, intending to use it to prove to her husband that this was only a cheap magic trick, just like that child and that quack. The man in yellow excitedly challenged her. Good, excellent. Show me your unrivaled strength. Your husband is right here. Go ahead and stab me. Without the slightest hesitation, the woman held the sword and stabbed her husband hard. She even cried out smugly when she saw the blade sink deep, saying one test was enough to end the argument. Her smile froze at once when the wound suddenly threw the whole room into chaos. The man in yellow widened his eyes, painfully realizing the horrifying truth. This was a real sword. The woman screamed in panic, stunned to see that her husband had truly been badly wounded. The chief steward standing behind them also froze in horror at the dreadful scene unfolding before him. It was their own stupidity and arrogance that forced them to pay a heavy price inside their own room. The manager trembled, his breathing growing ragged. He collapsed onto the floor in utter shock, finally understanding the cruel truth about the real sword. A torrential rain poured down, as if trying to wash clean the tragic scene. In the courtyard, corpses lay scattered everywhere. From the darkness, a pair of cold, sharp eyes silently watched it all. It was a female assassin of the demon cult, one shuddering at the young cult master's increasingly strange and ruthless actions. Looking at the clumsy wounds on the corpses, she angrily believed Du Yuqiang had harmed ordinary civilians with no martial arts only for amusement, an insane act that even the brutal demonic path rarely committed. She declared coldly that this game had to end right here. During the pursuit, a new secret order was delivered, forcing the entire plan to change. The plan shifted to killing Du Yuqiang, turning from capture to annihilation as quickly as changing a game's skin. Accompanying her this time were the 5 demon gods, legends who had vanished from the martial world for 20 years. With terrifying martial arts and unpredictable movements, their appearance was the greatest trial for the new cult master. The female assassin thought to herself that he should have retired early, because now both he and Feng Tian might die here. In the middle of the night, Feng Tian stood towering, looking down at Du Yuqiang lying flat on the ground with a face full of grievance. The boss had not even had time to recover mana before the whole party was summoned to gang up on him. Under the heavy rain, the bald man wailed miserably beside his parents' bodies. Father, mother, how could you leave me like this? How did everything become this way? It turned out the tragedy began when he was in Jingzhou for an appraisal. He had originally planned to appraise the Night Pearl, when a stranger suddenly barged in and disrupted everything. That man roughly grabbed the appraiser by the hair, then roared with menace. What did you just say you were doing? That ferocity frightened the other party so badly that he could only stammer, unable to speak. Back in the present, the bald man froze when he saw the familiar greatsword planted right beside him. He realized in shock that the sword's owner was the very man who had once spread terror. Du Yuqiang quietly walked beneath an umbrella, his crimson eyes showing clear astonishment when he saw the tragic scene. What had happened? He stared blankly at the corpses strewn across the ground, then turned to question his bodyguard. Feng Tian, what did you do? They were only ordinary civilians with no martial arts. Faced with his master's reproach, Feng Tian calmly answered that this subordinate had not done this. Hearing that denial, the bald man erupted in fury and shouted through his tears, "Ridiculous! You killed my parents and still dare deny it." He collapsed in utter despair, while Feng Tian quietly explained the stupidity of those people. They used the physician's trick to assume the sword was fake, then used it on each other to prove it. The drama had not even cooled before everyone had already spiraled into their own absurd speech-run cell distraction. Feng Tian insisted that he had clearly heard the entire ridiculous story from beginning to end. Du Yuqiang silently stepped closer, carefully observing the corpses scattered around, then realized that all the wounds were extremely clumsy. He thought to himself that Feng Tian indeed had not acted, and that these people had blindly harmed one another, because they thought the sword was fake. Faced with that heartbreaking sight, the bald man could only wail in despair, unable to accept the truth. Feng Tian silently held the umbrella for his master, then reported that he had kept 2 maidservants behind to serve breakfast, but Du Yuqiang only replied coldly. He was not hungry, and he did not want to stay in this place for even another second. The scene was already this chaotic, yet there was still time for customer service here. He ordered Feng Tian to set out for the Yangtze River at once. Before leaving, Du Yuqiang looked at the bald man and reminded him that he should thank heaven and earth for still being alive. At the same time, he advised him to use the rest of his life to live for this village. He silently promised that if he ever returned one day, he would verify whether this place truly deserved the name Wufan Village. Beneath the pouring rain, the 2 figures gradually disappeared into the distance, leaving the village sunk in tragedy and darkness. That night, in a silent room, the bald man sat alone in a daze. Sitting by the wooden table, he was suddenly startled by the appearance of several strangers. Han Jinghai raised his head and asked who they were. Before him stood 3 men with overwhelming auras. The leader had a mustache, glared as he demanded the whereabouts of Du Yuqiang's group, then pressed him on whether he knew anything about the Night Pearl. Bald man trembled, cold sweat streaming down as he had to face these uninvited intruders. He stammered that they had long since fled far away. when he was harshly interrogated about the target's direction. That bald man tried to find an excuse to hide, but immediately took a heavy blow to the face. The impact caused him pain, collapsing onto the table in terror. The leader coldly forced him to recall every detail, answer a question incorrectly, and he was forced to reopen the vault of painful memories. Trampled underfoot, the bald man shivered and hurriedly confessed that Du Yuqiang's group was rushing back to Changjiang. He shouted in despair, repeatedly affirming that he was certainly not lying about their destination. The interrogator glanced at his elder, then confirmed that the confession seemed completely credible. The old man with a goat beard slightly curled his lips. A sinister smile appeared as he muttered that the prey was truly unlucky to choose to flee to Changjiang. A mysterious shadow appeared behind him, saying that place was his master's territory. The old man's eyes became venomous. He wanted to deal with Du Yuqiang personally, but using his master's power was not a bad option either. He immediately ordered the group to set off, turning the hunt into a journey assisted by the big boss. Left alone in the empty room, the bald man collapsed to his knees, crying, not understanding why disaster kept falling on him. The nightmare did not end as two more shadows silently appeared behind him. A white-bearded old man with overwhelming presence called his name coldly, questioning the whereabouts of the group and presenting a radiant jade. The bald man could only scream in frustration and despair, swept into an endless interrogation. Meanwhile, at a tavern somewhere, the atmosphere grew lively as Lin Wang and his son swept through the banquet table like men starved for days. Gang leader chewed a piece of meat, smiling with delight, as it had been a long time since he had such a good meal. Son Roland was no less bold, eating vigorously and irritably swatting her father's hand when he tried to take a piece of her meat. Lin Wang hurriedly advised his daughter not to fight, saying they were about to catch up with Du Yuqiang, so it was no need to go hungry anymore. Son Roland asked thoughtfully if it was right, fearing that following Du Yuqiang would drag the group into serious trouble. Lin Wang also realized the headache of having too many people hot on Du Yuqiang's trail. From the master of Jilong sect to that pitiful bald man in Wufan village. Looking at the bald head of that man, Son Roland could not help but sigh and angrily said that even if Du Yuqiang was handsome, he could not act recklessly. Even if truly handsome, he could not casually harm others. The situation was already as chaotic as a disrupted chessboard. A subordinate argued that this time Du Yuqiang had also attacked unarmed civilians, making it a mistake to follow him. Lin Wang gritted his teeth, deciding they still had to go to Changjiang, as he had already contacted Shui Lu camp there. He reasoned that even if they did not pursue Du Yuqiang's group, that place could still serve as a safe hideout. Seeing his subordinate looking grim in fear of death, Son Roland smiled brightly, saying she had not been to Changjiang for a long time and was looking forward to it. She confidently declared that if the situation became truly dangerous, she would personally handle Du Yuqiang. Seeing Son Roland's suggestive wink, Lin Wang and the subordinates were stunned in amazement. Seeing everyone suddenly silent, Son Roland awkwardly realized she had spoken too freely. She muttered in regret that her plan to get close to him once was ruined. That confession made Lin Wang's face darken, speechless as he looked at his daughter while the entire table froze. Son Roland urged her father to quickly set off to Changjiang to stay on schedule. At this time in the lower reaches of Changjiang, a large boat glided over the turbulent water, heading straight to Shui Lu camp, adorned with a massive dragon head. Inside the mansion, a man with overwhelming presence quietly read the letter that had just been delivered. It was Dong Ting, the leader of Shui Lu camp. He narrowed his eyes in suspicion, wondering who Feng Tian and Du Yuqiang were. Amid the strong wind, Xianhe appeared in unusual attire. He rode a crane over the majestic mountains, landing on a grand mansion and spoke aloud. "Have you found that drunkard yet?" Jianmu, with a contemplative look, shook his head slightly, saying they had not found him yet. Perhaps he had fled upon realizing he was being pursued. He assessed that the current situation was becoming much more complicated. Not only the drunkard, even Wu Ying had disappeared after ruining the sacred art of the Earth Lord Sage and taking the Night Pearl. At that moment, Yang Ren quietly stepped in, listening solemnly to the elders' discussion. His disciple anxiously asked if they should continue pursuing, as the information seemed leaked, but Jianmu immediately signaled him to stop. He placed his hand on the disciple's head, gently reassuring him that there was no need to rush the pursuit at this moment. He believed that after stealing the first seal, they would not stop and would certainly eye the others. He decided to lead the group away to the location of the second seal to set a trap in advance. Amid the pouring rain, the drunkard huddled in a dark cave, full of resentment, wondering why he had fallen into such misery. He trembled as he read his son's warning letter about the heavens might 7 generals pursuing him fiercely, his heart heavy with regret. Suddenly, a shadow appeared at the cave entrance, speaking with cold, mocking tones. He ridiculed the man hiding in the darkness, so that the drunkard, not understanding anything yet, was immediately cornered. The stranger suddenly released a purple aura full of pressure, roaring that he had definitely taken the Night Pearl, before the fierce attack tore through the space. The drunkard only managed a cry of pain as the force flung him against the rock wall. He trembled, explaining that he had only been an Xan, and had never touched anything of the Heaven's Might 7 generals, but had been gravely misunderstood. Just as the tension reached its peak, a calm voice rang out, "Stop, senior brother divine thief." It was Wu Ying. He looked at the drunkard with deep suspicion. "Are you not human?" Feeling wrongly accused, the drunkard knelt down and confessed that he had never even heard of the Night Pearl. Witnessing his old friend in such a miserable state, Wu Ying quietly tossed him a flask of wine to help him regain his spirit. The two sat together in the dark cave, and Wu Ying explained that someone had stolen the Night Pearl of the Heavenly Might 7 lords, causing both of them to fall under suspicion and be hunted. After taking a large gulp of wine, the drunkard suggested, "How about we turn ourselves in?" The absurd remark enraged Wu Ying. "Turn ourselves in for what? If we did not steal it, why surrender?" The drunkard hurriedly explained that he meant going there to confront them and clarify the matter. He believed that if they joined forces to catch the real thief and handed him over to the Heavenly Might 7 lords, every grievance would be cleared. Realizing this was the only way to escape a life of hiding, Wu Ying decisively stood up and roared, "No, we cannot hide forever. Get ready at once." And Wuhan, who bade determination to capture the thief, still burned fiercely. Yet Du Yuqiang was enduring bone-piercing pain while being restrained by Feng Tian, screaming in despair, "Stop, I will not run anymore." Feng Tian was calmly astonished by his master's lightness skill, to the point that he had to use the ultimate technique, Shadow Pursuit. This was a martial art that used blood kai to gather into tattoos on the body. Once it was carved onto someone, even from 1,000 miles away they could not escape pursuit. No matter how they ran, they would be found. Feng Tian continued circulating his energy. "Pacification, master, please endure a little longer." To Du Yuqiang, that little while was torture. He screamed, "Why does a little longer always mean I have to suffer like this?" On the boat amid the flowing water, Du Yuqiang, with the blazing red Shadow Pursuit tattoo on his shoulder, looked visibly weary and exhausted. When he heard Feng Tian say they were about to disembark, he felt dispirited that a boat ride on the lake had ultimately just circled around the lake, feeling like mobile torture. Feng Tian immediately explained that this lake connected to the Yangtze River, and following the current would lead to Dongting Lake in Hunan. This was where Du Yuqiang would seize the second favor token according to his father's arrangement. After hearing this, Du Yuqiang silently calculated. He realized the best way to get away from Feng Tian was to obtain that favor token quickly. However, deep down he still worried about the journey, and said thoughtfully to Feng Tian, "This path seems less like becoming the Supreme One and more like the road to unifying the world." Feng Tian said calmly, "Unifying the world on the side would also be fine, just like taking on an extra side job." Du Yuqiang snapped at his subordinate's casual attitude. "Do not talk about unifying the world that way. Meaningless sacrifices are not allowed in the process." When seizing the favor token, they had to avoid repeating the tragedy of Heart-Long Sect and becoming entangled in needless martial world grudges, making unifying the world sound like shopping at the market. Du Yuqiang thoughtfully reminded him that jumping onto the path of unifying the world would slow the progress of seizing the favor tokens. Feng Tian promised that starting from the second seal, he would absolutely keep quiet and cause no commotion, allowing his master to feel reassured. Satisfied, Du Yuqiang decided not to stay at the Yangtze River waterway stronghold to avoid another green forest tragedy, a serious plan that still felt like an empty promise. Feng Tian reported that the favor token lay deep at the bottom of Dongting Lake, so he needed to learn swimming and diving. Du Yuqiang dismissed the idea, believing any boatman could teach him. He slammed the table and roared when he saw his subordinate seemed about to argue. For his master's wrath, Feng Tian hurriedly bowed in obedience, and asked permission to look for a boat at once. Du Yuqiang carefully instructed him to act quietly and absolutely avoid causing a commotion. He stood before the massive ship named Eastern Dragon. He showed interest in the mighty dragon figure carved with exquisite craftsmanship. Feng Tian explained smugly, "Because the dragon symbolizes the master of heaven and earth, I chose this ship." Worried about the cost, Du Yuqiang received a confident answer. Feng Tian bought it cheaply from a good person. Seeing his subordinate handle a task smoothly for the first time, Du Yuqiang was delighted. He had gradually become more human. He stood leisurely on the ship deck, warmly greeting the strangers passing by, his mood relaxed. Just as he prayed this peaceful moment would last, hooks suddenly flew over and latched hard onto the ship deck. A fierce group appeared, roaring that they would take his life for daring to steal the ship of White Dragon Manor. The smile on the ship deck vanished in an instant. Du Yuqiang turned in shock and shouted at Feng Tian, full of grievance. "Stolen, was it not bought?" The piece had barely warmed its seat before they were reported for stealing a ship. "You dare steal the ship of White Dragon Manor, today I will make you pay." An enraged roar rang out as the strangers surrounded the ship, and Du Yuqiang asked in shock, "Stealing the ship? Did you not say it was bought?" His gaze fixed on Feng Tian, realizing he had once again been tricked by that loyal guard, too trusting and now exposed live on the waves. Before he could explain, the one-eyed leader roared. He spoke fiercely, "Shut up, you have no way out, prepare to die." He swung his great saber and charged forward, intending to finish off the opponent at once. Yet Feng Tian still wore a terrifyingly cold expression. He dodged the attack like lightning and launched a counterblow that made the leader pale in terror. Hall Master collapsed under the horrified gazes of his subordinates. narrowly escaping death. This bastard, the disciples of White Dragon Manor rushed in wildly to save their master. Facing the encirclement, Feng Tian glided like a ghost, striking vital points in succession and leaving the enemies unable to react. In the blink of an eye, cries rang out in stunned disbelief as they were brought down one after another by the overwhelming power of that guard. Bodies kept falling into the water, creating loud splashes along the Yanks. The one-eyed leader barely breathing beneath the surface, clutching his battered head and neck. Shocked, he wondered, were they all defeated in the blink of an eye? Humiliated by the ease of defeat, he gritted his teeth and ordered the remaining forces to act, refusing to let the disgrace linger. Everyone, destroy the boat immediately, the command rang out. Meanwhile, Du Yuqiang turned in confusion to question the bodyguard Feng Tian. You said we paid enough to rent the boat, so why are they telling you to seize it now? Facing his master's doubt, Feng Tian remained solemn, affirming that payment had been made in full. Seeing his determined expression, Du Yuqiang thought, perhaps it was indeed paid. Sensing the chaotic situation, Feng Tian suggested, Master, we should leave here first. But the enemy had no intention of letting them escape. The submerged leader screamed wildly. Both the dragon boat and the swift boat, destroy them immediately. As soon as the order was given, the boat shook violently, shocking Du Yuqiang, just purchased and already under a chain attack. Strong collisions from below sent sprays of water into the air. Du Yuqiang worried. Damn it, at this rate we'll sink. In urgency he asked quickly, Feng Tian, can you dive? Meanwhile the one-eyed leader still smiled arrogantly, extreme in his demeanor. Facing danger, Feng Tian remained calm, looking straight at his master. We need to repair the boat immediately, master. Seeing the boat drifting in the vast water, Du Yuqiang panicked. Repair the boat out here in the wilderness. At that moment on the riverbank, a small family was leisurely enjoying the view. The father eagerly asked his child, Do you like the scenery here? The boy replied excitedly, Yes, it looks like the sea. The mother cheerfully pointed to the water. Look, the splashing water, there must be lots of fish. Child shouted, Oh, so many, I've never seen fish like this. In truth, what the boy called human-faced fish were the drifting bodies of Bai Longpu's subordinates, turning the atmosphere from peaceful to terrifying. The family on the riverbank panicked, the mother hurriedly covering the child's eyes to shield him from the gruesome scene. On the boat, Du Yuqiang grimaced, raising a hand as he heard the child call the corpses human-faced fish. Feng Tian silently moved to the stern, bowing in apology. My apologies, master. One slipped by. Please forgive me. Du Yuqiang sighed. It's fine, the reaction was appropriate. He looked down at the water, where a man floated barely alive, coldly asking, You are the commander? What is your name? The man trembled in reply. Wu Ji, 7th Path Master of Bai Longpu. Du Yuqiang doubted. Wu Ji, we paid the full boat rent, so why do you claim we seized the boat? Wu Ji, indignant, turned to his subordinates, diving. Are you sure you received the money? The subordinate, sweating profusely, admitted. Yes, I received the money. Du Yuqiang thought Feng Tian paid in full. Perhaps there was a slight misunderstanding. Wu Ji's anger erupted. He shouted at his subordinate. You received the money and still dare deceive me, bastard. I will not let you off. The subordinate panicked, shouting in protest. Only 1 silver coin was given. How could one rent a dragon boat? Silence was eerily heavy. Du Yuqiang froze, spinning to yell. Feng Tian. The bodyguard still bowed. Master, they should be grateful to have received that amount. Du Yuqiang, trembling with anger, pointed and scolded the subordinate. How many times have I told you? Completing new objectives is wise, yet you insist on pressing Bai Longpu. 1 silver coin as if negotiating a billion-dollar project. Feng Tian immediately admitted fault. Subordinate is truly at fault. Underwater, Wu Ji, humiliated by being seen as weak, gritted his teeth. Are we weak, you brat? The old master still lay there, Du Yuqiang reminded. We still have a long way to go. Do you intend to rest? Wu Ji panicked. Ah, no. The giant boat continued cutting through the waves in thick fog, leaving the defeated drifting in the cold water. The boat was imposing, yet internal drama was more tense than the weight. Master, Feng Tian's voice rang out amidst the tense atmosphere. Du Yuqiang squinted. Realizing the situation could no longer be reversed, bloodshed seemed inevitable. Understanding his master, Feng Tian coldly placed his hand on his sword. I request permission to attack first. But as he just intended to draw his sword, a voice rang from above. Are you the young master Liu Jiang from Wudai Mountain? Surprised by the stranger, Du Yuqiang quietly asked Feng Tian. You know this person? The bodyguard solemnly shook his head. Never met him. Before them, a young man with pale purple hair bowed in greeting, introducing himself. I am Jiu Yangxiu from the Yanks Waterway Camp. I have waited for you quite a while. The mysterious answer made Du Yuqiang suspicious. You waited for us. He was slightly startled. Entering the grand hall, an elder exuded overwhelming presence. Sitting in wait, Fang Yang, camp master of the Yanks Waterway Camp, smiling courteously. Welcome to you both. Du Yuqiang sat down, going straight to the point. Thank you for receiving us, but we are not here to cause trouble. If you prefer we leave, we can depart immediately, Fang Yang calmly replied. I have heard much from letters of Lin Wang. Feel free to stay as long as you wish. But he curiously asked, I have a few questions as well. I heard you eliminated Long Wang Bang at Wude Mountain. Is that true? Du Yuqiang assessed silently. Those seeking confirmation of Harlong Bang's destruction indeed made the reception unpleasant. He coldly replied, I do not wish to recount that matter. His firm attitude caused Fang Yong's subordinates to reveal irritation, eyes staring challengingly. Fang Tian immediately unleashed killing intent, growling, those two, lower your gaze, before I gouge your eyes. Seeing the situation approaching loss of control, Du Yuqiang quickly intervened. Enough, Fang Yong is showing courtesy. Remind the bodyguard, a few hotheads are normal, ignore them. Though still annoyed, Fang Tian bowed, obeying orders. Fang Yong deftly dissipated the tense atmosphere. All right, you must be tired from the long journey. Please enter the rest room. In half an hour, I will have someone bring up the food. May you both rest comfortably. But as soon as the door closed, the old man's cheerful demeanor vanished. He roared in anger, smashing everything in the room, gritting his teeth and vowing to destroy them with his own hands. He took out Lin Wang's letter, sneered with contempt. Careful, Shanmu, have you finally gone mad? Crumpled the letter, eyes burning with hatred, declaring that Fang Yong would do what Shanmu could not, even putting red chain poison into the food. Meanwhile elsewhere, Sun Ruolin anxiously turned to ask her father, but father, surely Fang Yong won't use the red chain poison, right? Lin Wang sighed, I have already warned you. If he did that, he would truly be foolish. Rai Song, the camp master of Yangtze River Waterway Camp, beamed as he looked at the coffin carried by his subordinates. He was certain that by now Du Yuqiang and Feng Tian had died from the deadly red chain poison. He delighted in imagining the two bodies neatly placed in the special coffin he had prepared. Taigong, the camp's second-in-command, immediately proposed keeping the bodies to show force when Lin Wang arrived. Rai Song wholeheartedly agreed, believing that from now on the Green Forest would not dare raise its head against the Yangtze River Waterway Camp, confidently predicting trouble for them. Both laughed with satisfaction, eager to see Lin Wang's horrified expression at the sight of the two corpses. Ri Song kicked open the guest room door, roaring arrogantly. So this is the price for daring to toy with the Yangtze River Waterway Camp. The old man's smile immediately froze, replaced by a face twisted with horror. Before his eyes, Du Yuqiang and Feng Tian still sat leisurely at the table, calmly enjoying tea as if nothing had happened, thinking the show was over, yet the opponents remained chill. The campmaster stammered in shock, how can you still drink tea? Du Yuqiang glanced at him, calmly mocking. Just bring it to my mouth and drink. Seeing the rude old man, Feng Tian became furious, leaping up and roaring with killing intent. How dare you disrespect us? Are you tired of living? Without giving the other a chance to react, Feng Tian immediately delivered a slap. The thunderous slap left Ri Song stunned, clutching his swollen face in shock. Just after speaking, he had been slapped, true instant karma. Feng Tian pointed at the coffin behind them, coldly asking, what is that? The subordinates carrying the coffin were so scared their faces drained of color, sweat pouring under suffocating pressure. The bodyguard drew his greatsword, a chilling killing intent spreading as he threatened. I have a way to make you speak. Ri Song trembled, realizing both of them had bodies immune to all poisons. He panicked, thinking he could not let the Yangtze River Waterway Camp be destroyed over a trivial reason, yet he had no idea how to justify keeping his life. Amid the tense atmosphere, Zhu Yangxiu suddenly stepped forward, respectfully saying, your servant Zhu Yangxiu requests to speak. Seeing his son daring to speak, Camp Master Ri Song broke into sweat, anxiously watching the sword at his throat. Zhu Yangxiu quickly introduced the large wooden box as the 9 Yang ink zither, a treasure the Yangtze River Waterway Camp had prepared to present. He said this item combined ink, mystical metal, and the 5 elements, and simply lying on it would increase internal power. Du Yuqiang squinted in doubt, asking again, increase internal power. Zhu Yangxiu hurried to clarify, at least half a year would be needed to see real effect. At first it sounded like a clever improvisation, but those experienced in the martial world immediately recognized it as a fabricated story to escape danger. Feng Tian slowly advanced with an overwhelming aura, his eyes flashing with danger. The bodyguard's steel hand reached straight for Zhu Yangxiu, making the campmaster inwardly shudder, thinking a bloodbath was imminent. Plot twist in a snap, expecting a fight, yet the game changed in an instant. But everything turned out completely contrary to expectations. Feng Tian suddenly grabbed Zhu Yangxiu's head, laughing excitedly. Well done, you wanted to present a gift so much that you came rushing in yourself. Seeing this, Ri Song was stunned, unable to believe his son's absurd excuse could so easily fool this monster. Meanwhile, Du Yuqiang still wore a look of doubt, silently observing his subordinates' actions. Feng Tian turned to his master, thinking that even with the intent to give a gift, these people were still rude for barging into the inner hall, so they should be punished according to his lord's will. Plot twist unreal, nobody could handle it. Feng Tian bowed, awaiting orders, respectfully saying, please give the order. If the truth were revealed now, Feng Tian would surely draw his sword and kill them all, so the best approach was to warn them to calm the situation. Following the command, Feng Tian boldly declared that his master was moved by their intention and would pardon them this time. Leave the coffin and retreat. Hearing him call the treasure a coffin, Du Yuqiang could only remain speechless. It felt like stepping back from the brink of death. Gray Song's face changed with joy, hurriedly bowed to comply, and led his subordinates to withdraw immediately. Surviving like this was like full armor at max capacity. Du Yuqiang could not restrain his anger, roaring furiously, Feng Tian, why are you always spun around like a top? Faced with his master's irritation, Feng Tian calmly explained that the item helped increase internal power, and the more internal power the better. Du Yuqiang pointed at the bodyguard, sarcastically shouting, do you really think that chunk of metal is useful? Then you lie down in it as you like. But Feng Tian remained steadfast in his argument, firmly asserting, in our sect there are countless treasures beyond the ordinary, moreover this is meant for the master, so a subordinate like him must never lie in it. Yuqiang helplessly realized that even as the sect master, all final decisions were still arranged at Feng Tian's discretion. Just then the maidservants Dong Ting requested to come in to clean by the camp master's order. Feng Tian glanced at his master, calmly asking his opinion about learning etiquette from Dong Ting. Du Yuqiang's anger reached its peak. He smashed the wooden chair, shouting in frustration, I already said, why ask my opinion if you decide yourself? If you want to do it, then do it. Sect master vibes like an NPC constantly asked for choices, truly confused. Seeing the bodyguard pretend to faint, lying sprawled on the floor immediately after his outburst, Du Yuqiang gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, enraged at his subordinate's sluggishness. But when he turned, that fierce expression made the two nearby maidservants shiver in terror. Seeing them trembling, their faces pale and bloodless, Du Yuqiang suddenly froze, silently blaming his hot temper for affecting innocent people around him. He tried to gather his killing intent, forcing the gentlest smile he could, then stepped forward to reassure them. Don't be afraid, I apologize for scaring you. But even though the young sect master tried to appear friendly, the two maidservants remained frozen, sweat streaming down their terrified faces. Witnessing the guest's arrogance, Fang Yong was shocked, wondering if this person was insane. Behind him, the subordinate also trembled, thinking he had never seen anyone with such clearly divided personalities. He was astonished to see Du Yuqiang not suspecting the food at all, but instead busily scolding and beating his own subordinates. In the martial world, high martial skill was already terrifying, but someone who had both martial skill and no self-control was many times more dangerous, especially since the most dangerous one was the person silently hiding behind the guard. Zhu Yangxiu sensed that the situation was unstable, stepped closer, and said, Father, I have something to say. He suspected the quality of the scarlet red poison, believing that whether medicine or poison, it had an expiration date. Fang Yong was startled when he heard this and blurted out, right, who could withstand the scarlet red poison? The old man decided to verify it immediately, handed the tray of food to a subordinate, and said, right, then try eating it. The subordinate trembled as he accepted it, wondering, let me test it by eating. Suddenly becoming the poison tester, truly risking his life for his KPI. He recklessly took a bite under the watch of the old stronghold master and his son. Seeing that he was still safe, he laughed loudly, haha, it seems the poison has weakened. But his smile vanished when he suddenly collapsed to the floor at once. Fang Yong was stunned, wondering whether his initial judgment had been wrong, then angrily slammed his hand hard on the table. The old man gritted his teeth, his face twisting as he roared, just who are those bastards? That night, old Chen lay in bed, his mind constantly haunted by the mystery of those strangers. The old man calculated that if poison was useless, the only options left were force or taking action while the other party slept. But while he was still making plans, a tall shadow suddenly appeared in the room. Fang Yong was startled awake, his face filled with utter shock. A loud explosion rang out as the wall of the room was smashed apart. Staring in horror at the towering figure before him, he stammered, why would you do this? Feng Tian stepped forward, radiating a cold aura, and asked, do you not know the reason? Fang Yong was stunned, staring at the shattered door, and asked shakily, why would you do this? Feng Tian's eyes blazed with imposing power. He replied coldly, do you not understand the door has been completely destroyed? Outside, the subordinates frantically carried the Yang mechanism coffin, their hearts filled with fear as they realized everything had gone beyond their control. The old stronghold master was drenched in sweat and hurriedly begged, please, spare my life. Fang Tian glanced at the old man with contempt in his eyes, his voice certain. If not for master not wanting trouble, everyone here would have lost their lives long ago. Fang Yong lay flattened on the floor, silently promising that he would never be foolish again. Seeing that attitude, Feng Tian slightly curled his lips, as if accepting it, you still have some value, so I will spare you this time. Surviving like this was truly a matter of luck, just as Fang Yong breathed a sigh of relief. Having just kept his life, Feng Tian suddenly erupted with killing intent. He threw a punch straight into the old stronghold master's face, sending blood spraying everywhere. The blows came one after another like rain, giving the other party no chance to fight back. The crack of bones and groans of pain echoed throughout the dark room. The combo ended exactly like an unexpected 180-degree turn. Fang Yong lay motionless amid the wreckage, breathing rapidly as his body kept twitching. Fang Tian looked down at the man beneath his feet and mocked, planning to play dead. He stepped closer, brought his face near, and warned, "You are absolutely not allowed to make even the smallest move. You must not harm Master, and you must not reveal anything. Remember, Master is as important as your life." The entire room sank into terrifying silence, and Fang Yong sobbed in humiliation and utmost pain. The woman approached to care for him, silently thinking that it was fortunate he had kept his life. He recalled the moment she had been about to sacrifice herself, only to suddenly receive a voice transmission order from the guard. Fang Tian stood towering with the greatsword behind his back, looked down at the trembling man and coldly declared, "If you know what is good for you, I will spare your life." Fang Yong was dazed, silently accepting Fan's threat as entirely true. The old man told himself it was best not to provoke that mysterious young master if he wanted to stay alive. The image of Du Yuqiang standing arrogantly on the dragon boat returned, like a reminder of the other party's terrifying strength. The giant boat continued to cut through the waves in majestic fashion, escaping danger while still feeling like a hardcore survival game. Inside the luxurious room, Du Yuqiang leisurely enjoyed tea with Feng Tian. He silently judged that the food of the Yangtze waterway was quite good, completely different from his terrible experience with poison in the Green Forest before. Looking at the subdued Green Forest bandits, Du Yuqiang smiled. They could not live peacefully either. Suddenly, his eyes blazed as he sensed a powerful aura drawing near. Outside, Lin Wang and Sun Ruolin had appeared, and while drinking tea, the boss alert mode suddenly turned on in confusion. Lin Wang stepped into the main hall with a dignified bearing, his overwhelming presence drawing every gaze toward him. Fang Yong immediately stepped forward to greet him. "Long time no see. I am truly glad to have the honor of seeing you again today." The two shook hands in an atmosphere heavy with authority, and an invisible pressure instantly spread in every direction. That aura radiated outward, leaving the subordinates standing by in stunned astonishment. They understood in silence that this was a meeting that would decide the future of the Green Forest and the Yangtze water route, as two leaders of equal stature walked side by side. Amid the solemn scene, Lin Wang leaned close to Fang Yong's ear and whispered, "Hey, you're beaten by Feng Tian too, right?" Fang Yong's face darkened as he replied in frustration, "Do not mention it, that man knocked me rolling several times." Lin Wang sighed, "Same here." Lin Wang looked ahead, reported that Liu Jiang and Feng Tian were waiting, then ordered everyone except Tai Gong to leave at once. Lin Wang rushed hastily into the room, and the moment he saw inside, that familiar figure made him cry out in alarm, "My lord, are you still safe and well?" Du Yuqiang was sitting pensively beside the tea table, looking in surprise at the troublesome man before him. "Green Forest, why have you come here?" Before he could react, Sun Ruolin happily rushed over and threw her arms around him, asking whether he was all right, which annoyed Du Yuqiang. He pushed her away and snapped at her to stay back. Sun Ruolin still giggled and teased him. "Why act so cold? You are ruining the mood." Seeing Feng Tian standing imposingly nearby, she excitedly waved again. "Wow, Lord Feng Tian, it has been so long since we last met." The response was a powerful blow from Feng Tian smashing into the floor, sending dust billowing up. That man glared and growled, "The master is angry. Be silent." He released a suffocating killing intent and shouted coldly, "Who allowed you to step in on your own? I warned you to stand still where you were." Lin Wang hurriedly cupped his hands and said earnestly, "When you were by my side, I did not understand. Only after you left did I realize it was a great blessing." Hearing those hollow words of flattery, Du Yuqiang frowned in suspicion. Were you not openly delighted when I left?" He still clearly remembered how that father and daughter had once cheered in celebration the moment he disappeared. Seeing Feng Tian begin to draw his sword, Du Yuqiang asked coldly for their true purpose. If they kept spouting nonsense, they would not have time to regret it. Under that pressure, Lin Wang trembled as he confessed, "Please spare my life. Our Green Forest is being forced to join the punitive expedition force." This news gave Du Yuqiang a headache. He thought to himself, a Green Forest punitive expedition force? Matters were truly growing more tangled by the moment. From assassins and the demonic cult to the punitive expedition force soon to appear, the trouble kept escalating like a game unlocking a new stage. Seeing his master worried, Feng Tian tightened his grip on the sword hilt and proposed dealing with them at once. Because the punitive expedition force would certainly bring countless experts. To this extreme guard, the neatest method was to eliminate them cleanly. Removing the Green Forest bandits to prevent any clues from leaking was the least troublesome option. Du Yuqiang's gaze flashed coldly. He called Lin Wang's name in a low voice. The old gang leader turned pale with fear and cupped his hands while awaiting orders. In the next instant, Feng Tian's icy sword point was already pressed close to his neck. Du Yuqiang gazed pensively into the distance, then instructed, "You absolutely must not be careless. Stay alert and hide yourselves well." He warned further that if they were discovered, they would soon taste the terrifying speed of Feng Tian's sword. Hearing this, Lin Wang was so frightened that sweat poured from him as if he had been drenched. He hurriedly dropped to his knees and replied respectfully, "I am deeply grateful for my lord's mercy." The subordinates behind him also shouted long life in unison, their voices echoing through the space amid the rushing current. In another room, Fang Yong burst out laughing mockingly. "Haha, I never thought Lin Wang would have a day when he shouted 1,000 years, 10,000 years." He mocked Sun Wu's groveling plea for mercy, and even guessed that if Feng Tian beat him, the old man might pretend to be dead. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, startling his subordinate so badly that he blurted out, "You fool!" Fang Yong angrily ground his teeth and scolded his subordinate, saying that only because he had never been beaten by Feng Tian would he dare speak so rashly. He turned to look at Sun Wu and asked in a grave voice, "Sun Wu, who exactly are those lunatics?" The Green Forest gang leader could only click his tongue helplessly. "If I knew clearly, I would not have fallen into this situation." Fang Yong believed they had to investigate thoroughly, but Sun Wu immediately warned him not to be curious, because those people were not easy to deal with. He emphasized that Liu Jiang was extremely unpredictable, killing or sparing others entirely on whim. After hearing it, it only felt like meeting a boss whose mood changed every day. Seeing a subordinate standing alone and trembling, Sun Wu could not help asking in surprise, "Hey, why are you standing in the corridor trembling like that?" The man panicked and asked whether they needed any help, just as Feng Tian appeared imposingly. The guard coldly declared that after careful consideration, there was only one way left for them to keep their lives. He quietly stepped into the room, lowered his head, and reported, "Master, your subordinate has brought them here." Du Yuqiang turned back blankly and asked, "Huh, who did you bring here?" Immediately after that, a woman draped in flowing pale pink robes, with an elegant gold hairpin in her hair, she slowly stepped into the room. That otherworldly beauty and gentle bearing made Du Yuqiang blush, and he wondered in a daze who the person before him was. Feng Tian strode in imposingly, lowered his head, and reported to his master, "Your subordinate has brought them here." Du Yuqiang was still sitting pensively beside the tea table, asking blankly again, "Who did you bring here?" The door slowly opened, revealing the flowing hem of a pale pink dress and a hairpin. Exquisitely styled hair appeared amid the faint fragrance of flowers. Du Yuqiang held his breath, his eyes widening in horror as he gradually realized the noble guest's identity. Before him was no beauty, but three burly green forest men disguised as women, their rouge and powder smeared messily, flowers stuck all over their heads. The old gang leader at the front, wearing a pink dress, announced in a deep voice, "From now on, we will live under the identities of women." Du Yuqiang froze completely, sweat streaming down his twisted face, because he could not bear this bizarre sight. In his heart, he screamed in despair, "You green forest people really dare go this far." Seeing his master remain silent with an ugly expression, Feng Tian asked worriedly whether he was dissatisfied, making the bandits tremble violently. He hurriedly explained that they had done everything they could to disguise themselves as women as much as possible. One who intended to lift his shirt to show more skin to be sexier made Du Yuqiang scream in horror, "Don't, you should cover more." The old sect leader was still very enthusiastic about the new task, holding the powder box and saying he would apply heavier makeup if he was not satisfied. Seeing the old man cross-dress with a bushy mustache and layers of powder, Du Yuqiang was at a loss and shouted, "How far are you planning to go?" inwardly amazed that Lu Lin took cross-dressing so seriously. Even though he told himself to respect their intentions and not laugh, the ridiculous sight made him completely lose control. Finally, Du Yuqiang burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha ha," the aura of a wandering hero collapsed just because of one cosplay mistake. The laugh of the new sect leader echoed throughout the hall, making even Feng Tian laugh with delight. Immediately after, the bodyguard changed his tone to threaten, glaring and scolding the Lu Lin group for not noticing their master's expression while laughing along. Fearful of Feng Tian's terrifying authority, the old sect leader and his followers could only force a smile through tears, faces contorted, just as the atmosphere grew chaotic. Sun Rulan suddenly appeared from behind, dressed in a handsome male outfit, happily showing off, "I've transformed to a man." Laughter still echoed through the room as Ruolan saw her cross-dressing father and exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, father." The Lulin sect leader's eyes welled with tears of emotion, calling his daughter, "Sun Ruolan," choking, "Only you care for me." As he was about to step forward, Sun Ruolan stepped back in panic, demanding him to stop. She could no longer hold back, bursting into laughter. "Oh, you two look so pretty," Lin Wang angrily shouted to Tears, "I am his father." Sun Ruolan still casually showed off, claiming she had applied the makeup, and excitedly jumped with praise. Indeed, it was Lord Feng Tian. He. Before turning away, she did not forget to add a teasing remark to her father. "Sorry, I don't want to be like you." The chaos made Lin Wang cover his face and groan in madness. The dragon boat continued to glide on the vast waters, carrying the echoing laughter of everyone. As night fell at the deserted dock, two drunk men staggered around chaotically, One almost fell, shouting, "Hey, watch where you're going, how dare you bump into me." He looked at the silent young man sitting by the bridge, asking insistently, "Does this brat dare to drink?" With a defiant attitude, the old man snapped his head, "Order to bring the red wine and apologize to me immediately." He muttered contemptuously, "How dare a brat like you drink?" Meanwhile, the young man kept a cold expression, gripping the flask tightly in his hand. Despite the Lu Lin group's absurdity, darkness still enveloped the dock, where hidden dangers approached silently, yet the two drunks remained arrogant. One grabbed the stranger boy by the shoulder, shouting, "Hey brat, apologize to me again." They did not know they were touching a sharp blade in the dark. The young man said nothing, his eyes flashing a terrifying blue. In an instant, a hand swung, leaving the two drunks unable to react, eyes wide in horror before being defeated. Two lay motionless on the floor, completely incapable of resistance, just lifted a mood and collapsed immediately. The strange young man was actually a female demon sect assassin disguised coldly, looking down, warning, "I'm only erasing your memories, behave." She clicked her tongue in fatigue, pondering after tracing the young sect leader's trail to the pond area. Yuqiang had easily taken control of Lulin and the rivers and waterways, making her curious about the calculation behind that move. In the eyes of the demon sect followers, Du Yuxiang was always a mystery, from personality, habits to martial prowess, none ever clearly revealed. However, one thing certainly commanded respect. The young sect leader had mastered Silver Soul Kill, reaching the 5th star level of power. Just hearing the skill's name made it feel like a final boss. 500 years ago, the previous head of the family used this secret technique to become the strongest under heaven, spreading terror across the martial world. Silver Soul Kill was deep and unpredictable, proof of Du Yuqiang's innate martial talent, so fearsome that the demon sect had to summon the legendary 5 demon gods to monitor the new sect leader. Waiting for reinforcements that never came, the female assassin stomped on a wooden barrel, snapping, "Still not here." The 5 demon gods moved leisurely. She was frustrated and needed rest after days of tracking. Just as the two drunks appeared, growling arrogantly, "Look here. That brat dares to drink. Bring the wine and apologize immediately." A burst of rage erupted. She clenched the wine flask until it shattered. Pieces fell, eyes blazing with power, and she roared, "You brats." In the silent night at the pier, the sound tearing the space signaled the sudden appearance of a stranger. Fang Yang exclaimed in shock, "What?" In front of him was Doi Quan Shenkai, branch leader of the Hunan sect. Scratching his head, looking confused, that face Doi Quan Shenkai. He muttered, not remembering anything, rubbing his head, suspecting he drank too much. Losing patience with the messy appearance, Fang Yang grabbed him, snapping, "Quickly say your purpose and leave." Doi Quan Shenkai replied, "You are so careless, after all, you came to talk." Alright, he changed to a serious tone, asking, "Have you met the sect leader of Bailong Mansion?" The question made Fang Yang ponder, realizing that the wandering Hunan sect had long been connected to the leader of Bailong Mansion. 8 years ago, Bailong Mansion rose from a small sect, taking over all of North Yangtze River. The terrifying expansion forced the 18 of the Yangtze River to shrink to 18 villages, eventually accepting a truce, ceding the north to Bailong Mansion. Facing the Hunan sect branch leader, Fang Yang realized, he thought the beggar risk-takers were reckless from hunger, not knowing Bailong Mansion cooperated with the Hunan sect. Doi Quan Shenkai leaned silently, suggesting, "I have a few words about the leader of Bailong Mansion," emphasizing this is just speculation. Must recall the incident where the Hunan sect once destroyed the 10 great villains. However, there was one they could not kill, the Black Heart Smoker, leader of the 10 great villains. Doi Quan Shenkai revealed, Black Heart Smoker was not only highly skilled in martial arts, but also adept at manipulating people and the art of disguise. Fang Yang was completely astonished, terrifying speculations flashing through his mind. Art of disguise, if true, he changes appearance to live in hiding. He suddenly realized the reason the Hunan sect pursued the leader of Bailong Mansion was because the Black Heart Smoker disguised himself as the famous leader of Bailong Mansion. In the solemn room, the silver-haired mansion leader silently looked out the window, observing slowly, not seen for a long time. Immediately, the black shadows behind him all dropped to their knees, clasped their hands in salute, and respectfully cried out, "The peerless 7 ghosts pay respects to Master." The solemn atmosphere was no different from the moment before a boss appeared. Before the boss revealed himself, the disguise technique was precisely why the Beggars sect had been frantically searching for the White Dragon Manor Lord all this time. As it turned out, the leader of the 10 great villains, the Black Heart Fisherman, had used an exquisite disguise technique to hide beneath the identity of the renowned Manor Lord. Seeing his disciples again after so long, the old man narrowed his eyes and looked down. Right after that, the peerless 7 ghosts all dropped to their knees and reverently cried out that they wished to pay respects to Master. Looking at the ruined disciple kneeling at his feet, the old manor lord let out a sinister laugh. "Heh, it has been a long time. How did you end up so miserable?" He hurriedly reported that the 4 brothers who had come with him had all died at the hands of the enemy. The old man guessed in a deep voice that the one who harmed your sworn brothers had snapped their necks. did he not? The disciple trembled as he admitted it, then begged Master to take action and settle the matter. The old man fell silent for a moment, then ordered, Shaong, come here and let me take a look. The old manor lord reached out to examine the injury and was immediately shocked to discover that his disciple's neck bones had been completely broken. The old man took out a set of golden needles, then coldly told him to circulate his ki once. The disciple immediately sat cross-legged and circulated his inner force, causing a surge of purple tree to flare up and cover his entire body. The light around him was no different from a legendary skin, the kind that made people want to hit report on sight. Seeing red points appear one after another on his disciple's neck, the old man's expression began to change. The old master realized in shock that the true key left behind by the other party was still firmly sealing the acupoints. He silently wondered how that man could execute such an intricate technique. Without the slightest hesitation, the old man immediately struck decisively at the acupoints to break the seal. Dry crack rang out, and the disciple's twisted neck finally returned to normal. Overjoyed, he dropped to his knees and thanked him again and again. This disciple is deeply grateful to you, master. The old manor lord's gaze turned icy cold, and he asked in a deep voice, First tell me who did this. The Black Dragon gang had been destroyed, and his close sworn brothers had also met with disaster one after another. All of those things had been done by Feng Tian alone. White Dragon Manor Lord exclaimed in shock, Feng Tian, has that man appeared again? The old man said he had only learned of this name through the account of a subordinate, who had luckily escaped the bloody battle. The matter of Feng Tian using corpses to form a merfolk formation on the river made anyone who heard of it shudder in terror. The subordinates were furious, unable to believe there was someone who dared offend the dignity of White Dragon Manor. They all declared that Feng Tian would surely have no path to survival. Yet the old manor lord unexpectedly burst into laughter, his laugh filled with an eerie strangeness. He ordered them to prepare a surprise gift in return, because this matter absolutely could not be overlooked. The disciples stared blankly, wondering whether that gift was a secret signal for a horrific ending. They answered in unison that they understood, then quickly brought out trays of dazzling gold. Feeling his chest burn hot, the old manor lord urged his subordinates to hurry and take this gold to invite a physician, because he still wanted to live a few more years. The scene shifted to the middle of the vast Yangtze River. At this moment, Du Yuqiang and Feng Tian were approaching a lone stone island. Feng Tian pointed ahead and said that the Black Shadow was heading for the place where the second plan was hidden. Suddenly, Feng Tian suggested, Master, please dive down there yourself. Du Yuqiang narrowed his eyes in suspicion, inwardly blaming him, because the first plan had at least come with a guard to lead the way, yet now he was being forced to charge into danger alone. This plot twist looked like a red flag flapping wildly at a glance. Feng Tian explained seriously that this place had extremely strict restrictions, and those who practiced demonic arts absolutely could not enter. Du Yuqiang froze, wondering if this was the demon cult's plan. Why was it so contradictory? A terrifying guess flashed through the new cult leader's mind. This place might be a trap laid by the righteous path. After all, the first location still allowed demonic arts to infiltrate, while this place was the complete opposite. After hearing this, Du Yuqiang's head spun as if he were reading patch notes full of logic bugs. Standing before that secret, he wondered in shock what exactly the plan his father had left behind was, and why it had chosen righteous martial arts. Faced with that suspicion, Feng Tian only lowered his head with a heavy expression. I know nothing. I only act according to orders. I sincerely apologize, Master. Du Yuqiang suddenly realized the ironic truth. This place had never allowed those who cultivated demonic arts to enter. He clenched his fists and finally understood why his father had only passed the Silver Soul Slayer to him. It turned out that because Atula Tianmo had once used the Yin Soul Slayer to dominate the world, everyone had always assumed that the Silver Soul Slayer was also a demonic and heretical art. But only after cultivating it himself did Du Yuqiang understand that this judgment was completely wrong. The Silver Soul Slayer was actually a purely righteous martial art, originating from sword control techniques and guiding the practitioner to the supreme realm of the Heart Sword. Shocked by that truth, Du Yuqiang pressed him on why Feng Tian knew the plan so clearly. The guard revealed that it was all thanks to Kingpo Sword, a subordinate trained in righteous martial arts. But this person was currently imprisoned in the dark demon prison and could not be met. The information twisted like a game lore update. The more one listened, the more the whole server felt confused. That truth made Du Yuqiang shudder. Was the demon prison not a place that used all kinds of brutal punishments? For what reason had his subordinate been imprisoned there? He angrily demanded why Feng Tian had locked a subordinate in a place no different from hell. Feng Tian calmly said that Kingpo Sword knew too many secrets, and his martial arts were weaker than those in the cult, so this was the only way to prevent him from accidentally letting something slip. Du Yuqiang roared in frustration at that coldness. How could loyalty be judged solely by martial arts? Even though the demonic path looked down on worldly conventions, they still valued loyalty. Hearing it made the management system sound exactly like the weak getting muted in chat. Seeing that his master had misunderstood, Feng Tian hurriedly explained that King Po Sword had voluntarily entered after accidentally revealing a secret. Even Atula Tianmo had pondered for a long time before agreeing. Yu Qiang could only let out a helpless sigh, feeling as if none of his father's subordinates were truly normal. He set the argument aside and asked Feng Tian to explain the plan more clearly. According to King Po Sword's instructions, Du Yuqiang had to dive down to a depth of about 20 shang. That was a place light could not reach, where darkness covered everything as thickly as ink. After diving another 20 shang deeper, a powerful current would appear. He did not need to resist it, only let it carry him away, because the final destination was precisely the place he needed to find. Hidden beneath the deep waters was a secret chamber, which was also the place where the second plan left behind by his father was stored. Du Yuqiang dove into the dark cave, inwardly sighing that everything was much harder than he had imagined. So he was forced to start learning how to dive from Dongting. Standing on the shore, Feng Tian solemnly encouraged him, saying that with master's aptitude, he would be able to carry out the plan in only 3 days. Du Yuqiang resolved that he had to do it and did not want to waste any more time. It sounded like he had just unlocked an underwater tutorial but run into hard mode. The next day on the large boat, the grueling training officially began. Du Yuqiang repeatedly surfaced and plunged back down amid the fierce waves, leaving Dongting unable to hide his astonishment. The old man realized that he learned extremely quickly. At this level, no matter how deep the water was, it would be hard for him to encounter danger. The old Murther explained the secret of regulating inner ki. In the martial world, experts usually regulate ki through daily breathing, and depending on their realm, they could hold their breath from 1/4 of an hour to one whole double hour. Curious about that limit, Du Yuqiang immediately asked how long Dongting could hold his breath underwater. The old man replied confidently that he could remain underwater for about 1 double hour, then asked how many shang deep his lord wished to dive. When he heard the answer was a depth of 20 shang, the old man suggested starting at a safer level, trying a depth of 3 shang today, and holding his breath for only a brief moment. Before diving, Du Yuqiang reminded that guard, "Stand up there and do not rush, Feng Tian, do you understand?" Feng Tian replied in a low voice, "Ready, master, you must be careful." Du Yuqiang plunged straight into the deep blue water, feeling the pressure bearing down on his body. He silently guessed the depth was about 3 shang. "I can keep going down a little farther." At the quiet bottom of the lake, Du Yuqiang passed ancient rocks, enjoying a rare tranquility. Realized he could not hear any roaring, no sound of metal clashing. "I like this silence." A yearning for a free future stirred in his heart. "When everything is over, I will go to Hainan Island, where I will swim just like today." Silence was suddenly shattered. Ropes abruptly shot toward him. He wrapped tightly around Du Yuqiang's neck and restrained his body. His eyes went wide. He had been ambushed. Amid the murky water, mysterious dark figures appeared, surrounding the new cult leader. Du Yuqiang gritted his teeth and wondered, who are these people? Realizing that fighting underwater was too much, Du Yuqiang decided to swim up to the surface and escape. Immediately another rope shot over and wrapped tightly around his leg. The enemy yanked hard, dragging the new cult leader down to the lake a bit and denying him air. Yuqiang flew into a rage. "Damn it, I cannot die like this." Though pinned down, he still managed to turn in time. Turning, his hand blocked the lightning strike from the silver-haired old man rushing at him. Facing that vicious gaze, Du Yuqiang quickly seized the old man's hand to lock onto his target. He poured all his strength into his palm and unleashed the ultimate technique, Red Flood Hand Cannon, creating an explosion of internal force beneath the water. A powerful surge tore through the water, blasting the old man far away. Kasa made the old man manage to widen his eyes in terror before losing consciousness in the murky water. Yuxiang thought he had to escape quickly, but the noose was still tightening. He panicked, not knowing when that man had circled behind him, the air in his lungs gradually running out, and blurted, "I am almost out of breath." In despair beneath the deep water, Yuqiang silently called for Feng Tian to save him before his vision gradually blurred. On the large ship, Ting stepped over to report to Feng Tian, "White Dragon Manor has sent an envoy," ignoring the cold guard. The old fortress master kept provoking him. "They dare to do this while uncle and you are still here." Parallel drama. One side is about to be out, the other side is discussing strategy. The old man said they were furious over the mermaid ship incident and arrogantly demanded that Deng Wuji and Feng Tian's master and disciple be handed over. But Fang Yong was secretly planning to borrow Feng Tian's hand to wipe out White Dragon Manor. The old man told himself, "If I drive a wedge between Feng Tian and White Dragon Manor, I do not care who dies, I will be the final winner." The old man pretended to be loyal, suggesting they behead Deng Wuji to warn the enemy, and Feng Tian agreed. But that guard was highly skilled, and handed over the responsibility of eliminating White Dragon. the Yangtze River waterway forces, making the old man freeze and ask again us. Feng Tian said coldly, sooner or later, all under heaven will kneel. At Master's feet, the life and death of White Dragon Manor are for him to decide. Dong Ting's expression changed, worried. This is bad, I understand now. The old man's gaze turned toward the water, where a bamboo tube bobbed beside the ship. Feng Tian observed the strange bamboo tube, wondering whether it could float upright on its own, and the old fortress master hurriedly explained it was because of the current, but then noticed something wrong when the bamboo tube lay sideways. The old man was stunned. It had been upright just now. A bad premonition crashed over him, and Dong Ting cried out in terror, "Uncle is in danger." At the bottom of the deep lake, Du Yuqiang was being strangled by 2 assassins with nooses and dragged down into the depths. They told themselves the mission was finally complete, and they only needed to retreat. An unexpected streak of light tore through the murky water, shocking them to the core. They realized they had been discovered and panicked, preparing to flee when they saw a figure. Rushing over at terrifying speed, the plot suddenly turned, as if someone had arrived. Feng Tian shot down like an arrow to save his master, while the long-haired assassin gritted his teeth, determined not to let the chance slip away. An explosion of internal force in the lake created a powerful surge that blasted everything around it away. Amid the haze of water and spray, Du Yuqiang's figure vanished, leaving the enemies bewildered. Immediately after, his cold voice rang out from behind them, "You think you can fight me underwater?" The assassin panicked when he realized Du Yuqiang was behind him, but it was already too late. Du Yuqiang swiftly unleashed his ultimate technique. He struck with a lightning-fast blow that tore through the water, leaving his opponent powerless. He burst out of the water and was landing lightly on the deck of the dragon boat. Under Dong Ting's stunned gaze, Du Yuqiang said calmly, "I have sealed both their acupoints." The old fortress master trembled violently, his mind filled only with terror at the profound martial arts Du Yuqiang had just displayed. As soon as he climbed onto the side of the ship, Du Yuqiang coughed violently and spat out water, exhaustion showing on his face after the battle at the lake bed. Feng Tian hurried over to support his master and asked anxiously, "Master, how are you?" He waved a hand slightly and whispered, "I am fine. I only swallowed a little water." Seeing the new sect leader still weak, Feng Tian advised the master to rest a bit, but he coughed violently as soon as he reached the shore. Truly a harsh survival experience. Immediately, the bodyguard turned toward the water with a cold glare and shouted, "Dong Ting, pull the teeth of those 2 immediately." Dong Ting panicked and obeyed, hastily ordering men to drag the 2 unconscious assassins onto the deck. Feng Tian quietly looked at the sword in his hand and murmured, "Ah, no, that's not it." Without hesitation, he swung the sword decisively, causing the long-haired assassin to collapse instantly. The command cancelled as soon as it was issued, even faster than expected. The remaining assassin witnessed this and widened his eyes, his face pale, not a drop of blood left. Dong Ting standing nearby shuddered as well upon seeing the opponent defeated in a single strike. Feng Tian approached the surviving one and calmly remarked, "One like you is enough." He stared at the trembling assassin and asked, "Where are you from?" Though extremely fearful, the assassin remained stubborn, gritting his teeth and said, "I will not speak. Even under torture I will not utter a word." Feng Tian responded with a cold laugh, "Ha ha ha." The bodyguard suddenly placed his steel hand on his head, emitting a crimson energy full of pressure. The assassin's soul-wrenching scream echoed across the lake as he endured the ultimate pain. Amid the torment, Feng Tian, with a sharp gaze, commanded, "Speak." The small boat drifted slowly on the vast water. Du Yuqiang was resting after the life and death battle at the bottom of the lake. Standing beside him, Feng Tian exuded a chilling aura that frightened everyone. Even Fang Yong standing nearby trembled, and the old camp master was shocked upon realizing the terrifying demonic aura from the bodyguard, even though the dark power was characteristic only of true demonic sect disciples. In the darkness of the cabin, Feng Tian gripped the surviving assassin's neck and growled, "Who sent you here?" In pain and trembling, the assassin revealed that Bai Long Mansion was behind it, but was immediately executed by Feng Tian on the spot. Witnessing this, Fang Yong silently realized the demonic aura was too pure and began to harbor shocking doubts. How could Liu Jiang become the sect leader of a demonic sect? He did not even get to utter the second word before being silenced. Back in the cabin, Du Yuqiang sat up exhausted amid his subordinates' worry. At the question of his health, he lightly touched his face and sighed, "I hate this Jianghu more and more." He immediately went straight to the point, "I am fine. Have you investigated their identities?" Feng Tian reported. Before dying, they confessed the mastermind was Bai Long Mansion. However, Du Yuqiang doubted, if Bai Long Mansion truly acted, they would eliminate Feng Tian as well to avoid revenge, rather than merely assassinating him at the bottom of the lake. This logic does not fit a rushed scenario. He analyzed even the demonic sect would not dare touch him while Feng Tian was present. The only possibility in the new sect leader's mind was that it was caused by Ngo Xian Tai, recalling the 3 divine healer assassins previously sent to infiltrate the forests. Feng Tian admitted he might have spared one during the elder's birthday, and that person returned for revenge. The bodyguard lowered his head in shame, but Du Yuqiang reassured him, "It is not your fault. He exhaled lightly. It was because they were too cunning. It seemed Feng Tian believed in this hypothesis. Feng Tian remained stern but did not rule out Bai Long Mansion subordinates will verify. Seeing the bodyguard's firm attitude, Du Yuqiang sighed, still not convinced. At this moment Dong Ting also agreed, Master Feng Tian is correct. I cannot let my guard down against the master of Bai Long Mansion. According to the intelligence, the master of Bai Long Mansion is Hejian Diao Qi, leader of the 10 great villains. Hearing the strange name, Du Yuqiang was stunned, asking again about the 10 great villains. The information felt like chat spam, dizzying to read. Dong Ting nodded slightly. Yes, certainly, master. Their crimes could not be recounted even in 10 days and nights. Memories of the cold-blooded enemy appeared with a savage smile. Feng Tian thought differently, observing, calling them villains is a bit much. The master's subordinates still called the 10 great villains rather cute. Judging by strength, villains sounded like idols. Feng Tian spoke, shocking Dong Ting, his face distorted, screaming in his mind, which lunatic said that. In his mind appeared images of psychotic men laughing. With gruesome tastes, he realized this one was truly insane. Du Yuqiang confirmed, indeed, the old camp master completely collapsed. The craziest one is right here. Cannot believe it's the demonic sect. Yuqiang decided, if you verify, you might end up destroying all of Bai Long Mansion. I will verify myself. Looking at the vast water, Du Yuqiang pondered, Hejian Diao Qi cannot be ruled out either. I need more time to think. He ordered the boat to dock at the village ahead for the group to rest. The majestic dragon boat sailed into the bustling harbor of the large city. Meanwhile, at the luxurious villa, 2 silver-haired figures walked quietly. One asked, are you sure Bai Wook placed it at Dongting Lake? The other affirmed, definitely. The situation is tense. Shoulders tense before the critical moment. 2 silver-haired elders exchanged anxious words, one urging for Sun Ruolin, we must hurry. Sun Ruolin's time was running out. The young girl walked down the gloomy corridor. How long could her frail body hold before collapsing completely? The deadline was imminent, the atmosphere heavy. Seeing her trembling hands, she realized her condition was worsening. The vicious disease of failing vital channels blocked her veins, bringing her close to death. Without meeting her master, she might not have survived to this point. Master made it clear, the only way to cure that illness lay in the item arranged by Lord Bai Wook. Remembering what had happened in the spider cave, Miss Xia told herself she absolutely could not lose it this time. Yenner adjusted her veiled bamboo hat to conceal her identity. She wondered whether the thing Bai Wook had left behind was truly at Dongting Lake, then decided to ask the people around the lake. As soon as she stepped into the bustling market, she was swept into the crowded stream of people and began looking for someone who knew the area well. The cry of the old man selling candied hawthorn suddenly rang out, sweet and inviting, candied hawthorn here, who wants some? Looking at the crimson skewers, Yenner swallowed softly and told herself that eating one skewer before getting to work would not be too late. She walked up to the stall and said softly, give me 1 skewer. The moment she bit into it, her eyes instantly froze. Her gaze lit up at the enticing sweetness, and she could not help sighing in delight. So good, truly so good. But when the old man named the price as 1 coin, Yer immediately fumbled all over herself in a fluster, looking for her money pouch. She had not managed to pay yet, while the old candy seller had already begun looking at her with suspicion. This is bad, this is truly bad, Yenner cried inwardly in panic when she suddenly realized the truth. He had left her money pouch back at the inn. The old candy seller instantly flew into a rage, glaring as he scolded her for eating without paying, then loudly called for the soldiers, stirring the crowd into a commotion. People around gathered and began whispering, and Du Yuqiang, who happened to be passing by, also frowned at the noise. The drama had just started and already become the hot spot. Yer begged the old man to wait while she went back to fetch the money, but he stubbornly refused to believe her, thinking she only wanted to seize the chance to run away. Yuqiang watched from afar, thinking to himself that this place was too crowded, so it was inconvenient to openly step forward and help her. Yet seeing that girl's flustered and pitiful appearance, he could not bear to leave her alone, so he quietly stepped forward, placed a hand on Sun Ruolin's shoulder, and paid the candy seller. He even bought another skewer, saving the situation at just the right moment, like pressing the skip drama button. Let us go, miss, Du Yuqiang spoke to dispel the tension, then quietly left. Yer answered in a daze and hurried after benefactor. On the stone bridge, she lowered her head in thanks. Many thanks, great hero. I will certainly repay you. Du Yuqiang only smiled and said it was merely a small matter done in passing. Even so, the girl stubbornly wanted to find a way to repay him. Because she was too hurried, she accidentally brushed against him, making both of them awkward for a moment. Yer's face flushed bright red, and she hurriedly apologized for her discourteous action. Amid the bustling crowd, a careless child ran past and bumped into Sun Ruolin, making her stagger and nearly fall. Du Yuqiang immediately reached out to support her, pulling her closer to help her steady herself. He gently reminded her to be careful because this place was crowded. At such close range, that handsome face appeared clearly before her eyes. Yanner was dazed, her heart suddenly losing its rhythm, and she could only murmur her thanks in confusion. One gentle catch, and her heart seemed to skip a beat. Yu Yuqiang again said he had only happened to pass by, so she did not need to think about repaying him, then quietly turned away. That night, beneath the hazy moonlight spilling over everything, Yanner sat alone on the balcony, her heart full of regret that she had let her benefactor leave before she could ask his name. Holding the candied hawthorn skewer in her hand, she smiled softly and secretly wished how wonderful it would be if they could meet again someday. Bond that had only just begun turned into regret, one missed beat seeming to stretch the distance by miles. At the same time, on the river shimmering with lantern light, the team's boat was drifting quietly forward. Yu Yuqiang sat on the boat gliding through the quiet night. He looked toward the imposing structure ahead and confirmed in a low voice, "This is the place." Before his eyes was the residence of the Bai Long Manor Lord, the mysterious and perilous destination that had already been set. Yuqiang stood at the side of the boat, looking at the building blazing with light and night as he murmured softly, "Is this the place?" Before him was the residence of the Bai Long Manor Lord. It was a majestic manor, standing tall in the middle of Dongting Lake. On the high balcony, a mysterious figure was silently watching their boat approach. Feng Tian stepped forward to report, "Master, it seems Bai Long Manor is about to send someone out to receive us." Immediately after, a voice rang out from the manor, ordering Dongting to halt. A woman with pinkish-purple hair, holding a short blade, appeared with an arrogant expression. She mocked him by asking why Deng Wuji was nowhere to be seen, and why only Dongting had come here late at night. This person was Bai Nasha, an expert of Bai Long Manor. Dongting remained stern, insisting that there was a major matter he needed to report directly to the manor lord, and demanded that she lead the way at once. Bai Nasha laughed contemptuously, saying that demanding to meet the manor lord without prior notice was rude, then continued mocking Dongting. Humiliated right in front of his master, Dongting gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, forcing down his anger because Liu Jiang and Feng Tian were still beside him. A vicious thought suddenly flashed through the old man's mind. If he provoked Feng Tian and Liu Jiang into taking action, would that not allow them to wipe out Bai Long Manor? Once the thought appeared, he acted on it, suddenly roaring, "I have already spoken politely. It seems you are truly tired of living." The scent of drama had been released, only waiting for the spark to flare. Bai Nasha was startled and immediately drew her sword into a defensive stance before the other side's sudden change. Dongting was secretly pleased, believing that as long as a conflict broke out, his plan would smoothly succeed. But just as he was about to cause more trouble, Feng Tian struck his head as fast as lightning, sending him sprawling. The guard warned coldly, "Master Jialong does not like noisy affairs." Seeing the strange scene before her, Bai Nasha was stunned for a moment by sheer shock. Du Yuqiang nodded slightly in approval. "Well done, Feng Tian." He said frankly that he only wanted to settle everything peacefully, affirming that they had not come to start a war. As long as she led them to meet the Bai Long Manor Lord, they would leave once the discussion was over. Bai Nasha gritted her teeth in resentment, but could do nothing before the aura of the new cult leader. The plot took a sharp turn, and the fight was shut down by an ally before it could even begin. Seeing the smug expression on his subordinate's face, Du Yuqiang could not help feeling suspicious. "What is with that expression, Feng Tian?" But before he could hear the answer, that arrogant attitude had already angered Bai Nasha. She challenged him coldly, wanting to see how long he could keep talking so boldly. In an instant, she gave the order to attack, sending countless arrows. They poured down from above like rain, shooting straight toward the ship. Not allowing his master to fall into danger, Feng Tian immediately leaped into midair. With only one decisive sword strike, he created a fierce surge of force, sweeping away the rain of arrows in the blink of an eye. Bai Nasha and her subordinates dodged in panic, unable to believe the overwhelming strength of that guard. Disciples of White Dragon Manor fled in terror as the arrows were knocked back at them, and the dock instantly descended into chaos. One sword swept everything clean, looking like a cheat code had been activated in the middle of a tense fight. Yu Yuqiang watched in silence and sighed in boredom, as expected. A declaration of war still could not be avoided. Just as the battle was about to erupt even more violently, a dignified voice suddenly echoed out, cutting through the air, "Stop at once." An old man with snow-white hair and beard suddenly appeared, swift. Like a ghost, he lunged over and clamped Bai Nasha by the throat, leaving her choking, unable to resist in time. Seeing the old man appear, a nearby man cried out in horror, "That person." The combat was blazing when the boss jumped in and cut the scene short. The one who had arrived was the Manor Lord of White Dragon Manor. He apologized in a deep voice. "This old body was late to receive guests. Please forgive me for failing to discipline my subordinates strictly." Faced with the unexpected humility of the famed leader, Feng Tian secretly felt that this overly courteous attitude was distracting him. Du Yuqiang glanced at his subordinate and asked softly in return, "Do you truly think so?" He knew he needed to probe further, so he looked coldly at the old Manor Lord. "I accept this kindness of yours." The Manor Lord of White Dragon Manor led everyone into the imposing pagoda, bright with lamplight amid the night. The moment he stepped inside, the old man unexpectedly knelt flat on the wooden floor, paying respects with an extremely humble bearing. Sitting on the high seat, Du Yuqiang silently judged that this old man's submission was somewhat excessive. He told himself, someone who understands propriety this well is unlikely to be the one who sent people to assassinate me. To make things clear, he looked straight at the old man and asked decisively, Manor Lord of White Dragon Manor, did you send people to my place? The old man looked up, his gaze sinister, and replied coldly, yes. The answer left Du Yuqiang stunned. He had not expected the old man to calmly admit that he had paid a heavy price to hire assassins to take his life. The old manor lord kept his rigid expression and asked mockingly whether he wanted to receive the next gift, remembering the moment he had nearly lost his life beneath the lake because of those nooses. Du Yuqiang gritted his teeth and cursed furiously, you bastard. The old man quietly drew a strange weapon from his sleeve and declared that he would personally deliver the gift to him. Sensing the killing intent, Du Yuqiang roared an order, Feng Tian, kill him quickly. The guard instantly rushed out like a violent gale, the greatsword in his hand making the old man's eyes widen in terror. After taking the assassination job, he even publicly revealed his villain identity, exactly the kind of villain who insists on performing every step. Feng Tian unleashed a thunderous slash that tore apart the floor, but the old man dodged in time with extremely swift footwork. The old man spun in midair and shot out countless vivid red threads, radiating a deeply dangerous aura. Seeing that ultimate technique, the subordinate beside him recognized in horror that it was scarlet brocade threads, the signature hidden weapon of the Black Heart Fisherman. Though the signature hidden weapon surrounded the entire room, Feng Tian's eyes still blazed with killing intent. He swung his sword with all his strength, creating sharp cuts that shattered the dense cage of poisonous threads, looking like he was spamming an ultimate skill with no cooldown. Seeing his prized ultimate move so easily broken, the old manor lord cried out in shock. Scarlet brocade threads was neutralized that easily. Giving the opponent no chance to breathe, Feng Tian descended from above with a vicious blow, creating an explosion that made the whole manor tremble violently as dust and smoke billowed upward. Amid the ruins, the old man retreated in panic, his face twisting with fear. The old man desperately shouted for him to stop, hurriedly putting forward one final offer. Wait, do you not like my gold, silver, and jewels? Gold, silver, and jewels. Du Yuqiang narrowed his eyes slightly, full of suspicion toward that sudden offer. Realizing that something was unusual, he immediately shouted, stop for now. Hearing his master's order, the guard withdrew his killing intent, giving the old manor lord, drenched in sweat, a chance to explain. Sitting imposingly on the high seat, Du Yuqiang ordered coldly, explain everything clearly. Manor Lord of White Dragon Manor. He warned that if the old man stubbornly kept lying, he would show no mercy. Under the heavy pressure, the old man said in panic that he had sent people over to offer gold, silver, and precious treasures to the two of them. The smell of bribery was overwhelming, and the plot twist was about to swerve. But Du Yuqiang was not easily deceived. He pressed him, you said you sent gold and silver to us. Then why did your subordinates launch an ambush? The Manor Lord of White Dragon Manor hurriedly kowtowed, covering it up by saying it was a secret gift and that he did not want his subordinates to know, even calling himself lowly and not daring to oppose them. Witnessing that cunning Du Yuqiang slammed his hand hard onto the chair and shouted, you sent treasures, while secretly plotting to harm us. How many more times do you intend to put on this act? He declared that if he had known the old man was this treacherous, he would have destroyed him long ago. Just then, Feng Tian strode over like a towering shadow, his iron hand clamping around the old man's head as he said coldly, I am the one who should say that. Now I know your true identity. Killing intent erupted, and the wooden floor shattered beneath Feng Tian's feet. He roared, you dare be disrespectful before master? Do you all want to die? He stared fixedly at the trembling old man, stating with absolute certainty that no one was allowed to disguise themselves when meeting his master. With the secret exposed, the old manor lord could only rasp in despair, I understand now. Without showing the slightest mercy, Feng Tian decisively used the force in his hand to tear away the intricate disguise mask. As the false skin was gradually pulled down, the true identity of the leader of White Dragon Manor was finally revealed. It was none other than the Black Heart Fisherman, the infamous leader of the 10 great villains, with a cold face and venomous eyes. The intricate mask was removed, revealing the true appearance of the man kneeling on the floor. Du Yuqiang narrowed his eyes and recognized in a low voice that he was none other than the Black Heart Fisherman. With the truth laid bare, the renowned Manor Lord of White Dragon Manor turned out to be a notorious great villain of the martial world. Du Yuqiang turned to Dongting with a questioning gaze and said coldly, Dongting, I ask you. The plot twist was revealed, a sudden reversal that left everyone frozen. Dongting hurriedly bowed his head and respectfully replied, yes, master, if it concerns Hai Xindiaok, this servant will answer every question. Du Yuqiang stepped closer, pressing him on the contradiction in his earlier testimony. Explain why you concealed the fact that Hai Xindiaok sent gold, silver, and jewels here. He sternly pointed out the plot. If it was only because he was reluctant to part with a dragon boat coin, then handing a mountain of treasures to the Yangtze waterway to kill someone is truly absurd. Silence filled the room as Dongting could not defend himself. Du Yuqiang flew into a rage, slammed his hand on the table, and roared, "You wicked scoundrel, if you had told the truth, I would not have needed to come here." The new sect leader's fury made the space tremble. He mocked. In just a little while, Bai Long Mansion would have turned into a sea of blood because of this betrayal. Looking at the trembling Haisin Diok, Du Yuqiang roared, "Master has already acted. Are you still planning to stand there forever?" The villain completely collapsed, crumpling to the floor in utter humiliation. Du Yuqiang decisively turned away. "Enough, I have no further business here." He walked away in silence, leaving behind a steely warning. From now on, the master of Bailong Mansion is not allowed to wander around Dongting Lake. Du Yuqiang refused every gift, believing presents only brought trouble, while He Xindiok was stunned and wondered whether he was still safe. Suddenly Feng Tian appeared behind him with an overwhelming aura. The bodyguard reminded him coldly, "Remember Master's words." Feng Tian's eyes flashed with deadly light. "The next time I see your face, do not blame me for striking you down." Standing silently in the empty room, He Xindiok looked at the crack on the floor, his heart still shaken. The old man told himself he could not stand there forever, then walked away quietly with dangerous thoughts in mind. If his guess was right, the itinerary of the person who had just left was truly terrifying. This was a lesson he would never forget, shifting from awe to overwhelming fear. The old man suddenly charged into the secret chamber, where 3 disciples had been immobilized by sealed acupoints. One asked why Master used demonic arts on his own disciples. Only cold footsteps answered him. The old man roared, "Shut up, do you know who you tried to kill?" Hearing Master mention Feng Tian, one disciple asked in panic about the whereabouts of that monstrous bodyguard. Rage erupted. The old man punched him in the face and cursed, "You still do not understand even now, you useless thing." The old man looked at the man sprawled on the ground and warned, "You just provoked someone on the level of the foremost under heaven." The old man explained that the sword energy Feng Tian created carried terrifying demonic power, something the Jianghu had never seen before. With someone of such terrifying strength, the old man affirmed that the only place capable of using him as a trusted confidant was the demonic sect. The demonic sect's power was immense. Only by gathering all experts in unity could anyone match it. News of the demonic sect horrified the disciple. He would rather be hunted by the beggar gang than face that evil force, and he sighed in despair. Demonic sect, impossible. Seeing that his subordinates still had not realized the severity of the matter, the old mansion master conceived a cruel intention. The old man told himself that before they could become leverage against him due to this matter, he had to deal with them immediately. Without hesitation, the old man grabbed the disciple's head and ended him amid screams that filled the room. Hearing the demonic sect made their minds collapse, defeated before the fight even began. He Xindio clicked his tongue in remorse, thinking that because he had been too impatient, he could not act according to his own will. At his feet, a disciple lay motionless amid the haunting sound of broken bones. Witnessing the tragedy, the 2 remaining disciples screamed when they realized their second brother was completely dead. He Xin silently turned away and admitted he had gone against the proper process, causing his subordinate to die miserably. The cold old man ordered the remaining disciple not to worry, twisted his arm joint, and declared that this time he would do it properly. It sounded like resetting a game after a mission. The price was far too steep, and Master's cruelty drove the disciple mad. He charged forward in a desperate attack, roaring, "You dare do this to our brothers." Han poured out all his strength to unleash explosive fury, determined to drag Haixin Diok down to the underworld with him. Facing the desperate strike, the old man twisted aside lightning, dodging the incoming surge of energy. Crazed disciple unleashed a killing blow yet struck only empty air, roaring in fury. Haixin Diok began to show anger at his subordinates' resistance. An explosion of heaven-shaking, earth-shattering internal force suddenly erupted. The released power tore through the structures in the middle of Dongting Lake, creating a terrifying shockwave. From the distant boat, Du Yuqiang observed the scene, judging that the other side was suffering bitter humiliation, secretly thinking he should have eliminated the old man from the start to avoid future trouble. Yet Du Yuqiang sighed and changed his mind. It was understandable for the other side to vent his anger somewhere without the person involved present, so he decided to let it pass this time. Feng Tian immediately bowed his head in obedience. The dragon boat continued cutting through the waves, officially leaving the territory of the Yangtze waterway stronghold. In the middle of the deck, the old man with bulging muscles stretched, enjoying the fresh air after being imprisoned for so long, yet worried that his distinctive appearance would make it difficult to move around over the next 3 days. Late at night, Lin Wang stood dressed as a woman, looking at the brightly lit mansion, a visual straight out of luxurious cosplay. The old man wondered when he saw Feng Tian standing guard outside, did that man not sleep? Looking at the bodyguard's extreme loyalty, the old man sighed with feeling, he truly does everything everything, protecting that so-called master with no sleep and no freedom. The old man recalled Du Yuqiang furiously smashing the birthday chair, feeling sorry for Feng Tian serving such a difficult master. The old man thought wistfully to himself, that man must be suffering from so many worries. Who knew how many hardships he had endured? He was pitying someone else while forgetting himself. But just as the old man was lost in sympathy, a sudden punch slammed down, making his vision swim. From above, Feng Tian coldly called Lin Wang. "Come up here at once, though wronged." The old man gritted his teeth and hurriedly replied, "Damn it, yes," then trudged forward intending to say a few words and slip away, opening his mouth just for form before leaving the game. Seeing Du Yuqiang drinking alone, the old man asked whether something unpleasant had happened at Bai Long Mansion. Immediately, the old man received another punch that distorted his face, while a voice rang out, scolding him for speaking nonsense without thinking. Feng Tian stepped closer, reminding him that the master had just displayed his might before Bai Long Manor, and had even smashed Dong Ting with a chair to make an example of him. The old gang leader could only cover his face, blaming himself for choosing the wrong moment. Feng Tian roared with pressure. "Once the master has acted, you can only endure it," sounding like server law. "Once you take damage, do not ask why." He added another heavy punch, sending Lin Wang sprawling, then ordered him to stop talking nonsense and focus on the disguise. The old gang leader was flustered and hurriedly adjusted his clothes. He even honestly confessed that he had worn women's undergarments to make the disguise as accurate as possible. Such excessive honesty infuriated Feng Tian. He cursed the old man as useless and filthy, then continued punishing him. His voice was rough and brutal. "With that voice, who would believe you are a girl?" Repeated punishments left Lin Wang with nothing but tears, humiliated to the extreme. Night gradually faded, and brilliant dawn lit up the sea. A small boat glided across the deep blue water, heading toward the lonely rocky island emerging in the distant sea. Feng Tian stepped forward and reported to his master it is time. Du Yuqiang nodded lightly and replied, "Good." He looked at the island with determination in his eyes, hoping to find the supreme martial art that could change his fate, then decisively ordered them to advance. Suddenly, he plunged into the fierce current to reach the secret underwater cave. The deeper he dived, the darker the space around him became. Du Yuqiang sensed inwardly that the deeper he went, the darker it became until he could barely see anything. That meant it was nearly 20 shang deep, and in this silence, the darkness was like the edge of an abyss. Even a flashlight would be useless. Just as he told himself he had to change, he suddenly froze. An extremely powerful stream of force began pressing against his body through the water. The current was stronger than he had imagined, and though he gritted his teeth and held on, the pressure was too great, making him choke on water and struggle to breathe. It felt as though he had been dragged into a vortex with no escape, and in that critical moment, he was shocked to realize that he might truly be in danger. At the same time, in a solemn manner by the lake, Yang Ren stood deep in thought, gazing into the distance with a worried expression. The old master approached and asked softly, "You look rather worried, Yang Ren." "Ah, seventh master." Yang Ren hurriedly bowed and admitted that she was worried about the arrangement. She was afraid that if Wu Ying and that drunkard who had stolen the Zhou Yu's secret manual came here, everything would become chaotic. Yang Ren resolved to practice diving faster, but the old master burst into confident laughter. "Haha, there is no need to rush. In any case, they cannot make it here." At a depth of 20 shang beneath the lake, anyone who intruded would be swept away by the fierce current. The old man explained so his disciple would understand. He declared that they would die without even realizing it, forced to surrender themselves to the raging current. After crossing the fierce current, Du Yuqiang struggled to surface and crawled onto the stone floor of the mysterious cave. He narrowed his eyes, remembering the warning that those who practiced evil arts could not set foot in this place. Before his eyes was an ancient chamber where a set of sea bones sat silently before a large landscape painting, and Du Yuqiang wondered whether this was the arranged place. As he drew closer, he realized these were the sea bones of an ancient immortal, clearly not an ordinary NPC. Though the other party had passed away, he still wanted to show respect. Du Yuqiang clasped his hands respectfully. Disciple Liu Jiang offers his greetings. "I do not wish to become the greatest or gain power, I only wish to live an ordinary life. Please help me." Seeing the two dust-covered skeletons, he gently reached out to brush away the dust, but the moment he touched them, the entire skeleton suddenly shattered and collapsed onto the floor. Du Yuqiang widened his eyes in horror and apologized in a fluster. "I only meant to wipe off the dust." He hurriedly picked up each piece of bone to restore them to their original positions. But because he was too flustered, the remains became a bizarre shape. The bones jumbled into a haunting mess. Looking at his failed work, he clutched his head helplessly, wondering what he should do now. While he was at a dead end, his gaze was suddenly drawn to the landscape painting behind them. Du Yuqiang realized that the scenery in the painting was Xiangshan, the place where he had once run everywhere searching for Wu Xian. Memories returned, and his heart still ached faintly. Though the memories were terrible, once shown in the painting, this place looked otherworldly beautiful. Suddenly he froze, his expression suspicious. The painting seemed to move just now. Amid that natural scenery, a beautiful woman with long blue hair and eyes, a pair of emerald eyes appeared, and she smiled faintly as she looked straight at him. Du Yuqiang was stunned and blurted out, "Miss." His expression changed in shock. Cold sweat trickled down as he realized that this woman looked exactly like the girl he had met at the market. But Du Yuqiang immediately dismissed the thought, believing that the young lady could not possibly appear in this secret place. He took a deep breath and told himself, "What am I thinking?" Suddenly the woman in the painting raised a hand to cover her mouth and let out a muffled laugh full of teasing. That laughter rang out, signaling something unexpected. Du Yuqiang froze, horrified to realize that she seemed to have seen all his clumsy actions with the remains. He narrowed his eyes in suspicion, fearing that the woman might be able to see him through the painting. The gaze of the woman in the painting turned icy sharp, looking straight into his heart and terrifying Du Yuqiang before he could hide. He began to worry that even the secret thoughts in his mind might be known to her. Suddenly, the landscape painting trembled, releasing a radiant green spiritual aura that lit up the entire dark cave. Light from the painting erupted, sweeping up flying leaves that covered Du Yuqiang's body, and he only had time to shield his eyes against the fierce force. When he opened his eyes, Du Yuqiang was shocked to realize that he was no longer in the cave, but standing amid a majestic natural realm with waterfalls flowing and countless flowers in bloom. Right before him, the mysterious woman sat quietly. She stood on a stone slab, her authoritative gaze fixed on him. Du Yuqiang held his breath, realizing that she was the person from the painting just now. At the same time, in another ancient chamber, Yar asked her master worriedly, "Do you mean I must step into the painting?" The white-haired master silently nodded in confirmation. Yanner wondered how an ordinary person could step into a painted world. The old master calmly explained that the door of the painting opened according to each person's martial talent, so she'd not need to worry. He said proudly, "Sun Ruolan is a genius seen once in 1,000 years, and it will only take her about 5 or 6 days to enter." Hearing this, Yanner curiously asked how long Sin Xingbai had taken in the past to accomplish it. The old master burst into hearty laughter at his disciple's competitiveness. "Ha ha ha, do you want to compete with someone long dead?" He explained that Bai Wook had needed 5 days to pass the trial, and also said that the 7 arrangements left by the predecessors were all legendary martial arts that had once shaken the world. According to him, once the challenger stepped in the painting, they would have to meet one of those masters. Yan Ni nervously guessed who she was about to meet, and the old master confirmed. That was right, it was Fairy King, the number 1 under heaven 1,000 years ago. Back in the reality within the painting, Fairy King looked coldly at Du Yuqiang and reminded him, "You just called me this woman, did you not?" She curled her lip in contempt and declared that he was an insolent junior. Du Yuqiang hurriedly bowed his head and apologized. "I was too startled and misspoke, bowing my head in hopes of reducing the damage." He asked about the whereabouts of the immortal, but received only a cold scolding, "Idiot." Though insulted, Du Yuqiang suppressed his anger and explained that he only wanted to meet an old acquaintance, then leave at once. Fairy King looked even more disdainful, resting a hand on her hip as she mocked him, "Truly a stupid head beyond stupid." Unable to endure it any longer, Du Yuqiang snapped, "Why have you kept cursing me since earlier?" The woman answered directly, "Because stupid is called stupid." Rage erupted, and Du Yuqiang clenched his fists, blue veins standing out clearly. He thought to himself, this person could not be an immortal. She had to be a demoness deliberately provoking him to stop him from meeting the real master. With eyes blazing, he declared that he would break through to meet his old acquaintance and complete the arrangement. Du Yuqiang roared, "Demoness," then rushed forward to attack. But Fairy King merely curled her lips slightly. She suddenly vanished, then appeared right beside him. Being so close made his eyes widen in horror, leaving him no time to react. An explosion of inner force erupted, blasting everything around them away. Fairy King brushed her hair and calmly remarked that his strength was not bad. Du Yuqiang retreated into a defensive stance, breathing hard, realizing the opponent had easily blocked his move. He grew wary, knowing that one careless mistake could cost him his life inside this painting. To end the battle, Du Yuqiang poured out all his strength, using Zhu Yu Dragon Brace Hand and Silver Soul Kill. Looking at the woman as he declared, "Today you must die here." Faced with his threat, Fairy King remained calm, gently raising her hand as she looked at the new cult leader and mocked him meaningfully. Those words truly do not sound like someone righteous. The sound of impact echoed throughout the quiet forest, accompanied by a passage. It was the miserable scream of Du Yuqiang. He lay thrashing in pain, crying out, "Stop, I already told you to stop, demoness." Fairy King only mocked coldly, "Even an idiot knows pain." Her eyes filled with authority as she ordered him to get lost, a scene of combat ending in total defeat. Du Yuqiang irritably raised his hand, demanding that she return the soul to him. Looking at the weapon in Fairy King's hand, he calmly judged that this seemed to be his item. Du Yuqiang's soul, she curled her lip and challenged him. What if I do not return it? Having had his weapon stolen, Du Yuqiang could not hold back and shouted that if she did not return it immediately, then, before the threat could finish, she cut him off with a chilling aura. Not enough yet, you really want another beating. Seeing that the other side was about to strike, Du Yuqiang hastily backed away and grumbled, just wait. After I find the immortal, I will take back Qiang's soul. Du Yuqiang rushed off under the Dominus's mocking farewell. Fine, see you later. As he ran, he told himself that finding the immortal alone would be enough, his heart boiling with the will for revenge. Once he learned martial arts from the immortal, he would make that demoness pay. Time quietly passed through the seasons. A season when birds built nests and fledglings grew strong. Du Yuqiang persisted in searching for the immortal's figure through the vast forest, unaware that he was walking into a dead end. The journey sounded impressive, but in reality, it wound around like a maze. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed, and Du Yuqiang was now haggard, exhausted, and desperate as he sank to his knees, breathing raggedly with no sign of the immortal. Realizing he was drained and had no way out, he thought to himself that this was no longer the time to worry about shame. He trudged back to find Fairy King sitting leisurely by the stream. The teacher appeared with a flustered look, clearing his throat awkwardly. She curled her lip in teasing amusement. Oh, is this not the idiot from before? Still have not met the immortal. His current state was like being completely outmatched. Du Yuqiang scratched his head awkwardly, apologized for calling her this woman, and curiously asked the mysterious woman's name. She smiled gracefully and introduced herself as Du King. Knowing her name, Du Yuqiang politely introduced himself as Liu Jiang's disciple and begged her to help someone in danger. King curled her lip and said there was nothing free in this world, causing Du Yuqiang to immediately. He promised to do anything in exchange for her guidance. King put forward difficult demands to test his patience. First, she ordered Du Yuqiang to go catch a wild boar for her to eat. After that, she wanted to admire flowers on top of a cliff and made him climb up to pick them. Then he fetched water from a riverside on the mountain, and when she wanted to eat fish again, she ordered him to catch some. Just like that, one grueling task after another kept crashing down, leaving the new cult leader dizzy with exhaustion. A chain of daily quest missions with no skip button, endless work with no finish, sweat streaming down him. Du Yuqiang asked if there was anything else. King looked at him meaningfully, surprised to see that he had persisted through trivial chores for an entire month without giving up, even though at first she had only been testing whether he would quit. She nodded slightly, confirming that it was enough, secretly judging him interesting for being willing to trade an entire month just to learn martial arts. Sitting beside the majestic waterfall, King suddenly asked about his identity before coming here, the question light yet shocking enough. Du Yuqiang pondered for a moment, then revealed that he was the young cult leader of the demonic cult. The news left King stunned, unable to believe that someone who cultivated absolute demonic ki could enter this place, suspecting he had made it up. Du Yuqiang insisted it was the truth, explaining that his father had deliberately refused to teach him demonic arts to prepare for the arrangement. He told her about the rebellion after his father's death, and how that subordinate helped him escape but forced him to become cult leader. However, he insisted that he would never be cult leader, making King cry. He wondered why someone with powerful martial arts like him did not want to hold that position. Du Yuqiang silently gazed into the distance, then solemnly affirmed that to him, martial arts were only a means. His dream was to enjoy an ordinary life rather than become powerful, and those words stirred distant memories from 1,000 years ago. At that moment, a young man knelt before King Immortal, sincerely saying, "I have lost, please accept me as your disciple." But the immortal was extremely displeased, glaring at him and scolding, "Why come here if your strength is weak? Too troublesome. Get out of my sight." The young man still refused to give up. He reasoned that losing was only natural, for even before turning 20, he had defeated the 3 divine maidens of Lingba using her unique martial art, reaching the realm of the world's best. Faced with the stubbornness of the one seeking the path, King sighed helplessly and finally agreed, "Very well, I accept you as my disciple." Hearing this, he joyfully prepared to bow in respect, but she stopped him. King said sternly that he must undergo one important task first. He swallowed nervously. An important task that could postpone even the disciple's ceremony? What exactly did she want to say? King smiled slyly, then decisively ordered, "First go catch a wild boar for me." So instead of training, the poor disciple had to carry the wild boar to serve the master. He asked resentfully when he would learn martial arts. King calmly prepared a meal, replying casually, "You will be taught at the right time." Oh, it looks so delicious. Summer passed with the chirping of cicadas, and he again had to climb cliffs to pick fruits. Despite his complaints, the master remained indifferent. Autumn arrived, red leaves covered the courtyard. King looked at the harvested food with satisfaction and praised her disciple for preparing enough for winter. Time passed quietly until the first snowflakes of the season began to blanket the veranda in white. In the cold winter night, the two silently sat by the fire, enjoying skewered grilled fish together. King pondered past events. She had originally intended to use trivial chores to discourage that disciple from staying. Yet over a whole year, his extraordinary perseverance and effort gradually changed her thoughts. Sitting by the fire in the cold night, she decisively declared, "From now on, no more chores. Tomorrow I will teach you martial arts." Contrary to expectations, the disciple only lowered his head silently, and then said something that stunned her. "I do not want to learn martial arts anymore." King asked in shock, "You have been by my side so long, and now you say this. Think carefully, do not regret it later." The disciple silently grilled the fish, then said in a deep voice, "Once when I went to the town, I heard that the world's best was a girl under 20. He had once mocked that such a reputation would not last long and spoke disrespectfully, making King angry. He revealed the truth behind the rumor. King Immortal suffered from the 9-yin absolute vein. Gossip more intense than official records. King looked slightly sad, asking if he wanted to quit because he knew she no longer had much time to teach. But the disciple immediately denied it. He knelt sincerely, said he had initially wanted to learn martial arts, but now this simple life was even more precious. His eyes shone with determination. "In the remaining time, I want to enjoy this peaceful life with Master. That is my true dream." Hearing this, one could only sigh. Indeed, a simple life, but touching to the core. Returning to the present, under falling romantic blossoms, King looked at Du Qiang and smiled. "I will show you where the immortal is." While Du Qiang was still bewildered, she calmly declared, "The immortal stands right before you, and it is King Immortal herself." Qiang could not help but laugh sarcastically, thinking she was joking, for no immortal would behave so improperly. To demonstrate her strength, King immediately stood and said, "Seeing it with your own eyes will be faster. Follow me." She led him to a magnificent cliff. Du Qiang still doubted, asking if she intended to destroy the entire mountain. King did not reply, silently clasping her hands and circulating her inner force. A stream of deep blue spiritual energy enveloped her body. Immediately, a colossal pillar of light with the power of Jing Tian, shaking the earth, shot forth. It tore through space and struck the mountain ahead. The violent impact caused a terrifying explosion. Dust and smoke rose as the mountain split in two. Du Qiang stood frozen, sweat streaming from fear of that power. Amid the rubble, King turned and coldly asked, "You said you wanted to learn my martial arts, right? Then just do as you did just now." Du Qiang pointed himself in shock, despairing. "How me?" In such a situation, anyone would want to retreat with honor. King looked straight into Du Qiang's eyes, pressing, "You said you wanted to learn my martial arts, right? Just repeat what you did a moment ago." Du Qiang froze, sweat running down his pale face. He stammered, pointing at himself, "How me?" Though outwardly fearful, hope sparked in Du Qiang's heart. If it was that power, perhaps defeating Feng Tian was not impossible. Suddenly, the ground beneath shook violently, followed by a series of dry explosive sounds. The cliff began to crack. Du Qiang realized with astonishment that King's strike had caused the entire mountain to collapse. Both immediately leapt into the air to avoid the enormous rocks falling like rain. Amid the chaos, Du Qiang called out frantically, "King." Meanwhile, she calmly replied, "Liu Jiang," landing on a precarious rock. King quietly declared the lesson had begun. Du Qiang looked at disastrous landslide around him in panic. "Not now. Surely it is landsliding right now." Ignoring her disciple's distress, King introduced her sex-shaking ultimate technique. "What you are about to learn is my unique martial art, Extreme Fleur 100 Palms." She explained that this martial art could not be seen with the naked eye, so to help him understand, she would show the flow of meridians. King clasped her hands and circulated her inner force, the deep blue aura shining brightly. She commanded, "First is the first move of Extreme Flame Pure 100 Palms." A pillar of unparalleled force shot out, tearing the wind as it smashed into the opposite cliff. Du Qiang held his breath, watching every movement. King lightly landed on the water, then narrowed her eyes toward the front. She gazed at the massive rock hurtling toward them and said in a deep voice, "This move was executed with a decisive strike called the 18 Divine Palms." She generated Jing Tian, shaking the earth inner force, crushing the 1,000-pound rock into dust in an instant. King Immortal explained that Extreme Flame Pure 100 Palms was originally created to match her physical characteristics, so this martial art was not compatible with Liu Jiang. Instead, she taught him the lesser Extreme Flame Pure 100 Palms, tossing the manual to her disciple and instructing him to memorize it within a week. In her heart, the immortal quietly laughed, wondering if this fool could understand the essence inside. The deadline alone was mind-bending. King Immortal smugly thought. This manual was 20,000 characters long, and countless people had bowed and fled. She wondered if he could memorize it in a week. However, while she was still calculating, Liu Jiang decisively closed the manual and declared, "I have finished learning it all." That speed left the immortal speechless in shock. She pressed him, asking if he was deceiving her. Liu Jiang replied calmly, "Why lie about something anyone can do?" He revealed that at the age of 8, he had memorized all 30,000 characters of Silver Soul Kill. After reading it only once, Yet his father still scolded him for being stupid. After hearing that, she could only fall silent before such mind-bending talent. 30,000 characters after a single reading, Fairy King was stunned by her disciple's gift, so she demanded that he recite it at once to verify it. Liu Jiang quietly sat cross-legged and began reciting every word fluently, leaving the fairy astonished. Fairy King could not help being startled when she realized he had truly memorized the entire text. Facing such a martial genius, she asked in thought whether he was still determined not to become the demon sect leader. Liu Jiang answered decisively never. King thought to herself, if someone with terrifying ability like him became sect leader, the martial world would surely be swept into violent turmoil. She could not believe someone so powerful only longed for an ordinary life. Fairy King smiled, realizing Liu Jiang's dream might be far greater than she had imagined. Time kept passing swiftly like wind through the deep forest. The days of bitter training began, and Liu Jiang had to strain himself while carrying a massive boulder on his back. The heavy boulder pressed down on his back, while his master still sat leisurely atop it and watched. Before long, 108 days had passed. The surrounding scenery had become devastated, with felled tree stumps and scorch marks everywhere. Du Yuqiang breathed a sigh of relief after a grueling day of training. A single glance was enough to show that this process had been anything but easy. Fairy King looked at Du Yuqiang and softly said he had grown much stronger and was close to succeeding. When he asked how much longer it would take, she calmly replied, about 50 years. The answer nearly made Du Yuqiang fall over backward. He cried out in panic, 50 years. Seeing her disciple panic, she smiled and said that if it were him, 10 years would also be possible. But for Du Yuqiang, 10 years was still far too long. Fairy King immediately brushed that aside and said she wanted to give him a gift. Hearing that timeline felt like receiving a deadline from a previous life. She spread out her hand and said, "Here, your Du Yuqiang's soul." Looking at the two daggers that had originally belonged to him, Du Yuqiang was speechless. "They are mine. This counts as a gift." King narrowed her eyes and said she was only joking, then became serious and said she wanted to teach him another martial art called reverse finger flick art. He told him to hold out his hand and explained that this was the third move of extreme pure 100 palms. This was a technique that reversed an opponent's attack. If used in reverse, he could sense the opponent's level without them knowing. If the opponent was weaker, he would feel a warm current. Conversely, if they were stronger, a bone-chilling sensation would pass over. King softly asked, "If you want to live normally, would it not be better to avoid strong people?" Du Yuqiang listened in silence, his heart filled with thoughts. He suddenly asked why she was giving him a gift out of nowhere, and the answer he received made his heart tighten. King revealed that the time remaining in the painting was 108 days, and today was the 108th day. She took his hand and sincerely expressed her gratitude, because without him, she would have forgotten the most precious memories of her life. Hearing this, the emotions suddenly grew heavy without warning. The image of the disciple from years past carrying his master on his back returned once more. The two laughed and played beneath the brilliant cherry blossoms, like a scene brimming with emotion. Returning to the present, Du Yuqiang realized the truth in shock, unable to keep her there. Fairy King smiled faintly in peace, confirming that it was time for her to rest. She looked at the new sect leader one last time and sincerely praised him. "You did well, disciple Liu Jiang." Before vanishing, she left her final blessing. "May you escape your fate and find freedom." Du Yuqiang was stunned as the world inside the painting suddenly changed. Cried out in disbelief, "Wait, why is this so sudden?" A powerful force wrapped around his body, leaving him only enough time to let out a sound before falling back into reality. Standing before the landscape painting inside the dark cave, Du Yuqiang fell silent. He clenched his fist, sensing the new power surging through his veins. It felt like he had just escaped a map, while still having no idea what had happened. He stood motionless before the painting for a long while, then sincerely cupped his hands in salute. "Thank you, King." Turning away, Du Yuqiang walked off with determination in his steady eyes. "I will definitely find freedom through your martial arts." Resolute footsteps echoed throughout the cave as he left the fairy's dwelling. His momentum had risen high, yet a trace of lingering attachment remained in his heart. Back on the dragon boat in the middle of the Yangtze River, Feng Tian had already been standing there waiting for some time. Seeing his master return, the bodyguard bowed respectfully and offered congratulations. Congratulations on achieving success in only one day. Du Yuqiang froze, sweat breaking out as he realized the terrifying difference in time. It was not 108 days, only one day had passed. He murmured to himself in shock. This arrangement left by the predecessors is truly beyond astonishing. Du Yuqiang stepped closer, placed a hand on his subordinate's shoulder, and softly said, "You have waited quite a while too. Thank you for your hard work." In his heart, he wanted to test his current martial realm. He thought to himself, Feng Tian, I can finally estimate your strength, then used reverse finger flick art to lightly touch that man and probe his true Kai. Yu Qiang held his breath and sensed the aura passing from Feng Tian through his fingertip, but the moment he touched him, a terrifying sensation surged in, making his hand tremble without stopping. He wondered in shock what this was. Noticing his master's unusual expression, Feng Tian softly called, Master. Yu Qiang widened his eyes in terror, with only one thought left in his mind, impossible. He thought to himself, Feng Tian, I have finally measured your strength. He continued circulating reverse finger flick art and lightly touched the bodyguard's shoulder to probe his true ki. But the moment they made contact, a terrifying sensation instantly surged over him, leaving Du Qiang frozen in place, sweat streaming down his ashen face. Feng Tian softly called, Master. It was only a light touch, yet the result hit far too hard, leaving his mind unable to process it. Du Qiang widened his eyes in terror, with only one thought remaining in his mind, impossible. He still could not believe the terrifying strength he had just sensed. Night fell over the still water, and Feng Tian suddenly reported with vigilance, Master, someone is approaching. Yu Qiang frowned and asked who it was. Feng Tian confirmed decisively, yes. It was the beggar sect. A long-haired man holding a bamboo staff appeared on a small boat drawing near. Before he could recover, another scene thick with drama had already arrived. Looking at the man from the beggar sect, Yu Qiang silently recalled what he had once read in books. The book said the people of the beggar sect were simple and unrestrained, like beggars. But looking at the ragged figure before him, he wondered, are they not real beggars? The other person quietly rode closer and confirmed, that is right, they have always been like this. Yu Qiang immediately snapped back in protest. No one is born that way. They must have their own hardships too. The old man on the boat lightly propped himself on his bamboo staff and introduced himself. I am the beggar gang branch leader, Kuiquan Chen Kai. I have a few things to ask. May I board the ship? Hearing that request, Feng Tian flew into a rage, glaring as he shouted, You still dare to board the ship, you filthy beggar. The guard's fierce expression startled Kuiquan into terror. Du Qiang unexpectedly asked a question that made the old man freeze. Branch leader, why do you not bathe? Kuiquan was stunned, cold sweat streaming down as he secretly wondered why he was suddenly being teased like this. Feng Tian continued roaring with oppressive force. Master has asked, so answer quickly. The branch leader was drenched in sweat, secretly thinking that he had come to ask about the whereabouts of the Manor Lord of White Dragon Manor, yet had somehow run into a group of complete oddballs. Yu Qiang looked at Kuiquan Chen Kai with contempt, unable to understand how refusing to bathe and begging could be called freedom. To him, that was merely a failed way of life, having hands and feet yet choosing begging as a main profession. While Feng Tian behind him also nodded in agreement. Kuiquan Chen Kai stood on the small boat, leaning on his bamboo staff, muttering that these brats truly did not understand reason. Yu Qiang immediately ordered Feng Tian to wash the old man clean. At the very least, he had to look like a proper human being. Receiving the order, Feng Tian shot from the side of the large ship down onto the beggar gang's small boat. In just an instant, the guard had closed in and sealed his acupoints, leaving Kuiquan completely unable to react. Though the branch leader tried to brace himself and declared that he would not be subdued so easily, Feng Tian's strength was still far too overwhelming. The guard grabbed the other man's collar, then decisively threw the old man straight into the surging Yangtze River. Kuiquan only had time to cry out in astonishment before sinking into the water, forced to bathe according to master's will. Afterward, at the Yangtze River waterway stronghold, Du Qiang glared at Dongting and scolded him, angrily asking why the old man had not helped the people of the beggar gang. He insisted that living filthily like beggars was not freedom. Whether serving as a waiter or a guard, one still had to live decently. The new cult leader's harshness made Dongting break out in cold sweat, both frightened and unable to understand where he had gone wrong. Du Qiang pointed at Kuiquan Chen Kai, who had been washed clean, dressed neatly, and was kneeling on the floor, then continued reprimanding Dongting. Dongting stared in shock at the clean person before him, unable to believe that this was the beggar Kuiquan Chen Kai from earlier. Feng Tian hurriedly explained that the beggar gang was originally a sect made up of beggars, but Du Qiang shouted again, insisting that this was exactly the problem. People had to be clean and live honestly. He decisively ordered that from now on the water stronghold must bathe the entire beggar gang, leaving both Feng Tian and Dongting stunned. The old man explained that ever since the Manor Lord of White Dragon Manor disappeared, the whole stronghold had been busy seizing the Jiangbai region, so the situation was extremely chaotic. Hearing that, Du Qiang snapped, Black Heart Fisherman has already disappeared, so what are you still busy with? Kuiquan asked in shock. The Manor Lord of White Dragon Manor is truly Black Heart Fisherman. Seeing the old man dare interrupt his master, Feng Tian immediately launched a thunderous kick that sent him flying far away, shouting that master was speaking. Du Qiang hurriedly stopped him. Feng Tian, that is enough. That kick was as fast as express delivery powered by internal force. He turned to look at the old stronghold master and said in a deep voice, Dong Ting, I called you here not only because of the beggar gang, but also because of a private matter. Dong Ting anxiously asked whether he had something to say to him, and Du Yuqiang immediately ordered everyone to withdraw, to keep it secret. In the quiet room, Dong Ting uneasily wondered what exactly had happened. Du Yuqiang quietly stepped closer, his mind still haunted by the terrifying strength of that guard. After understanding Feng Tian's martial arts, Du Yuqiang felt that he was not even a fraction of his equal, and his mind turned cold. He told himself that he had to know what level his own martial arts had reached, with a faint hope that if he could suppress Dong Ting, then, acting as soon as the thought came, Du Yuqiang suddenly used reverse flicking finger art, using his finger to strike hard at the old stronghold master's shoulder. But the result of that test nearly made Du Yuqiang collapse. He asked himself in a daze, was his dream of freedom truly that far away? He was stunned to realize that he did not overwhelm him, his martial arts were only on par with Dong Ting's. Seeing something strange about his master, Dong Ting worriedly asked what was wrong. Du Yuqiang clenched his fists and answered in a low voice, a problem, yes. An extremely huge problem, and immediately after he erupted with force. He unleashed a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering strike, blowing the entire room apart. The room was obliterated, while the master had still not had time to swallow down the shock. Resentment burst forth, and Du Yuqiang gritted his teeth as he wondered, when will this path to becoming supreme finally let go of my freedom? Unable to suppress his disappointment in himself, he suddenly attacked, terrifying Dong Ting, each blow filled with the utmost bitterness. Dong Ting struggled to defend himself, stunned by the superior strength, and cried out in pain, Master, at least tell me the reason. Immediately, Feng Tian rushed over with his greatsword, killing intent surging as he roared, you dare harm Master. Before the blade as cold as death, Dong Ting trembled and defended himself. What did I do? Du Yuqiang ordered coldly. Feng Tian stopped. He quietly withdrew his force and confessed the real reason. I attacked you because I was resentful that I still cannot become supreme. Seeing that the other man had completely lost the ability to resist, he decisively said, stop now. Hearing the order, Feng Tian sheathed his sword, then glared and lectured Dong Ting that Master had shown the old man special mercy. Give thanks to Master. Dong Ting was drenched in sweat, stammering with grievance, I truly did nothing at all. That weak protest only made Feng Tian even angrier. He shouted, you still dare deny your crime. With no other way to preserve his life, Dong Ting could only kneel down with tears in his eyes and kowtow in gratitude for Master's mercy. Feng Tian stepped closer to Du Yuqiang and said with emotion that Master's desire to become supreme was truly worthy of respect, but this was only the second arrangement. Du Yuqiang quietly looked behind into the distance with a cold, sharp gaze, then decisively ordered Dong Ting, prepare the speedboat. The old stronghold master could only lower his head and obey in resignation. Determination blazed in Du Yuqiang's eyes, and he secretly made his decision. At dawn tomorrow, the entire group would set out to find the third arrangement. As if about to set off to conquer the martial world, he stood at the side of the boat, eyes blazing red as he gazed toward the distant horizon. He decisively declared, at dawn tomorrow, we will go seek the third arrangement. In the secret cave beneath the lake, Nar finally found the hidden retreat of the immortal. But upon entering, she was horrified to see a skeleton covered in dust sitting in a bizarre and chaotic posture. Nar gasped, who would dare insult an old acquaintance like this? He was even more shocked to see the seventh master collapsed on the stone floor, pitiful beyond belief, 2 arrangements already lost. The nightmare did not end. Sun Ruolin continued to discover that the sixth master was also in extreme panic. The old man with silver hair writhed on the ground, his face distorted with resentment and pain, unable to understand how this could happen. 2 masters once majestic now just ground their teeth and muttered in chaos, which bastard did this? Seeing the devastation, Nair painfully realized the arrangements had been stolen, and the master had gone mad. Her eyes blazed with killing intent, fists clenched as she swore, if I catch that man I will show no mercy. The whole sect's morale shattered. At the Yangtze River Waterway camp, news that the new leader would leave shocked Sun Ruolin. She anxiously asked, Liu Jiang, leaving tomorrow? Dong Ting confirmed in a deep voice, yes, they told me to prepare a high-speed boat. The camp master squinted and calculated, nearly catching up, yet the others changed direction. Recalling it sent chills down his spine. Remembering the terrifying power of the new leader, Dong Ting shuddered, thinking that Liu Jiang was even more formidable than expected. In his mind appeared Du Yuqiang with blazing red eyes, roaring strange lessons. People must bathe cleanly and live righteously. The pressure from the supreme technique still made him tremble, especially when Du Yuqiang angrily yelled, how long is this supreme path anyway? With no way to survive, Dong Ting could only bow his head in resignation, thanking his master for his compassion. Lin Wang sat dazed, full of regret, thinking perhaps he had chosen the wrong side. His subordinate nodded in agreement. The whole group nodded repeatedly. One exclaimed, indeed, who would think of bathing the beggar's sect properly? At that point, it could only be considered incurably insane. Amid the gloomy atmosphere, Sun Roland slammed the table and shouted, "This is no time to brood. We must immediately raise our cups to celebrate Master." Mournful air suddenly changed. The group's morale seemed to increase by 100%. Lin Wang and Fang Yong looked at each other in bewilderment. "Sun Roland, are you crazy too?" She explained, "Because tomorrow Du Yuqiang's group will leave. Staying here ensures escape from trouble." Hearing this, the subordinates rejoiced as if struck gold. Indeed, if not crazy, why follow them? Fang Yong also breathed a sigh of relief, declaring permission for father and son Lulin to remain at the waterway camp. Sun Roland excitedly urged everyone to cheer for Liu Jiang. Surviving by standing still was a top-tier strategy. Fang Yong mused, normally at this moment people would shout the main character's nickname. The whole group immediately competed to come up with a title. From Yu Mi and Demon King, Devil offering body to Devil Young Master. Lin Wang gripped the wine bottle tightly, his face serious as he considered a name truly worthy. Thinking of Du Yuqiang's unpredictable nature and Feng Tian's pressure, he shivered and resolutely declared, "Mad Soul Demon Emperor." Sun Roland cheered excitedly, "Perfect, take that name." Group raised their cups in celebration, shouting glory to the Mad Soul Demon Emperor, the cheers of satisfaction echoing through the room. The noise abruptly paused when a shadow appeared at the door. Du Yuqiang stood silently, coldly observing the revelers. He tilted his head slightly, calmly asking a question that froze everyone. "That nickname is for whom?" Lin Wang, dressed as a girl, froze when sensing killing intent behind him, sweat pouring as he realized Feng Tian had appeared unnoticed. In panic, he silently screamed for his life, thinking his end had truly come. But instead of swinging a sword, Feng Tian placed a hand on his shoulder and exclaimed with excitement, "Wonderful Mad Soul Demon Emperor." The guard enthusiastically praised the mighty nickname. He believed the title fully matched Master's supreme power. Lin Wang froze, thinking he was done for, yet met a loyal fan giving 5 stars. Seeing his subordinates so enthusiastic, Du Yuqiang could only helplessly watch, silently asking, "Do you really see that as a compliment?" He quietly announced he would leave tomorrow. Immediately a Lu Lin subordinate rushed to cling to his legs. He wept, "You are leaving, please do not abandon us." While Lin Wang silently wished the disciples would cling on so Feng Tian would not call him. The bandits still screamed they would follow him to the ends of the earth, even to hell itself, true fandom clinging to the main boss. The word hell immediately touched Feng Tian's scales. He grew angry, tearing the wall with a strike and roaring, "You want to take Master to hell?" Feng Tian scowled and walked off, tired just watching these troublesome people, while Du Yuqiang calmly said, "If you wish, I allow it. I allow you to follow." This unexpected decision left Lu Lin wide-eyed in astonishment. After recruiting more followers, Feng Tian tasked Dongting go eliminate Wuling Valley, the one who once tried to assassinate Master. Lin Wang was shocked, recalling the order to reform the beggar's sect previously given by the leader. But Feng Tian dismissed it. The beggar's sect reformable? Ridiculous. He confirmed the reform order was only to test loyalty. Now that loyalty must be directed at Wuling Valley, clearing all obstacles for Master. Dongting sweatily wondered what great path Master walked that kept redirecting him to near exhaustion. Feng Tian's gaze hardened. He coldly ordered Lin Wang, "Raise your head," leaving the sect leader drenched in sweat, heart racing. Feng Tian leaned close, asking in a deep voice that left him speechless, "Are you prepared to die here?" Terrified by the murderous aura, Lin Wang almost froze. Lin Wang could only tremble and stammer a no. Hearing the answer, Feng Tian silently turned his back. "All done. I have private matters to discuss with Lin, so follow me." The pressure no different from a final boss interview. Lin Wang trudged after the guard into the depths of the empty chamber. Sometime later, the group had arrived in the forest near Chongqing. Amid the deep green wilderness, Feng Tian silently held Du Yuqiang's hand and guided the carriage forward. Inside the cramped carriage compartment, Du Yuqiang folded his arms, his face showing exhaustion and boredom. Sun Roland smiled faintly, breaking the silence. "It has been so long since we rode alone in a carriage like this." Du Yuqiang sighed as he looked outside, thinking to himself, "This is no different from the beginning." Suddenly the axle ground hard against the road and came to an abnormal halt. Du Yuqiang narrowed his eyes, instantly on high alert. The next instant Feng Tian's shout rang out, tearing through the air, "The Master is under attack." A barrage of razor-sharp needles shot straight into the carriage at terrifying speed. Sun Roland screamed in horror as the needles flashed past her in an instant. Without the slightest hesitation, Du Yuqiang quickly pulled her into his arms to shield her from the rain of hidden weapons. He gritted his teeth, anger flashing in his eyes. Another assassin again. The dust and smoke from the ambush gradually dispersed. Feng Tian hurriedly kicked open the carriage door and asked about the situation. "Master, are you all right?" Du Yuqiang answered decisively, "I am fine." "What about the assassins?" Sun Rulan had not recovered, sitting collapsed on the floor and trembling. I did not even have time to prepare anything. Under his master's questioning, Feng Tian clasped his hands and bowed his head in apology. I am sorry. I let two of them slip away. That answer made Du Yuqiang's eyes widen. They slipped away. A sense of unease surged over him, and he worried about who the assassins Feng Tian had failed to catch could be. In the darkness, mysterious black shadows were still silently watching them with cold eyes. They had just left the water route and already been ambushed, and Du Yuqiang was stunned when he heard Feng Tian report that two assassins had escaped. With Feng Tian's terrifying strength, the fact that he had failed to capture the enemies made Du Yuqiang even more uneasy, wondering who they truly were. This situation was exactly like an abnormally difficult game, suspiciously like a system bug. Yet the truth behind the ambush was utterly ironic. In the darkness, Lin Wang gritted his teeth and scolded his subordinate for nearly harming Sun Rulan. The subordinate hurriedly apologized, explaining that he absolutely had not done it on purpose, and that everything had been ordered by Feng Tian. The old gang leader, dressed as a woman, felt deeply wronged, unable to understand what that madman Feng Tian was thinking by making him play the victim. It turned out that Feng Tian had ordered 3 Greenwood bandits to become assassins for the sake of the plan. Despite their fierce protests that they were only mountain bandits, the guards still used force to suppress every complaint. Feng Tian was smug about his reasoning that the master's dignity would only shine brilliantly when enemies appeared. He remembered the moment his master ordered the enemy's destruction at Bai Long Manor and grew even more convinced of this arrangement. Feng Tian clenched his fist and gave a decisive order. From now on, you will attack the carriage 3 times a day. This would become the foundation for the master's dignity to return to reality. As the convoy passed through the dense forest, Feng Tian silently observed, understanding that the moment had arrived. On a high branch, the subordinate from the Lulin reluctantly had to take action. He hurled hidden weapons toward the front of the carriage, creating cold streaks of light that tore across the air. The plan sounded serious, but looked no different from everyday drama. A series of sharp needles pierced the wooden walls and shot straight into the carriage, forcing Du Yuqiang to dodge desperately. Outside, Feng Tian shouted in alarm, "Master, are you all right?" Meanwhile, 3 Lulin bandits perched in the trees with bored expressions. They sighed, telling themselves that these dramas no longer surprised anyone. Assassination had become a commonplace event. From afar, hidden among the bushes, 2 mysterious figures silently observed the entire situation. It was Wu Ying and the drunkard. Seeing the disguised bandits, the drunkard couldn't help but wonder, they are truly puzzling, Senior. Are they female or male after all? Wu Ying snapped. Exactly. But does it matter now? Don't forget our gold, drunkard. They were in peril, pursued by the Tianyu Qi Jun sect for stealing the Night Bright Pearl. To clear their names, they had to retrieve the treasure and deliver the real culprit. Wu Ying squinted toward the carriage and sneered. And yet they used such a cheap assassin tactic. I'm still observing them. The drunkard, eager to attack and show them what a real ambush was restrained to continue observing. Wu Ying suddenly paled as he realized another shadow was silently tailing the convoy. That figure was so mysterious that even masters like them couldn't guess his identity. It was the female assassin of the cult, her golden eyes blazing like a wild beast hidden in the darkness. She held her head and covered her ears, looking exhausted. Who are they after all, and why did it come to this? She lamented inwardly as the number of pursuers of the young sect leader grew, while the clumsy Lulin pretended to be assassins. She curled her lips in a sinister smile, thinking even Lin Wang's life was truly complicated, then silently followed the young sect leader as if watching a film full of confusing twists. The female cult assassin silently kept pace with the carriage. She realized she wasn't much different from the Lulin in having to sneak around. However, the Lulin weren't the danger. The worrisome ones were the others, who were secretly pursuing the young sect leader as well. She was puzzled by the 2 figures in the shadows, completely unaware of their origins. Were they secret bodyguards or other assassins? Their concealment technique was deep and unpredictable, no less than hers. She clenched her teeth in worry as the 5 demon gods had yet to appear, causing troubles to pile relentlessly. All fell upon them, while the convoy slowly advanced further into the gloomy mountains. Everyone concealed themselves, everyone distrusted each other. More importantly, everyone thought they were the key figure. Inside the carriage, Sun Rulan suddenly asked excitedly, "Master, will our wedding night take place in Sichuan?" Du Yuqiang sighed helplessly, scolding the girl for babbling again. Sun Rulan continued chattering, thinking the progress was too fast since they hadn't confessed yet. Seeing her serious expression, Du Yuqiang began to feel uneasy, wondering if she was speaking the truth. Sun Rulan pressed further, telling him not to haggle, and suddenly approached provocatively. She revealed that it was Feng Tian who asked her if she possessed the pure yin qi. Whether or not, she teased that it seemed Du Yuqiang was eagerly anticipating the wedding night with her. The new sect leader blushed from embarrassment, shouting at her that she was foolish. Despite Sun Rulan telling him not to be shy, Du Yuqiang angrily called out Feng Tian. He stuck his head out of the carriage, asking if the bodyguard really had asked Sun Rulan about that strange matter. Feng Tian silently confirmed, leaving Du Yuqiang stunned. Hearing that, he froze for 5 seconds, his mind overloaded like a CPU. He pondered, could Sun Rulan be closely involved in the next arrangement left by his father? Seeing this, Feng Tian nodded in confirmation. Yuqiang silently understood that this loyal bodyguard would never act without reason. He asked why such an important matter was kept secret, then suddenly realized. The answer was Feng Tian feared the master might soften and develop feelings for that girl. Du Yuqiang immediately dismissed it, asserting no one would like a madwoman like Sun Rulan. Hearing this, Feng Tian quietly concluded she was the perfect choice. The conversation was like a matchmaking scene without a script. Feng Tian emphasized that to keep the plan absolutely secret, every trace must be erased without hesitation. Du Yuqiang asked in shock. What? Upon hearing about the process leading to this special third arrangement, Feng Tian explained that the entrance there was extremely peculiar, requiring a woman carrying pure yin qi to pass through. Du Yuqiang looked at Sun Rulan with suspicion. Must it be Sun Rulan? The bodyguard confirmed the third arrangement was extremely perilous, so bringing along a martial artist like her increased the chance of success. He recounted King Fa's sword, who confined himself in the Dark Demon prison, just to protect the secret of this arrangement. This proved that the mission was as important as the lives of the assisting subordinates. Du Yuqiang felt immense pressure on his shoulders. Being pursued by assassins was already too much. Seeing Sun Rulan sitting beside him, he couldn't help but feel distressed. Now he even had to sacrifice those around him. Around him, Du Yuqiang held his head, covered his ears, and gritted his teeth in frustration. This was truly outrageous. The wheels of the carriage ground steadily against the road, taking them deeper into the dark forest mountains. Suddenly Feng Tian warned, "Master, ahead are a group of flies." Du Yuqiang squinted, asking if they were the assassins, but the bodyguard firmly denied. His gaze hardened toward the front, cold. He coldly reported there were 5 flies. Those dressed dark with conical hats covering half their faces, radiated suffocating pressure. One of them slightly lifted his hat, staring piercingly at the bodyguard and asking, "You are Feng Tian?" He was Jian Moshen, one of the legendary masters. Immediately after, Hai Moshen and Bai Moshen also appeared with mocking expressions. "Have you been wandering the world for fun? Don't know if you felt our concern." Tu Moshen and Lai Moshen also appeared simultaneously, coldly declaring, thinking of the previous sect leader, "We will end you swiftly, without letting you suffer." Leaf fell gently, signaling that a fierce battle was about to erupt. This team appeared to form the full 5-person boss combo, perfectly ready for YPMF. In an instant, the 5 demon gods unleashed their attacks simultaneously, the sword strikes tearing through the air. Fierce waves of force collided continuously, turning the place into a chaotic scene brimming with deadly intent. A critical sword strikes sword, sending fresh blood flying in a horrifying instant. The victim only managed to cough up blood, shocked by the vast disparity in strength between the two sides. The enemy silently watched the dying prey, then coldly said, "Do not blame us. The martial world has always been heartless." Collapsed on the ground, his breath fading, the defeated remained choked with helpless frustration. "I am the sect leader of Huanghua, but who exactly is Feng Tian?" The 5 demon gods stood tall amidst the tragic scene, gazing at their opponent with contempt. One of them grimaced in disgust, remarking that the smell of blood was truly nauseating. He immediately ordered a withdrawal. The group swiftly left the scene, heading straight for the misty peak of Wudai Mountain. 10 days had passed since they hit atop Wudai Mountain, and one of them began to grow impatient. The companion immediately poured cold water on him, reminding that confronting Feng Tian, who once wiped out half the demon sect, was tantamount to suicide. Hearing this, he could only mutter that he wanted to flee all the way to the distant North Sea to save his life. The white-haired elder seemed to agree, but another immediately growled decisively, "Nonsense." He ground his teeth, reminding the group that they'd remained anonymous for 20 years and could no longer hide in the shadows. The special mission of the 5 demon gods, legendary cultivators of the demonic path who had never failed, was finally revived. Were living legends, cultivators of the demonic path who had never known failure. The 5 demon gods had been certain Xinjing was dead, until one of them witnessed the terrifying power of that senior. Even considering themselves undefeated, they still trembled before the white-haired master wielding a bloodied sword. In the end, they were forced to choose the most humiliating way to survive. That was to run. Years passed, and they heard that Xinjing had died and could not return to the demon sect. After 25 evasions, the 5 demon gods dared to reveal themselves again. One of them shouted in frustration, claiming that pursuing the young sect leader now was like throwing oneself into death before Feng Tian. Another said killing Xiao Mian would be easier, but was immediately overruled because the difficulty was no different. A terrifying truth emerged. Xiao Mian intended to eliminate both Feng Tian and the 5 demon gods simultaneously. Upon hearing this, the group realized this game had no easy mode, only nightmare-level challenges. Tianguang grew impatient seeing the thick stench of myriad-mile blood incense rising from eastern Sichuan. Despite the oppressive siege, the 5 demon gods remained arrogant. One grit his teeth and asked, "Do you think we will die easily?" They believed only fools would accept death, especially considering the strength of legends like themselves. The entire group confirmed in unison, "We will never fail." The 5 demon gods absolutely refused death, each hand clenched in preparation for the life or death duel. On the trail, Feng Tian irritably glared at the people blocking the way, coldly calling them noisy flies. Seeing his subordinates' killing intent rise, Du Yuqiang quickly restrained Feng Tian, unwilling to add more blood debt or witness further tragedy. Du Yuqiang quietly stepped forward, calmly asking, "Why are you blocking my carriage?" The leader squinted at the young sect leader, disdainfully saying, "Barely over 20 and still lacking manners." Du Yuqiang remained gentle, telling himself to resolve things peacefully, then sharply replied that those blocking the carriage demanded others show courtesy. He also affirmed that if the other party had been polite first, he would have responded in kind. Du Yuqiang's composure made the opponent suspicious. The elder introduced himself as Xiajing, young master of Sichuan Tang family. Xiajing looked greedily at the carriage, saying what they sought seemed to be there, then insulted the young sect leader. Xiajing just shouted for the child to answer when suddenly, shadow appeared right behind him. In a blink, Feng Tian struck with astonishing speed. Blood suddenly splattered in the silence. The Tang family disciples hadn't reacted before they fell one by one. Before understanding what had happened, Xiajing was taken down in an instant, as if removed from the game immediately. Blood sprayed as Feng Tian stepped hard on his back, then coldly leaned down saying, "Beg your master for mercy." Du Yuqiang slowly approached, speaking in a deep voice that he was tired of the martial world's disrespect. "For what reason did you dare block my carriage?" Flat on the ground, Xiajing suddenly laughed wickedly, asking if they thought he would overlook this humiliation. He madly shouted, ordering his subordinates to strike immediately. Dark blue poisonous smoke quickly enveloped the entire scene. Proudly declared the seven-soul poison would paralyze the victim, who would then die in half a day. That was the price for those who underestimated Tang family poisons. Xiajing ordered Jian Xiao to search the carriage for the fire dragon saber. Seeing the other party stand still in the smoke, Jian Xiao clicked his tongue, thinking he was completely paralyzed. He hurriedly urged his companions to block the way, but suddenly froze when noticing something unusual. A towering shadow appeared in the poisonous smoke, exuding a suffocating, killing intent that left Jian Xiao stunned. Feng Tian's eyes blazed in the darkness, making Jian Xiao realize in horror that he could still move. Xiajing's eyes widened in panic as he saw a grim reaper-like figure slowly approaching. Darkness gradually enveloped the pitiful elder. Feng Tian stood tall wielding the great sword, gazing at the prey with a cold stare, leaving Xiajing in disbelief. The old man froze, wondering, those people should have been paralyzed long ago, so why are they still moving now? He trembled, thinking, could it be that the famed soul-nullifying poison of the Tang family is completely useless against these people? Du Yuqiang strolled leisurely through the poisonous smoke, speaking calmly, how strange, they dare to block the way to poison, yet before the poison could act, they were already immune. Not wanting to linger, Du Yuqiang decisively called out. Feng Tian, the bodyguard, immediately appeared, responding respectfully, "Yes, master." Sensing the danger from the poison weapon, the new sect leader ordered coldly, "They might use poison again. Leave no one out. Capture them all alive," he emphasized. "Remember, alive, not dead." Feng Tian bowed to receive the order, then immediately moved to subdue the entire group. The Tang family disciples were buried up to their necks, only their heads exposed, looking miserable. The heads protruding from the ground were grotesque. Yuqiang clicked his tongue slightly, truly a cruel man. He stepped forward silently. He approached Xiajing, asking coldly where the antidote was. Even cornered, Xiajing stubbornly glared and shouted, "You are not poisoned. Why ask for an antidote?" Du Yuqiang sighed softly, realizing forcing the enemy to confess was not as easy as he thought. He muttered, "Indeed, it cannot be revealed so easily. It cannot be helped." Du Yuqiang's gaze turned cold. He issued an ultimatum. "I will count to 3. If you do not speak, I will have your subordinates dealt with one by one." At that moment, Feng Tian stood imposingly nearby, ready to follow orders. Xiajing considered fleeing, thinking silently, 3 seconds is enough to find a chance to escape. But as soon as Du Yuqiang finished counting 1, 2, 3, the new sect leader suddenly roared majestically, making the old man pale in fear. Confronted by such murderous aura, Xiajing panicked and screamed, "The green pouch, 3 short seconds," but the pressure felt like 3 lifetimes. Holding the green medicine pouch, Du Yuqiang lowered his voice to warn the defeated, "If you dare deceive me, deal with the consequences yourself." He immediately turned back and hurriedly opened the carriage door. He was shocked to see Sun Ruolan in critical condition, foaming at the mouth from severe poisoning. Without hesitation, Du Yuqiang gave her the antidote to preserve her life. Seeing Sun Ruolan gradually stabilize, he stood quietly, his heart heavy. According to Feng Tian, she was the most suitable for the third arrangement, but the secret must be kept, absolutely. After the task, all clues had to be erased. Du Yuqiang sighed. It was ironic to save her only to possibly have to take her life himself later. Turning back to the people buried in the ground, Du Yuqiang asked coldly, "I heard you blocked the way to find something called Fire Dragon." The leader trembled and admitted it. The new sect leader's anger flared. He shouted, "How dare you bully strangers like this? What is so formidable about the Tang family to boast?" He also mocked that the Tang family poison was only at this level. Just ordinary, leaving Commander Xi shocked. He could not believe there would be a day someone dared to disregard the prestige of his poison sect. Yuqiang tiredly raised his hand to his forehead, saying he just came from Henan so knew little about the Tang family, reasoning with them was truly useless. He gave the final choice: 1. Spare your lives but keep the secret and leave immediately. 2. All die here, leaving no trace. Seeing Feng Tian brandishing his sword and suggesting the second option, Du Yuqiang snapped. Are you planning to kill everyone no matter where we go? The atmosphere was tense like a drawn bow, yet Feng Tian still found the second option reasonable. Under suffocating pressure, Commander Shi hurriedly conceded, promising he had never encountered his group today. Yuqiang smirked, praising him for being reasonable, then quietly turned away, leaving a sharp warning: if you dare break your word, your path ahead only holds death. Feng Tian stood towering over the defeated, muttering to himself about the plan. Beheading each subordinate caused the old man to panic utterly. Seeing the opponent terrified, the bodyguard casually corrected himself, saying he was just speaking to his master. He swung the sword with satisfaction and asked, "Did I look cool just now?" Feng Tian left silently, leaving a message that the Tang family should be grateful to still have their lives. Watching Du Yuqiang's imposing back, the loyal bodyguard felt both proud and excited. Cool indeed, but slightly frightening the wrong person. Feng Tian continued to glare at the defeated. Do not forget the master has granted you mercy. Next time the arrow may not just pin to the shoulder. Jia Jing fell to his knees, eyes burning with hatred following the carriage fading away. He gritted his teeth, vowing to repay this hatred tenfold. Night had fallen, blanketing the outskirts of Sichuan in heavy silence. In the empty room, Du Yuqiang sat in silence. He remained quietly by the tea table, gaze directed out the window, full of thoughts. Sun Ruolin stepped closer, teasing softly, "Master, you are still awake. Staying up late will make you worse." Seeing him silent, she asked curiously, "Where are we going tomorrow that you are still sitting here at this hour?" Du Yuqiang gripped the cup in his hand, heart heavy with cruel thoughts. Indeed, tomorrow is when the third arrangement will be obtained, also the day Sun Ruolin must die. He bowed his head, whispering a belated apology. Surprised, she asked, "Hey, what for?" "Must apologize, right?" Du Yuqiang repeated hesitantly. "No matter what, apologize." Seeing the atmosphere too heavy, she laughed brightly, waving her hand. "These matters will tire me to death. I am also a magnanimous woman. If you feel guilty, invite me for a drink." Seeing her radiant face, Du Yuqiang thought this was perhaps the last day they talked like this. He resolutely replied, "Fine, let's go." Hearing the invitation for wine, Sun Ruolin cheered happily. "Are you really inviting me? Then I will not be polite. Make sure it is the most expensive here." But while she was still excited, she suddenly slumped on the table, falling into deep sleep. Du Yuqiang was stunned, blurted as she really fallen asleep. Not even wine was called, sleep came first. Seeing Sun Ruolin asleep in the middle of conversation, Du Yuqiang could only be speechless, thinking this was the first time he met such a strange woman. At that moment, Feng Tian burst in through the door, reporting shocking news: "Master, the entire village has been poisoned to sleep." The bodyguard said that as soon as he went out to scout, the enemy had secretly finished the job. Du Yuqiang squinted at the poisonous smoke covering the area, wondering who could spread poison on such a large scale. This enemy indeed used a full village sleeping smoke strategy. He suspected this was a provocation deliberately sent by the Tang family. Feng Tian roared with murderous intent, thinking they were seeking death themselves, and intended to take advantage of it to deal with a few. But seeing the bodyguard trying to drag Sun Ruolin along, Du Yuqiang hurriedly stopped him. Feng Tian explained she was the key to unlocking the arrangement. Mishap would be troublesome, seeing Sun Ruolin sleeping unaware. Du Yuqiang told his subordinate to release her, then froze when hearing the word key. Du Yuqiang asked in a low voice, "Feng Tian, I have something to know. How will the third arrangement use pure yin energy?" The bodyguard explained that in that place, there is a stone gate blocking the way. Men cannot pass, only women carrying pure yin energy can continue. Hearing this, Du Yuqiang suddenly laughed heartily as he understood the matter. Master's sudden excitement made Feng Tian bewildered, asking, "Is your health in trouble?" After laughing, it seemed he was yet to see who would really have trouble. Du Yuqiang smiled sinisterly, certain that Sun Ruolin was the crucial key, and a bold idea sprang to mind. If they carried away the sleeping Sun Ruolin, there would be no need to harm anyone else. Feng Tian was stunned to realize he had been too rigid, thinking only of violence while overlooking such a simple solution. Du Yuqiang insisted the method did not matter, and the two would wait until Sun Ruolin was sound asleep before carrying out the plan at once. Feng Tian immediately obeyed, spread out the map, and began explaining the plan in detail. The plan was highly strategic, with only one issue left: whether the person being carried off in sleep would agree. Feng Tian pointed at the map and revealed that the next location was Zigong Mountain's Deep Cloud Peak. At the summit stood an ancient tree, from which one could walk through the air. He brought up Zhuyu Peak again, where they had once planted a sword but failed. It was not enough to break the formation, but this time the difficulty had multiplied, because the formation made the path completely invisible. To walk the invisible path, one had to follow extremely strict movement rules. The first step had to be 1 step back, then 3 steps forward and 2 steps back. Du Yuqiang guessed the next step was 5 forward and 3 back, but Feng Longtian immediately corrected him. It had to be 1 step back. The forward steps increased gradually, but the backward steps only alternated between 1 and 2. Only after completing exactly 21 steps would the secret entrance appear amid the misty clouds. Du Yuqiang pondered for a moment, asking what the reward there was and what the answer had been. Feng Tian's words filled him with expectation. The Iron Heart Dao and Dao technique, and the image of a treasured sword radiating majestic golden spiritual energy rose in his mind. The guard emphasized that every arrangement this time and afterward supported the others, and missing even one part would render everything useless. A single wrong step would throw the entire martial world into chaos. Du Yuqiang resolved to devote himself fully to the journey, while Feng Tian reassured him that the arrangements were protected. Protection was very strict, so he could rest with peace of mind. That very night, Du Yuqiang tightened his grip on the water cup, calculation flashing in his eyes. If he had the extreme, fierce, pure white staff and the treasured sword, he would have a chance to fight Feng Tian. The next morning, both of them arrived at Zhu. This action was dark, but Du Yuqiang realized time had passed too quickly, feeling as though only 3 hours had gone by. The speed of time made one suspect it had just been adjusted by some time NPC. When they entered, Feng Tian first touched a stone wall that had only traces of ruin left. A strange aura trembled, and both of them were horrified to realize that the arrangement that should have been here had vanished completely. Du Yuqiang's eyes widened in terror, sweat streaming down as he faced the cruel reality, and he cried inwardly, what exactly had happened? Before the shattered stone wall, Du Yuqiang could hardly believe his eyes when the secret arrangement had disappeared, wondering what had happened while he was away. Time turned back 3 hours earlier, at the edge of the Zigong Mountain Forest. A subordinate asked his boss in panic about the heavenly dragon saber, Sin Sing's legendary divine artifact. Sight of the treasured sword radiating golden spiritual energy inside the cave stirred his greed for treasure. The green-haired, mustached leader declared that thanks to his supreme skill, heavenly ear, he could hear every sound, no matter how faint. The subordinate beside him urged the boss in astonishment to quickly sneak in and seize the divine artifact, but the leader remained cautious, reminding him that Zigong Mountain was dangerous territory. Therefore, they had to scout carefully before acting. He sat cross-legged and waited for the right moment. He circulated his energy and used heavenly ear to observe the entire situation around him. He was smug as the sleeping poison spread throughout the village, believing the target would soon fall into the trap. Meanwhile, at the exit, the iron-faced family head stood towering in the cold night. The old man brushed aside his subordinate's advice to rest and declared his family's principle of gratitude and grudges. Repay kindness tenfold, repay hatred many times more. The atmosphere was so tense that even a small breeze had to ask permission before daring to blow. Beneath the dim moonlight, the family head roared with fierce resolve, swearing not to move until the enemy appeared. Seeing his master's stubbornness, the subordinate broke into a sweat, wondering how long the old man would stand there like a rooted tree. Realizing the exit was too focused on the main path, the treasure-stealing faction's leader laughed smugly, no longer afraid of being obstructed. He ordered them to set out and seize the Heavenly Dragon Saber and the Heavenly Dragon Saber technique. Beneath the falling rain of cherry blossoms, 2 black shadows silently approached the majestic wooden gate leading into the secret realm. The scene was beautiful, but if they were caught red-handed it would become a martial arts comedy. Stepping inside, the leader inwardly praised the place as truly a hidden retreat for immortals. The wine barrel man panted while complaining about carrying an unconscious person and obeying such cumbersome walking rules, unable to understand why they had to bring a burden in an emergency. The leader silently observed the gate of light before him, knowing that only pure yin energy could open the entrance. After weighing it, he left the woman behind and decided to enter as time ran out. The 2 stepped through the radiant door, heading straight for the shining treasured sword in the cave. The moment they entered the secret chamber, the wine barrel man trembled all over, pointing as he stammered and asked the senior who that person was. Sensing the pure aura filling the space, he wondered inwardly whether this was the expert who had created the secret realm. Suddenly, the white-haired figure with his back turned quietly declared that he had been waiting for them for a long time. When he turned around, the towering old man appeared with sharp, fierce eyes and roared in fury, cursing them as the ones who had ruined the plan of the 7 lords of heavenly might. The wine barrel man screamed in shock when he realized the other party's true identity. The feeling of a final boss appearing made his morale drop faster than blood in a martial arts film. Wasting no time, the white-haired old man unleashed a thunderous strike that tore through space, forcing the 2 to dodge in a sorry state. The old man roared in pent-up rage, saying that because of them, the whole group had to ride all the way here from Dongting Lake, while ordering both of them to stop at once. As he ran, the wine barrel man mocked that no one was stupid enough to stand still and get caught. Wu Ying quickly discovered an escape route and shouted loudly to guide his companion. This kind of chase probably required an extra escape insurance contract. The barrel man cried for help in panic as death closed in, while Wu Ying calculated, even with his superb lightness skill, he would find it hard to shake off the 7 lords of heavenly might on this troublesome path. Being caught was now only a matter of time. At the critical moment, Wu Ying suddenly launched a move, leaving the wine barrel able only to resent his teammate as he was abandoned behind. Just as the old white-haired man was about to restrain him, a figure suddenly leapt down from above, leaving the old man stunned in shock. Wu Ying smirked provocatively, telling the old man to try catching this. Then he decisively threw the unconscious Sun Ruolin toward the enemy to block the way. The white-haired man rushed in panic to catch the girl, unwilling to let an innocent be harmed. He watched as the prey took advantage of the moment to flee using such a cowardly trick. He could only grit his teeth and growl at Wu Ying in fury, his reputation soaring for throwing an ally, albeit negatively. Wu Ying laughed smugly, spun around, and disappeared into the silent night. He even left a haughty taunt, saying he didn't know who the man was in the heavenly Prestige 7 army, but promised not to meet again. 3 watches later, when Du Yuqiang and Feng Tian reached the entrance to the secret chamber, the desolation left the new sect leader speechless. He exclaimed in shock, the arrangements had vanished, only 3 watches late, yet it felt like losing an entire season of secrets. Feng Tian stood behind in a low voice explaining, these arrangements were originally martial techniques supporting each other. Missing one, all became useless. Du Yuxiang held his head in frustration, thinking of all the effort he had invested. Now suddenly it was all shattered, wasted completely. But a bold thought flashed, changing his expression. He smirked inwardly, seeing this as a great gain, for the path to becoming supreme had ended. Thus, he no longer had the chance to be sect leader, and Feng Tian had no reason to stay by his side. Thinking of the freedom so close, Du Yuqiang laughed heartily, ha ha ha. Amid his triumphant laughter, Du Yuqiang suddenly paused as he glanced sideways. He saw Feng Tian's face full of madness. The bodyguard also laughed crazily, muttering that the restrictions had finally been lifted. At least those chains were no longer there. Du Yuqiang was stunned, wondering if fate was truly forcing him onto the path of demonic arts. He suddenly remembered Feng Tian only followed his father's orders to bring him to the sect leader seat. When the arrangements ended, he too gained freedom. He bitterly realized that, to Feng Tian, he was now nothing more than a burdensome weight. Just as he thought he had touched freedom, Du Yuqiang shivered as a hand as hard as steel suddenly grabbed his collar. At the call of his master, heavy with pressure, he could only tremble in fear as he responded. Feng Tian glared and growled, startling Du Yuqiang into an urgent reply. He looked straight into his eyes, declaring that the true path of demonic arts had now begun. Du Yuqiang was completely panicked, dazedly wondering what the bodyguard was talking about and what was really happening. The sense of freedom that had just sparked was twisted away, as if the script hadn't even been saved. Feng Tian spoke in a low voice, revealing a shocking truth. Attila Tumo had prepared for this situation. This was a contingency plan corresponding to the third arrangement. Moreover, it was demonic arts master. As soon as he entered, he encountered the DLC restricting ordinaires, leaving Du Yuqiang stunned, cold sweat running down. He understood clearly that the demonic arts were dangerous enough to destroy human nature. Just looking at the people in the sect, he already saw enough cruelty. Absolutely cannot practice demonic arts, Du Yuqiang resolved silently. Yet he was trapped, for it was not easy to abandon his father's martial techniques. He suddenly remembered Tang Ra's wind lamp, once urgently searching for the fire dragon chart, believing it to refer to some heavenly dragon. Feng Tian casually denied it, saying the fire dragon chart was merely a hidden painting of Tang Ra. Compared to the master's arrangement, it was just ordinary martial arts. Du Yuqiang slightly nodded in acknowledgement. You are reasonable. Anyway, the culprit must be clarified. Looking at the pile of ruins, he clenched his fists, unable to take lightly his father's legacy. Feng Tian apologized, saying whoever broke the arrangement must be a master. If it were Wu Yang or the notorious drunkard, the pursuit might take a whole year. Du Yuqiang held his head in despair, fearing that once he practiced demonic arts, he would drift further from a normal life. Suddenly, Feng Tian took out several human skin masks and explained that he had been told, if the arrangements ran into trouble, use these. By the way, I also have one. Du Yuqiang sighed in exasperation at the mask in hand. Holding it, the future seemed about to melt. Immediately after, both appeared in a dead land, where red lava flowed violently. Yuqiang stared in shock at the terrifying scene, unable to believe the arrangements were here, even needing to practice demonic arts at this place. Before him was a volcano erupting violently. Yuqiang shouted in fury, "Father, what exactly have you prepared?" Meanwhile, in Sichuan Tang Ra, the silver-haired master sat silently, exuding overwhelming presence. Just sitting still created pressure like a final boss without attacking. When his subordinates invited him to eat, he gazed into the distance and asked if those two had still not arrived. Facing the glowing lava, Du Yuqiang was stunned, unable to believe the arrangements were here. Cold sweat ran down his pale face in fear. He panicked, wondering if he really had to practice demonic arts here. Watching the erupting volcano, Du Yuqiang shouted in rage, "Father, what exactly have you prepared?" The stench of sulfur and overwhelming heat made the space suffocating. Standing on the cliff overlooking the sea of fire, Du Yuqiang still hadn't recovered, wondering if practicing martial arts here was really okay. Contrary to his master's worry, Feng Tian was extremely excited. Finally, the demonic arts were right before his master. While still engrossed in observation, Du Yuqiang suddenly slipped and fell off the cliff, giving the bodyguard an opportunity to tease, saying the moment you finished speaking, you hurried off. Indeed, the master also really wants the demonic arts. Du Yuqiang gritted his teeth in frustration, shouting, "Wasn't it because of you that I slipped?" Feng Tian quickly withdrew his playful demeanor, slowly stepped forward, and firmly said, "To meet the master's expectation, I will briefly explain. The arrangement here is precisely the martial art of Mojun." Just hearing the name made the server ignite. The words Mojun left Du Yuqiang astonished. Feng Tian continued to introduce the sect-shaking ultimate technique called Fire Dragon Saber, a ruthless fire element martial art. He emphasized its terrifying power, said to be that no one could withstand more than 3 moves of the Fire Dragon Saber. Yet Du Yuqiang immediately noticed the anomaly in that bloody history. Wasn't it that 500 years ago, he attempted to assassinate the tanked leader? Du Yuxiang sat down on the ground, his heart filled with doubt. The martial art of the one who had tried to murder the cult leader had been preserved like a predetermined arrangement, and after hearing it, he felt this system was not truly safe. Feng Tian quietly explained that, at that very moment, the cult leader had taken the initiative to step forward. The predecessor had issued the challenge first, leading to that tragic outcome. He emphasized the core value of this martial art. The Fire Dragon Saber was an immensely powerful supreme skill, strong enough to threaten even the cult leader. However, the fear of demonic nature still haunted the new cult leader's mind. He feared that if he became as deranged as that man, he would attack even those close to him. Faced with his master's wavering, Feng Tian firmly declared that Atula Tianmo's plan had absolutely no flaws. Feng Tian explained in a low voice that Du Yuqiang mastering Silver Soul Kill had been entirely within the former cult leader's calculations. This was originally an orthodox supreme skill from 500 years ago, pure and untainted, allowing him to avoid being invaded by the demonic nature of other martial arts. Though his body was strong, he still remembered the first time he practiced Silver Soul Kill. His father had never given him a single word of praise. Yet reality was completely different from what he had once believed. In his hazy memory, when Du Yuqiang had sunk into deep sleep, Atula Tianmo quietly came to the bed. He gently placed his large hand on his son's head. Stroking him affectionately, he softly whispered, "My son Du Yuqiang, I love you." Returning to reality, Du Yuqiang suddenly realized his father's love. A father who loved him so much would surely not leave behind something that would make him too worried. With renewed faith, he made up his mind. If this could help him surpass Feng Tian without being invaded by demonic nature, then no matter what kind of demonic art it was, he was willing to learn it. The only issue was learning it. There was no need for any review. Du Yuqiang resolutely stepped through the enormous stone gate, heading deep into the center of the volcano. Before his eyes was a sea of crimson lava, radiating terrifying heat, an ancient aura full of pressure. Outside, a sharp-featured man silently watched the volcano from afar, standing at the edge yet still wanting to interfere. He smiled faintly, confident that the mask could deceive others, but no one could look down on his strength. He was certain that priceless treasures were hidden here, his gaze fixed on the treasures he coveted. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Sichuan, a masked figure suddenly stormed into the residence, making everyone scream in terror. The female assassin of the demonic cult woke in a room full of people lying motionless. She gnashed her teeth in fury. Damn it. The harsh truth left her stunned. Those bastards had poisoned the whole village, and the greatest humiliation was that she had fallen asleep while watching the young cult leader. If this situation continued, the ending would not be good. A mysterious black shadow, sword in hand, coldly declared that the price for missing the target and daring to toy with them was death. Rage erupted. The female assassin charged forward, kicked the person lying on the bed hard and roared, "Damn it, you should have guarded more carefully." The kick was not only powerful but also vicious. While searching, she unexpectedly discovered Sun Roland hidden beneath the bed. Suspecting there was more to it, she told herself that hiding a woman like this might be a secret message left behind. She quickly searched Sun Roland's entire body and, sure enough, found a slip of paper. Yet instead of an important secret letter, it was a love letter. "Hello Du Yuqiang, I liked you from the very first moment. Can you become my man?" Reading those deeply affectionate words, calling Du Yuqiang her own sun and moon, the female assassin angrily tore the letter apart in contempt. She grabbed the collar of the sleeping person and roared, "You damned madwoman. At a time like this, what are you still doing?" The female assassin frantically ransacked the room for clues, but it was utterly hopeless, and she could only raise her face to the sky and scream the young cult leader's name in helplessness. Beneath the silent night, Du Yuqiang and Feng Tian walked quietly. Du Yuqiang told himself that Sun Roland was probably sleeping soundly, and believed that not letting Feng Tian throw her away along the road had been an extremely wise decision. Earlier, he had asked Feng Tian to leave her at an inn, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Feng Tian announced in a low voice, "Master, we have arrived." Before them was a massive cavern, crimson lava radiating fierce heat. The air was tense as if they were about to face the final trial. Kang Tian pointed ahead, confirming that the island in the middle of the Sea of Fire was where their arrangement was stored. Witnessing the terrifying scene, Du Yuqiang thought to himself, what kind of person would leave a supreme art in such an insane place? Feng Tian calmly remarked that demonic people were never normal to begin with. Hearing this, Du Yuqiang glanced at that guard with a mocking look, wondering if he truly failed to realize that he himself was also not normal. Feng Tian pointed toward the island and explained the entire secret of the arrangement lies within those stone pillars. Master will undergo 3 stages. In the first trial, he had to use the spirit pill refined by Mo Jun. Looking at the golden spiritual energy radiating from it, Du Yuqiang grew worried. This pill looked anything but simple, and he wondered whether he would have to suffer pain like before this time. Feng Tian immediately reassured him. After taking the medicine, he would not feel pain but would see the mantra engraved on the stone pillar, then finally remove his clothes and place his hand on the fire dragon's true form. Feng Tian continued guiding him. He affirmed that after it was completed, Master would command the fire dragon's power. Du Yuqiang held the spirit pill, sat cross-legged, circulated his energy, and felt a cool stream of spiritual energy spread throughout his body. Silently praised his father's wondrous arrangement, finding it hard to believe that a demonic art could feel so pure. Du Yuqiang's eyes shone brightly, and he thanked his father for this priceless gift. He smiled and quietly removed his clothes, revealing rippling muscles, then resolutely placed his hand on the stone pillar and began the final stage. Once ready, he felt slightly tense. The instant he touched it, a scorching sensation suddenly rushed over him, making his expression change. Du Yuqiang cried out in shock, "What is this? It is too hot." The heat from the stone pillar mercilessly burned his body. Du Yuqiang screamed in agony as he saw the pillar heat up to an uncontrollable degree. Feng Tian, something is wrong. He turned back to look at that guard sitting with his back to him, full of suspicion. Do not tell me you knew this beforehand, Feng Tian. He tried to yank his hand away but was utterly powerless, because it seemed an invisible force was gripping it tightly. Du Yuqiang stood stunned, realizing his hand felt as if it were burning, while that strange stone pillar remained firmly embedded, unmoving. His agonized scream echoed through the cave as he cried desperately for help. "Someone save me." He kept screaming, yet no one came to help, like rescue calls being spammed too fast to answer. Amid the extreme pain, the image of his father suddenly surfaced in his mind. Du Yuqiang sobbed bitterly, aggrieved by paternal love. "This cannot be true. You said you loved me." He screamed in despair, unable to believe his father's love had turned into such horrific physical torment. The new sect leader's screams echoed across the boiling sea of magma. Heat from the stone pillars finally subsided, leaving silence amid the magma. Du Yuqiang stood among the pillars, drenched in sweat, panting as he murmured, "It is finally over." Escaping this situation felt like beating a boss, but the rage of being abandoned flared up the moment he regained his strength. Seeing Feng Tian still sitting calmly with his back turned, he gritted his teeth and charged over, venting his anger with a flurry of punches against the bodyguard. "Your master cried for help and you dared ignore him. Go die already." Though he was being beaten, Feng Tian lay still and took it, wheezing an apology cough. "Master, this subordinate truly deserves punishment." Hearing his master groan, he feared he might accidentally damage the stone pillar. Du Yuqiang frowned and remarked in anger that the bodyguard's tongue was rather smooth. Then he ordered decisively, "Get up." Feng Tian rose slowly. The new sect leader got straight to the point. "Is everything done now? Where is the fire dragon diagram?" Feng Tian quietly reported that it had been engraved onto both of his master's arms. Du Yuqiang checked both arms in shock, seeing no trace on his skin, and asked suspiciously, "I do not see anything." Feng Tian patiently explained that he only needed to focus his mind and cross both hands according to the formation. Once the mental formula aligned, the fire dragon diagram would appear, sounding just like an in-game tutorial. But the difficulty had been set to H1 right from the start. After hearing this, Du Yuqiang felt both curious and excited, secretly telling himself he would summon the fire dragon with his own hands. He clenched his fists and ordered decisively, "Prepare to spar." Feng Tian. Immediately he stepped back and took his stance, while Feng Tian placed a hand on his sword hilt, ready for battle. Du Yuqiang stared at the bodyguard and smirked. "Could it be that you fear the fire dragon?" Feng Tian tightened his grip on the sword hilt and admitted he truly feared the power it radiated. Looking at the burning patterns gradually appearing on his hands, Du Yuqiang thought to himself that if the fire dragon was that formidable, the pain he had just endured was worth it. Blazing spiritual energy erupted, turning into a gigantic fire dragon that coiled around his body. Du Yuqiang proudly declared that he had finally subdued Feng Tian. His eyes blazed red with killing intent. He shot forward like an arrow through the magma cave. His speed was like using every skill at maximum state. Feng Tian hurriedly took a defensive stance, but the new sect leader's speed had already gone beyond control, causing a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering collision. Heat from Du Yuqiang's hand made even the greatsword tremble. The bodyguard was under overwhelming pressure and only managed to cough in astonishment at his master's extraordinary power. The demonic nature of the fire dragon began to overwhelm his reason. Du Yuqiang screamed in pain, "It is too hot." His face twisted under the burning flames, his eyes wild and out of control. He roared, declaring he would kill anyone who came near. His erupting power stunned Feng Tian, leaving him only able to watch as his master charged into madness and unleashed brutal attacks. The cave shook violently under the fire-type power. Du Yuqiang blankly wondered why he had become like this, while only one thought remained in his mind: slaughter. His frenzy reached its peak, and he roared before unleashing a fatal strike at Feng Tian. The bodyguard's eyes widened in horror as he saw his master completely controlled by demonic arts charging over with sky-high killing intent. The air stretched taut as drawn string. In his madness, Du Yuqiang charged forward and drove the blazing sword straight into Feng Tian's chest. The bodyguard's greatsword fell, embedding itself deep in the hot stone floor of the cave. The flames on Du Yuqiang's hands gradually died out, leaving only trembling hands filled with shock. Looking at the fallen subordinate, he stood stunned and thought, "What have I done?" He realized he had fully become the master of the fire dragon. The very instant he summoned the fire dragon diagram, sharp pain and a frenzied urge to kill completely seized his mind. Du Yuqiang looked at his hands in regret, telling himself he had only meant to seriously wound him and retreat, not kill him. Then, a deep voice rang out, "Master." He could not hold back his tears and sobbed, "Feng Tian, I am sorry." Call of master from behind made him jolt in terror. Feng Tian appeared with a stern expression and asked coldly, "How long do you intend to drown in your feelings?" Seeing the bodyguard still safe, Du Yuqiang stammered, "Were you not burned by the fire dragon? A twist like a game respawn." Feng Tian laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha, the fire dragon only recovered 3 times. The fire dragon diagram could only last for 3 moves. Du Yuqiang suddenly realized this, recalling the battle and discovering an important truth. The thrust into Feng Tian had been the 4th move when the fire dragon's flames had already gone out completely. That was why the bodyguard survived what had seemed like a fatal blow. Feng Tian approached and softly called him master. The final move was not a boss outplay, but the game resetting its cooldown by itself. Feng Tian suddenly took Du Yuqiang's hand, recalling Attila Tianmo's words that the fire dragon diagram would protect the successor in a life and death moment. But once it had been used, he had to return here to restore its spiritual energy. Du Yuqiang was stunned, unable to believe it. He realized that his failure had been due to a lack of knowledge, not a lack of skill. Rage flared, and he roared, "This is absurd. Who created this bizarre treasure? It has to recharge spiritual energy before it can be used again." Du Yuqiang angrily struck the stone slab, gritting his teeth as he shouted at Feng Tian, "You bastard, I will kill you." After the spiritual energy finished recharging, the two silently left the volcanic cave beneath the still night. Du Yuqiang raised a hand to his forehead, looking utterly exhausted as he breathed lightly. The group sighed in relief. It is finally over. It is best not to use the fire dragon diagram again. Suddenly he stopped, sensing something unusual. The new sect leader's senses became sharp, and everything grew clear. Wind gently brushed by, insect chirps drifting from the roadside grass. But immediately after, a solemn white figure suddenly appeared vividly in his mind. Du Yuqiang clutched his head in pain, his face twisted from the sudden psychic shock. Evil. Du Yuqiang froze at the sound of metal scraping in the quiet night. Feng Tian was confused, unable to perceive anything, making him wonder if his senses had become too sharp after absorbing spiritual energy. Both walked silently under the dim moonlight, leaving behind the volcano erupting violently. Nearby, a stranger hidden in the shadows shuddered in fear upon realizing his movements seemed discovered. He couldn't believe a kid could see through his advanced concealment techniques. Yet he quickly pushed aside his worry, sneaking toward the mysterious cliff with a sly smile, thinking the adversary's background no longer mattered. Being discovered while concealed must be a game glitch, not just an opponent too strong. The treasure was finally right before him. He rejoiced smugly as he touched the cliff. In an instant, a violent force burst forth, causing him to scream in pain. His cries echoed throughout the boiling volcano, foretelling a disastrous end for the greedy who dared touch what wasn't theirs. Coveting the treasure, he didn't expect it to strike back with a damage combo. Du Yuqiang stepped forward slowly, confirming his intuition was not an illusion. Feng Tian praised the master's sharpness, then looked with annoyance at the one writhing on the ground. Bodyguard coldly said that, without elixirs, the only way to quell the chaos was death using demonic energy. He intended to drag the intruder away for interrogation, but Du Yuqiang stopped him and ordered him to leave the intruder there. Feng Tian respectfully complied and stepped back. Du Yuqiang looked directly at the gasping intruder, confirming he was the one who stole the fire dragon chart. His eyes blazed coldly, declaring he had to endure the searing pain of fire dragon because of him. With a ghostly smile, Du Yuqiang decisively struck to make the thief pay. He tasted brutal punishment, his screams echoing through the mountains and forests. Standing amid the blazing lava sea, Du Yuqiang gazed solemnly at the dying figure. He gritted his teeth in fury, for if this bastard hadn't stolen the fire dragon chart, he wouldn't have suffered the pain of fire dragon. Even wanting to see what tricks he'd play next, Du Yuqiang was already fed up. He coldly ordered Feng Tian to drag him outside. The bodyguard immediately obeyed, lifting the intruder and calling him directly Wu Ying. The thief's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe his secret identity had been exposed so easily. Lifetime in anonymity, now named as if reading a CV before a council. Looking at the pitiful figure of the so-called #1 thief, Du Yuqiang couldn't help but feel disappointed, for he appeared far more ordinary than expected. Feng Tian quietly stepped forward, asking him to hold the prey tightly. Surprised, Wu Ying faced Du Yuqiang's sudden burst of anger. He roared for him to shut up, then unleashed a series of thunderous punches to the thief's face. Du Yuqiang shouted in fury while striking, venting all the pain he had endured over time onto the culprit. He demanded to know if he realized how many times he almost died because of this foolish theft. Every punch carried long festering rage. After venting, Du Yuqiang coldly ordered Feng Tian to investigate the hiding place of the fire dragon chart and the list of those aware of its secrets. Feng Tian immediately employed harsh interrogation methods. He seized the thief's head, lowering his voice to force him to tell the truth. Faced with Wu Ying's stubbornness, the bodyguard released a surge. Thick black energy pressed against his face, repeating the command in a deadly cold voice, making him tremble with fear. Under that suffocating pressure, Wu Ying finally yielded and agreed to confess. Du Yuqiang narrowed his eyes, questioning why he used the supreme insight skill to find the martial method. Yet the treasure had disappeared upon arrival. The thief muttered confirmation, then revealed a shocking fact. The fire dragon chart had actually fallen into Wan Mu's hands. Trembling, he admitted his instinct had warned him never to tell anyone. Du Yuqiang glared angrily. "Old man, do you think a few cunning words can absolve you, thief?" Before him, Wu Ying was being choked by Feng Tian until his eyes rolled back. Bodyguard growled, "How dare a lowly man like you bluster before the master?" The cracking of bones and teeth caused the thief excruciating pain. Yet Feng Tian suddenly informed the master that what he said was true. Du Yuqiang frowned in doubt, asking why then twist his neck. "What do you mean?" Feng Tian coldly explained that the thief's neck bore no mark of anyone who ever held the fire dragon chart. The situation spun wildly, not yet concluded, before a plot twist overturned it on the spot. Du Yuqiang pondered, then who really was it? Feng Tian suggested the mastermind could be the arbitrary guest or another anonymous figure, but the most important matter now was to immediately proceed according to the fourth arrangement. The group quickly arrived at a lush bamboo forest under the night sky. Du Yuqiang decisively said, "All right, move out." Watching Wu Ying quietly follow, he remained vigilant. This one seemed to still hide something, must be monitored closely. Feng Tian again used force to control the thief, as if testing how long he could remain silent. He squeezed his neck, making the thief cry out in pain, "I am not at a." Tied to the group yet interrogated continuously, feeling like an NPC just spawned and forced into a side quest with no escape. Seeing the red mark on the thief's neck, Du Yuqiang recognized it. Wasn't that the shadow seal he had once carved? Feng Tian confirmed that from now on, this one could never escape his hand, ensuring safety. Feng Tian suggested they both change clothes before heading to the next location. Du Yuqiang fully agreed. Yes, must not let another like Wu Ying recognize us. Not just the face, even the clothes needed changing. Disguised in dark blue clothes, they moved silently through the night. Feng Tian clearly ordered his subordinates to wait at Yi Ma Henan in 10 days to report on the martial world. Then the shadow quickly vanished into the air. Going deeper into the bamboo forest, Feng Tian warned in a low voice. From here, things would become increasingly complicated. He explained this forest was protected by an ancient formation. Only the correct path led to the center of the arrangement. Ordinary people who wandered in would only get lost, without facing real danger. Du Yuqiang quietly observed the mysterious space surrounding him. He gently extended his hand to feel it, silently marveling. Ancient martial arts truly carried such power. Feng Tian led Du Yuqiang to the heart of the endless bamboo forest. He pointed to an apparently indefinite space, explaining that between the two bamboo clusters lay the entrance. From the outside, nothing could be seen, but standing inside, one could clearly observe the scenery beyond. Facing the new secret realm, Du Yuqiang asked with curiosity, "Feng Tian, what kind of martial art is the arrangement here?" The bodyguard emphasized, "Mystic spirit divine art." The name alone sounded extraordinary, like a final boss in disguise. Feng Tian explained that this was an extremely powerful supreme art, allowing the summoning of 4 spiritual bodies in physical form. The 4 spiritual bodies, the Black Spirit, White Spirit, Crimson Spirit, and Azure Spirit, acted according to the caster's will, radiating ferocious power. Although it required profound inner force and was difficult to maintain for long, the bodyguard insisted that for his master, this was no problem. Du Yuqiang smiled smugly, worth looking forward to. Only by controlling the 4 spirits could one be worthy of mastering true power. As soon as the words fell, an astonishing surge of aura suddenly came crashing in. Meng Tian widened his eyes in shock and managed to shout for his master. He swiftly grabbed Du Yuqiang and shot away like an arrow. A barrage of deadly techniques tore through the air, fiercely aiming straight at where they had been standing. Blazing red slashes erupted one after another, causing heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosions as dust and smoke rose thickly. When the smoke cleared, 2 sturdy figures were revealed, already standing there waiting. Du Yuqiang's eyes widened, horrified as he recognized the identity of the opponent before him. It was a silver-haired old man holding a paper fan, his presence overwhelming. Du Yuqiang blurted out, "What happened to Wanmu, judging from that aura?" This was clearly no friendly exchange. Without warning, Feng Tian shot forward like an arrow, greatsword in hand. Du Yuqiang froze. Normally Feng Tian would already be roaring for a fight, but this time he rushed forward in silence. A thunderous blast rang out as Feng Tian's sword collided with the old man's paper fan. Du Yuqiang gritted his teeth, memories of Wanmu making his mind spin. Recalling the battle of the past, Du Yuqiang trembled as he realized that if this was Wanmu, he had once joined the soulless divine saint to eradicate the demonic cult 20 years ago. The new sect leader broke out in sweat, shaken to see one of the sect's sworn enemies appear. The sound of metal collisions resounded through the bamboo forest, the great sword and paper fan throwing off fierce sparks. From a distance, Du Yuqiang was stunned to realize the opponent was truly one of the 7 heavenly lords. He could not believe his eyes, sweat streaming down. Why would one of the 7 heavenly lords appear here? The battle erupted violently, clashing powers shaking the bamboo forest as if it were about to collapse. Du Yuqiang anxiously wondered what exactly was going on as the scale of the battle spun beyond control. Even the great expert Wanmu had to admit in shock that there existed someone so strong he could hardly handle him. The white-haired old man braced himself, using the paper fan to withstand the heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power from above. Sensing the situation turning against him, the old man feared that if the fight dragged on, he would truly be in danger. Suddenly Feng Tian vanished like a ghost, making the old man cry out in terror. He disappeared. A chill ran down his spine as the razor-sharp blade had somehow closed in. Wanmu widened his eyes in horror, stunned in place. Old sweat streamed down as death drew close beside him. Before he could react, the countdown of life appeared. Green spiritual energy burst forth and wrapped around the blade, radiating terrifying power. Du Yuqiang decided that everything would end here. Witnessing the divine power, Wanmu was shocked to realize the secret. Could this be the heavenly dragon diagram? Immediately, the 4 radiant spiritual bodies of the 4 spirits appeared, spreading pressure across the entire battlefield. Feng Tian stood amid the ring of spiritual bodies, watching coldly. He shouted, "Troublesome pests," then unleashed the finishing blow, shattering the night. The battle effects looked like a big-budget film with no expense spared. The force from the spiritual bodies formed a gigantic purple pillar of light that descended, making the entire bamboo forest tremble violently. Wanmu cried out in terror before this power. Sensing danger, the old man immediately ordered his disciple to retreat for now. Yang Ren answered shakily, and Tu Ku quickly fled the collapsing ground. In the bamboo forest, a dazed deer watched the 2 master and disciple figures disappear. Wanmu ran while worrying, seeing the bamboo forest formation begin operating fiercely. He told himself he had to leave before being blasted away. Yang Renner asked her master whether those people would steal the supreme art, worried for the fate of 6th martial uncle, now that the secret cave of the heavenly dragon diagram had been invaded. Wanmu pondered, knowing the situation was unclear, then ordered his disciple to ride the white crane away at once. The deadline was pressing close. The white-haired old man decided to stay behind. "That man, I will hold him back." The disciple objected in shock, unwilling to abandon her master, but the old man scolded decisively, "Do not say such foolish things." Despite his disciple's pleading, the old man still struck out and pushed her away to preserve her life. Yang Ren's cry echoed through the vast forest as master and disciple were separated by the formation's force. On the open ground, Du Yuqiang appeared with an icy gaze. Naturally flung by the formation before him, she looked around in shock and stammered, "Who is the stranger?" Yang Ren looked at Du Yuqiang, her heart filled with resentment, as she saw someone who could command an ultimate demon as a subordinate standing calmly with his hands behind his back, arrogant. She swore she would not spare the one who had stolen the arrangement and harmed her master Wanmu. Contrary to his calm appearance, Du Yuqiang trembled, clenching his fist tightly. Behind his back, he feared she would notice the terror that made his body shake. Du Yuqiang told himself he had to quickly explain that he had never met Wanmu to resolve the misunderstanding, and as soon as he spoke, "Wait, I only want to..." Yang Ren roared, "Die, demon," then swung a vicious slash as if to tear space apart. Impossible. With no other choice, Du Yuqiang immediately unleashed the super extreme pure white palm. He used the Peng Mountain guarding release stance to neutralize the attack rushing toward him. A piercing clash echoed throughout the bamboo forest as the forces of both sides wrestled fiercely. Du Yuqiang understood it would be difficult to withstand this with that move alone, so he began thinking of the fire dragon diagram. Felt wronged since he had only wanted to say he had never met her master, yet was forced to use his most brutal secret art. Faced with Yang Ren's fierce questioning about the one who had harmed her master, Du Yuqiang replied coldly, "So what?" To him, the fact that she was still alive and intact was already great fortune. Yang Ren took those words as a provocative admission. "So what if I killed him?" The atmosphere instantly grew taut as a drawn bowstring. Seeing the other side freeze, Du Yuqiang knew he should not drag this out. If he used the fire dragon diagram, she would surely struggle to survive. Yang Ren shouted that she could not stop. Then she charged forward madly, no different from a moth to the flame. Yuqiang swept away at terrifying speed, dragging a surge of dark green spiritual energy behind him. The current tore through the mist, then vanished deep into the bamboo forest, leaving behind a suffocating sense of tension as if the drama had flooded the entire screen. Amid the bamboo forest, sweat streamed down Du Yuqiang's face as he thought he would have nearly taken a fatal blow without the formation's protection. Suddenly, a surge of Jing Tian force erupted. Feng Tian roared, "Die, 7 lords of heavenly might." Even that guard widened his eyes in shock when he saw his master appear. Feng Tian shot forward like a ghost, the great sword tearing through the mist and smoke, leaving Du Yuqiang standing motionless under suffocating pressure. Feng Tian roared, "Master, move aside." Du Yuqiang realized in shock that the sword path was aimed straight behind him. A terrifying truth emerged right behind Du Yuqiang. The old man holding a paper fan had silently appeared. His eyes widened in horror when he realized the most dangerous enemy was closing in. "Behind me is the 7 lords of heavenly might." He had barely turned around before meeting the final boss. Exactly the kind of thing that left a person stunned. The trajectory of Feng Tian's sword clearly pointed behind him, making Du Yuqiang understand that the true enemy was there. Manhwa appeared with a paper fan in hand, murderous intent covering the entire space. Du Yuqiang gritted his teeth and told himself he could not die here. In the next instant, a violent surge of fire energy erupted, enveloping Du Yuqiang's entire body. Facing the strike from above by the old 7 lords of heavenly might, he roared in fury, "I will kill you." Manhwa narrowed his eyes in astonishment at the blazing demonic blade energy surging from the new sect leader, then blurted, "Demonic blade." He swung his fan to withstand the vicious slashes, while the flames kept surging upward. The fire dragon diagram burned everything around it, making the entire space scorching hot as if melting. Du Yuqiang charged forward, delivering a fatal blow that shattered the ground and sent broken stones flying everywhere. Manhwa struggled and let out a grunt as he took the full force of that powerful energy. The white-haired elder narrowed his eyes calculatingly, secretly wondering whether he was trying to hide his true strength. Amid dust and ruins, Du Yuqiang held the blazing sword. Manhwa immediately shot into the air to counterattack. The two sides clashed again and again, creating shockwaves that tore through the mist of the bamboo forest. A massive explosion shook the entire mountain region. Du Yuqiang suddenly fell straight into the bottomless abyss. He realized in shock that this strange change was probably caused by the green bamboo forest formation. In that critical instant, he reached out and grabbed a dry branch on the cliff wall, trying to stop himself from falling into the abyss. After a struggle, Du Yuqiang finally managed to steady himself on the narrow ledge. Just as he regained his focus, a cry calling for master suddenly echoed throughout the space. He realized it was the disciple of the 7 lords of heavenly might rushing over to save the white-haired elder. One upheaval followed another. Du Yuqiang quietly observed, thinking that even if the other side had seized the arrangement, it was still for a dream of his own. He let out a soft breath when he saw Xianhe was still alive, but Feng Tian suddenly appeared with murderous intent surging to the sky, roaring that no one would escape before striking straight at Xianhe. The fierce attack left Xianhe gravely injured, his figure swaying in midair. Looking at the devastated scene, Du Yuqiang understood that the unstable formation was the sign that the green bamboo forest was about to collapse. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy, and Feng Tian narrowed his eyes as he sensed a familiar aura. He coldly ordered Wu Ying to reveal himself at once. Feng Tian loomed behind Wu Ying, who was hiding in the forest, and said coldly, "It really is you. You are still lurking around here. I clearly told you to wait in Yima Henan." Wu Ying was drenched in sweat, realizing in terror that the plan to use the 7 lords of heavenly might as bait had completely failed. A decisive blow struck down, making the thief collapse at once. Feng Tian looked at the man beneath his feet and coldly said that he still had some value, so he would be spared this time. Du Yuqiang stepped forward and nodded lightly in praise of Feng Tian. Wu Ying trembled and kowtowed, blaming himself for letting the 7 lords of heavenly might escape. Du Yuqiang dismissed it, saying that matter was not important. He had something he wanted to ask about the arrangement. He narrowed his eyes and asked whether this layout was connected to Nzing. Feng Tian confirmed with certainty, revealing an ironic truth. Yuqiang pondered and guessed that his father had used the great law of their sect to force information from Sin Sing's corpse. He did not understand why his father had allowed the martial arts of a dead man to become an arrangement meant for him. A bold thought flashed through his mind, making him murmur, could it be that, in truth, everything Sinzing was even more formidable than my father? That question enraged Feng Tian, and he immediately roared, "Utter nonsense, my master." Guard's overreaction, as if his weak spot had been struck, made Du Yuqiang suspect the true purpose behind these arrangements even more. Feng Tian said in a low voice that in the past, he too had once risked his life to ask about the reason for those arrangements. Back then, Lord Asura Tianmo only replied that when you obtain the 7th arrangement, you will naturally understand. Everything you have seen so far is only the surface. Du Yuqiang froze, inwardly wondering what the 7th arrangement truly meant if everything before this had had only been a shell, but he quickly pushed that thought aside, because what worried him more now was that he could not receive this arrangement. Du Yuqiang anxiously asked what would happen if they failed to receive the arrangement this time, and Feng Tian answered decisively that they had to go to the place where the backup plan was set. Remembering the terror of the fire dragon diagram, Du Yuqiang shuddered, not knowing what other strange martial arts might be waiting ahead. Seeing his master uneasy, Feng Tian affirmed that next time, he absolutely would not let the arrangement fall into someone else's hands. Under Du Yuqiang's doubtful gaze, the guard revealed that the master still had one final subordinate, and just hearing it already made him seem more dangerous than the original. Feng Tian explained that to protect the master and the arrangement of the blue wave sword, they needed someone specialized in serving as the main attacker. He released a chilling killing intent and declared that since the enemy was a villain from the 7 Lords of Heavenly Might, it was time to summon Pian Fu. Amid the night, a blazing red phantom with a grotesque face appeared, ready for the coming battle, and one look was enough to know this matchup was brutal. Feng Tian reported in a low voice that the master still had one final subordinate. Du Yuqiang was stunned and wondered inwardly, so there was still one more subordinate. Feng Tian affirmed that since the 7 Lords of Heavenly Might had appeared, summoning Pian Fu was necessary, and the image of a blazing red monster with a terrifying smile emerged, signaling that Madman was about to return. Seeing Feng Tian's extremeness, Du Yuqiang grew even more worried. Feng Tian was already abnormal, so how insane would Pian Fu be? Immediately afterward, Feng Tian delivered a heaven-shaking kick at Wu Ying and roared, "Swear loyalty to the master at once." The bewildered thief wondered how a bandit like him, who had once stolen a national treasure, could be worthy of becoming the great master's subordinate. But Feng Tian asked coldly, "So what?" Feng Tian roared furiously, "Who said you were a subordinate? You are nothing at all. There are only 2 choices, die here or be loyal." Wu Ying was so aggrieved he wanted to cry, unable to understand why he was being forced into loyalty yet still looked down upon, so he could only kneel and swear an oath to save his life. Yet Feng Tian continued roaring that he should be dealt with, believing his oath was not sincere enough. He forced the thief to shout, "Long live Du, long live 1,000,000 years, the kind of logic only a boss could probably understand." With no other choice, Wu Ying had to roar out in humiliation, "Yes, 1,000 years, 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years, long live, 10,000, 10,000 years." Wu Ying offers his loyalty. Du Yuqiang watched that ridiculous farce and could only clutch his head in weary disgust at Feng Tian's nonsense. When the thief curiously asked about the master's title, the guard immediately delivered another heavy kick, scolding him for being unqualified to hear that name. Feng Tian ordered him to go to Mount Dabi and deliver the message that the Lord was waiting in Luoyang, while threatening that if he dared disobey, he would make him suffer. Wu Ying the divine thief accepted the order with a trembling voice, then quickly vanished into the night. Du Yuqiang watched his figure and inwardly marveled at his lightning-fast fleeing speed, while Feng Tian reminded him that once the fire dragon diagram had been used, they had to return. "Return here to recover spiritual energy." Hearing this, Du Yuqiang snapped in suspicion. "What nonsense are you talking about? What fire dragon?" But Feng Tian insisted that he had seen flames shoot into the sky with his own eyes, nearly destroying half of his life. Feng Tian stressed in a low voice that the urgent matter was to prepare for the next arrangement, because the 7 Lords of Heavenly Might had already taken action, and he declared that he would devote himself fully to serving the master. Du Yuqiang tried circulating his energy to check his cultivation, but immediately afterward, he cried out in pain, "Ah, damn it." The scene quickly shifted the majestic Mount Dabi beneath the silent night. In a hidden corner, Wu Ying was lying low, his heart uneasy because of the afterimage mark on his body. He was confident that if he used his invisibility escape at full power, no one under heaven could trace him. He had come here to confirm whether the afterimage mark could truly pierce through his supreme stealth technique. 2 quiet hours passed. He was pleased that no one had discovered him yet, believing he had escaped that pack of demons. But then a calm voice suddenly sounded right beside his ear. "I have kept you waiting." The thief's eyes bulged in terror when he discovered that his whereabouts had been exposed. A man with long blue hair appeared, saying he was late because he had just gone to observe someone, and seeing the stranger see through his invisibility escape, Wu Ying realized in horror that it was Pian Fu. He wondered in shock why a demonic path cultivator had a face as gentle as someone from the righteous path. The blue-haired man stepped closer and asked if he knew Feng Tian, whether that fellow was still well, then laughed, making Wu Ying grit his teeth as he realized they were indeed accomplices. Pian Fu coldly demanded to see the afterimage mark on his chest. Wu Ying trembled and obeyed, and after glancing at it, he remarked calmly, "A private mark, so you are only a pawn." The thief resentfully asked what message the old man had passed on, but he was immediately stopped. Pian Fu glared coldly and asked how he dared call him an old man. "You are not qualified to address him that way. You are only a minor pawn." Insulted, Wu Ying inwardly cursed that all of them were equally rotten, while Pian Fu told him coldly to put his clothes back on properly. In Luoyang, myriad view tower appeared dazzling beneath the lantern light amid the quiet night. Inside a luxurious room, Du Yuqiang waited pensively for the new subordinate to appear, thinking inwardly that Pianfu was about to arrive, and wondering what kind of person he was. A knock sounded at the door, making Feng Tian instantly wary as he asked loudly, "Who is it?" A graceful woman pushed the door open and entered, introducing herself as the Tower Master, and seeing the dull atmosphere, she gently offered to summon several stunning courtesans to serve them. But all that answered her enthusiasm was Feng Tian's cold gaze and sharp shout. Get out! Meeting such difficult guests was truly the worst luck. After being driven away so bluntly, the Tower Master forced a smile and withdrew, still not forgetting to say that if they needed anything, they could call her at any time. As soon as the door closed, Feng Tian coldly muttered about cheap courtesans. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy again. Du Yuqiang stood up, intending to go out for some air, but Feng Tian immediately blocked him, sternly ordering his master to sit down and threatening to act if he tried to flee. Du Yuqiang angrily shouted for him to sit down because this matter was not simple. The room was tense as if a battle was about to break out, and he sighed, growing even more uneasy about Pianfu, only hoping he would not be too insane. Of course, both of them sensed a strange aura rapidly approaching at the same time. Feng Tian squinted, his voice deep as he stated, "They have arrived." The aura surged like the wind yet remained extremely subtle. Two dark figures silently followed the corridor and stopped before the door. Du Yuqiang held his breath, eyes blazing as he realized the crucial moment had come. Pianfu had appeared. Feng Tian coldly ordered, "Let him in." The door slowly opened. A calm man entered, bowed respectfully, "Long live, long live. Long live, long live, long, long live. I have longed day and night to meet master." He knelt down, proudly introducing himself. Pianfu pays homage to the great master. Seeing the newly arrived subordinate, Du Yuqiang could not hide his joy, excitement rising in his heart. He observed quietly with hope, a gentle face, a smile unlike that of a demonic person. Unexpectedly, among the subordinates, there was someone so ordinary, if only he had met him sooner. Pianfu glanced at Wu Ying and said, "Elder, I have returned the neck to the good soldier you sent." The words made the thief tremble in terror. Feng Tian strode forward, his voice deep as he ordered, "It is enough that master has seen the true face. Quickly put on the retrieval mask." Pianfu respectfully bowed his head and obeyed. "Yes, elder." The moment he saw the gentle face, his uneasy instincts triggered warning mode. Immediately after, he put on the eerie mask. A red demonic aura exploded, transforming his gentle face into a fierce expression with a terrifying smile and sharp teeth. He exclaimed with delight, "Long time no wear the retrieval mask. The feeling is amazing." Du Yuqiang froze, his face contorted in horror at the terrifying transformation. Feng Tian calmly ordered Wu Ying to prepare clothing, incense, and luggage for the journey, then head to the military shop to await further orders. The thief could only bow in fear. Everything turned around faster than flipping a rice paper. He had not comprehended anything. Du Yuqiang asked in confusion, "There is already an ordinary face. Why still wear the retrieval mask?" Pianfu smirked and replied, "The two of you are also wearing concealed masks. The retrieval mask is Attila Tianmo's supreme order, to maintain the demonic sex demeanor." He laughed wildly, "Isn't it impressive, master? Ha!" That arrogant attitude angered Feng Tian. He glared, the killing intent pressed sharply toward Pianfu. "If you dare laugh insolently before master again, I will truly deal with you." Pianfu showed no fear, glaring back defiantly. "Elder, do you wish to test me now?" The killing aura of the two masters clashed fiercely, shaking the entire room, the walls seemingly about to crack. Yu Xiang was caught between two madmen, desperately clutching his head, not knowing what to do. He gritted his teeth, his face darkened, then shouted in anger, "I want to punish both of you." Normally quiet night of Luoyang was torn apart by explosive sounds from Wanjing Tower, causing lanterns hanging high to shake violently. In the room, Du Yuqiang could only sip his tea, face full of annoyance and sweat at the endless noise from the subordinates. Sitting and drinking tea felt no different from watching a chaotic battle. The door suddenly swung open. Feng Tian stepped in, dragging Pianfu along like a sack. He threw the subordinate to the floor, then roared, "Quickly beg master for forgiveness and remember, never speak insolently before master like that again." Though he had just been beaten badly, his clothing shredded, Pianfu still wore a sly smile with sharp teeth. He casually asked, "Master, must I apologize?" Haha. Realizing the atmosphere had grown too tense, Pianfu finally reined in his arrogance. He knelt to explain, "The retrieval mask is a special demonic art. Without regular use it is easy to lose control and go berserk." He earnestly begged master to forgive his rudeness. Seeing someone still able to smile after being beaten, Du Yuqiang was speechless, finally just said, "Fine, I understand." But Feng Tian was still angry. He pointed and shouted that Pianfu caused chaos, rendering the concealed mask ineffective, even demanding the subordinate pay with his life. Pianfu immediately rebutted, saying everything went wrong because Feng Tian insisted on dueling first. Just then, a purple-haired woman with commanding presence appeared. She angrily shouted, "You smashed my tavern and still speak calmly." Before internal punishment could occur, the house owner arrived demanding compensation. Yu Qiang squinted to observe the woman who had just appeared, guessing she was the owner of this tavern. She fiercely demanded why they dared create chaos in Hao Men territory. Seeing Feng Tian about to act, Du Yuqiang quickly intervened, instructing the subordinate not to harm them. Explain clearly they are ordinary people. Feng Tian respectfully obeyed. But the new cult leader's words only added fuel to the fire. The tavern owner squinted, furious, then sneered at being treated as ordinary in her own domain. Every word hit the hot spot, truly escalating the drama. Today I will show you how terrifying the martial world is. The Hao Men leader roared arrogantly and signaled to attack, yet his force had not even fully erupted. Feng Tian dashed like a ghost, swiftly striking a series of pressure points in a flash. In an instant, the steel-like hands of the guard clamped onto the mirror, the leader's face terrifying him, cold sweat streaming as he realized danger had closed in. Before he could react long, he had to bow. Feng Tian quietly slammed the door, decisively removing all outside trouble and returned to master. Du Yuqiang looked at Pian Fu still kneeling on the floor, asked in a deep voice, "What have you been doing where?" Behind the eerie retrieval mask, he respectfully reported that he had remained hidden at Great Secret Mountain, silently observing the world and waiting for the opportunity. He recounted that he had quietly monitored all the upheavals from the destruction of the Crane Dragon Gang to recent shocking events in the martial world had left him terrified. Pian Fu had been waiting for Day Master would gather all the arrangements to dominate, but he did not expect Tian 7 generals to intervene disrespectfully. Pian Fu's eyes flared with fanatic intensity. He clenched his fists, swearing that no matter what happened, the subordinates would annihilate all of Tian 7 generals. Du Yuqiang squinted suspiciously, thinking the subordinate, just beaten so badly, still dares to claim he will defeat famous masters. He asked coldly again how. Pian Fu still smiled menacingly under the mask, firmly affirming he would accomplish it at any cost. Du Yuqiang began to feel uneasy, wondering if when he unleashed his full power, would this man still be more terrifying than Feng Tian? For even though easily defeated, his killing aura still sent shivers down the spine. He calmly concluded, after all, only total extermination suffices. Du Yuqiang froze, asking how, then received a completely insane answer, "Kill thoroughly." Witnessing that nonchalant attitude and twisted smile, Du Yuqiang became furious and shouted, "Are you mocking me?" At that moment, Feng Tian strode over and confirmed that Pian Fu truly possessed the deadly power he claimed. However, the loyal guard also proposed a deeper strategy. The targets to be eliminated were not only the elders of Tian 7 generals, but also their younger successors. Once the next generation was wiped out, the roots of the enemy would be completely shaken. Hearing the plan alone sent chills, truly going all out. For Du Yuqiang, if his father's arrangement fell into the hands of Tian 7 generals, it would be meaningless. He pondered silently, if gaining power meant harming innocents, then he would be no different from the brutal, demonic people out there. No matter how important that dream was, he would not accept losing his nature to achieve it. His gaze firm, he said decisively, "I will not allow it." Feng Tian immediately spoke up to stop him, believing every obstacle had to be eliminated at any cost. That person would die sooner or later. But Du Yuqiang stated in a low voice that his mind was made up. Once he switched into righteous mode, he absolutely refused to turn back. Feng Tian and Pian Fu quietly looked at each other. The bodyguard silently realized that no matter how loyal they were, they still seemed unable to fully act according to the master's wishes. He bitterly believed this was the treacherous nature rooted deep in the demonic sect. Stubbornness of his subordinates immediately enraged Du Yuqiang. He slammed the table and shouted, "I said no means no. Do you truly want to provoke my anger?" Before the new sect leader's fury, Feng Tian and Pian Fu were both bewildered, not understanding where they had gone wrong. Du Yuqiang continued shouting, "I said do not kill, so do not kill. Their life and death are mine to decide." Seeing the master suddenly erupt, Feng Tian hurriedly knelt, sincerely accepting that noble command. Pian Fu also panicked and admitted his fault, blaming himself for being disrespectful, because he had not understood that the master wanted to deal with those people personally. Feng Tian then ordered Pian Fu to carry out the command. The demon man agreed with a strange laugh, guaranteeing that the arrangement would belong to the master, and that successor would also be brought back by any means. With just one shout, the whole group understood the rules of the game on their own. After the situation calmed, Feng Tian reminded him in a low voice, "My lord, we must depart. It is time to retrieve the fourth backup arrangement." Du Yuqiang softly exhaled and asked the location of the next arrangement, but received only mysterious silence. Seeing Feng Tian standing still with a grave expression, he could not help wondering why he was so silent. Feng Tian quietly turned his eyes into the distance. There, a solemn ancient temple and a colossal golden Buddha statue emerged in the night. He loudly revealed the destination, Mount Song Shaolin. Hearing Shaolin was enough to know this match would no longer be easy to breathe through. Halfway up Lotus Peak on Mount Song, the Green Forest Punitive Force was holding an urgent meeting inside a small house. Feng Tian, the leader of the Heavenly Prestige Seven Lords, asked thoughtfully whether everything until now had been caused by the one called Feng Tian. He recalled the day Wei Xian was found, when that divine physician asked to return to the righteous path in exchange for establishing the punitive force. Their suspicion grew when they discovered the body of Sect Master Huanghua and his final words at Wude Mountain. Although traces of the Five Fate demon god remained at the scene, causing everyone to blame the demonic sect, in truth Xiao Mian had ascended to the throne less than a year ago. For him right now, stabilizing the interior had to be the top priority. This made them suspect that a third force was secretly intervening. From the Black Dragon Gang, the White Drag Division, to the Sichuan Tang sect, they had been destroyed one after another, and all shared the same signs. Everything seemed to have been orchestrated from behind the scenes by Feng Tian, and the one called his master. The Shaolin abbot, Buling, softly chanted, Namo Guanxin Bodhisattva. An evil ghost has indeed appeared in the martial world. Mr. Guangshan was also worried this was a scheme to push the righteous path into conflict with the demonic sect. Looking at it this way, someone was clearly secretly turning the drama up to a more intense level. Jian Wang fully agreed and immediately renamed the Green Forest Punitive Force the Demon Subjugation Pursuit Squad, preparing for a great war with the demonic sect. He assigned the Qingcheng sect to monitor movements along the border, while asking Ghost Gate to send word to the remaining sects. Elder Lei Zhenzi of the Qingcheng sect quietly nodded and accepted the order. Jian Wang firmly believed the righteous path had always united to save the martial world, and the Demon Subjugation Pursuit Squad would do the same this time. After the meeting inside the quiet room, Buling softly asked Jing Tian, could the person who defeated Qian He also be Feng Tian? Jing Tian lightly shook his head, admitting they still had not uncovered that person's true identity. However, when he looked at the map, he was shocked to realize that the movements of Feng Tian and his master strangely overlapped with the locations of the arrangements. If news of the arrangements had leaked, it would be very hard to explain what happened to Xian He at this place. Put the pieces together, and clearly someone was intervening from behind the scenes. Seeing an object gives rise to desire. When one sees treasure, greed will awaken. Once the martial world learns of these arrangements, blood will surely be spilled again. Jing Tian resolved to help Yang Ren seize the layout at Shaolin Temple before things went out of control. Meanwhile, in the forest near Mount Song, the Valley Master, the Ghost Valley Master coldly looked at the person who had just appeared, asking whether he had come again to hire him to assassinate that young man. That person was none other than Wu Xian. He explained in a low voice why he still could not let go, because he had seen in them the cruel shadow of the past. Even I still do not know what their true identities are. The Ghost Valley Master faintly smirked. He reminded him that knowing when to stop was what made a wise man. Wu Xian suddenly offered an irresistible lure, the Great Rejuvenation Pill. He revealed that saving Xian he had made the heavenly prestige Seven Lords owe him a great favor. Divine Physician affirmed that asking them to take the Great Rejuvenation Pill as a token of thanks was completely reasonable. Just mentioning the Great Rejuvenation Pill was enough to make anyone instantly switch into rare item hunting mode like a gacha game. This was a legendary secret medicine, said to be impossible to buy even after spending an entire fortune. The Ghost Valley Master's eyes shone with ambition when he saw the spirit pill glowing with emerald radiance. He believed that with this priceless treasure, he would be strong enough to personally take Du Yuqiang's life. The moment he saw something premium, his greed immediately maxed out. Buling thoughtfully asked Jing Tian whether the one who defeated Xian He was Feng Tian. Jing Tian shook his head, admitting they still had not determined the true identity. The culprit's true identity remained unclear. He realized that the movements of Feng Tian and the mysterious master suspiciously matched the places with arrangements. If this secret leaked, the state of the martial world would become more chaotic than ever. He thought to himself, seeing an object gives rise to desire. When greed awakens before treasure, blood will surely spill again. To prevent tragedy from happening, Jing Tian resolved to help Yang Ren seize the layout at Shaolin Temple as quickly as possible. He quietly entered the sick room, where Yang Ren lay recuperating with a pale face. Seeing her master arrive, she weakly called out. Jing Tian gently asked after his disciple's health, his heart full of worry, then reassured her that Xian He only needed time to recover. Yang Ren sadly blamed herself, believing that her own shortcomings had caused her seventh master to suffer, while Bai He's death was an unbearably great pain. Jing Tian placed a hand on her shoulder, affirming that the fault did not lie with her, but with the thieves and those who fought over the arrangements, forcing Wanmu to step forward. Yang Ren lightly nodded, feeling more at ease after knowing Wanmu was still safe after that difficult battle. During that eased the guilt somewhat, but the drama had not cooled down at all. Jing Tian quietly left the room, inwardly surprised to realize that the drunkard had actually told the complete truth. Another elder entered and asked about Yang Ren's condition, while confirming that he had used the secret Thunder Eye technique to read the enemy's memories, so the information was absolutely accurate. He then asked about the whereabouts of the other divine lords among the heavenly prestige Seven Lords. Jing Tian reported that Jian Xian had arranged to meet at Weicheng, in Hebei, while the three lords were currently stationed at the location of the next arrangement. News kept pouring in like a group chat reporting crisis everywhere. Feng Tian warned everyone in a low voice to be extremely careful before regrouping, because the true enemy was vicious and absolutely could not be underestimated. Yang Ren quickly prepared, and the two immediately departed without hesitation. At Shaolin, Du Yuqiang and Feng Tian arrived at a large cliff hidden among the sorrowful forest. Seeing the subordinate busy at work, Du Yuqiang asked, "What are you doing?" Feng Tian calmly replied, "I am clearing these rocks." Du Yuqiang immediately realized this was the secret entrance to the magical arrangement. He was surprised that there was no protective formation at all. The two silently stepped in the dark cave, Du Yuqiang wondering who had created this place. Feng Tian revealed that Wu Ju had set up the arrangement, recounting that the old man had once been placed in the Grey Repentance Cave, but secretly tunneled his way out. Du Yuqiang was shocked to learn that the old man had dared to create demonic arts right within Shaolin Temple. He could not contain himself, shouting he is truly insane, and wondered if Shaolin reviewed personnel. Feng Tian admitted the old man was not rational but emphasized that Atula Tianmo cared deeply about this arrangement. Hanzhen and Master said this martial art would not cause pain, so abandoned prejudices about demonic arts like the fire dragon diagram. Even so, Du Yuqiang felt uneasy, and the more he listened, the more anxious he became. After trudging through the dark cave, Feng Tian stopped and announced clearly, "We have arrived." The reassurance felt like unlocking a full 7 HD combo. Standing before the dark entrance, a solemn scene. Looking around, this place resembled a prison, oppressive and sealed. Nguyen Thian Jiang Jiak confirmed this was where the arrangement was hidden. Approaching the cliff, Du Yuqiang saw ancient scriptures densely carved on the walls. He wondered if these were the teachings Wu Ju left after enlightenment. Though creating demonic arts, Wu Ju was still a Shaolin monk, and Du Yuqiang began reading the characters carefully. The technique was simple: channel internal energy to the center of the body, gently insert and then withdraw. Repeated and persistent, this sensation would lead to bliss. Cryptic words stunned Du Yuqiang, who angrily cursed the monk for leaving behind seductive demonic arts. Feng Tian hurried to clarify those characters were not demonic arts, but instructions to open the secret stone door. He explained the wall would only open after an hour of alternating push and pull. Du Yuqiang was skeptical. Feng Tian confirmed and told him to rest. It felt more like a gym routine than a martial manual. The sound of shifting stone echoed through the cave as Feng Tian began to work. Sitting outside, Du Yuqiang worried as he thought Wu Ju had not only created demonic arts but left bizarre instructions. The more he thought, the more uneasy he felt, deciding to persuade Feng to do it again. As he stepped forward, a surge of red energy flashed in his mind, causing him to hesitate. The more he suspected, the more it felt like touching a major project. The heavy stone movement signaled that the door had opened. Feng Tian stepped back, respectfully reporting, "Master has opened it." Du Yuqiang stood motionless with a strange expression. The bodyguard called worriedly. Du Yuqiang slowly raised his head, eyes shining confidently, spiritual energy surrounding his body. Smiling slightly, "Rest assured, subordinate, do not worry. It will be fine." Feng Tian stood silently before the wall, witnessing the strong spiritual energy manifest. The figure of Grandmaster Wu Ju appeared like a powerful illusion in the dark cave. Du Yuqiang stepped forward, touching the transmission point with a mysterious smile. Feng Tian stood behind, observing, puzzled to see his master, who had always rejected demonic arts, now enchanted. He silently wondered whether he should have destroyed this place earlier. Yet the master who once condemned demonic arts now smiled as if enchanted. Truly unbelievable. In Feng Tian's mind, Atula Tianmo's instructions from years past resurfaced. At that time, the previous sect leader emphasized the fourth arrangement, spirit transfer demon art, extremely important, for his son alone to inherit, absolutely not to be leaked. It must not fall into Shaolin's hands. Atula Tianmo explained Wu Ju was a fanatic monk and what he left behind was demonic art, the most terrifying in history, but the goal was not for Du Yuqiang to practice demonic arts, but to extract its essence. Feng Tian was curious. When asked the name of the terrible demonic art, the sect leader replied, "Dark night, profound divine art, radiating brilliant light." During the transmission, the final warning from his father resounded that if Du Yuqiang possessed this power, the world would have to turn its eyes toward hell. Atula Tianmo affirmed to Feng Tian that the essence within must be taken, not the demonic art itself. When the bodyguard asked about the terrible demonic art, the sect leader revealed its name, Dark Night, Profound Divine Art. Just hearing the name was terrifying. The father warned that if Du Yuqiang had it, the world would have to face hell. Back in the dark cave, Du Yuqiang moaned softly as he felt Wu Ju's illusionary hand on his head. His unease vanished, replaced by a strange solemnity. Though sensing something amiss, Du Yuqiang realized he could not resist this power, silently wondering if this was soul-binding dark magic. The illusionary old monk asked, "This is a fragment of Dark Night, Profound Divine Art. Do you feel suffering?" Du Yuqiang quietly replied, "No." The old man smiled, introducing himself, "I am Wu Ju." He respectfully bowed. Du Yuqiang greets Wu Ju. Seeing that he was still uneasy, Wu Ju asked if he wanted to go elsewhere and told him to close his eyes. Calmly thinking of the place he most wanted to go, regrettably there was no safe game exit option. Though everything was strange, Du Yuqiang silently followed the instructions. Immediately, the sound of crashing waves resounded. He was brought out of the dark cave to the deep blue sea under the radiant sky. Du Yuqiang opened his eyes in astonishment. Before him, fishermen joyfully pulling nets under lively sounds. The laughter of children echoed as they played freely in the cool water. Du Yuqiang froze, looking around, realizing he was amidst the peaceful scenery of Hainan Island. Grandmaster Wu Ju explained that this was the place he had always dreamed of, where no worldly grudges remained, only simple happiness. Du Yuqiang was amazed at the monk's insight into the heart, knowing he had always yearned to leave the demonic path for peace. Wu Ju affirmed that, in this space, he could grasp all things in the world. Du Yuqiang acknowledged he had misunderstood the demon knight mystic art, but the monk revealed the reason for its fearsome reputation, because it could nullify all martial arts. Hearing this, anyone would wish to immediately withdraw from the martial world. Nullify martial arts, he thought, astonished by this earth-shattering secret. Instantly, violent images of the martial world surfaced in his mind. On the blood-soaked battlefield, screams echoed as humans frantically slashed at each other. Careless sword strikes cut through flesh, spreading death and resentment everywhere. Grandmaster Wuju mused, recognizing that those pursuing power were ultimately driven by anxiety and fear. The Demon Knight mystic art was created to eliminate that fear, break boundaries, and bring peace. For him, true power lay in love and tranquility. Suddenly, a surge of terrifying energy called Heaven Earth-shattering force erupted, blinding the martial artists with dazzling light. Brilliant butterflies named Seven Leaves appeared, fluttering around the warriors in the space. One tried to strike, but a butterfly glided past lightly, full of mystery. Immediately, he widened his eyes in terror as strange phenomena erupted around him. His body completely restrained, he collapsed in pain. The radiant butterflies glided past, causing the warriors to drop their weapons and fall in astonishment. Witnessing this miraculous scene, Du Yuqiang realized this was a bloodless battle in truth. Grandmaster Wujudra Mak asked if he had the strength to bring peace to the world, to make people abandon killing intent and regain the light of their hearts. Moved by the great path, Du Yuqiang sincerely knelt down. Accept me as your disciple. Please teach me. Wu Ju smiled kindly, saying before teaching he would show one final lesson. He led him into an ancient room and asked about the dirtiest thing in the world. Du Yuqiang hesitated, answering, perhaps excrement, making the monk laugh at his unease. Wu Ju pointed to a woman changing her child's diaper and said gently, "Look, there is a woman doing that." Even seeing excrement, she still smiled. "So, what did you see?" Du Yuqiang fell silent, realizing the same object could appear completely different depending on one's heart. Wu Ju affirmed that the root of thought was the core of the Demon Knight mystic art, where truth exists naturally, but humans must free their minds to see it. Upon reaching that state, the world of peace appeared, like a mother's happy smile holding her child amid brilliant butterflies. That was the secret to worldly peace. Realizing this state, even the martial world would silently respect it. Back in the dark cave reality, Feng Tian stood quietly by the ancient cliff. He saw radiant aura emanating from the stone door. The bodyguard bowed respectfully, "Master, welcome back." Feng Tian's expression suddenly changed, sweat streaming as he sensed an extremely strange energy approaching. A sudden burst of spiritual power threw everything around. Amid the dust, Du Yuqiang stepped out mysteriously, but surrounding him were legions of giant insects flying chaotically, making Feng Tian exclaim in horror, "Master, what is happening?" Du Yuqiang smiled faintly, pointing at a beautiful butterfly. Feng Tian, "Look." He said that upon enlightenment, the world would appear differently, advising his subordinate not to fear loss of martial power, then released the 7 leaves to help others attain enlightenment. Witnessing his master's strange actions, Feng Tian panicked and drew his sword. "Master, please come to your senses." The new sect leader dashed forward at incredible speed, tearing through space ahead, leaving those behind gasping, questioning their chosen path. Feng Tian's eyes widened in terror, sweat streaming as he could not believe what was happening. In the space, Du Yuqiang smiled mysteriously, full of satisfaction. He murmured, "So this is enlightenment," leaving Feng Tian frozen and stunned. Immediately afterward, Du Yuqiang shot forward like an arrow toward the imposing Shaolin temple under the dawn light. Those below did not understand, only seeing the rapid approach. Looking from above, Du Yuqiang clicked his tongue, fleeing. "Really, Feng Tian?" He landed in the training ground where hundreds of Shaolin disciples were practicing and observed his surroundings. The figures were still absorbed in practicing their strikes and kicks. He shook his head in exasperation, not expecting those devoted to Buddha to be so concerned with martial arts. He approached a monk and gave a mysterious smile, signaling that he would show them something. Meanwhile, the disciples remained bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The masters hiding in the chambers began to take action. They started to feel the terrifying power spreading. Suddenly, Du Yuqiang unleashed heaven and earth-shattering force, creating a powerful shock that shook the entire ancient temple. He looked at the crowd and declared boldly, "I will teach you what true repentance is." From above, looking down at the disciples practicing eagerly, Du Yuqiang clicked his tongue mockingly. Truly unexpected that those devoted to Buddha still cling to strikes and kicks. He gave a mesmerizing smile and decisively declared, "Let me show you." Instantly a practicing monk froze, sensing an abnormal aura enveloping the entire space. The sudden appearance of the uninvited guest made the masters in Shaolin Temple uneasy. Jing Tian squinted at the scene outside, his face showing concern. Another elder slowly sat by the tea table, his mood heavy. In the silent space, Du Yuqiang unleashed heaven and earth-shattering force, causing the entire ancient temple to tremble violently. He looked at the crowd and clearly declared, "I will teach you what true repentance is." A black spiritual aura enveloping the Shaolin architecture, creating a demonic atmosphere. From afar, the Shaolin elder, shocked, covered his mouth, his breath becoming rapid under the heavy pressure. The old man was drenched in sweat, his face distorted in horror, exclaiming, "This terrible stench. What exactly is happening?" The edges of his lips began to swell red. Everyone understood the danger was approaching. Amid the chaos, Jian Wang and Bu Ling rushed forward. Jing Tian, seeing the two masters appear with stunned expressions, Jing Tian hurriedly responded when Jian Wang and Bu Ling asked about the current situation, receiving shocking news. Shaolin Temple was besieged by swarms of flies and maggots. He stated that the elders and disciples had to use the ADR formation to temporarily seal the disaster-causing demon. The angelic army gritted their teeth asking, "Who is that demon?" Everyone immediately realized this was no simple matter. Bu Ling explained in a deep voice covered by black aura. The appearance was unclear, but the voice indicated a male around 20 years old. Jing Tian worriedly asked about the sect's casualties, but before he could receive an answer, the disciples' horrifying screams echoed through the space, frightening them both. Jing Tian's eyes widened. It was the disciples' screams. Realizing the urgency, he ordered that there could be no delay. Move quickly. The three great masters rushed like lightning across the courtyard, enveloped by deadly black aura. Everyone understood this battle would be brutal. Screams tore through the solemn air of Shaolin Temple. Disciples fell in agony, crying out in despair, eyes wide with terror. The scene was horrific as monks continuously vomited strange fluids, their bodies almost incapable of resisting. Amid the chaos, Du Yuqiang, with a mesmerizing face and mad smile, roared, "The 80 Arhats freed by Earth Light." He looked at the remaining, challenging, "Who's next?" Unable to stand watching the disciples being tortured, Jian Wang gritted his teeth, drew his sword, and dashed at the disaster causer like lightning. The people panicked, realizing the boss's attack method was bizarre and unsanitary. Witnessing the opponent's monstrosity, Jian Wang maintained his composure and shouted, "Monstrosity is merely a form of martial arts." Called the masters to unite. Once they acted together, Jian Wang and Bu Ling unleashed their ultimate skills, forming a pincer attack against Du Yuqiang arrogantly on the hall roof. Facing two righteous great masters, the new sect leader simply raised his hand and calmly performed. All things returned to life. A wave of black aura spread, carrying swarms of flies surrounding the master's entire space. Jian Wang, horrified, swung his slashes through the black bone veil, but to no avail, cautioning his teammates careful not to get touched. However, Du Yuqiang closed in, with a malicious smile, gently ordering the earth light to strike. In the blink of an eye, his bizarre energy infiltrated Jian Wang, causing him to exclaim in panic, "T since when?" Instantly, both Jian Wang and Bu Ling collapsed, vomiting multicolored fluids in extreme pain. Du Yuqiang laughed triumphantly upon witnessing the great master's fall. "Even you vomited earth light," he walked among the writhing, uttering insane teachings. They had abandoned the burden of martial arts to achieve true freedom in the realm of non-thought. Bright butterflies fluttered around the gasping, creating a grotesque scene. Jian Wang struggled to lift his head, cursing while vomiting, saying, "What the hell is this?" Bu Ling seemed to fall into an illusion of demonic arts. He muttered blankly, "So that's how it is." Their bodies felt as if they had just fought, each covered in indescribable wounds. Grandmaster Ta Ling clasped his hands respectfully, muttering truths of no self and liberation from afflictions, immersed in bizarre meditation, repeating the sutras on form and void, making the space demonic. Witnessing the Shaolin abbot enter an abnormal state of enlightenment, the divine army screamed in horror, unable to believe their eyes. Outsiders would wonder if this was cultivation or a game glitch. He roared in frustration, seeing disciples attain enlightenment through the demon's method. Du Yuqiang laughed arrogantly, mocking that upon reaching enlightenment, the method mattered no longer. Amid the disciples' cries, Du Yuqiang kept laughing loudly in triumph. Even Feng Tian, standing behind, felt his body react strangely. He was shocked to feel nauseous when looking at his throne, gritting his teeth to suppress discomfort. Previous murderous intent suddenly vanished. He stared blankly at his master, thinking that with this power, no one could recognize his true identity. On the training ground, Shaolin Temple was in chaos, stench spreading, vomiting echoing everywhere, murderous intent extinguished before being released by the smell. The female assassin disguised as a pilgrim could not escape the horrifying scene. She silently thought, traveling from Sichuan only to track the young sect leader after learning Hua Xian was hiding in Shaolin. She intended to act covertly but did not expect to encounter a madman wreaking havoc in the ancient temple, forcing her to vomit helplessly, switching to a mode of reluctant endurance. The female assassin of the demonic sect trembled observing the scene, her heart full of disgust. Even in the demonic sect she had never seen this. He was stunned to see Mount Tai, which had always been regarded as mysterious, suddenly paralyzed completely at the hands of a bizarre man. Her gaze filled with doubt, she resolved to uncover the true identity of the man standing on the palace roof. In the gloomy space, Du Yuqiang was still laughing madly, intoxicated by the arrogance of one who had just touched enlightenment. The female assassin suddenly froze when she looked closely at his face, wondering if he was the young cult leader, while the sound of vomiting echoed throughout Shaolin, creating a scene of chaos never seen before. Du Yuqiang stood high above and declared to the monks that everything had been vomited clean, while warning that if they still clung to martial arts, they would have to endure a far stronger trial. The threat left the Shaolin disciples able only to collapse on the ground in utter terror. Looking at the brilliant butterfly wings in his hands, Du Yuqiang smiled faintly and murmured, "7 butterflies, you have worked hard." His next destination was the English mages, and he burst into laughter before shooting away at terrifying speed, leaving a deep blue streak of light that tore through the night. But the moment he stopped, Du Yuqiang suddenly froze, full of suspicion. He raised his hand and stared into the empty air, bewildered as he realized the 7 butterflies' wings were gradually vanishing in a strange way. Flying in such a flashy way and suddenly losing the skill made the feeling of falling extremely intense. Du Yuqiang's eyes flared bright, then quickly returned to normal, and he cried out in astonishment. A strong foul stench suddenly rushed into his nose, forcing him to cover his mouth and vomit violently. Du Yuqiang stared in panic at his trembling hands, completely confused, wondering where the strange smell had come from. Even though he had clearly cultivated the Dark Knight mystic divine art, he began to remember the insane things he had just done. In the hallucination, he had laughed and talked about beautiful butterfly wings while forcing the monks to repent. Once awake, Lifer realized he had ruined his own image, a mad figure laughing while making others suffer. The vomiting clean returned like a nightmare, making Du Yuqiang's face turn deathly pale. Feng Tian appeared behind him and respectfully reported that Master had returned and should change locations first. Realizing the humiliation caused by his bizarre actions, Du Yuqiang clutched his head and screamed miserably. He rushed away, fleeing the scene in shock and shame, tears falling, while Feng Tian quietly watched him go, sweat streaming down as he was amazed by the Dark Knight mystic divine art. Du Yuqiang stood silently in the deep forest, his face dark with humiliation, sobbing as he muttered to himself that even Feng Tian had been frightened, and he wanted to die. He backed away step by step in despair, trying to escape the cruel reality. Beneath the roaring waterfall, Du Yuqiang screamed in utter despair. He could not believe the Dark Knight mystic divine art was such a terrifying evil art. Crying and flustered, the new cult leader wondered to himself, was there any demonic art in this world that was truly reliable? The sudden sound of metal binding hands made Du Yuqiang jolt alert. Amid the white spray, the image of a giant spider with red eyes appeared in his mind. It was Zhou Yu's soul, and the old man spoke to congratulate the one who had comprehended the Zhou Yu mystic art, saying that he had reached the dream realm. The old man emphasized that only those who had endured suffering and seen the impossible could step into that realm. Du Yuqiang froze as he recalled his strange actions just now, asking himself in shock. Having lived through hardship and witnessed what could not be seen, once his brain restored the memory, he understood why he had acted so strangely. Immediately, countless moves and incantations automatically surfaced in his mind, just like when he had cultivated the Zhou Yu mystic art before. Although everything happened suddenly, Du Yuqiang knew he could not take this surge of power lightly. Series of ultimate techniques appeared, such as the Zhu Rucanon Dragon Hand, Zhou Yu Long Spirit, and Fire Dragon both rose to a vastly higher level, and even the Shadowed Blessing Swift Body Movement art reached a stage that tore through every limit. He remembered that this move had once him escaped Feng Tian, and now he wondered just how fast he had become, feeling as if he had unlocked an entire hidden combo. While beneath the blazing sun, Du Yuqiang carried a giant boulder in the water to train his body. His eyes shone with powerful radiance as he felt his own tremendous advancement. Feng Tian stood quietly waiting on the bank, bowing respectfully, as if he had just gained sudden enlightenment. Du Yuqiang answered softly and "thank you," then silently put on the new clothes, remembering that Wu Ying had prepared them. He looked at that guard and asked curtly, "Where did the one who brought him go?" Feng Tian quietly reported that Wu Ying had become a messenger, following Pianfu closely and reporting every movement of the 7 heavenly might armies. Du Yuqiang sighed, pitying that guard's fate, then noticed a small object in his hand and asked curiously, "What is this?" Feng Tian respectfully replied, "Perfume." Du Yuqiang's expression changed at once, his eyes full of suspicion as he looked at that guard. "You prepared perfume in advance. How did you know the truth about the Dark Knight mystic divine art and not tell me?" Feng Tian hurriedly explained. This subordinate did not know either. It was Atula Tian Mo's order. He roared in fury, "This is not pleasing at all. What is that attitude? Do you want me to use the Dark Knight mystic divine art again?" Unable to restrain his anger, the new cult leader charged in and attacked again and again, swearing that only one of them would survive today, while the sound of collisions rang throughout the forest. His master and disciple plunged into a fierce chase, with victory and defeat unclear. Only dodging in time meant survival, while a majestic palace shone brightly in the night. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. An old man with a stern face slammed the table and growled, "Are you planning to just stand by and watch him roam the world? How has Du Yuqiang lived until now?" The old man was Jinhua, the renowned master of the 5 demon gods. Facing the old man's fury was a man with detached bearing, the 16th cult leader of the demonic cult Xiaomian. Looking at the young cult leader's calm demeanor, Jinhua judged that he could say such a thing only because he did not understand Feng Tian's strength, and the old man remembered the horrifying memories from when Atula Tianmo was still alive. Back then, only Feng Tian could approach the old man without revealing any aura, then draw his sword and press it against the old man's neck. The feeling of having a sword pressed against his neck without knowing who had arrived was truly life-threatening. That action was not only intimidation but also a warning. The gap in strength could not be bridged. Jinhua recalled his own terror from back then. The old man had once been forced to act cautiously, not daring to irritate Feng Tian even slightly, living as if walking a tightrope over the rim of a bowl. One slip and he would be sent flying. The old man looked at Xiao Mian with contempt and mocked the idea of letting Du Yuqiang live, just as a knock sounded at the door, requesting an audience with the cult leader. Xiao Mian still maintained his calm bearing and ordered him to enter. Wang Shi, the loyal aide of the sect leader, stepped in with a report. In his hand was a letter, confirming it was indeed Tianguang's handwriting. When the letter was opened, the shocking trail of the new sect leader gradually became clear. Du Yuqiang had caused chaos in Shaolin, then escaped with Feng Tian's escort. The letter also emphasized that his martial skills had increased too rapidly, making pursuit even harder. Xiao Mian smirked slyly upon hearing that the Luling punitive team had been reorganized into the demon-crushing strike squad. Jinhua was astonished, unable to believe Du Yuqiang had mastered any martial arts beyond Silver Soul Slaughter. He was certain Feng Tian was secretly instructing him. He furiously scolded that Du Yuqiang should have wandered the world in peace and died quietly instead of causing chaos everywhere. Meanwhile, Xiao Mian quietly approached the wall. He lifted the bamboo curtain, revealing a colossal mural left by Atula Tianmo himself. Looking at the strokes on the mural, the young sect leader felt an oddly familiar sensation rising within him. Tracing the locations from Luling, the Yangtze River waterways to Shaolin, Xiao Mian was shocked to realize an incredible truth. When all the pieces were assembled, he saw that he had been following a scenario set by someone else from start to finish. Wang Shi was also stunned when the sect leader affirmed that every step of Du Yuqiang was part of a perfect plan. Xiao Mian suddenly laughed loudly, a mix of arrogance and madness. He immediately ordered Wang Shi to transmit the message to the 5 demon spirits and prepare the forces. The current sect leader's hand tightened, radiating a dense, oppressive black aura. Amid the overlapping mountains, Xiao Mian coldly ordered his subordinates to set off for Beihai immediately. Soon after, 2 shadows shot through the vast forest like lightning, tearing through the morning mist and beginning a new journey. Du Yuqiang ran with all his strength while asking how much longer until Beihai. Feng Tian glided beside him, replying that at this pace it would take about 3 days. Seeing the urgency, Du Yuqiang gritted his teeth, urging that there was little time left and they had to depart immediately. Watching his master sprint at full force, Feng Tian was moved. He had not expected his master to personally charge ahead for the greater cause, but that gratitude quickly turned to confusion as he scrutinized the way his master ran. Why was his master running so strangely? Du Yuqiang's face was now twisted beyond description. His wide eyes and chaotic running posture left the bodyguard speechless. Feng Tian thought the Dark Knight mysterious divine art was truly terrifying. He was startled and corrected his thoughts. Wait, why did he dare think of his master like that? Feeling extremely disrespectful, Feng Tian suddenly roared and lunged to attack, causing Du Yuqiang to dodge in panic. Ambushed by his subordinate, Du Yuqiang dodged while shouting what was happening. Feng Tian wildly swung his sword, yelling disrespectfully, "Die." Exhausted by the erratic bodyguard, Du Yuqiang snapped that now was not the time for trouble. Did he want him to cultivate more demonic arts? That question made Feng Tian pause. He awkwardly explained it was not the case, and the two stood facing each other in the forest in a tense atmosphere. Yet Du Yuqiang's anger had not subsided. He gritted his teeth and punished his foolish subordinate, coldly declaring he would trample him to death. The clash of blows echoed through the forest as Du Yuqiang vent his anger on Feng Tian. Far away in the wilderness, Pian Fu silently gazed at the misty mountains. He faintly smiled, thinking that his master must now be on the way to Beihai. His gaze showed fleeting sadness for being unable to accompany the Supreme One. Yet the demonic man quickly regained his sinister look, slowly raising his hand with sharp claws. The sharp claws glimmered slightly as he murmured that, leaving aside a bit of regret, perhaps it was time to begin. He secretly glanced at the white-haired man standing opposite, seemingly ready for a dramatic confrontation. Tianfu stood still in the deep forest, his eyes distant toward the mountains shrouded in mist. He murmured that by now, his master was likely on the way to Baihai. A hint of regret appeared on the eerie face for not being able to witness the Supreme One's journey, but he quickly dismissed it. He raised his hand with the sharp claws, telling himself to temporarily put aside the regret and immediately focus on greater matters. He curled his lips in a sinister smile, decisively declaring that he should also begin. Meanwhile, on another trail toward Baihai, Jingtian and the silver-haired man quietly traversed the old forest. The old white-haired man squinted, considering it lucky that the path to Baihai had no mishaps, but the enemy was likely concentrating for decisive battle. The young man added, believing that upon arrival the 5 armies would also assemble fully to handle any situation. He asked whether Master Jianxian had arrived earlier to disguise themselves. Receiving a nod, Jingtian exhaled, greatly relieved. Suddenly screams pierced the silent space, making both flinch in terror. The silver-haired man was shocked to recognize the cries as a woman's plea for help, immediately pinpointed the direction and charged with his master. As they approached the mountain slope, they saw a young woman clinging desperately. On the sheer cliff, she was holding only onto a few frail vines. She cried hysterically, panicking and begging anyone to save her life. Seeing the dire situation, the silver-haired man intended to leap down, but Jingtian immediately stopped him, telling him to stay put. The old white-haired man did not hesitate, plunging into the deep abyss. He used his internal force to cling tightly to the cliff, approaching the endangered girl step by step. Jingtian quickly reached the side of the young woman in danger. He spoke gently, assuring her that everything was fine, and she could let go of the vines. Amid sobs, she recounted that upon waking she had been tied and brought here, earnestly pleading for his help. Just as she thought she had escaped, an unexpected twist had silently awaited behind. At that moment, Kyakuzaki's bizarre laughter suddenly rang out, shattering the silent space. The enemy appeared with a sinister smile, smugly mocking that dealing with the righteous sects was as easy as turning one's hand. He coldly declared that your disciple would be taken by him. Saying this, he swiftly seized Yang Ren and soared into the sky. He appeared in a flash and carried the person away. Jingtian could only helplessly shout his disciple's name as the enemy's shadow disappeared into the clouds. Carried by the demon as he wandered through midair, Yang Ren bitterly realized her demonic acupoint had been sealed, leaving her completely unable to move. She angrily shouted, asking who you were. Pianfu curled his lip in a scornful smile, saying he did not care about her name and was only following his master's orders. When Yang Ren pressed him about the mysterious master's identity, the demon man instantly flew into a rage, roaring that he would kill her if she dared mention his name so disrespectfully again. Pianfu sighed to himself that he could reveal nothing, then silently flew away beneath the blue sky, while he inwardly thought he was not a bird and could not keep flying forever. He decided to find a place to land and rest, but the moment he touched down, a strange current of energy startled him into caution. Behind the demon man, a radiant spirit appeared, releasing suffocating pressure that blanketed the space. Yang Ren gritted her teeth and roared, "Do not think this will be easy. Things would not go as you wished," and she immediately used the last of her strength to counterattack with White Spirit. The radiant spirit attacked head-on with fierce power, and though her skills were sealed, she still activated a counter, determined to fight to the bitter end. Sudden collision caused a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosion, blasting everything nearby away. Pianfu struggled to withstand it. He only had time to cry out once before the surging force pushed him away. Seeing the pure white spirit, Pianfu froze as he recognized it as the divine decree his lord should have possessed, bitterness rising in him at seeing such a treasure fall into another's hands. Unable to believe Yang Ren could unleash this move while her demonic acupoint was still sealed, the demon man realized she was far too dangerous, lunged forward to choke her, and laughed sinisterly. "Kyakuzakia, let me test this mistake for master." But White Spirit appeared again and attacked, making the old man cry out in shock. Pianfu glared and roared, "You are making me angry now." Crimson threads from Pianfu's body suddenly closed in tightly. He enveloped White Spirit, then detonated a devastating surge of inner power that tore through space. Watching the spirit vanish, Yang cried out in despair, "White Spirit has been defeated," and now her body was completely numb, unable to move even a single finger. The demon man's black shadow loomed over the dying Yang Ren, and she wondered whether this was her end. Pianfu seized her with powerful arms and continued flying through the towering sky. While spreading his wings in the air, Pianfu suddenly stopped with suspicion on his face. A lightning-fast attack from behind made the demon man stagger and left him gravely wounded. Seeing the familiar figure appear to rescue her, Yang Ren cried out in delight, "Master." An expert arrived just in time, intervening and stopping the kidnapper's movements with a mighty strike. Pianfu silently landed on the ground, standing tall amid the vast forest and flashing a savage grin, "Kia." The heaven-sent blow crushed its target in an instant, leaving only an echo in the empty air. Beside the glowing campfire in the night, Du Yuqiang asked thoughtfully about Pianfu's whereabouts and current strength. Feng Tian silently watched the flames and stated with certainty that he could rival one of the 7 lords of heavenly might. Hearing this, Du Yuqiang grew worried, not as strong as he imagined. He calculated inwardly. Even without counting Xianhe and Jianjian, who had fallen from power at Shaolin, The enemy still had 5 renowned great experts, and worry filled his heart as he hoped Pianfu was still alive. Seeing his master worry so much over a subordinate, Feng Tian shouted, "A leader should not care excessively about a useless underling." Humiliated, Du Yuqiang roared in fury, "Shut up." Feng Tian softened his tone and affirmed that Pianfu was master's subordinate and would not be so easily taken down. Elsewhere, Pianfu lay dying in a pool of blood, his body gravely injured. Witnessing the scene, Du Yuqiang silently prayed that lunatic would not strike again. Flat on the ground and still being called by name, he truly had the fate of someone who could never rest easy. But Feng Tian confidently declared that the demon man would not die. He revealed the secret martial art Pianfu cultivated, the Golden Lock Four Forms art. At once, the demon man's torn flesh and shattered bones began contracting strangely to rebuild his body. A blazing red surge of spiritual power erupted, enveloping the black shadow, recovering him the ruins. Elder Tian explained that even if flesh, blood, and bones were crushed to pieces, one who cultivated this art could still recover an astonishing speed. In the dark night, Pianfu rose imposingly with his familiar savage grin beneath the demon mask. Feng Tian looked straight at his master and stated with certainty that he would complete the great cause. Feng Tian confirmed to his master that Pianfu would not die. He revealed that the martial art the demon man cultivated was none other than the Golden Lock Four Forms art. At once, the demon man's torn flesh and shattered bones contracted strangely to rebuild his body, his blood gathering and restoring itself without any cooldown. Feng Tian emphasized that even if bones and blood, no matter how badly the flesh was mangled, one who cultivated this art could still recover at an astonishing speed. The blazing red spiritual power erupted fiercely, enveloping the black shadow, recovering amid the ruins. Pianfu stood up with his familiar savage grin beneath the demon mask, certain he would complete his master's great cause. At the same time, Pianfu was holding Yang Ren back. Another group made up of the Green Forest Alliance and the Yangtze River Waterway also acted under Feng Tian's orders. Lin Wang stared in shock at the imposing estate and exclaimed that he never expected they had come all the way to Ghost Valley's headquarters. Sun Roland curled her lip, saying Feng Tian's orders were absolute and no one dared disobey. Lin Wang worried that with only a few core officers brought along, facing the full force of Ghost Valley would likely cause heavy losses, and he sighed, hoping to minimize casualties. Sun Roland confidently patted her chest and told the old man not to worry, because Yan Qiao was here. Just then, a subordinate hurriedly reported reconnaissance news to Chief Stronghold Master Fang Yong. Fang Yong's expression changed. Lin Wang quickly asked whether something serious had happened. Fang Yong confirmed in a low voice that the situation was extremely serious, as both the Valley Master and Ghost Valley's key strategists were absent. The old Stronghold Master smiled sinisterly, saying this place was no different from an empty house. Hearing the shocking news, Lin Wang tightened his grip on the great blade in his hand, his face full of astonishment. Lin Wang carried an axe on his shoulder, a sinister smile spreading across his face. It had been a long time since that man had sneaked into someone else's home, and his heart was suddenly filled with strange excitement. At the same time, deep in the forest, a carrier pigeon pierced through the mist and landed in the hand of the Ghost Valley Master. The old man narrowed his eyes as he took the letter and murmured softly, "What is this?" As soon as he finished reading its contents, his expression changed at once in terror. Lin Wang and Dong Ting had unexpectedly launched a surprise attack on Ghost Valley, nearly wiping out the assassins. The old man gnashed his teeth in fury, unable to understand why those two great leaders had appeared there and aimed straight at his headquarters. The Valley Master bitterly realized the truth. If it was that band of bandits, they would likely not only slaughter everyone, but also strip Ghost Valley of all its wealth. Killing intent flared in his eyes. He declared decisively, "Now there is only one thing left for us." Then he waved his hand and gave the order. "Advance. Take down Du Yuqiang, seize the Great Harmony Nan. Since our home is gone, we go all in. After all, we have nothing left to lose." While the group raiding Ghost Valley and the group ambushing Du Yuqiang were both acting in haste, a strange rumor began spreading through the Jianghu. In the taverns, people were buzzing with talk about Jing Tian's uproar at Shaolin. One man firmly claimed that his friend had disguised himself as a pilgrim to Shaolin and witnessed it with his own eyes. News of the 7 Lords of Heavenly Might and a whole host of experts from across the Jianghu quickly spread far and wide. Even the full force of Shaolin could not stop a single strange monster, terrifying everyone who heard it. And the oppressive title people gave him was none other than the Dark Demon Emperor. Contrary to those murderous rumors, the Jianghu was stirred up by a strange piece of news. A guest in a tea house heard the story of Shaolin and muttered, "What I heard was completely different. The Dark Demon Emperor was no different from the incarnation of a Buddha." The rumor spread rapidly just like that, with each person adding another version. People passed it from mouth to mouth, saying that the demon emperor needed only to shout a single sentence to make the eminent monks of Shaolin awaken all at once. The eminent monks awakened on the spot, while the surrounding experts could only vomit from the pressure. Stranger still, despite such a huge disturbance, no one was injured. Another man asked in doubt, even the combined strength of the 7 lords of heavenly might could not match him. Could the dark demon emperor truly be death returned to the world? Beneath the bitterly cold winter sky, Du Yuqiang narrowed his eyes in thought as he heard the world give him a new title. He silently wondered, who exactly is the Dark Demon Emperor? Feng Tian glided beside him and reported in a solemn voice that they were about to see Azure Ice Valley. Before the person involved could even understand what had happened, the world had already bestowed a title on him and attached it to his journey. To avoid attracting unnecessary attention, the two decided not to use Swift Blessed Shadow Body, only ordinary lightness skill as they moved through the vast white snow. Du Yuqiang silently hoped the 7 lords of heavenly might had not arrived yet. He ordered, "Now explain clearly the arrangement at Azure Ice Valley." Feng Tian replied respectfully, explaining that the way to enter this place was almost the same as at Dongting Lake. According to the guard, they had to follow an underwater tunnel to reach the first entrance, then trace a narrow path into the ice cave. Feng Tian continued speaking about the goal this time. He revealed that inside the ice cave was a spiritual creature named Ice Wisp. The main objective of this trip was to take its inner core. Du Yuqiang curled his lips with confidence. Then this arrangement is simple too. But Feng Tian immediately poured cold water on him, saying this was the hardest arrangement so far. The guard repeated Xin Xing's words in a grave voice, saying there had never been any place that threw him into such disorder as the secret here. It was an incomprehensible paradox. Taking the inner core was like not taking it. Having martial arts was like having none. An immortal woman once lived in the ice cave, but she had vanished, and even the passage could not be found. Feng Tian only shook his head, admitting that he did not know either. Du Yuqiang angrily cursed him for lacking information, then snapped, "Why are you still silent? Answer quickly." Feng Tian's face was solemn as he quietly confessed that the reason he could not act against Ice Wisp was because it was too adorable. An assassin as cold as ice his entire life had actually fallen before cuteness. That answer was truly hard to believe. A killer whose hand never trembled left the new cult leader so shocked that he toppled straight onto the white snow. Du Yuqiang thought the guard was deliberately teasing him. He burst into hearty laughter. "Fu ha ha, Feng Tian. So now you know how to joke too." But when he saw that man still wearing a solemn face, he narrowed his eyes and asked for the real reason. The guard calmly affirmed once again that, because Ice Wisp was truly too adorable, he could not bring himself to strike. That utterly composed tone only made the listener even more bewildered. Du Yuqiang widened his eyes in horror and shouted helplessly, "Are you serious?" Feng Tian explained in a deep voice that Ice Wisp could resonate with other inner cores, making the person facing it unable to produce killing intent. He suspected that the giant inner core in Zhouyu's secret cave caused this reaction. Before any fight could even begin, the mind was already affected, and just standing there watching made it impossible to bear striking. Du Yuqiang asked anxiously what they should do if even Feng Tian was helpless. The guard replied decisively, "We still have to cut it down, master." If they failed, they would have to seek another arrangement. Thinking of tasting even more harsh demonic arts, Du Yuqiang immediately shuddered. Unwilling to let history repeat itself, Du Yuqiang roared with determination. "No matter what method I use, I must complete this arrangement." Feng Tian immediately accepted the order and led the way to a snow-covered cliff. He pointed downward, reporting that the entrance to the ice cave right beneath the thick layer of ice. Feng Tian suddenly stopped, his icy eyes narrowing in vigilance, as he sensed a wave of killing intent quietly closing in. The thick ice suddenly cracked open, revealing a square entrance leading down into the freezing water. Feng Tian stood guard at the mouth of the pit and instructed in a deep voice, "This lowly one will stay behind and stop the 7 lords of heavenly might." Du Yuqiang nodded slightly and replied decisively, "Good, I will go first." Then, without the slightest hesitation, he plunged into the bone-piercing cold water and began the solitary journey ahead. The moment he jumped down, he had stepped into a new trial, with no time left to turn back and reconsider. After passing through the dark underground tunnel, Du Yuqiang surfaced, drawing in a deep breath to regain air. The moment his feet left the water, he immediately froze. A terrifying cold aura suddenly filled the entire space. Seeing a thin layer of ice rapidly cling to his clothes, Du Yuqiang thought to himself that he had to melt the ice first. Only then could he continue. He immediately circulated his energy, driving away the cold encircling him. Each step of the new cult leader rang out on the frigid ice, water still dripping from his clothes all along the path. The deeper he went, the more the magnificent scene before him left him stunned, making him realize he had truly entered Azure Ice Valley's secret cave. At the end of the icy corridor, a giant spiritual sphere radiating a mysterious blue glow appeared, towering before him, solemn and majestic. The entire space was deathly silent, yet the pressure weighing down on him was like a great mountain. Yu Yuqiang slowly stepped deeper into the cold cave, where sharp icicles hung from the ceiling like blades. He narrowed his eyes at the spreading blue light. From the massive spiritual orb emanated a strange energy, causing him to exclaim in astonishment. This was the secret technique of the Bangkok sword. As he approached, he saw the ice familiar coiled silently, staring at the small creature with blazing red eyes. Du Yuqian could not help but feel suspicion. Even Feng Tian might not recognize it as an ice familiar. Though hesitant, he could not strike it away, immediately drawing his blade, sweat soaking his brow with clear determination. His gaze became sharp, his heart roaring that no matter how cute, he would take the inner core, his hand trembling slightly from excessive adorableness. Meanwhile, in the dense forest, Jing Tian watched his disciple anxiously. He asked in a deep voice, "Yang Ren, are you all right? How are your meridians now?" Yang Ren silently stood up, smiling slightly to reassure his master, replying softly, "No more pain." Jing Tian sighed, eyes full of sorrow. "You hid so carefully that even I sometimes forget your condition. If I could, I would let you rest." But Yang Ren decisively said, "It's fine." No, master, yet deep inside her, the will for revenge seethed. She gritted her teeth, telling herself that the one who keeps attacking us is still alive. She cannot waste any more time. This time it would end at the root. A savage laugh echoed across the space from above. Tianfu with his giant black wings glided across the sky, looking at the pair with a mocking gaze. "You look quite refined." Immediately a series of black needles rained down, Jing Tian and Yang Ren agilely dodging the terrifying attacks. He began using wide-range skills, allowing no time for the opponents to breathe. Amid the dust and smoke, the demon man flipped upside down in the air, revealing a cunning face with a murderous smile. Jing Tian roared with anger, "You bastard, you have fallen into my trap." A stream of sword energy suddenly shot from behind, shocking Pian Fu. A man with long hair appeared suddenly. He appeared and unleashed a critical strike with a mighty roar aimed directly at the demon man. The hidden boss appeared just in time, tension soared. Pianfu struggled to dodge the sweeping swords, tearing apart the forest and mountains. He silently landed, drenched in sweat as he realized the suffocating pressure from the new opponent. Looking closely at the one who had acted, the demon man was horrified to recognize him as Jian Jian. Surrounded by two great masters, Pianfu admired them in astonishment. He did not expect to face two alone from the Seven Heavens Mighty Seven, even in this perilous situation. He still wore a savage smile. It seemed today was his death day. Seeing no escape, his eyes flashed madly, determined to drag one down to hell with him. He darted forward like a shadow, targeting the nearby young man, ready to execute a sacrificial attack. The silver-haired man's eyes widened at the sudden reckless attack. An internal force explosion shook the ground immediately after, blinding light and power spreading throughout the forest. In the distance by the deserted stream, Celestial Flower Healer silently observed the scene, sighing, "I expected this would happen." Wu Ying stood by the stream, clicking her tongue at the wreckage, thinking to herself. As he laughed like a madman, Wu Ying realized she should have anticipated. "Well, go reincarnate early." She finished speaking and turned her vehicle, preparing survival skills. As he turned his back, Pianfu leisurely stood up behind, murderous aura surging. The demon man roared angrily, "Who just clicked their tongue?" Pianfu glared at Wu Ying, asking, "Hey, did you see anyone click their tongue around here?" Terrified, the thief could only stammer. The demon man thought for a moment, then asked about Du Yuqiang's whereabouts. Wu Ying hurriedly reported the master had probably reached the North Sea. Realizing the Mighty Seven and the master might meet, Pianfu immediately gave orders. "We will also set off for the North Sea," though secretly relieved not to be discovered as the one who clicked their tongue. Wu Ying still trembled following orders, narrowly escaping death but still having to follow the boss. Pianfu suddenly approached, smiling with murderous intent and warning, "Next time anyone dares click their tongue, I will kill them." Wu Ying, drenched in sweat, could only sob and obey terrified. At the same time, in the snow-covering Moon Mountain region, Jing Tian and Yang Ren moved urgently, Yang Ren apologetically blaming herself, "Sorry master, you have to protect me." Jing Tian brushed aside the injury, reassuring his disciple, "Do not worry, this wound is nothing. We are almost at the Bangkok sword." Yet just as he spoke, a burst of extreme energy suddenly tore through the space. Yang Ren shouted in shock, calling for help. Amid the white snow, Feng Tian appeared floating with the great sword in hand. He decisively launched a critical strike, blocking the path of the old man from the Seven Heavens Mighty Seven. Jing Tian assessed that Si Jiao Mei Xu and Yu Mian had taken positions to restrain the enemy. He evaluated Feng Tian's definite murderous aura, despite the different appearance due to the mask, knowing the urgency, urging Yang Ren, "We will deal with that rogue." Yang Ren obeyed. "I jump into the lake, yes." She plunged into the icy lake, quick and decisive without hesitation. Feng Tian's eyes full of killing intent, immediately charging into battle with astonishing speed. The clash of forces resounded as the bodyguard faced the great masters of the Seven Heavens Mighty Seven. Explosive power tore through layers of ice and snow, creating a fierce melee to protect the secret cave entrance. Meanwhile, Yang Ren passed through the underground tunnel, surfacing inside the ice cave. She inhaled deeply to recover breath after a long dive in the bone-chilling water. Yet the extreme cold immediately began to freeze her clothes. Just reaching the shore, the harsh environment assaulted her. Yang Ren realized both her clothes and body were frozen. Seeing the mask was useless and cumbersome, she told herself, this way is easier. Then she decisively removed her disguise. Beneath the mask, Yang Ren's true appearance was revealed. With exquisite beauty and long black hair, she resolved that if she could make the enemy lower his guard, dressing like this was no problem. Yang Ren hurried deeper into the ice cave, her footsteps ringing across the cold ice. Seeing the figure of a man ahead, she was startled to realize that man's goal, he meant to seize the ice ring inner core. In her mind, red alert mode switched on by itself. She told herself she could not let the treasure fall into another's hands. In contrast, Du Yuqiang held the little spirit creature with a face flushed from delight. He cried out, "This fire ice echo is so adorable, truly a fangui." Witnessing his bizarre behavior, Yang Ren froze, her mind unable to process it, as if she had turned into a statue amid the cold wind. Du Yuqiang tried to calm himself, reminding himself that he had to take the inner core. The ice echo's cuteness and gentle look crushed his will in an instant. He gritted his teeth and punched the ice in helplessness. Himph, it is too cute. Looking at the young sect leader's trembling back, Yang Ren suddenly felt it was familiar. This back must have been seen somewhere before. Sensing the gaze behind him, Du Yuqiang turned his head in suspicion. When she clearly recognized the man's face, Yang Ren was stunned until she could hardly breathe. Old memories surged back like scenes in slow motion. She remembered the time she tripped in the market and was helped by the red-eyed young man. He gently supported her and gave her a reminder. He reminded her, "There are many people here, be careful," and told her she did not need to repay him. "I only wanted to try this dish, you do not need to repay me." Watch your step on the road. Back in the present, the man stood before her with the overpowering aura of a mighty expert. Yang Ren froze, that familiar image appearing in her mind. That person was precisely the young master who had helped her in the market years ago. Back then, he smiled and said he only wanted to try the dish. She did not need to repay him, and should watch her step on the road. Looking at the man with an extraordinary bearing, she wondered, "Young master, you are..." Yu Qiang narrowed his eyes and observed her, then hesitantly asked, "Are you King King?" The image of the fairy in the painting returned to his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. No, King King cannot be here. The thought flashed through his mind, only to be extinguished by him at once to avoid trouble. He remembered Feng Tian's words about the ice cave once being the residence of a female immortal. She was no longer there. She secretly guessed the identity of the person before her. Though he was a mighty expert, he still cupped his hands respectfully. Du Yuqiang greets the fairy. Yang Ren was stunned. Fairy, she realized he knew of the immortal's existence, which meant he was the one who had stolen the inheritance all this time. Looking at those blazing red eyes, she was shocked to realize he also wore a human skin mask like the one fighting outside. Every clue connected at a terrifying speed. Though disappointed that her benefactor was a wicked man, Yang Ren still clenched her fists, telling herself she could not let the inheritance be taken again. To probe him, she gave a radiant smile and began speaking. "The woman named King King must look very much like me." She guided the conversation. Even the meridian illness happened to match. Du Yuqiang was surprised that the other party had discovered the illness. He smiled with interest. "Can you tell me about that woman?" Seeing this, Yang Ren became slightly flustered. He waved his hand generously. "Oh, if you do not want to, you do not need to tell me." Yang Ren panicked, inwardly blaming herself for nearly ruining the plan through a slip. She quickly regained her composure and smiled in reply. "No, I will tell you." Yang Ren grew uneasy when she saw that the other party did not suspect anything, secretly wondering, does he truly not suspect me? In contrast, Du Yuqiang calmly remarked that this fairy liked to chat. To build trust, he revealed his identity. "I am the young sect leader of the demonic sect," leaving Yang Ren frozen. She could not believe that the handsome man before her was the son of Asura Tianmo, a once-in-a-century villain. The one who led the demonic sect was always the root of all evil. Yang Ren wondered in shock, why does the young sect leader of the demonic sect not look like a bloodthirsty great demon? Seeing her astonishment, Du Yuqiang added, "I do not intend to become the sect leader," then felt relieved as if a colossal burden had been lifted. Yang Ren asked blankly, "What?" He gazed into the distance in silence, pouring out his simple dream, wanting to live an ordinary life. Du Yuqiang explained that the demonic sect was cruel, that if one slipped up, they would kill. He admitted he did not have enough confidence to become the sect leader there. He recalled, "Fortunately, father was very kind." The memory that surfaced left the listener stunned. He recounted a memory of learning martial arts, his father patting his head in encouragement, but in Yang Ren's mind appeared the image of a great demon measuring his grip strength by crushing his son's head. He continued, "After his father died, a trusted subordinate protected him. It was precisely because that subordinate pressured him that he had no choice but to enter the Jianghu, though it was somewhat excessive. He believed it was his father's way of showing deep concern." He smiled in reminiscence. He was someone who did not like showing emotion on his face. His calm expression was very pleasant. Yang Ren gritted her teeth and clenched her trembling hand, inwardly cursing him as wicked, yet painfully realizing she could not strike. She wondered whether she should spare him, just as Du Yuqiang sighed. "Ah, the thing giving me a headache is not only my subordinate, but the inheritance too." He recounted his glorious achievement. "Before coming here, I took Shaylin's inheritance. But the martial arts there were truly dreadful." Everyone vomited. The situation was chaotic. After finishing, his voice remained calm. After hearing this, Yang Ren froze, sweat pouring down, telling herself, "What is he saying? I had been at Shaylin right before coming here. Such a major incident could not have happened. Could it be?" Brushing aside her confusion, she looked straight at the new sect leader and spoke. "Your story is quite interesting too. Before passing on the ultimate art, I must confess something." Yu Qiang's red eyes grew serious. He asked, "What do you wish to confess?" At this moment outside the secret cave, the battle raged fiercely amid the white snow. The sound of collisions rang out, tearing through the bone curtain. Feng Tian alone faced many great experts. Witnessing that terrifying power, a member of the demonic sect was shocked, never expecting him to fight 5 of the 7 heavenly might lords alone. The entire group's morale plunged. The others panicked. One man roared in accusation, "We came here to eliminate that young sect leader. So what about the 7 heavenly might lords? Tianguang, are you setting us up?" The blue-haired female member struggled to explain that the letter from the demon sect leader only mentioned heading to Baihai. She had completely not anticipated this. A sense of despair immediately enveloped the group of formidable fighters. Whispered in fear, "We're surely dead." It took all 5 of them together to barely hold back Feng Tian. The old man beside them bitterly admitted that this place might have become their grave. Seeing Feng Tian's monstrous strength, a member of the demon sect trembled at thoughts of fleeing, but immediately realized escape was futile. The leader furrowed his brow, bitterly admitting he also wanted to run, but they had all been cornered. He reminded everyone not to forget the ancient poison their master had implanted in their bodies. It was a ruthless parasitic poison, raised by imprisoning many deadly species together until they killed each other, leaving only one survivor. Once ingested, that parasitic poison could take a life at any moment. They had survived and escaped Sin Sing in the past thanks to the mortal enmity between the former sect leader and their master. But the situation had changed now that the current sect leader Xiao Mian had promoted their master to elder. Thinking of being sought by that madman sent chills down their spines. In the crisis, a daring thought flashed. This could be an opportunity. The leader reminded them that the enemy of the enemy is a friend, and they planned to join forces to take down Feng Tian. However, another remained cautious, fearing Feng Tian still had a hidden trump card since his primary duty was to protect the young sect leader. The group fell silent, calculating, trying to find the safest path. Seeing that Tianyu Kejun could still hold out for a while, they finally devised a treacherous plan. He decisively declared they would capture the young sect leader at the bottom of the lake. Hearing this, the group stiffened as if stepping into a life-and-death gamble, then questioned the female member about the news that had thrown Shaylin into chaos. She broke into a sweat, only able to assert that it sounded absurd, but hoped they would believe her. The female member of the demon sect revealed that the new sect leader could manipulate all decay, from mold and insects to filth, paralyzing Shaylin and forcing it to close. Hearing this, the subordinates were astonished, finding it unbelievable. She calmly explained that although it sounded absurd, it was true. This frozen field had nothing for manipulate, and in fact, no one at Shaylin had died from that technique. The group still doubted whether Du Yuqiang was really at the bottom of the lake, but with no other place to search, they decided to act. They immediately raced across the ice, heading straight for the ice cavern to capture the target. Meanwhile, inside the cold hidden chamber, the atmosphere between the two suddenly grew tense. The air was heavy as if a dramatic climax was approaching. Yang Ren stared at Du Yuqiang, speaking solemnly before transmitting the ultimate skill. She had to confess a truth. Du Yuqiang furrowed his brow in doubt, asking what she wanted to confess. But before he could focus, Yang Ren swiftly struck the demon acupoint, catching him by surprise. Du Yuqiang's eyes widened in horror, cold sweat streaming down as he felt his meridians being locked. Yang Ren spoke coldly, saying that because he had always been disguised, he did not recognize her true identity. She was the heir of Tianyu Kejun he had been searching for all along. Yang Ren glared with fury, thinking that Du Yuqiang's tales about Shaylin were blatant lies. Her trust shattered after his betrayal. She asserted that she had just left Shaylin. If he had truly caused trouble there, he could not have escaped unscathed. For her, so many major incidents occurring in such a short time was utterly irrational. Yang Ren approached with surging killing intent, gritting her teeth and cursing him as a vile schemer. She had almost believed his lies. Du Yuqiang froze, shocked, wondering if she was truly the heir of Tianyu Kejun, yet their heir was clearly supposed to be a man. While he was still confused, Yang Ren quietly stepped toward the Bangvant spirit coiled nearby. Suddenly, she condensed deep azure energy in her palm and struck a heavy blow directly at the small creature. The cries of pain from Bangvang echoed through the cold cavern. Yang Ren acted in rage, roaring decisively, "Die." The powerful strike tore through space, instantly grievously wounding the pitiful spirit. Witnessing this, Du Yuqiang screamed in horror, "Don't." But it was already too late. The small spirit collapsed under the hand of the righteous female disciple. Zhu Yuqiang trembled, reproaching her for striking the pitiful Bangvang. His words trembled as if standing in a blizzard. Yang Ren silently held the glowing red inner core she had just taken, coldly saying, "Next is him." Wound on Du Yuqiang's hand continued to bleed. He stared blankly at the red blood seeping out, despairingly wondering if he would die here like this. He hadn't even had the chance to touch his own dream. Struggling to prop himself up on the ice, trying to grasp the last bit of strength, his eyes blazing with anger, Du Yuqiang gritted his teeth and growled, "Croc, I will kill her." His rage reached its peak. He poured all his internal force, refusing to wait passively for death. Yang Ren was horrified as she saw him easily dispel her demon acupoint. Immediately after, Du Yuqiang roared, summoning the four spirits, causing the white spectral forms to manifest with full power surrounding the battlefield. He drew the great flaming sword, creating an earth-shaking Jingtian explosion, tearing apart the ice mist in the cavern. At the same time, the group of demon sect assassins had also reached the entrance of the ice cavern with sinister expressions. The black-bearded assassin clicked his tongue at the freezing water, murmuring why there was such a lake within the lake. The silver-haired man beside him also complained about the time wasted melting the ice clinging to his clothes after surfacing. The group silently advanced deeper into the hidden chamber. A strange sound suddenly rang out, causing them to halt in alert. Seeing Yang Ren in the distance, the black-bearded assassin smirked, noting she was a woman, and fairly pretty at that. The silver-haired man immediately reminded them that the important target was the young sect leader. They considered Du Yuqiang a precious hostage to pressure Feng Tian, believing he was hiding on the other side of the passage. Contrary to the enemy's arrogance, Du Yuqiang had now collapsed from exhaustion. He whispered in pain that it hurt too much. Surely he would die. Looking at his trembling arm, he was shocked to realize he could only use Fire Dragon twice more. Du Yuqiang gritted his teeth, recalling the suffering endured to gain 3 uses of Fire Dragon, cursing the demonic fire and fearing he might not survive the next time. Suddenly, he froze as he sensed a powerful aura coming from the passage. A voice resounded through the space, "The 5 demon spirits have arrived. Young sect leader, reveal yourself." Before he could recover, he was called out as if in a boss fight. Du Yuqiang was horrified, not understanding why the 5 demon spirits, who should have died 20 years ago, had appeared. He understood very clearly that every one of the 5 demon gods possessed extremely formidable martial arts, and if all 5 worked together, their combat strength would rise to a terrifying level. Under that suffocating pressure, he struggled inwardly, unsure whether he should continue enduring the Fire Dragon transmutation. The bone-piercing pain from last time made him shrink back. He would rather die than taste it again, but his gaze suddenly turned cold, deciding there was only one way left. The renowned 5 demon gods entered the ice tunnel, loudly throwing out threats. "Little cult leader, where are you hiding? As long as you surrender obediently, we will spare your life." The moment they spotted Du Yuqiang in the distance, they immediately realized there was something unusual about him. Suddenly, Du Yuqiang erupted with brilliant spiritual power and commanded in a ringing voice, "5 demon gods, hurry and vomit light." Villains were dazed, not understanding what vomit light meant, until someone remembered the martial art that had once thrown Shaolin into chaos. Du Yuqiang, eyes rolled white, said in a deep voice that he could see their fear, "As long as you vomit light, you will be freed." The leader curled his lips in contempt, believing that in this clean ice tunnel, that move would have no effect. He drew his sword decisively, ordered them to take him down in a single strike, then rushed forward like lightning, facing a move that could take his life. Du Yuqiang only curled his lips into a mysterious smile. The moment his aura surged, anyone could tell a fierce reversal was coming. Du Yuqiang unleashed his demonic art and roared with power, "7 realms, make them vomit light." The eerie black energy enveloped them, terrifying one member of the 5 demon gods. Hanju had thought the new cult leader's martial art was useless, but the truth struck in the next instant. A surge of force pierced straight into his chest, leaving him in such agony that he could barely breathe. He vomited black blood, struggling to wonder why he had to endure pain even more dreadful than the goo poison. He suddenly remembered that goo poison was also insects, and the little cult leader could control them, so he despaired in regret, thinking he would rather fight Feng Tian than encounter this sorcery. He thought he had blocked it, but who knew he would be struck by a passive counterattack. Elsewhere, Jingtian explosions tore through the space one after another. Feng Tian struggled to withstand each thunderous slash from Feng Tian. Old Jing Hai admitted that this bodyguard truly was a monster, fighting 5 masters alone without losing any strength. He worried that if the situation continued, the outcome of the battle would become extremely hard to predict. Suddenly, Yang Ren appeared, holding the crimson inner core, joyfully calling out that masters, this disciple had succeeded. Seeing his disciple seize the treasure, the white-haired old man breathed a sigh of relief and praised her. "Well done, Yang Ren." Yang Ren immediately urged everyone to hurry to the next message transmission point, then left the battlefield with her masters. Feng Tian silently watched from afar, his heart filled with unease, because his master still had not returned. When he saw Yang Ren holding the inner core, Feng Tian was shocked as he understood the terrifying truth, immediately rushing away with only one thought. His master was in danger, realizing the problem was faster than a deadline. A deep blue surge of force suddenly erupted violently, tearing even the space apart. Witnessing the sudden change, Feng Tian cried out in panic, "Master!" Amid arrogant laughter echoing out, Du Yuqiang appeared with an overpowering aura that horrified the enemy. He narrowed his eyes, realizing Feng Tian's presence had vanished, then said with regret that he had originally intended to let him face them together. This return carried the presence of Final Boss Online mode being activated. He curled his lips into a bewitching smile and said coldly, "Then there was no other way. I will deal with the 5 demon gods first." The villain collapsed in pain, resentful that after surviving for so long, he now had to end up so miserably, while 5 colored fluids surged out and made him vomit in humiliation without stopping. Unexpectedly, Du Yuqiang stepped closer and gently patted him on the head. The defeated one asked in shock why he did not kill him. Du Yuqiang only looked at him with compassionate eyes and said, "Those wicked words only need to vomit light." He lowered his voice and ordered, "So hurry and continue." Du Yuqiang's eyes shone with a bewitching light, forcing the opponent to continue the harsh purification process through sorcery. The villain from the 5 demon gods screamed in despair as the strange power surged. 5-colored light kept pouring from his throat, and in agony he begged to be finished off. Unable to bear the humiliation and endless vomiting, he roared at Du Yuqiang, "You bastard, just kill me." Du Yuqiang still smiled bewitchingly, looking at the dying man and praising him. "Your vomited light is very brilliant. Now you are free," leaving the defeated man stunned by an oddly light sense of relief. He hurriedly dropped to his knees, saying respectfully, "Many thanks, my lord, little cult leader." Mo Shen beside him widened his eyes in terror when he saw what had left his companion's body, stammering that the little cult leader had taken the goo poison out of him. He thought he would be neatly dealt with, but who knew he would be completely cleansed instead? Looking at the poisonous insect lying in his palm, Mo Shen could hardly believe it, leaving the remaining members shaken as they hurriedly asked if he was telling the truth. They all knew there were only 2 ways to remove the goo poison from their bodies: either die or have it taken out by the master of the goo poison. Seeing a miracle happen without having to trade their lives, hope instantly surged in the villains' hearts. All of them knelt in unison, shouting, "Long live the cult leader! Long live the cult leader for 10,000 years!" Then kowtowed and swore loyalty, begging to be allowed to vomit light. Du Yuqiang remained immersed in that strange state of enlightenment, smiling smugly as he said there was still plenty of time, and he would let them continue vomiting light. But immediately after, a foul stench rushed straight into his nose, making him freeze confused as he wondered what this unbearable smell was. Before his eyes was the scene of numerous masters competing to vomit, while their mouths still called him master. Du Yuqiang hurriedly covered his nose in horror, shocked to realize that he had used the demonic night profound divine art to force them to vomit out the goo poison, creating outcome beyond expectation. Du Yuqiang turned pale, belatedly regretting that he absolutely did not want to accept any more strange subordinates in this place. Du Yuqiang roared decisively, "Get lost." The 5 demon gods still knelt on the floor, one of them explaining that they had previously been forced by Jin to swallow goo poison, so they had no choice but to obey orders and harm him. He sincerely swore absolute loyalty and begged the new cult leader to remove the remaining goo poison from the others. Hounded without end, Du Yuqiang angrily clenched his fist, shouting, "Who allowed you to call me master?" then threatened that if they did not disappear immediately, he would deal with each of them himself. Seeing the little cult leader so firm, the villains could only retreat, afraid that staying too long would make them encounter Feng Tian and worsen the situation. Even after being driven away, they still begged to follow long term, exactly like die-hard fans refusing to log off. Standing silently in the icy cave, he completely broke down, slamming his hand hard against the stone wall to vent his anger. Du Yuqiang felt bitter, because he had just been latched onto by a group of strange people, while also losing the precious inheritance to the other side. Suddenly, an unfamiliar sound cut through the space, making Du Yuqiang start in vigilance. Was that not the voice of the ice wraith? A strange black shadow abruptly appeared among the sharp ice pillars, making him freeze despite himself. He was suspicious because the ice wraith spiritual beast had clearly been defeated earlier, so he narrowed his eyes to observe and wondered in confusion where that sound had come from. Meanwhile, outside the cliff, glowing with sunset light, Pianfu appeared imposingly, his red cloak fluttering in the wind. From behind, a figure rushed over in panic and called out loudly, "Boss." Wu Ying ran up and asked urgently, "Hey boss, where is master?" Seeing the other man still standing motionless like a statue, he spoke mockingly again, asking whether boss had gone deaf. Pianfu instantly flew into a rage, snapped at him to shut up, and launched a lightning swift strike, making the thief barely manage a cry of pain. The old man curled his lips into a fierce smile, guessing that it seemed the venerable had still not appeared here. Feng Tian gazed pensively at the calm lake's surface, judging that Du Yuqiang was probably heading to the next inheritance site. Standing beside him, Pianfu curled his lips in a sly smile. Kia ha. So the inheritor of the 7 lords of heavenly might has already obtained the inheritance. He further revealed that their inheritor was never a man, and that woman had accidentally exposed her true self here. Pianfu clicked his tongue and complained that the first mission was already far too troublesome, but then he suddenly froze. He sensed movement beneath the water. Before the drama could cool down, a plot twist rose from the lakeabed, dragging up a surge of fierce force that sent a white column of water blasting into the air. Pianfu frowned in suspicion, unable to understand why they'd crawled out from the lake. Stepping out of the icy water were the 5 demon gods, looking wretched beyond description and reeking terribly. Seeing Feng Tian show restraint, Wu Ying whispered and asked why they did not wipe them all out. Pianfu replied coldly, who would want to let a blade touch that filthy lot? Under the suffocating pressure, the leader of the 5 demon gods, despite saying his resolve was set, still struggled to order his companions to retreat for now. Watching the figures of those once great demon heads flee in panic, Pianfu clicked his tongue, saying even sullying the sect's reputation had to have a limit. Hearing the words our sect, Wu Ying froze, inwardly thinking this man spoke as if he himself belonged to the demonic cult. Pianfu turned to look at the thief with a cold, sharp gaze and a threatening smile, making him tremble in fear. Suddenly, hurried footsteps over the thick snow shattered the silent space again. Wu Ying was shocked to realize that in this remote place, one person after another kept appearing. From afar, the figures of Lin Wang and Dong Ting were approaching imposingly. But what stunned everyone even more was that another powerful figure had come with them. It was Qi Huang, the notorious chief of the beggar gang, his aura extremely dignified. This place was truly an empty field where bosses kept appearing one after another. Qi Huang narrowed his eyes at the 2 leaders and pressed them, asking whether they were the ones who ordered Ghost Valley to be destroyed, and why they had stopped here. Dong Ting said in a low voice that they needed to prepare themselves, while telling the old gang chief not to be startled. He stated that their alliance was only temporary, and if the beggar gang ran into trouble, they would not take responsibility. Qi Huang quietly turned away, thinking that whatever they did had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, a looming black shadow appeared, startling both of them in horror. Seeing the other party reveal himself, Lin Wang and Dong Ting hurriedly lowered their heads in greeting. Pianfu curled his lips into a fierce smile. Kia ha, good, what business brings you here? Looking at his eerie face, Dong Ting inwardly guessed this man was on Feng Tian's side, then clearly reported that they had come to carry out the master's order. The old man explained that they had raided Ghost Valley's main headquarters to investigate. That group had plotted to harm Master, but the key figures had vanished, and they had only traced the trail to the gateway of Beihai. The moment he heard someone had harmed Master, Pianfu erupted in fury. He grabbed Dong Ting by the collar and roared, "What harmed Master? Where is Ghost Valley? Speak now, you water bandit." Though Dong Ting struggled to explain that they were also searching, the demon man still screamed wildly and pressured him. Thinking the other party was deliberately arguing back, he threw a thunderous punch straight at Dong Ting, sending the old man flying far away. Pianfu did not stop there, turning to vent his anger on Lin Wang, who stood frozen, shouting, "Who allowed you to stand there?" then continued striking. The old gang chief suffered the same miserable fate, taking a brutal, full physical combo before he could even finish asking for directions. Witnessing that violence, Qi Huang stood stunned and wondered what was happening as the 2 leaders of the Greenwood and Waterway strongholds were beaten without mercy. He was even more shocked that their subordinates made no move to save their masters, instead calmly discussing the dinner menu, such as dongpo pork and spicy stir-fried meat. Qi Huang could only stand frozen, utterly speechless at the absurd indifference of these people. "That is enough, Pianfu." Feng Tian coldly stopped him, reminding him that even a worm would turn when trampled too much, and moreover they still needed the beggar gang's help, so restraint was necessary. Lying flat on the ground, his face covered in injuries, Lin Wang trembled as he defended himself, saying everything he had done was for Master, and was not worth mentioning. But Feng Tian only looked at the old man with contempt and shouted, "You did it for Master. Do not speak nonsense." Quietly pointed toward the girl walking over happily, saying there was still someone here who knew the truth. Sun Roland smiled smugly, said the beggar gang had come along because their goal was the same, then casually greeted Feng Tian. That overly familiar attitude enraged Pianfu, and he asked who she was to dare call him by name. Feng Tian replied that she was the madwoman Master treated with special regard. Those words struck her pride, making Sun Roland roar in fury. "How dare you call the little cult master's future wife a mad woman?" then demanded that he watch his words. Under the weary gazes of the 2 experts, Sun Roland began sinking into delusion again. She dreamed that Du Yuqiang had disappeared after reading her secret love letter, then deluded herself into thinking this meant he had accepted her feelings. Sun Roland calling Master directly by name drove Few mad with rage, and he roared with murderous intent, "How dare you call Master's name like that?" He rushed forward to punish her, but Sun Roland shouted loudly, loudly for him not to touch her, saying she was now his first madam. That declaration made the demon man freeze midway, utterly stunned. Feng Tian only shook his head and stated that this girl's mind was truly abnormal. Amid the night, Sun Roland let out a strange laugh, her eyes rolling white with obsession as she muttered that Du Yuqiang was hers, and she was his first madam. Now Sun Roland had been tightly bound and gagged, only able to make helpless muffled sounds as she sat in the winter air. Feng Tian observed her and said both her demonic acupoint and mute acupoint had been sealed, so she could neither move nor speak. Looking at her like that, he still wondered how a beauty had ended up this way. Pianfu also nodded and admitted he had never seen anyone so insane, but Feng Tian immediately mocked him, saying he could see one just by looking in a mirror. Li Huang approached Dong Ting with a solemn face, asking why the world's greatest divine thief was standing over there, and whether that really was Wu Ying. Dong Ting sighed, feeling that everything was becoming stranger and stranger. The old man explained that at first, because he had heard the waterway stronghold intended to flatten Ghost Valley, he had endured the disgrace and allied with the evil faction. Now this place had gathered mountain bandits, water bandits, and the most notorious divine thieves in the world, pushing the situation far beyond control. The alliance had not even had time to begin the war, yet it already resembled a chaotic martial world fair. Qi Huang quietly observed, unease rising in his heart even though he had once held a slight favorable impression of these people. The old man glared, forcing Dong Ting to tell the truth about who the vicious people traveling with them really were. Suddenly an icy voice sounded right behind him. "Were you calling me?" Both Qi Huang and Dong Ting were horrified, unable to understand when the other party had gotten so close without either of them noticing. Qi Huang broke out in cold sweat, realizing that judging by lightness skill alone could not reveal the true realm of the man wearing the ghost mask. The moment he turned around, the boss appeared right behind him, exactly the kind of thing that startled someone half to death. Pianfu curled his lips into a fierce smile and said coldly, "The utterly vicious person you mentioned, is that not me? You called me over, then planned to ignore me." His face turned savage, and he roared for them to explain at once. But just as the killing intent was rising, Pianfu suddenly froze because he sensed something unusual. He narrowed his eyes and muttered about a ghostly shadow. Then he shot away like lightning, leaving a hazy cloud of dust in the empty night. The boss had just been about to show off when he was dragged into an urgent mission. Qi Huang and Dong Ting still had not understood what the ghostly shadow was when Pianfu had already swept away like a shadow. The demon man approached Feng Tian and reported that the enemy's elite scouting team had officially revealed itself. Pianfu gnashed his teeth in fury when he learned Xiao Mian dared point a sword at his master, immediately demanding to act to protect his dignity. But Feng Tian stopped him at once, ordering him to stay put and wait while he went to receive the master. He was burning with rage, yet was forced to sit still. Pianfu clicked his tongue and muttered that the ice cave should be clean by now. Feng Tian asked suspiciously if there was really something so dirty in the cave. The demon man's curiosity was immediately cut off by Feng Tian's pressure-filled shout. He ordered him to prepare new clothes and perfume to welcome the master, while the demon man was still bewildered, unable to understand why there were such strange requests. Feng Tian had already struck him with a thunderous punch, forcing him to keep his mouth completely shut. At the same time, inside the cave, Du Yuqiang froze when he saw something unexpected with his own eyes. A giant ice wraith suddenly appeared from the cave ceiling, contrary to its terrifying appearance. The creature gently and kindly came closer. Sensing the sadness in its eyes, Du Yuqiang softly stroked its head and apologized. The spirit beast kept nudging Du Yuqiang lightly with its head, as if trying to signal something to him. He narrowed his eyes and asked why it kept pushing him. Could it be that it wanted him to climb onto its back? Seeing the ice wraith nod faintly, he quietly did as it wanted, letting it carry him through a secret passage hidden in the cave ceiling. Du Yuqiang was inwardly astonished by that tangled route. With just one wrong step, a stranger might be lost forever. At last, brilliant light appeared at the end of the passage, making him wonder if this was the place the ice wraith wanted to lead him to. Du Yuqiang froze when he realized there was not only one ice wraith around him, but an entire herd of them. He silently wondered what exactly this strange place. The giant ice wraith brought him before a block of eternal ice sealing a precious sword that radiated blue spiritual energy. A majestic voice rang out. Du Yuqiang looked around in shock, wondering whether that woman's voice belonged to the female immortal Feng Tian had once mentioned. The mysterious voice continued to guide him, saying that heavenly soul was the crystallization of ice, formed from extreme yin-cold energy and capable of freezing all things. Pull out the heavenly soul sword. Realizing the inheritance was not the ice wraith's inner core, but this sword, Du Yuqiang curled his lips smugly. But the instant his hand touched the sword hilt, that voice rang out again with an icy warning. From this moment on, you will endure the ultimate pain caused by yin-cold energy. Du Yuqiang froze while the explanation continued. The moment the cold energy invaded, Du Yuqiang screamed in panic because the warning had come far too late. He was horrified to realize his body was moving on its own. Bone-piercing panched over him, making Du Yuqiang unable to hold back a miserable scream. Looking at his arm gradually turning white under the frost, he cried and choked out in despair. I have already suffered enough. Why do things like this always keep falling on my head? The giant ice wraith standing beside him also broke out in sweat, silently watching the new cult leader writhe in agony. The pain from the Heavenly Soul 36 sword techniques made Du Yuqiang convulse, his eyes glowing red from the overwhelming pressure. He realized this was an ultimate technique that combined ice sword and ice palm, changing flexibly to freeze all things and even shatter space. But that bitter cold brought pain no less intense than the fire dragon saber. Du Yuqiang understood in despair that using both fire and ice would be even more terrifying. After enduring the brutal trial, Du Yuqiang lay on the ice wraith's back to recover, gently patting it and saying it had worked hard. As soon as he stepped out of the secret cave, he immediately saw Feng Tian already standing there waiting with a majestic bearing. The guard respectfully lowered his head and saluted, saying it was fortunate that Master was still safe and sound. Du Yuqiang did not answer, only revealing an icy gaze filled with authority. To test what he had just gained, he silently used his new power with only a single motion. With just a light touch of his hand, the giant boulder was completely frozen in an instant. Even so, Du Yuqiang silently judged that this power still did not match the fire dragon, and this alone was not enough to stop Feng Tian. Sure enough, the guard shattered the layer of ice with a mere wave of his hand, then loudly congratulated Master on obtaining the inheritance. Du Yuqiang narrowed his eyes and asked about the situation outside, and was told that Pianfu, Wu Ying, Lin Wang, and Dong Ting had all arrived at the North Sea. Hearing that Green Forest and Waterway Stronghold had appeared, he asked suspiciously for the reason. Feng Tian replied that they wanted to destroy Ghost Valley to prove their loyalty. Though his eyes remained narrowed with suspicion, he stated that those bandits had no reason to suddenly meddle in matters that were none of their business. Seeing Feng Tian still insist it was because of loyalty, he flew into a rage, gnashed his teeth, and shouted that it had definitely been him who told them to do it. He angrily scolded his subordinate for allowing them to stir up trouble everywhere on their own without orders. Feng Tian could only lower his head and admit fault. He was about to say that they all deserved to die, then suddenly took out a strange object and changed the subject. Ah, right, Master, this. Even while being scolded, he still managed to steer the subject elsewhere to ease the tension. Looking at the new clothes and the bottle of perfume in his subordinate's hands, Du Yuqiang immediately remembered the humiliation he had suffered at Shaolin. He glared and brought up how Feng Tian had run away when he used the Dark Knight Mystic Divine Art, then asked whether he had found it that filthy and disgusting. Unable to bear the shameless reversal and false excuses, Du Yuqiang roared for him to shut up, then unleashed a thunderous kick against the ice block. Looking at the man frozen stiff inside, Du Yuqiang gnashed his teeth and shouted that he was pretending to be frozen, was he not? He was furious, kicking hard and cursing, irritating creature, just lie there and freeze to death. Even frozen, you still suspect me, truly a supreme unlucky case. Amid the snow-covered mountains, shadows streaked like lightning through the night, quickly converging with the new cult leader. Upon meeting, Pianfu immediately knelt low to pay respects, saying respectfully, Pianfu pays homage to Master. The lowly one failed the mission entrusted by Master, a crime worthy of death. He quietly looked at him, then calmly said, "It's all right, stand up." Dong Ting and Lin Wang hurried over, anxiously asking, "Are you still safe?" He sighed, exhausted, sweat pouring down. Safe or not was unknown, but trouble was abundant. He heard you had chased Ghost Valley all the way here. He immediately ordered, from now on, no need to pursue Ghost Valley anymore. Consider it forgotten entirely. At that command, the two leaders were momentarily stunned, not understanding what had happened. Feng Tian immediately became enraged, wielding his greatsword radiating overwhelming force and roared, "Do you still need Master to repeat himself?" Terrified by the killing intent of the guard, both quickly kowtowed and repeatedly vowed to absolutely obey Master's orders. He quietly looked toward Cat Kai and Sun Roland, feeling relieved to see them unharmed. But Sun Roland now radiated killing intent, gritting her teeth and looking at him with eyes white with fury, muttering stubbornly, "My husband, I am your great wife." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yang Ren was preparing to depart with her master. Hearing that the decision to assist the demon elimination team had been made, she anxiously reminded, "Master, with your injuries, this may be too much." The white-haired master silently brushed it off, asserting that only the last two inheritors remained. He had placed great expectations on his disciple. "If you obtain the inheritance, you will truly become the top martial artist in the world." Yang Ren clenched her fists, eyes blazing with determination, thinking of the upcoming encounter with Du Yuqiang. From sparring, it had shifted to a race of peak strength. Back with the new cult leader, he could only cover his face. He held his face in utter despair, watching the subordinates clash, causing chaos throughout the mountains and forests. He could only sigh, "These madmen." Du Yuqiang stood in the deep forest, face showing both helplessness and fatigue, silently lamenting how things had come to this. Everything started a few hours ago, when the three were still on their way to North Sea. Tianfu wore a bizarre expression, silently approaching Feng Tian and speaking, "Big brother, I have something to ask." Feng Tian walked leisurely, asking coldly, "What is it?" The demon man pondered a moment, then confessed, "No matter how I think about it, this still seems very strange." He looked at Du Yuqiang's back as he struggled ahead, a somewhat comical figure, then wondered why Master was running like a fool. That disrespectful remark immediately struck Feng Tian's taboo, and he did not give any warning. The guard launched a strike as fast as thunder, causing Pianfu only to cry out in pain. Feng Tian glared, killing intent blazing, roaring, "Do you want to die today?" Then continuously struck the subordinate again. Yuqiang shouted in panic, "Feng Tian, why are you doing this? Stop immediately." A naive question sparked a rigorous physical lesson. Feng Tian, still enraged, resolutely declared he would kill Pianfu. Du Yuqiang asked in shock why, suspecting he had committed a grave offense. Lying battered on the ground, Pianfu gravely admitted what he thought was even worse than minor matters, then desperately begged for death. Feng Tian gritted his teeth, exuding suffocating killing intent, and roared, "Pianfu dares to call Master a fool." Before finishing, he struck again. Pianfu knelt on the ground, repeatedly begging Master for mercy. But Feng Tian's rage had not subsided. He still struck and roared, "Deserve death." Standing beside him, Du Yuqiang sighed wearily after the troublesome journey. Traveling felt like dragging along two mobile disaster machines. Unable to endure any longer, the new cult leader glared and shouted, "If you insist, I will fulfill it for both of you." He rushed forward, venting all frustration on the two clumsy subordinates. The clashes echoed through the night forest, marking a turbulent path. Finally, the group reached Liaoning Black Mountain in the quiet night, standing before towering mountains. Du Yuqiang silently observed the ancient hall in the distance, thinking, "Is this truly the final inheritance location?" But his anger had not subsided. He continued to punish the two kneeling subordinates. Because of them, he had been delayed a whole day. Du Yuqiang gritted his teeth and questioned, "If we fail to obtain the inheritance, will you be responsible?" Feng Tian endured the pain, quickly reassured him that the formation here was very hard to break. This inheritance will not disappear easily. Hearing this, Du Yuqiang narrowed his eyes in irritation. "Humph, best be so." Suddenly, a sharp force tore through the night. A shadow streaked down like lightning, then knelt before Du Yuqiang. Wu Ying kowtowed respectfully, requesting to pay homage to Master. Seeing the thief still timid, Du Yuqiang quietly told him to stand. But the messenger still trembled, not daring to lift his head. He stammered that staying kneeling was fine, as if kneeling had become the default posture. Seeing such excessive obedience, Du Yuqiang silently marveled that he had truly become a cult disciple, then set that thought aside. Wu Ying, sweating profusely, began reporting the recent situation. A fierce conflict had erupted between the demon elimination team and the cult. After just one round, the world had updated with a major change. According to the thief, two powerful forces had rapidly advanced from the west and south, as if competing for speed. Both sides raced to see who would arrive first, suddenly exploding into a fierce battle in the snowy mountains. Sword strikes as powerful as thunder clashed repeatedly, tearing through space and bathing the North Sea skies with killing intent. Wu Ying tremblingly revealed that during the battle, the cult side had loudly shouted. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a red-haired giant, face full of killing intent, suddenly roared, "Little cult leader Feng Tian, show yourself." Upon hearing news of the riot, the faces of Lin Wang's men immediately froze in fear. At that moment, the 5 demon gods suddenly appeared in the battlefield. An enraged man roared, "Wang Shi, how dare you harm Master?" They frantically chased the enemy, calling out Ghost Valley. Witnessing the treachery, the red-haired giant of the cult glared and coldly declared, "The only end for a traitor is death." Du Yuqiang silently listened to the report, sweating as he felt this man recounted the story in excessive detail. Wu Ying continued, describing the hawk flying over the demon elimination team. Qi Huang immediately realized it was Ghost Valley's messenger bird, revealing how they had infiltrated. Dong Ting also joined in with contempt. The demon extermination squad colluding with assassin, truly despicable. A single bird flying past had dragged the entire counterintelligence machine into full operation. Humiliated, the elder from the demon extermination squad immediately retorted, "Are you not also a hound of the demon sect?" Those words enraged the large man from the demon sect, and he roared, "We have never taken pirates or beggars as lackeys." Qi Huang angrily gritted his teeth and shouted, "Who are you calling a hound?" While the beggar gang insisted they only wanted to destroy Ghost Valley, the 5 demon spirits believed none of it mattered. Standing behind them, Du Yuqiang clenched his fists, veins bulging from the meaningless bickering. The mission to destroy the valley had turned into a contest of insults, and he could no longer endure it. He turned back and roared, "Stop it. What nonsense are you people talking about? I do not understand any of this." Feng Tian stood beside him, lightly covering his mouth with a faint sneer, thinking Wu Ying truly was unworthy of being his master's subordinate. The thief hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy, then looked up in doubt, asking where the other person had gone. When Du Yuqiang asked back, Wu Ying anxiously reported that when he caught up with the 3 people about 10 lay away, one of them had disappeared. Wu Ying felt even more uneasy because his master was not traveling with the 2 subordinates, but looked instead like a fool running wildly through the forest. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking, earth-splitting explosion tore through the night, shaking the entire mountain forest. Tian Fu glared at Feng Tian with murderous intent and roared, "I will kill you. I will tear your mouth apart." Du Yuqiang could only stand beside them, clutching his head in weary frustration at the chaos. He shouted, "What are you doing? Stop it." But Feng Tian still angrily insisted, "Master, he must be beaten. How dare he call you a fool?" A thunderous punch struck Tian Fu head-on, causing the space to tremble violently. Du Yuqiang was stunned to realize that his 2 subordinates were fighting each other merely because he looked like a fool. He covered his head and ears in humiliation, then secretly sent a voice transmission to Wu Ying. "Answer me only by voice transmission? What did I look like then?" The thief was horrified when he realized the fool he had just seen was his master, and stammered in reply, "Yes, looked." Beneath the hazy moonlight, the forest was silent enough to chill the bones. Du Yuqiang blankly clutched his head, thinking to himself, so that was it, his head was tilted, his gait was strange, he had not expected to look like that when using lightness skill. After reflecting on himself, he froze as if the system had crashed. Although the realm of Zhu Yu mysterious art had surged, Du Yuqiang had not expected it to have such an embarrassing side effect, making him no different from a fool. Seeing his 2 subordinates still standing motionless after the brawl, his rage grew even fiercer. "You claim to be my trusted aides, yet all you do is stand and watch." His anger erupted, and he roared, "You idiots, you are all dead." Seeing his master enraged, Feng Tian hurriedly grabbed Tian Fu by the head and begged forgiveness, then quickly changed the subject, saying this inheritance involved many complicated formations, so he had to guide the way. Getting scolded while saving his own life, his crisis handling skills were truly top tier. Du Yuqiang narrowed his eyes at his subordinate and remarked, "You are quite cunning too. Fine, continue." Feng Tian silently pointed toward the majestic structure looming within the thick fog and respectfully replied, "Yes, master." The inheritance site lies within that sea of clouds. The final 2 of the 7 inheritances are both here. Stepping deeper into the gloomy stone chamber, the bodyguard explained that the walls on all 4 sides only opened at certain times. He warned in a grave voice, "You must choose one path to continue. If you choose wrongly, you will be trapped in the stone chamber for a long time." It sounded exactly like a survival game without a save button. Feng Tian emphasized that only by choosing correctly 32 times could they reach the secret chamber containing the inheritance. Du Yuqiang narrowed his eyes and confirmed, "You already know how to break it," and seeing his subordinate nod, he silently listened on. Feng Tian revealed that the only time to enter the Sea of Clouds lasted 1 hour from midnight. Looking at the bright full moon, Du Yuqiang said decisively, "Then it is right now." Combo of choosing correctly 32 times within 1 hour sounded enough to make anyone give up. Just then, a bird flying overhead suddenly vanished without a trace. Du Yuqiang exclaimed in shock, "Did that bird just disappear?" Feng Tian calmly explained that it was only an illusion from the strange formation covering this place. He pointed into the distance, instructing that the only entrance lay to the north, where a watchtower loomed within the mist, and that it was also the formation's only exit. Du Yuqiang silently studied the fantastical scene before him, thinking that this place was indeed extremely strange. After passing through layer after layer of illusions, Du Yuqiang finally reached the place where the last inheritance was hidden. Standing before the vast, misty space, he clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with determination. The dream of freedom he had pursued was now only 1 step away. Feng Tian looked at the struggling Yang Ren and pondered, could the inner core of the ice wraith actually be poisonous? "I once studied a bit of medicines, so that is why I guessed so." The elder accompanying them sighed in worry, unable to understand why Yang Ren had to face such a difficult trial at this moment. When asked about the origin of the heavenly martial soul, he only shook his head. He only said it was a strange experience. Jing Tian felt heart-touched, secretly blaming the heavens for being too cruel, forcing the girl to suffer right before the final inheritance. He hurriedly placed a hand on Yang Ren's back, circulating his power and transferring inner force to help stabilize her injuries. Thanks to the timely support, Yang Ren moved slightly and said gratefully, "Thank you, master. Thanks to you, I can hold on for another 2 or 3 hours." Though tormented by pain, she still tried not to show it, prompting her master to remind her not to overexert herself. Already exhausted yet still forcing herself to last another 2 or 3 hours. It was the very definition of a high-difficulty survival game. Jing Tian took out a letter and asked Yang Ren, "Do you want to read the letter Wan Mu sent?" The contents of the letter made the atmosphere suffocate, and he confirmed that those targeting the inheritance were people of the demon sect, while the man Yang Ren had just met was their new sect leader. The shocking truth left Yang Ren stunned, her gaze trembling when she learned that the person she had once felt indebted to was actually a notorious great demon. Suddenly, a violent tremor and a dry grinding sound rang out from deep within the stone chamber, signaling that a new upheaval was about to erupt. Plot twists came one after another like a combo. Before she could recover from one shock, the next phase had already begun. The elder decisively ordered that seizing the inheritance had to take priority, then quickly led everyone forward. As Yang Ren trudged through the gloomy stone chamber, her heart was heavy with regret and resentment. She silently blamed herself for striking down the innocent ice wraith to absorb its inner core, while also feeling insulted by her belief that Du Yuqiang's sincere words were all cunning lies. The heavy sound of shifting stone continued to echo throughout the space. In the secret chamber, Yang Ren gritted her teeth through the pain, telling herself this was likely divine punishment for what she had done. At the same time, at the imposing headquarters of the demon sect, a tense atmosphere hung over the entire place. Elder Tian Xiang cried out in shock. How could this be? The 5 demon spirits betrayed us. Jin Hua narrowed his eyes with confidence, firmly asserting that this was merely a diversion, because he had placed a parasitic poison on them, so betrayal was impossible. He flatly dismissed all doubts about the possibility that the parasitic poison had been neutralized. He even grew angry when questioned. Did I not just say it was impossible? Seated in the main position, Xiaomian quietly spoke to reassure his subordinates, then decisively brought the meeting back to the main issue. He revealed that Du Yuqiang's next destination was Liaoning, then asked the elders for countermeasures. Hu Yuanshu worried that if the opponent was allowed to grow stronger, he would spiral out of control, so he proposed mobilizing most of their combat power to eradicate him completely. However, Jiasuo Shenmo feared that a large-scale operation would be discovered by the righteous path. One side wanted a major assault, while the other feared exposure. The internal chaos was no less than a battlefield. He warned that if that happened, the demon sect would have to confront the righteous path directly, and allowing Du Yuqiang to profit as the fisherman was unacceptable. Just then, Zunji came up with a bold idea. What if they directly blew up the entire area? He proposed using a large amount of heaven-shaking thunder to flatten the target, both limiting troop losses and making use of the situation. The existing protective formation could be exploited to end everything without spending too much strength. The plan sounded like a massive explosion waiting to happen. A great explosion was about to occur, a clean method indeed, though somewhat excessive. Xiao Mian curled his lips slightly, showing satisfaction with that vicious strategy. This method was not bad. Hearing the sect leader call, Elder Jin Hua hurriedly bowed to accept the order. Xiao Mian coldly ordered him to lead troops to Liaoning to verify the situation with the 5 demon gods, whether it was a fabricated conspiracy or there truly was a traitor. Not stopping there, he continued mobilizing all core forces, including Primordial Chaos Hand, Zunji Heavenly General, and Yaksha, commanding them to set out with their troops. All of them had to advance toward Liaoning under the sect leader's absolute command. The elders shouted in unison that they obeyed. Finally, Xiaomian's gaze stopped on the man with blue hair. His blue hair stood upright. The one he called last was none other than Kang Tian. Xiaomian ordered in a cold voice, "Go and lead the soul-severing heavenly spirit army to Liaoning." Kang Tian bowed respectfully and answered, "As you command." But Jin Hua was still worried. He quietly asked the sect leader about the loyalty of this army, because they had once been subordinates of the former sect leader. He asked suspiciously whether all of them had been placed under Gu poison, only receiving the sect leader's cunning smile in return. "They have already sworn loyalty to me, so you do not need to worry anymore." The old elder curled his lips faintly. The interesting part was that the soul-severing heavenly spirit army had always been an army with extremely seamless coordination, and when they joined forces, their combat power could triple. Ironically, the army the former sect leader had once established to protect Du Yuqiang was now being sent to take his life. The guard unit instantly became a hunting squad, a perfect betrayal of its master. Xiao Mian waited smugly for chaos to erupt in Liaoning so he could pull out the thorn in his eye. Meanwhile, amid the hazy snowy mountains, the female assassin of the demonic sect quietly rid the secret order, buried Du Yuqiang together with the heaven-shaking thunder. She realized her group had arrived too late, as the Liaoning branch leader reported that the explosives had already been buried. One step too slow, and they had become unwilling spectators. The female assassin narrowed her eyes and asked about the blast range, then was told that the entire area around Yunhai and Wang Wanglu lay within its reach. She immediately gave the order, "Very good. Very good. Proceed." The branch leader immediately accepted the order and prepared to activate the deadly trap. Looking into the distance, the female assassin silently prayed in resignation. May all of them disappear cleanly this time, out of sight for good. On the other side, Du Yuqiang still advanced silently with a solemn expression, completely unaware of the terrifying trap waiting ahead. Du Yuqiang trudged through the gloomy stone chamber, asking softly to confirm, "This is the 31st one already." Feng Tian respectfully replied that as long as they passed through one more room, they would officially arrive at the place where the final inheritance was stored. Remembering all the pain he had endured, Du Yuqiang tried to swallow his tears, telling himself that the bitterness was finally ending and sweetness was coming. He stepped forward eagerly, but suddenly a surge of strange energy made him stop in caution. He was already near the end, yet the game still threw another obstacle at him, truly giving him no room to breathe. A dry sound rang out, tearing through the space, and the heavy stone door suddenly dropped, blocking the path. Du Yuqiang shouted in panic, "The stone chamber door is closing. What exactly is happening?" Feng Tian judged that if this place was attacked from the outside, the defensive formation would immediately trigger a response. Pian Fu stood imposingly beside them, curling his lips into a sinister smile, believing those bastards of the 7 heavenly might lords must have caused trouble outside. Immediately, countless arrows shot out from the darkness like rain toward them. They were searching for the inheritance, yet being shot at made it no different from a survival game. Feng Tian and Pian Fu swung their swords like lightning, sweeping away the rain of arrows to shield their master. Du Yuqiang was drenched in sweat, stunned to realize the architecture around him was changing abnormally. The entire stone chamber began to spin. The space shook violently, and the massive stone walls shifted chaotically around them at a terrifying speed. The entire stone chamber moved like a colossal machine, dragging earth and rock into thunderous tremors. Stone dust and dry leaves fell in a blinding haze, as though tearing through the dark night. Through the shifting cracks in the stone walls, Du Yuqiang caught a fleeting glimpse of the outside, but everything was immediately sealed off again. He struggled to keep his balance, his breathing ragged as the stone chamber kept shifting into strange positions, leaving him completely disoriented. When the tremors finally subsided, Du Yuqiang panted and asked, "It is over now, right?" The haze of smoke and dust slowly dispersed, revealing a vast open space right before his eyes. He widened his eyes in horror when he saw that several tall figures had already been waiting there. They were the great experts of the righteous faction, their aura overwhelming, their cold, sharp gazes fixed straight on them. As soon as Jing Tian saw his group, he flew into a rage and roared, "You insolent bastards." Unlike his master's tension, Pianfu was still laughing savagely. Beside the masters, Yang Ren, though haggard, still gnashed her teeth and cursed savages. Damn it. One side was furious, one side was laughing loudly, and the person caught in the middle must have been stunned for several seconds. Giving the opponent no chance to react, Feng Tian swung his greatsword and shot forward like lightning, slicing through the wind straight at them. A piercing clash rang out, the force from both sides struggling violently against each other, forming a fierce melee in the gloomy secret chamber. Feng Tian poured all his strength into every slash, that man's face blazing with extreme killing intent. Du Yuqiang stood amid the raging force, inwardly shuddering. The killing intent was so powerful that his hair stood on end. In the middle of the battle, Feng Tian roared with oppressive force, "Die, you insects." Suddenly, the entire stone chamber shook violently once again. Large cracks began spreading rapidly across the towering stone walls. Du Yuqiang realized in panic that the hidden mechanism had started operating again. He cried out in alarm. The enormous stone blocks shifted wildly, making him realize in horror that the stone chamber had begun to rotate again. Space overturned, and everyone was flung away before falling into the deep darkness of the secret passage. Du Yuqiang struggled to keep his balance between the sliding stone walls. Amid the chaos, he was shocked to discover that Feng Tian had been thrown far away. The guard only had time to shout once, "Master." That desperate cry rang out before he vanished into the darkness of the secret passage. Standing in the stone chamber that kept spinning nonstop, Du Yuqiang exclaimed in horror, "It is still rotating, right? The map is even rotating by itself during combat. Exactly the most annoying kind of environmental boss." Dizziness and chaos enraged the new cult leader. He roared, "Just how long do you plan to keep spinning? Stop right now." As though it had heard his command, the stone chamber suddenly stopped with a dry crack. Amid the dust and wreckage, Du Yuqiang saw a figure collapsed ahead. It worked as soon as he shouted, a little unreal, but still effective. He stepped closer, narrowed his eyes for a better look, then realized that the person was Yang Ren. Du Yuqiang gnashed his teeth and cursed under his breath, "It is this troublesome woman again." Looking at the girl barely clinging to life, struggling to draw each painful breath, he could not hold back his biting mockery. Yuqiang pointed at her and questioned coldly, "In the ice cave you pretended to be a fairy, and this time you plan to pretend to faint again." Faced with that interrogation, Yang Ren slowly opened her eyes. The memories of his heartfelt confession in the ice cave suddenly flooded back into her mind. Everything became so clear again that she wondered in panic. Could everything he told in the ice cave have been true? Seeing his opponent in such a miserable state, Du Yuqiang stood with his arms crossed and watched. He thought she was paying the price for despicably seizing the inheritance. Yang Ren suddenly whispered through her tears, "I am sorry." She painfully admitted that she had been wrong to treat his story and dream as lies. Du Yuqiang looked down at the girl who was barely breathing, his eyes full of suspicion. He mocked, "You think one apology is enough for me to spare your life? Pretending to be pitiful like this is truly ridiculous." She closed her eyes and answered with broken breaths, "If you think I am begging for my life, that is understandable. But once you know who I am, you will see just how pathetic I am. To be honest, I do not understand much about this thing called chivalry in the martial world." She sadly recalled her only wish, to cure the cruel illness of the severed and absolute meridian together with her masters. She had never carried any grand righteousness in this world to begin with. The story had suddenly shifted from grudges of the martial world to everyone having their own suffering. Yang Ren said bitterly, "You are a young cult leader, yet you still have not given up on your dream. As for me, I only want to live a little longer. I should not have mocked your dream." Looking at the girl gradually slipping away, Du Yuqiang began to waver, sweat streaming down his face. He wondered whether this was truly the righteous faction prodigy and vicious demoness he had once known. He could not connect her with the image of that strong woman from before, full of killing intent. The person now lying weakly before him, begging to live a little longer. His mind was in turmoil, and he did not know whether to believe the old image or the person before his eyes. Yang Ren collapsed on the stone floor, her dry cough echoing through the silent space. Du Yuqiang decisively turned and walked away. As he walked, he gnashed his teeth and told himself, "No, she is definitely trying to deceive me again. I will not let her fool me anymore." Yet, the whispered words, "I only want to live a little longer," kept clinging to his mind. Du Yuqiang stopped short, his face rigid with inner conflict. He clenched his fists and roared inwardly, "I only want to live an ordinary life." In the end, Du Yuqiang gnashed his teeth, made a difficult decision, and silently returned to the girl's side. Yang Ren stared blankly as he moved closer. She had not even managed to finish speaking. He had already pressed his hand firmly onto her shoulder and ordered decisively, "Sit still." A deep blue stream of spiritual energy flared brightly and enveloped them both as Du Yuqiang circulated his cultivation, transferring inner force to heal her injuries. Cold on the outside, warm on the inside, his mouth refused, but his hands still saved her. Yang Ren felt the warm current spread through her body, and thought in shock that he was transferring inner force to her. Weak and moved, she softly said, "Thank you." Yet Du Yuqiang still kept a cold face, revealing no emotion. He snorted and replied, "I do not want to talk to you." Though his mouth acted indifferent, in his heart, he kept scolding himself for being soft-hearted. "I really must have lost my mind. Why did I step in to help her?" Du Yuqiang thought to himself. Even if he saved her, there was no guarantee she would not seize his inheritance the moment she had the chance. He almost blamed her for everything. Why did she keep making trouble until things ended up like this? Yang Ren lowered her eyes slightly, remorse written clearly across her face. She also regretted that the stone chamber had spun out of control, but still explained that her side had originally thought his group was behind it. Misunderstanding followed misunderstanding, and everyone thought they were the victim. Looking at the other party's haggard face, Du Yuqiang sighed, telling himself that since she had told the whole truth, perhaps she would not lie anymore. He complained inwardly in exhaustion. "Every time I want to obtain an inheritance, I get dragged into all kinds of trouble." Yang Ren quietly observed the new cult leader, then said thoughtfully, "The more I understand you, the stranger I find you. You carry an arrogant air, looking down on the world, yet you yearn for an ordinary life more than anyone else." Du Yuqiang listened in silence, then questioned her own contradiction in return. He believed that a righteous cultivator should uphold justice and help the weak, yet she was fighting over an inheritance. Yang Ren lowered her head slightly, admitting that his words were not wrong. After a moment of silence, Du Yuqiang suddenly called out, "Hey, you wicked woman." The two of them began another tense exchange. Then the two continued calling each other names as if performing a dramatic scene in an alley. Seeing Yang Ren ask back in confusion, Du Yuqiang gently placed his hand on the stone floor and immediately sensed something abnormal. He spoke with concern. "It seems the temperature in the stone chamber has been rising since earlier." Yang Ren also confirmed in shock that the floor was truly very hot, and the temperature still seemed to be rising. Du Yuqiang's eyes widened as he realized they had fallen into a deadly trap. "Does this place want to bury me together with that woman?" Looking at the hot vapor rising from the ground, he clenched his fist, determined not to let that happen. The space grew hotter and hotter like a furnace, and even standing still was dangerous. Realizing the crisis, Du Yuqiang ordered coldly, "Hey, come here quickly if you want to live." The moment Yang Ren drew close behind him, he immediately pressed his hand against the scorching floor. A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering surge of cold energy erupted, instantly freezing the entire space around them to block the heat closing in. Witnessing that miraculous sight, Yang Ren cried out in astonishment, "I never expected you to be able to use both fire arts and ice arts." Yuqiang curled his lips and replied coldly that it was all thanks to a certain wicked woman. Yang Ren asked in surprise, "Thanks to me?" But Du Yuqiang cut her off decisively. I have no intention of explaining it to you. At the center of the massive block of ice, deep blue spiritual energy continued spreading. The new cult leader poured all his strength into maintaining that solid protective layer. When all the tremors finally stopped, Du Yuqiang breathed out in relief. Thank goodness, it finally stopped. He glanced behind him and reminded her, "Can you let go of me now?" Realizing that she was still holding the other party tightly, Yang Ren hurriedly released him and apologized in embarrassment. Du Yuqiang silently observed the surroundings, inwardly judging that the stone chamber was no longer rotating and had also become strangely quiet. There were no more obstacles, yet that silence made people feel indescribably uneasy. He suddenly noticed that Yang Ren's face had turned pale, and her breathing had also become abnormal. She breathed rapidly, making him unable to help suspecting could she have been poisoned. Looking at the girl gradually weakening, Du Yuqiang thought worriedly, I am fine, but she does not seem well. Suddenly, Yang Ren widened her eyes in terror and pointed ahead with a trembling hand. There, that is. From the deep darkness of the stone chamber, countless gloomy black shadows carrying a chilling aura of death suddenly appeared. Yang Ren recognized them in shock, black spirits, evil creatures with terrifyingly radiant eyes. They bared their sharp teeth and advanced with heavy steps, their bodies radiating terrifying killing intent. A suffocating pressure quickly enveloped both of them. One black spirit roared ferociously, all of you will die here. Du Yuqiang clenched his fist. This film stops here for now. Gao hopes to receive plenty of likes and shares for more motivation to make even more outstanding works.